Chapter 1. We are professionals in theft. In the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, within a villa district, two figures lurked beneath the shadows of trees, observing a three-story villa designated B13. They had been stationed here for several days, engaged in the meticulous task of scrutinizing the comings and goings of its sole occupant on the following day, at precisely 4 in the afternoon, when the sun blazed fiercely and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. The two young men, accompanied by a man nearing 60, returned to the thicket surrounding the B13 villa. The two youths excitedly exchanged information with the elder. "Master, after 3 days of surveillance, we have thoroughly assessed the situation of this household," one of them declared. Despite the villa's 3 stories, it is occupied solely by a young man who leaves for work each morning and returns around 8 in the evening, maintaining a highly regular routine. Now that it is 4 o'clock, we have 4 hours until he arrives home. This is the perfect opportunity to act. Another chimed in. "We've observed him carrying numerous bags into the house, indicating his substantial wealth. Look at the windows, every one of them, from the first to the 3rd floor, is drawn shut with heavy curtains. A single man living here wouldn't require such privacy unless the interior is opulently adorned," the first youth added, excitement evident in his voice. The two young men were, in fact, thieves, not ordinary ruffians, but novices in a notorious thieving gang in Jiangzhou City. They've been members for 2 months, still learning the trade under the tutelage of their master, but their eagerness to prove themselves and their yearning for rewards were becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Their mentor was a legendary figure within the realm of theft, having once dominated the Jiangzhou railway station for over a decade, boasting an impeccable record and earning the moniker of a master who never missed his mark. The cases attributed to him could fill volumes, and despite the intense scrutiny of the city police, he had never been apprehended. Moreover, they had heard that their mentor was also known as the King of Locks. 2 years prior, he had breached a heavily secured auction vault and made off with a necklace valued at $1 million, defeating an allegedly unbreakable biometric lock with ease. Such dual accolades rendered the elder a revered icon among thieves, poised to retire soon as yet another living legend. The two young men felt incredibly fortunate to be apprenticed to such a master, envisioning a bright future ahead, just waiting for the day they could showcase their skills and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Today marked their initiation, with the elder guiding them on their first venture, allowing them to choose the target. Their reward would be split half as an initiation fee and the other half as their first haul. Seizing this golden opportunity, they had selected the affluent villa district, knowing that even a mere stolen vase could be worth hundreds of thousands. B13 had been their carefully chosen target, and they speculated that this single heist could sustain them for years. "Master, shouldn't we act swiftly?" they urged, eager to commence their burglary. Though they had grasped the occupant's routine, they were acutely aware that an early return was always a possibility. Securing their prize was not truly assured until it was in their possession. "Youngsters are always so impatient," the elder admonished. "Have you meticulously planned your escape route? Is there surveillance within the villa? Are the locks electronic or mechanical? If an alarm is triggered, how quickly will the patrol security arrive, and how long until the police respond?" Well, the two youths exchanged puzzled glances, rendered speechless by the barrage of questions. Their investigation had been narrow, focused solely on the occupant's schedule, without consideration of such critical details. "Fear not, for I am here today to address these concerns. However, in the future, as you embark on your missions independently, you must not be so careless. I have imparted these lessons to you. Do not let my reputation go to waste. Setting aside all else, your current attire is far too conspicuous. If you recklessly attempt to unlock the door and encounter surveillance, your inaugural mission will become your last," he continued sternly. "In our line of work, safety is paramount." With a serious tone, he retrieved 2 caps from his bag and tossed them to the youths. He himself did not require a disguise, as he always altered his appearance before any job. "Master is truly a professional," the young men silently admired. Quickly donning the caps, they lowered the brims, effectively obscuring half of their faces, thus making it difficult for any potential surveillance to capture their identities. "Much better. Now, follow me." The elder assessed them with a nod and proceeded toward the B13 villa. The two young men's spirits soared. Their training, combined with 3 days of diligent observation, had finally led them to this moment of potential success. As they reached the entrance of the B13 villa, they encountered a complex lock adorning the door-in impressive mechanism that combined fingerprint and key entry, crafted from solid brass and seemingly formidable. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, the elder produced two wires, deftly manipulating them within the keyhole, and in an instant, the door swung open. Although this lock is robust, its weakness lies within it is merely a clever mechanical lock, he explained nonchalantly as he stepped through the threshold, as if returning to his own home. The young men stood agape, witnessing this display of skill. A clever lock was considered the highest standard for residential security. They knew that had they attempted to breach it, even under the most tranquil conditions, they would have likely faltered for a considerable time. Yet the elder had accomplished the task in mere seconds, akin to unlocking a door with a key, perhaps even faster than the homeowner could manage. Such mastery! No wonder the other novices in the organization envied them, aligning themselves with such a master-guaranteed success. With the door to be 13 now ajar, the treasures within beckoned. The two youths eagerly followed the elder inside, laden with a large backpack, ready to gather as much as they could carry. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that, as they entered, a pair of glowing green eyes, hidden in the shadows, watched them intently, poised and ready to pounce on these unwelcome intruders. Chapter 1. We are professionals at theft. In the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, nestled within a villa district, two figures lurked beneath the shadows of trees, observing their surroundings. They had been stationed here for several days, diligently monitoring the B-13 villa. After 3 days of surveillance and following, the duo had thoroughly familiarized themselves with the inhabitants of B-13. The following day, at 4 in the afternoon, when the sun blazed fiercely and few ventured outdoors, the two young men returned to the thickets surrounding Villa B-13, accompanied by a man nearing 60. The two youths exchanged excited whispers, sharing their gathered intelligence with the elder. "Master, you instructed us to stake out for 3 days, and we have completely grasped the situation of this household," one of them exclaimed. Although B-13 is a 3-story villa, it is inhabited solely by a young man who leaves for work each morning and returns around 8 in the evening, leading a very regular life. It is now 4 o'clock, with 4 hours remaining until he returns home. A perfect opportunity to strike. Yes, indeed. We have observed him bringing home numerous packages, clearly a person of wealth. "Master, look at his windows. The curtains are drawn tightly from the 1st to the 3rd floor. That a single man residing here surely has no need for so much privacy. It must be splendidly adorned within, hidden from view." The two exuberant youths were, in fact, thieves, not ordinary rogues, but novices in a notorious thieving gang based in Jiangzhou. They had been part of this esteemed organization for 2 months, still in the apprenticeship stage. Yet their eagerness for action and dreams of rewards had begun to stir restlessly within them. Their mentor was a legendary figure in the realm of thievery. In his youth, he had roamed the Jiangzhou train station for over a decade, victorious in countless escapades, renowned for his unerring precision in theft. The number of cases attributed to him could fill a library, and despite the immense scrutiny from the city bureau, he had never been apprehended. Moreover, the youths had heard whispers of their mentor being dubbed the King of Locks. 2 years prior, he had infiltrated a secure auction vault and made off with a necklace valued at $1 million. That supposedly uncrackable fingerprint lock had been effortlessly bypassed by him. Such dual titles had elevated the elder to a near mythical status within the gang. And as he approached retirement, he was destined to become a new legend, truly a master who could escape unscathed. The two young men felt incredibly fortunate to be under the guidance of such a master shortly after joining the organization, their futures seemingly bright, eagerly awaiting the day they could showcase their skills and indulge in the fruits of their labor. This outing was their initiation. The elder would lead them on their first mission. They could choose the target, splitting the spoils, half as a fee for their initiation and the other half as their first bounty. Seizing this golden opportunity, they had selected the Villa District, knowing that the residents here were either wealthy or affluent. Even a mere stolen vase could be worth hundreds of thousands. And B-13 had been meticulously chosen. Perhaps this single job would sustain them for years. "Master, shall we not seize the moment and act now?" After relaying their findings, the two young men were eager to break in, though they had discerned the occupant's habits. Who knew if he might return early today? Until they secured their loot, their endeavors remained precarious. Youngsters are so hasty you think only of breaking in. Have you planned your escape route? Is there surveillance inside the villa? Are the locks electronic or mechanical? If an alarm is triggered, how long until the patrols arrive? How quickly would the city bureau respond? While the two youths exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the elder's barrage of inquiries. Their investigation had solely focused on the occupants' comings and goings, fixating on the potential riches within the villa, neglecting such critical details. With me here today, these concerns are manageable. However, should you two choose to operate independently in the future, do not be so careless that I have imparted these lessons to you. Do not tarnish my reputation. Moreover, considering your current conspicuous attire, if you were to brazenly attempt entry and encounter surveillance, your first venture would swiftly become your last. In our line of work, safety must always be paramount. The elder spoke earnestly, retrieving 2 caps from his bag and tossing them to the young man. He himself required no disguise, as he always disguised his appearance before a job. Master is indeed a professional. The youths silently admired him and hastily donned the caps, lowering their brims to obscure half their faces, making it challenging for any surveillance to capture their likeness. Oh, much better. Follow my lead. The elder appraised them with a nod before making his way toward Villa B13. The 2 young men, eyes gleaming with anticipation, hurried to keep pace. After 2 months of practice and 3 days of diligent observation, the moment of reward had finally arrived. As they reached the entrance of B13, they encountered a composite lock on the door, a formidable barrier that combined fingerprint and key access, crafted from solid brass and seemingly insurmountable. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, the elder produced 2 wires, deftly manipulating them within the keyhole until the door swung open. This lock, while robust, has a weakness. The core is merely a crate mechanical lock. He revealed, in mere seconds. The seasoned master had unlocked the door and strolled inside with an ease that suggested he was returning home. The 2 young men, trailing behind, were wide-eyed in astonishment. A crate lock was considered top tier for residential security. Had they attempted to unlock it, they might have struggled for half an hour, assuming they remained calm and undisturbed. In the heat of the moment, panic could easily set in, rendering their hands unsteady. The elder's effortless success, akin to using a key to enter one's own abode, was astonishing, perhaps even swifter than the homeowner themselves. Such remarkable skill. It was no wonder the other novices in the organization felt envy towards them with a mentor of such caliber. Failure was an impossibility. With the door to B13 now ajar, the treasures within awaited their eager hands. The 2 young men eagerly followed the elder inside, their large backpacks ready to fill with bounty. However, they remained blissfully unaware that as they crossed the threshold, a pair of emerald eyes, glowing ominously from the shadows, were fixated on them, watching every move of these uninvited intruders. Chapter 2. The Old Tiger. 2 young thieves, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed into the villa, their bags slung over their shoulders. You take the left side, and I'll search the right. They split up, ready to scour the various sections for valuable items. Are you both foolish? The left side is the kitchen, and the right leads to the yard. Who keeps their valuables in the kitchen or the yard? The elder man, somewhat exasperated, chided the overly enthusiastic duo. Then, master, where should we search for valuable items? They inquired. Head to the 2nd and 3rd floors. The bedrooms and study. Wealthy individuals often store their watches, jewelry, and even safes in those areas. If you encounter a locked safe, call for me. No safe can withstand my expert hands, he declared with confidence. The elder, renowned as the Lock King, had an array of lock-picking tools in his backpack. Upon hearing the instructions, the 2 young men quickly set off, one to the 2nd floor and the other to the 3rd, dispersing to search for valuable targets. The elder settled in a small sitting room on the 2nd floor, closing his eyes to rest. At his level, the basic task of collecting valuables was beneath him. He would only intervene when faced with challenges beyond the capabilities of his apprentices, such as a locked safe, at which point his prowess would shine, earning him even more respect from his students. Meanwhile, B13 Villa's 1st floor. As the trio ascended to the 2nd floor, a massive figure entered the house from the front yard. With eyes like brass bells, it moved with an alert grace, its substantial weight making no sound as it glided across the floor like a cat. It was none other than a jungle predator, the tiger. This magnificent beast boasted a lustrous coat, a honey-gold base adorned with deep brown stripes, and a distinct marking on its forehead resembling a royal insignia, its majesty far exceeding that of any zoo tiger. Clearly, this was not a captive animal. It was a true wild beast. Yet, this fierce creature caused no destruction within the villa. It appeared to have made this place its abode, having long since claimed it as its lair. It sought a cool spot to escape the harsh sun and laid down for a brief respite. This location happened to be right at the staircase entrance on the first floor, meaning anyone attempting to descend would have to step over it. Meanwhile, the three upstairs remained oblivious to the fearsome wild animal lurking below. The two young thieves, after searching the second and third floors, returned to the second-floor living room, expecting to present their findings to their master. To their dismay, they returned empty-handed. What happened? You found nothing? The elder glared at their empty bags, his displeasure evident. Master, we are innocent. The villa's owner must have hidden all valuables. Such a grand villa, yet there is not a thing of worth, one of them lamented. Indeed, master. The third floor is absurd. It resembles a library. It is filled with books of the most nonsensical titles. Like the endangered species list of the 21st century and analysis of global wetland changes, the two young thieves were utterly bewildered. The young man, who typically returned home laden with loot, had only carried books? How could it be? In such a vast villa, there was not a single valuable item? The elder's beard quivered in anger upon hearing their excuses. Could it be that you two lack the discernment to identify valuable items? No common watches or jewelry. What about collectibles, such as the illustrations on the walls? He prided himself on his infallible skills, and the thought of failing with his two apprentices was intolerable. Illustrations? There isn't even a lamp in sight. One apprentice remarked, I did notice two standing fans. Shall we take one? They exchanged sarcastic comments, prompting the elder to personally lead the search on the second floor. Unbelievable. This place is even more modest than an ordinary home. Aside from the high-quality flooring and walls, the movable furnishings were all of little value, so plain that they would hardly fetch a price if stolen, let alone be useful to themselves. Was it possible that this family truly hid their valuables in the kitchen or the yard? The elder was determined not to tarnish his impeccable record. He was known for never missing a mark. You two, search the first floor again, he commanded. Reluctantly, the young apprentices complied, not wanting their master to return empty-handed. Especially since their turn to act would come next, and they knew it wouldn't be so easy to gain entry again. Lou, I'll check the kitchen. You scout the yard, one of them suggested as he took the lead. However, just as he hurried down the stairs, approaching the corner to the first floor, he suddenly caught sight of something that made his pupils dilate in alarm. In a panic, he attempted to halt his momentum, but having rushed down the stairs, he nearly leaped down, and as he abruptly stopped, he lost his balance and fell awkwardly at the corner. Yet, he dared not utter a sound. Covering his mouth tightly with his hand, his gaze fixed in terror at the staircase's base, his face paling. Blocking the stairway was a colossal figure. Its golden fur unmistakable. Was it not the tiger he had seen on television? But how could there be a tiger in a villa? Perhaps it was merely a large toy? The young thief was in disbelief, but he soon witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. The enormous beast, having dozed off, suddenly rolled over. Oh no! It was a real tiger. Paralyzed by fear, the young thief attempted to stand, but his legs were weak. He hastily crawled back up the stairs. What on earth is wrong with you? The elder, already irked, was infuriated to see his foolish apprentice tumble down the stairs and kicked him in frustration. The foolish apprentice dared not retaliate, clinging to his master's leg and signaling for silence. He feared that his master's reprimand would alert the presence below, his expression almost tearful. The elder, bewildered by the scene, noted that while his apprentice was indeed foolish, he was not cowardly. After all, he had joined a band of thieves. Yet, seeing the poor boy's pale face, trembling lips, and unsteady stance, he wondered what could have terrified him so deeply. The elder, unable to see beyond the staircase corner, could not fathom the source of his apprentice's fear. After several moments of deep breaths to calm himself, the trembling young thief finally managed to stammer, Master, there is a tiger downstairs. Chapter 3. What to do when blocked by a tiger. Urgent help needed. A tiger? Is this a zoo? Why not mention a giraffe? The elder, bemused, assumed his apprentice had encountered a situation akin to an unexpected return of a homeowner. Given his decades of experience, he had frequently heard tales of thieves caught red-handed by homeowners or even the police. But a tiger blocking the door? That was absurd. He couldn't believe a word his apprentice uttered, not even punctuation. Master, I'm not lying. I swear. The young thief insisted, lowering his voice. At the bottom of the stairs, there's a giant tiger, larger than any I've seen on television. At first, I thought it was a toy, but then it rolled over. Having never witnessed such a scene, the young thief trembled at the recollection, the sheer presence of the beast rendering him almost incoherent. Have you been using substances? The elder scolded, recalling his warnings against drinking or drug use before a job. He slapped the young man, incredulous that a tiger could be in a residential area. It's true. The young thief protested, covering his face in innocence. The elder, still seething, prepared to strike again. If you don't believe me, go take a look. The elder, begrudgingly acknowledging the logic in his words, instructed another apprentice, Xiao Lu, go investigate. All right, Xiao Lu. Observing his senior, felt a wave of sympathy. Surely, this was a hallucination induced by some illicit substance. What tiger could possibly appear in a villa district? He didn't believe it either, but he obeyed his master and approached the staircase corner. As he peered around, he instinctively prepared to report back. But as the words formed on his lips, he faltered. The elder noticed something amiss. Xiao Lu's legs were trembling uncontrollably, nearly buckling beneath him. What's wrong? The elder inquired, but Xiao Lu dared not respond, covering his mouth in an effort to turn back, his legs too weak to move. Have you all lost your senses? The elder exclaimed, unable to contain himself. He approached the corner, peering outside just as the massive tiger awoke with a yawn. The elder's bewildered gaze met the tiger's fierce eyes, both equally startled. In an instant, the elder's legs gave way, and he collapsed in shock. By heavens! There truly is a tiger! The tiger, noticing the intruders, let out a thunderous roar. The three thieves nearly soiled themselves in terror. Run! Xiao Lu, regaining his senses, dashed back, while the first young thief, who had spotted the tiger first, sprinted upstairs in a panic. Don't run yet. I'm weak. Help me. The elder roared. Forgive my disloyalty, master. The two young thieves fled without glancing back, racing to the third floor. Furious, the elder watched them retreat, but in this life-and-death moment, he had no time for anger. He pinched his thigh to summon strength and hurriedly followed them upstairs. The tiger, realizing their escape, chased after them, bounding up the stairs effortlessly. The three thieves, hearts pounding, swiftly entered a room and locked the door behind them. Once they felt momentarily safe, they swallowed hard, the adrenaline still coursing through them. Could a tiger truly emerge in a villa district? What do we do now? The two young men asked, pressing their bodies against the door to brace against any potential impact. Now you recognize me as your master? Who was the first to flee? The elder glared at them. Master, I ran out of fear. It was instinct. Enough. The elder had no time to scold them further. He assessed the room. The windows were secured with anti-theft devices, and without tools, escape was impossible. He crouched down, peering through the door crack. Outside, the tiger's powerful legs were pacing, evidently unwilling to leave. The elder's frustration turned toward his apprentices. Aren't you always full of clever ideas? Now what do you suggest? Most of my ideas come from the internet, Xiao Lu replied, suddenly inspired. Why don't we ask online? He pulled out his phone and posted, help. Blocked by a tiger in a villa, urgent. Within minutes, dozens of replies flooded in. Really? A tiger in a villa? Seriously, this is too ridiculous. A ghost would be more believable. Those upstairs are obviously trying to bait for replies. Engaging with this is already a loss. While I don't believe you, if you truly encounter a tiger, you could call the police. Yes, surely the police and forestry bureau would respond. In the event of a tiger attack, I would slide beneath it and stab its belly to spill its innards. I'd simply fall backward and use my long stick to impale it as it leaps. Those upstairs, do you realize how naive your ideas are? A tiger weighs a ton. It's as powerful as a truck. Could you stop one? The three thieves read through the replies, and aside from the mocking ones, the suggestion to call the police seemed the only sensible option. But we are thieves. Would we report ourselves? Xiao Lu pondered, bewildered. The other young thief looked to their master, uncertain. Call the police? Absolutely not. The elder shouted. After over 40 years without a single failure, he would not risk his reputation by calling the authorities on himself. Yet one comment struck him. The tiger was not aggressive yet, likely due to hunger. If it became ravenous, it could easily break down the door. They would be trapped, left to the mercy of the beast. Survival was paramount. Enough of this thievery. We must find a way to escape through the window. The elder made a decisive call, suddenly appearing a decade older. The trio hastily gathered at the window, using various hard objects in an attempt to cut through the security bars and flee to safety. Chapter 4. Surrender broadcast live? Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou City Bureau, the criminal investigation team's office was abuzz. The detectives were impeccably dressed, their faces beaming with anticipation. A television crew was scheduled to arrive for an interview, led by the renowned Wang Miao Miao from the People's Focus program. As a celebrated anchorwoman, Wang Miao Miao was a household name in Jiangzhou. Her captivating beauty and mellifluous voice had won the hearts of countless admirers. The prospect of her visit had sent a wave of excitement through the ranks of the team's unattached members. Captain, how does this ensemble look on me today? A young officer inquired, striking a pose in his crisp uniform. How does it look? Like a dapper gentleman. Before the captain could respond, A female officer interjected with a playful jab. The office erupted in laughter. Oh, you're incorrigible. With a tongue like that, it's no wonder you're still single. The young officer retorted. As if you're any different. The female officer shot back. The captain, witnessing their banter, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, settle down. The crew will be here any minute. Remember, this is a live broadcast, so mind your words and don't embarrass our team. Understood. The officers responded in unison. Just then, Wang Miao Miao's crew, escorted by a bureau receptionist, arrived at the criminal investigation team's office. You must be Captain Hu Jun, the head of the criminal investigation team? Wang Miao Miao extended her hand. Greetings, Ms. Wang. I hardly need to verify your identity, the captain said with a chuckle, lightly shaking her hand. Wang Miao Miao is a household name. No one in Jiazhou could mistake you. Wang Miao Miao responded with a gracious smile. Captain Hu, your personality is quite different from what I imagined. I expected you to be more stern. I reserve my sternness for criminals, Hu Jun replied, turning to introduce his team. These are the officers of our criminal investigation team. Miao Miao, hello. I'm a devoted fan of yours and always watch your program. The young officer eagerly chimed in. Thank you, Wang Miao Miao replied, offering a polite smile and waved to everyone. Her lack of special attention towards the officer who had meticulously prepared his uniform left him slightly disheartened. Wang Miao Miao turned back to Hu Jun and asked, Shall we begin now? Yes, we can. Upon receiving Hu Jun's confirmation, Wang Miao Miao gave the crew an OK sign, and the live broadcast commenced. Instantly, Wang Miao Miao transitioned into professional mode, holding the microphone and addressing the camera with her opening remarks. Greetings, everyone. Today, People's Focus is honored to be at the Jiangzhou City Bureau, interviewing Captain Hu Jun, the head of our criminal investigation team. The camera zoomed out to include Captain Hu Jun in the frame. Hello, Captain Hu, Wang Miao Miao said, directing the microphone towards him. Greetings, host. Under your leadership, the City Bureau's criminal investigation team has achieved a remarkable 99 case closure rate over the past decade, providing a solid foundation for Jiangzhou's security and deterring numerous potential offenders. I'm curious, Captain Hu, how have you managed to lead your team to such success? This was the central theme of the interview, with the City Bureau specifically highlighting the criminal investigation team's accomplishments. I owe it all to my comrades. Whenever a criminal case arises, they dedicate themselves tirelessly, often working day and night until it is solved. Such dedication, our program, on behalf of the citizens of Jiangzhou, expresses our gratitude for your contributions. The camera zoomed out again to capture the entire office, with each officer in uniform standing at attention and saluting towards the lens. Their imposing presence drew praise from viewers in the live broadcast. When you enjoy peace and tranquility, remember those who bear the burden for you. Jiangzhou's security has indeed improved dramatically over the past decade. That's right. Who worries about being robbed in Jiangzhou these days? It was a different story 10 years ago. It seems the criminal investigation team's high case closure rate deters those petty criminals. A 99 closure rate sends the message that crime doesn't pay. It seems the online community holds you in high regard, Wang Miao Miao's assistant said, displaying viewers' comments on a tablet to Hu Jun and Wang Miao Miao. We are merely fulfilling our duty. It is our responsibility as the criminal investigation team. Captain Hu Jun replied modestly, though pride was evident in his tone. This was, indeed, a source of great pride for the criminal investigation team. But I'm a bit curious. What about the one of unsolved cases? I'm also curious. Could it be some unsolvable murder case? The live broadcast comments continued to roll in, and Wang Miao Miao noticed the viewers' questions. As the host, it was her job to seek answers for the audience. Captain Hu, you've likely seen the viewers' curiosity. Would you be willing to shed some light on the circumstances surrounding that remaining one? The audience was curious, and Wang Miao Miao herself was intrigued. Before the interview, she had spoken with the City Bureau's leaders and inquired about Hu Jun. She learned that he was not merely a figurehead but a true crime-solving expert. Many of the division's cold cases were handed to Hu Jun to resolve. Logically, such a formidable figure would not rest until achieving a 100-case closure rate. Yet, one particular case had eluded him, tarnishing his record. Wang Miao Miao's keen journalistic sense told her that there must be a compelling story behind it. Upon hearing this, Hu Jun's expression shifted, displaying a hint of frustration. There's nothing particularly secretive about it. It's not some major homicide, as some might imagine, but rather an unapprehended theft ring. A theft ring? Yes, this is a long-standing group in Jiazhou. I heard about them when I first joined the police force. The leader is an aging thief named Ouyang Wang, who will be 60 this year. The case files on this group in our criminal investigation team could stack as high as an adult. We've apprehended many of the minor players, but the primary target, Ouyang Wang, has consistently evaded capture. The old thief is incredibly cunning. He disguises himself every time he commits a crime. We've often known it was him, but we haven't been able to gather enough evidence to arrest him. This was a blemish on his otherwise stellar career. He had identified the suspect, but couldn't find a way to incriminate him. Hu Jun's frustration grew as he spoke. Wang Miao Miao, sensing Hu Jun's emotions, was about to say something when a female officer received an urgent phone call. "Captain, there's a call for you. It's from Team Leader Lee at the 110 Center. He says the case is related to you." Chapter 5. Are you making a fool of our criminal investigation team? Old Lee mentioned my name? Upon hearing Old Lee's name, Hu Jun did not dwell on it further and approached the female officer's desk to pick up the microphone. "Hello. This is the Criminal Investigation Team office." Hu Jun greeted. "Stop with the formalities. It's me, Old Lee," came the reply from the other end. "What's wrong with your phone? I had to go through the reporting center to reach you." "Phone?" Hu Jun checked his device, noticing several missed calls. The caller spoke quickly and unclearly, mentioning something about a tiger and a villa, leaving Hu Jun utterly bewildered. "All right, quickly connect to the video call. I'll send you the footage, and I promise you'll be astonished." Old Lee hung up and called back via video. To Hu Jun's surprise, the image was not of Old Lee, but rather a villa complex. On the third floor of the villa, several individuals were seen breaking windows and cutting through security grills. Strangely, these three were attempting to escape from within rather than entering from the outside. What on earth are these fools doing? Why not just use the door? Hu Jun was perplexed. On the other end, Old Lee laughed heartily. "Take a closer look. Old Hu, do you recognize these three idiots?" Frowning, Hu Jun squinted at the distant image, unable to discern clearly. However, as he focused, an icy chill surged from his feet to his head. "Damn it, that's Ouyang Wang." Old Lee burst into laughter again. "At last, you've recognized him. I have no idea what this old thief is up to." But the patrolling security sent this alarming video, reporting unidentified individuals in their villa area. What a stroke of luck. Hu Jun chuckled. He had pursued several major cases involving Ouyang Wang without success, yet here he was, caught in the act of trespassing. Unbeknownst to Hu Jun, Ouyang Wang was acting bizarrely, attempting to escape through a window, but this was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to apprehend the notorious thief. Meanwhile, the live broadcast from Wang Miaomiao's team was still ongoing, and the entire audience in Jiangzhou City witnessed Hu Jun's excitement. Comments flooded the screen. "Looks like Officer Hu can't forget about this old thief. When one is persistent." Echoes follow. "See, they crossed paths. This is thrilling. Could we witness a live confrontation between police and thieves? Hit him. A mere thief dares to be so arrogant. Breaking windows instead of using the door." Netizens were baffled by Ouyang Wang and his accomplice's peculiar actions, yet they rallied in support of Officer Hu. Wang Miao Miao and her crew were equally curious. The cameraman zoomed in on Captain Hu's face, eager for a fiery response. As journalists, they had just learned that the robbery case from 2 years ago at the Subo auction had yet to be solved. This had been major news back then, given Subo's prestigious status as a top auction house in the country. Following the theft, their security faced scrutiny, and their stock plummeted for days, resulting in estimated losses of several hundred million. Ouyang Wang, having committed such a significant crime, was indeed a noteworthy figure among criminals. Moreover, the cases Ouyang Wang was associated with had all made headlines, explaining why he represented a mere one of Hu Jun's investigative career. Meanwhile, Ouyang Wang noticed the patrolling security below had raised their phones to film them. He felt utterly hopeless. It seemed destined for him to falter today. Unable to unlock the security grill, he surrendered, shouting into the camera, "You're the police, right? Send someone to arrest me. I confess." Hu Jun. Hu Jun's face was a picture of confusion. Was this truly the notorious thief he knew, Ouyang Wang? The informed members of the criminal investigation team shared his bewilderment. Ouyang Wang was the mastermind behind the banditry in Jiangzhou City, a revered figure in the world of theft. His skills, though not publicly acknowledged, were truly remarkable, and he possessed an air of arrogance akin to that of a classical scholar. Yet here he was, frantically seeking to confess over the phone? The urgency in his tone was palpable, as if a child were trapped in a restroom, crying for their parents. "What is going on, Ouyang Wang?" Hu Jun inquired, concern lacing his voice. Ouyang Wang, on the verge of tears, thought to himself, "I wish I knew. I came here with 2 apprentices to steal something, only to be cornered by a tiger." "A tiger? Cornered?" Hu Jun. "Members of the criminal investigation team? Wang Miaomiao's team? Netizens? Haha, what a ridiculous situation with the tiger. I'm cornered by a tiger. Officer, come save me." No. He must mean he arrived at the villa to steal and the owners set a tiger on him. How absurd. Is this a deliberate display of skill to provoke us? I'm not here to provoke. I'm just having some fun. As Hu Jun read the barrage of comments on his screen, his expression darkened. So, Yang Wang was deliberately causing a ruckus to mock the police. Are you seriously trying to toy with me? Where on earth would a tiger come from in Jiangzhou City? Hu Jun couldn't help but shout into the phone. Laughter erupted in the office as Wang Miao Miao and her crew found Hu Jun's delayed reaction amusing. They thought to themselves how audacious Yang Wang was, actually calling to provoke the criminal investigation team. As for the claims of stealing from a villa and being blocked by a tiger, the first part might have been credible, but the latter was utterly unbelievable. In this modern age, who could afford to keep a tiger in a villa? While the audience and the show crew laughed, the members of the criminal investigation team were seething with anger. They had been pursuing Yang Wang for years, frustrated by their inability to gather sufficient evidence against him. Now he was mocking them. Although they currently had no solid plan to apprehend Yang Wang, his gang comprised equally seasoned thieves. With a mere command from Captain Hu, they could swiftly move out to stake out and apprehend the newcomers for questioning, releasing their pent-up frustrations. With this thought, the team turned their gazes toward Hu Jun. Would they act or not? It all hinged on the captain's word. Chapter 6. The photo of the fierce tiger upon hearing Yang's voice downstairs. The security guard was taken aback, initially preparing to call for backup. However, when he heard Yang declare his intention to surrender, he paused momentarily and decided to activate the speakerphone, allowing Yang to converse with the police. Immediately, Yang and his two disciples were greeted by uproarious laughter emanating from the other end of the line, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. Was their confession too insincere? Or did they simply possess a natural talent for humor? We are cornered by a tiger. Was this truly a matter for laughter? Lives were at stake, and the police, who claimed to serve the people, should be concerned for their safety at such a moment. What did their laughter signify? Unbeknownst to Yang and his disciples, the laughter was not from the officers, such as Officer Hu Jun, but rather from the live-streaming crew. Officers, are you so amused that you think my master is jesting? Young Lu could no longer contain himself and shouted downstairs. Who are you? Hu Jun, irritated, shot back as he heard the unexpected voice on the phone. I am Yang's disciple, Lu Xiaoping, but I am just starting out and have no notable achievements, so you probably don't know me, officer. Just starting out? Do you really consider thievery a profession? Enough. I have no time to waste on you. Next time I catch you, I'll play with you slowly. Hu Jun, weary of the conversation, was convinced that they were attempting to provoke him and prepared to hang up the call. Wait, don't. Young Lu sensed Hu Jun's intention to end the call and quickly interjected. We are not joking. That enormous tiger is lurking right outside the door of the room where we are hiding. If it becomes hungry and charges the door, we might very well meet our demise. Yes, officer, we are in Building B13 of the suburban villa area. Please come and take a look, and the truth will be revealed. Another young thief chimed in. And there's a third person? Hu Jun's suspicion grew. Was Yang, a legend in the industry for having single-handedly infiltrated auction house security systems, truly in need of a team to steal from a mere villa? The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. I feel as though you're trying to set a trap for me. Are you attempting to humiliate our police force? Hu Jun was especially cautious, particularly since the live broadcast interview had not yet concluded, and Yang's call seemed fortuitously timed, raising suspicions of a deliberate ruse. Hearing Hu Jun's words, Yang and his disciples were on the verge of madness. Was their integrity truly so disrespected? If you don't believe us, search online. We just posted a plea for help. Urgent. What to do if cornered by a tiger in a villa? Waiting for a response. Young Lu interjected once more. There was no harm in checking. Hu Jun thought for a moment before instructing a nearby officer. Search online for that post. Understood. The officer swiftly opened a computer, typed in the keywords villa cornered by tiger, and soon found the new post. Captain, there really is a post. It was made just over 10 minutes ago and has received dozens of replies. As the officer spoke, the others quickly took out their phones to search as well. Hu Jun leaned closer to the computer screen, glancing at the post, which seemed rather mundane. Anyone could craft a title. Yang was left speechless. Was it possible that he, the illustrious Yang, was being rejected in his self-surrender? This is a performance you won't accept? I merely wish to avoid death. Officer, I'm at my wit's end. What would it take for you to come and rescue us? Yang expressed a sense of resignation. The more you say, the more suspicious you appear. How could Yang be trapped by a tiger in a villa? If there truly is a tiger, just take a photo and post it as proof. If there is no photo, don't bother me, Hu Jun replied, abruptly hanging up the call. Hello. Yang, at the villa, was left in disbelief after being cut off. What sin had he committed that even reporting his own capture resulted in no response? Take a photo as proof. Ouyang pondered Hu Jun's demand, then turned to his disciple Lu Xiaoping. "Master, please don't look at me like that," Lu exclaimed, terrified by Ouyang's gaze. Who would dare open the door to take a photo of the tiger? It was akin to suicide. I can't do it, master." Another young disciple stammered, equally frightened. Two cowards, and they couldn't even think. "Am I sending you out to die?" Ouyang rolled his eyes, vowing to remove both from his list of disciples once they escaped safely. Otherwise, they would tarnish his reputation. But then he realized, should the police rescue him, he might be immediately transferred to prison. What reputation would there be left to ruin? Ultimately, it was these two foolish disciples who had brought about his misfortune. Ouyang glared at his two dim-witted disciples. "Who has a smartphone? Hand it to me." Young Lu obediently offered his phone. Ouyang took the device and made some adjustments, then crouched by the door. Setting Lu's phone to a timed shot, he pressed the button and pushed it through the crack of the door. After 3 seconds, with a click, he quickly retrieved his own phone to check. Having configured both devices to share images via cloud, he saw that the photo taken did not capture any glimpse of the tiger. This indicated that the tiger was not nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang abruptly flung open the door and peeked outside. Indeed, the tiger was now wandering to the left of the corridor. Ouyang seized the moment, raising his phone to capture a series of 3 rapid shots of the tiger. However, the majestic creature turned at the sound of the door opening, its piercing eyes locking onto Ouyang's. Thud. Ouyang, meeting that gaze, felt his aging heart race violently for the first time, his adrenaline surging uncontrollably, flushing his face crimson. This was the primal fear embedded deep within human genetics, a natural dread when confronted by a creature at the top of the food chain. Unable to withstand the terror, Ouyang instinctively recoiled behind the door and slammed it shut, his heart pounding furiously. "The photo has been taken. Upload it to the post now. Hurry. That tiger is becoming increasingly menacing." Ouyang tossed the phone to young Lu and swiftly locked the door behind him. Lu, terrified at his master's reaction, was equally frantic and quickly began to upload the photos. This time, he managed to avoid any blunders. And soon several striking images of the fierce tiger were uploaded to the post. Chapter 7. There truly is a tiger. Thud. As Ouyang felt the piercing gaze, for the first time, he sensed his aging heart pounding with an intensity he thought was lost to time. The adrenaline surged through his veins like a wild torrent, reddening his weathered face. This was the primal fear embedded deep within the human genome. A natural trepidation in the face of creatures that occupy a higher echelon on the food chain. Unable to withstand this dread, Ouyang recoiled behind the door, slamming it shut as his heart raced uncontrollably. "Capture the photo and upload it to your post quickly. Hurry, that tiger is becoming increasingly sinister." Ouyang tossed his phone to his apprentice, Xiaolu, and secured the door with a fervent lock. Xiaolu, visibly shaken upon encountering his master, hurriedly operated the phone to upload the images. This time, he successfully avoided any blunders, and several striking photographs of the tiger were soon posted. Meanwhile, Hu Jun resumed his live broadcast interview. Yet, before he and Wang Miaomiao could exchange more than a few words, the barrage of comments in the live chat exploded once more. "Wow, did you see that post? It's been updated. There are real photos of the tiger." "I saw it too, utterly shocking. If you haven't looked yet, I recommend you do so immediately. I just refreshed it. There's a tiger in the corridor, and its gaze is terrifying. No way, the tigers in the zoo don't exhibit this level of ferocity. This one must be a wild beast that has wandered into the city." The flood of exclamatory comments compelled the interview to pause once again. "Display the post on the screen." Hu Jun instructed the officers to connect the computer, and they projected the images for all to see. Everyone gathered around the conference table as the officers scrolled to the last page. A majestic beast leaped onto the screen. Upon enlarging the image, the sheer presence of the colossal tiger seemed to emanate even through the monitor. The viewers' assessments were accurate. This tiger was significantly larger than those in the zoo, qualifying it as a giant. Its aura was far more intimidating, and the ferocity in its eyes suggested it had indeed tasted human flesh. Wang Miaomiao, the stunning host, felt a chill as she gazed at the picture, her already fair complexion paling further. Could it be true that a tiger had appeared in the city? The background of the image did resemble an interior corridor of a villa. Who would carpet a zoo enclosure? A nagging worry crept in. Was the photographer still alive? The detectives murmured among themselves. They had faced many ruthless criminals, even engaging in gunfire with gangs. Yet in modern society, confronting a tiger was a first. Leaving everyone uncertain on how to proceed, all eyes turning to their captain, Hu Jun. One cannot trust even the punctuation in Ouyang's words, given today's technology. Altering an image is child's play. Hu Jun remained cautious. He turned to a technical team member, A Kong, download the image and analyze it for any signs of forgery. Understood. But verifying the authenticity of an image takes at least half an hour. If this is genuine, the analyst's words resonated with everyone. If the tiger were real, the person who took the photograph would undoubtedly be in mortal danger. Waiting 30 more minutes could prove catastrophic. Jun was conflicted when the phone rang again. Put it on speaker, he commanded, and a female officer quickly complied. Captain Hu, come quickly. The tiger is starting to ram our door. Ouyang's voice, laced with panic, echoed through the line. His earlier venture to photograph the beast had evidently enraged it, and now it was violently assaulting the door of the villa, which was buckling under the tiger's immense weight. In the midst of Ouyang's cries for help, the sound of the door being battered resonated ominously. Damn it! Mobilize the team. Everyone arm yourselves. Jun recognized the urgency. Lives were at stake, and there was no time to waste on image verification. However, the usually composed deputy stopped him. Captain, wait. Let us not forget we are live streaming today. If we rush in and it turns out to be a hoax, it will tarnish the reputation of our police force, and you, as the commander, will bear significant repercussions. Let a Kong expedite the photo analysis. Jun understood the implications, but shook his head decisively. We cannot afford to wait for verification. If this is real, every moment we delay could endanger lives. Ouyang may be despicable, but he deserves to be apprehended by the law, not a tiger. Moreover, even a thief is a citizen of our nation. It is our duty to ensure their safety in times of peril. When we don this uniform, we vowed to protect the lives and property of the people. 3 cheers for Captain Jun's positive outlook. Tear-jerking, the police save a thief from the jaws of a tiger. You break the law, I'll send you to prison. You suffer misfortune, I'll advocate for you. This is what it means to be a police officer, impartial and fair. The viewers showered him with praise, and the other detectives found Jun's words persuasive. Armed with their weapons, the team hurried to the front yard, jumping into police vehicles as they sped toward the villa district on the outskirts of the city. Wang Miao, not one to lag behind, exchanged knowing glances with her crew, all understanding the unspoken message. Such a newsworthy live broadcast was not to be abruptly interrupted. She noted that viewership had surged by 20% compared to the previous day, indicating the public's keen interest in the unfolding events. Whether Ouyang had indeed fabricated a false alarm, or whether there was truly a tiger barricading them in the villa, both scenarios warranted a headline in today's news. Let us move. Maintain the live stream. Wang Miao and her crew, equipped with professional broadcasting gear, joined the convoy of police cars wailing their sirens as they raced toward the city outskirts. The cameraman was particularly daring, resting the camera on his shoulder while leaning out of the sunroof to capture the unfolding drama. Wang Miao, microphone in hand, narrated. We are now following Captain Jun's investigative team to the location where Ouyang reported the tiger. Whether Ouyang is a fraud or if there truly is a tiger roaming the suburban villa, we will soon reveal the truth in our live broadcast. However, if Ouyang's claims are indeed true, one must ponder, why would a tiger appear in a suburban villa area? Upon checking the map, I noticed there are no primal forests nearby where a tiger could thrive. Could it be that a wealthy individual is keeping a tiger as a pet? Wang Miao's sweet voice articulated various possibilities, prompting the viewers in the live chat to engage fervently. My Miao, you're getting more and more outlandish. If that tiger is indeed someone's pet, where did its ferocity originate? I'm genuinely terrified now. Are you suggesting that person feeds it human flesh? Wait, you've truly scared me. Feeding a tiger human flesh? What kind of person would own such a beast? Miao, don't go there. I have a bad feeling about this. I can already envision a den of bones. Chapter 8. The identity of the householder is highly confidential. The speculations in the live broadcast room became increasingly bizarre, and the criminal investigation team led by Jun began to harbor doubts about the owner of the villa. If Ouyang Wang was merely provoking and toying with our police team, then we would apprehend him shortly and charge him with wasting police resources. However, if there truly was a tiger, the situation would become far more serious. The vicinity of Jiangzhou City lacked an environment suitable for tigers, making the likelihood of a wild tiger appearing exceedingly low. Thus, if it were not a wild one, it could only be a tiger that the owner of Villa B13 had raised himself, which would be even more absurd. Upon contemplating this, Jun took out his phone and contacted an officer stationed at the bureau. Dezhong, you noted the address that Ouyang Wang reported, correct? Of course, Captain. What's up? Go to the household registration department, retrieve the corresponding household information, and see whose name is registered at that address, along with their identity and occupation. Compile the data and send it to me. Jun's directive was driven by 2 considerations. Firstly, if it were confirmed that the tiger was indeed kept by someone at home, he would have to apprehend the householder, as keeping a wild protected animal is illegal and certainly not permissible as a pet. Secondly, he contemplated the slim possibility that the tiger might be wild. If they were to subdue a tiger, the commotion would undoubtedly be considerable, potentially damaging the furnishings within the residence, thus necessitating notification to the homeowner. Understood, Captain. De Jong, on the other end, promptly set to work. Given that household registration information was now interconnected throughout the province, retrieving such data was straightforward. However, investigating the homeowner's occupation proved to be much more challenging. After a little over 10 minutes, Hu Jun received a call back from De Jong. Captain, the homeowner of Villa B13 is indeed rather mysterious. What do you mean? Hu Jun's attention sharpened. The registered owner of Villa B13 is named Chen Haoming, nearly 21 years of age. Aside from his name and date of birth, no further information can be found in the household registration system. Everything else is encrypted. Encrypted? Hu Jun was taken aback. The household registration system is already highly confidential, accessible only via internal police networks. Additional encryption is typically reserved for individuals in significant positions of authority. Who is responsible for the encryption? Hu Jun inquired. The only authorities with the power to encrypt household registration information are a select few genuine power departments. Upon knowing a name, Hu Jun could surmise a few possibilities. The system indicates the South China Endangered Species Research Institute. Captain, I've never heard of that name. De Zhang's voice came through, revealing his confusion. Hu Jun was momentarily stunned. He had entertained the idea of the military, municipal government, or party committees, but a biological research institute wielding such authority was perplexing. Could you not look up the organizational registry and find a contact number for this institute to inquire further? Hu Jun suggested. De Zhang sighed in exasperation. I had already considered that, but the internal network indicates our police bureau lacks the clearance to access that institute's information. The external network is even more outrageous. There is no trace of this organization at all. Hu Jun felt an ominous premonition. The ability to block external information suggested a national-level confidential project. It was reminiscent of nuclear engineering decades ago, shrouded in secrecy from the public. Is such a high level of confidentiality necessary for biological research? He pondered, connecting the dots between biological study and tigers. Could Villa B13 be a secret base for this research institute? What role did the 21-year-old Chen Haoming play? Was he perhaps the overseer of this clandestine facility at such a young age? Dig a little deeper and see if there is any additional information. Hu Jun ended the call, realizing he had no time to waste. They needed to save lives first. With the information relayed by De Jong, Hu Jun's belief in the likelihood of a tiger in the villa intensified, and he instructed the team driving to accelerate their pace. After another 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of Villa B13. Four police cars and over a dozen officers simultaneously disembarked, surrounding the villa to assess the situation. After a thorough inspection, an officer returned to report to Hu Jun, Captain, all the windows in this villa are covered with curtains, obscuring our view inside. Every window is also fitted with security bars. I tested them and found they are solid steel rods, impossible to break without tools. Then we'll simply break down the door. We brought breaching tools. Hu Jun decisively led the team to the front door. However, as they prepared to force entry, they were taken aback. The security door was exceptionally sturdy, crafted from pure copper, impervious to even their standard breaching hammer. If they wanted to expedite a violent breach, explosives would be necessary. Yet, detonating explosives at the entrance could cause a panicked tiger to become dangerous to any hostages inside. Besides, they hadn't brought explosives with them. Deputy, don't you have lockpicking skills? Open this door. Hu Jun recalled a talent within his team. Captain, you can't be serious. This is a C-class pure copper lock. Even a professional locksmith would take half an hour. I might take all day to crack it, the deputy replied, visibly embarrassed. Didn't you boast about being better than the professionals? Hu Jun retorted. The deputy, though unable to pick the lock, had an idea. Captain, generally, villa communities have property managers, right? They might have a spare key. Unlike residential buildings, affluent individuals purchasing villas often do not reside there full-time. They frequently use them as holiday homes. Therefore, property managers are typically provided with a key for maintenance purposes. Hu Jun's eyes lit up at the deputy's suggestion. That makes perfect sense. Go find the property management. Have them come over and unlock the door quickly. We don't know what is happening inside. Understood. The deputy waved over a female officer to accompany him in communicating with the property management, as she possessed the strongest rapport within the team to expedite the process. The remaining officers began checking their firearms. Be cautious. A fierce tiger does not recognize humanity, Hu Jun called out. Confronting a tiger was a first for all of them, and to claim they felt completely unperturbed would be disingenuous. Exercising utmost caution was imperative. Chapter 9. Confirmed, there is a tiger inside. As they observed the armed police officers, including Hu Jun, who were now donning riot shields, Wang Miao Miao and the production crew began to feel a surge of anxiety. However, despite the tension, they could not afford to miss capturing this grand spectacle. A fixed camera had already been set up outside the house, while the cameraman carried a smaller device, always prepared to follow up closely. The live chat room was abuzz with comments. Fierce tiger and beautiful woman. Meow meow. You must be careful. I'm ready to record at any moment. A showdown between the police and Godzilla. Seriously? Do you really believe there's a tiger in this villa? I suspect it's a false report by those thieves. I agree. The villa area looks so serene. Where could a tiger possibly come from? Of course it looks serene. These are multi-million-dollar mansions. Mansions housing tigers? Whether you believe it or not, I certainly don't. But the previous post had pictures. What else could that be? A tiger is indeed a tiger, but the background might have been photoshopped. With AI technology today, swapping backgrounds is trivial. The viewers in the live stream were unaware that the owner of Villa B13, Chen Haoming, was affiliated with a mysterious biological research institute. They remained skeptical about the tiger's presence, leading to a heated debate in the chat. Wang Miao Miao quickly reassured everyone to remain calm. The truth would be revealed once the property management arrived to open the door. At that moment, the deputy team leader hurried over with a suited property manager. Upon seeing the crowd gathered before Villa B13, the manager paused, stating, "Let me be clear, it was your police force that requested I open the door. I have yet to contact the owner. If any conflict arises, you must explain to my company and the owner." The manager, lacking the owner's consent, was hesitant to let such a large group enter the premises, fearing a complaint could jeopardize his job. Wang Miao Miao approached him, saying, "Hello, I am from the People's Concerns production team. Rest assured, the police's forced entry is justified, and we can vouch for that." Upon recognizing Wang Miao Miao, the property manager's eyes lit up. He was one of her admirers. If you can attest to this, then I have nothing to worry about. But what exactly has transpired at Villa B13? The property manager pulled out a large bunch of keys, inspecting them while curiously inquiring. Wang Miao Miao explained, "We received intel that there is a tiger inside Villa B13. What?" The manager was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "No way, Miao Miao. You must be joking. Is this a new comedy show you're producing? We're in a high-end villa area. How could there be a tiger? We even regularly exterminate mosquitoes." Wang Miao Miao shook her head, her expression serious. "We are not here to joke. We genuinely received a tip-off." "All right, as long as I can open the door for you," the property manager said, evidently unconvinced. Even if it were Wang Miao Miao, he found it implausible that there could be a tiger in the villa. He was an admirer, not a fool. As the manager retrieved the spare key for Villa B13, he approached the door. The leading police officers raised their riot shields, bracing for the unexpected. The production crew was performing their roles convincingly, and the manager nearly broke into laughter as he inserted the key into the lock. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within the house. The ferocious roar shook the windows of the entire villa. The property manager, standing at the door, was startled and fell to the ground, dropping the key in shock. His face turned pale, eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the door. Is there really a tiger inside? Oh my God, there truly is a tiger in this villa. That roar is indeed powerful. Those three thieves inside must be terrified. I almost froze in fear just watching through the screen. If I were face to face with that roar, I'd probably faint. Are you all foolish? It's just sound effects. Can't you see through it? Exactly. Just as the property manager was about to open the door, a roar occurred. What a coincidence. It must be staged. Perhaps those three thieves, seeing the police approaching, deliberately set off the sound effects. Impossible. If you were a thief and saw the police at the door, would you not flee? Do you really think mocking the police is a good idea? The online viewers, not present at the scene, were oblivious to the palpable fear that enveloped the property manager. The preceding roar, accompanied by an inexplicable pressure, instilled a primal terror within him. It was a fear that screamed at him. If you wish to survive, leave this place immediately. The detective stationed at the door also swallowed hard, recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Their feelings mirrored that of the property manager, a profound, inexpressible dread that no mere sound effect could replicate. There was indeed a fierce tiger within the villa. Meanwhile, in the police station, the analyst who was examining the photographs called in. "Captain, there are no signs of Photoshop. It is indeed a tiger inside the villa. Please exercise caution." With confirmation from multiple sources regarding the presence of a tiger, Hu Jun realized retreat was not an option. Having led his team to the scene, he instructed the terrified property manager to step aside, picking up the key from the ground to prepare for entry. However, after years of experience on the front lines, Hu Jun was not reckless. He inserted the key into the lock and turned to his team, issuing commands. I'm about to open the door. Everyone be cautious. Disengage your safety on your firearms. Those with riot shields. Be ready to move to the front as soon as I open the door. If anyone spots the tiger, shoot it immediately. Hu Jun was not one to gamble with his life or the lives of his team. The production crew, upon hearing Hu Jun's orders, held their breath in anticipation. The camera crew fixated on the door, ready to capture the unfolding drama. With a decisive turn of the wrist, the sound of the key engaging with the lock reverberated, raising the tension in the air to a palpable level. Chapter 10. Professor Tao, who cherishes tigers like his own children. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Hu Jun was about to unlock the door, a sudden ringing echoed through the air. The tension-stricken crowd jumped at the unexpected sound. Hu Jun, positioned directly in front of the entrance, reacted swiftly, leaping onto the grass beside him, convinced that a tiger was about to pounce. After a brief 2 seconds, however, he realized his blunder. The noise was not that of a ferocious beast, but rather his phone ringing in his pocket. Who on earth is calling me at such a critical moment? Hu Jun stood up, brushing off the grass stains from his clothes, and answered the call nonchalantly. Hello? Who is this? I am currently on a mission. It's me, came a steady voice from the other end. The director? Hu Jun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the caller ID on his phone. To his astonishment, it truly was the director calling. After confirming the identity of the caller, he stepped away from the crowd, cautious as he inquired, My apologies, director. I didn't see the caller ID earlier. What instructions do you have for me? Are you currently dealing with a case involving a tiger sighting? Yes, Hu Jun replied, engaging in a back-and-forth dialogue. The director proceeded to inform him of the current situation. Due to Wang Miaomiao's live broadcast earlier that evening, their operation had garnered massive attention online, even trending within the top 10 searches. The post shared by Ouyang Wang and his companions had received thousands of replies. Amidst such a significant reaction, several influential figures had begun to take an interest in the matter, including a few esteemed biology professors. Just 5 minutes prior, Professor Tao Ming from Jiangzhou University could no longer contain himself and reached out to the city bureau chief. A professor? Hu Jun pondered, perplexed by how a university academic could directly contact the bureau chief. The director, sensing Hu Jun's confusion, clarified, Professor Tao was a national academician prior to his retirement, and he dedicated his life to teaching at the university. Several high-ranking officials in Jiangzhou are his former students. Upon hearing this, Hu Jun realized the gravity of the situation. Understanding why the director had personally called to brief him, Professor Tao held a remarkably distinguished standing. The director continued, Professor Tao specializes in zoology. After hearing about the tiger's sighting trending online, he reviewed the post shared by Ouyang Wang and immediately recognized the species in the picture, the South China tiger, a first-class protected animal declared extinct in the wild since 2012. Currently, there are only a little over 100 South China tigers existing in captivity worldwide. Seeing such a rare and critically endangered species sparked Professor Tao's curiosity, prompting him to tune into Wang Miaomiao's live stream. To his shock, he witnessed Hu Jun and his team, armed and ready, preparing to storm into Villa B13. The implication of this action suggested they intended to shoot the tiger to rescue the individuals inside. Professor Tao, alarmed by this scene, jumped to his feet at home. He immediately called his former student, now the mayor, and subsequently reached Hu Jun's direct superior, the bureau chief. You're coming from the mayor? Hu Jun was genuinely astonished. If this situation were mishandled, it could spell trouble for the director, let alone for him as a criminal investigation team leader. You understand the seriousness of the situation. Professor Tao has stated unequivocally that you must not shoot the South China tiger. If possible, it is best to contain the tiger and allow professionals to handle it. But that's a challenging task, Director. There are still 3 individuals inside. If we do not decisively eliminate the tiger, not only are those inside at risk, but our brothers who are entering will also be in danger. Hu Jun was in a predicament. Were they expected to subdue the ferocious beast with their bare hands? The director reassured him, rest assured, do you think I am one of those who only look after themselves and leave their subordinates to bear the brunt? I have already dispatched someone to deliver tranquilizer guns to you. You are still in charge of this operation. Do not let me down. The director's wisdom lifted Hu Jun's spirits. Having tranquilizer guns made the task far more manageable. After ending the call, Hu Jun returned to the villa's entrance, signaling the team to pause their actions. The deputy team leader approached, puzzled. What is going on, Captain? Have you lost your nerve? Rumors of Hu Jun's earlier overreaction to the tiger's roar, where he had flung himself into the bushes, would likely circulate within the criminal investigation team for the next 2 months. Feeling flustered, Hu Jun quickly countered, nervous? Not at all. The director has personally instructed us to wait for the tranquilizer guns before proceeding. Tranquilizer guns? The deputy inquired with curiosity, just as Hu Jun was about to elaborate. A disruption arose from Wang Miaomiao's production team. An unfamiliar call was relayed from the television station. Previously, Wang Miaomiao had engaged in hotline dialogues during her broadcasts, but those had been prearranged. Now, the station abruptly interrupted her flow with a live call-in segment. With over 1 million viewers tuned in, any issues that arose could significantly harm the station's reputation. What is happening? Wang Miaomiao questioned in confusion, her large, watery eyes darting to her assistant. The station manager has instructed you to handle this carefully, her assistant explained, handing her an earpiece. Given the manager's warning, the caller's identity was undoubtedly significant, prompting Wang Miaomiao to proceed with caution. She connected the call, greeting the caller politely. Hello, this is Concern for the People. I am Wang Miaomiao. How may I assist you? My name is Tao Ming, former national academician and head professor of the biology department at Jiangzhou University, as well as honorary chairman of the Jiangzhou Wildlife Conservation Fund. Professor Tao truly cherished tigers as if they were his own children. After contacting the city bureau, he felt it necessary to communicate directly with the live broadcast. Wang Miaomiao, a professional host, was taken aback by such an impressive self-introduction. Wow, this caller seems to be quite an important figure. National academician? That is no small feat. What is going on here? With such a title, he must be calling regarding the tiger issue. Indeed, I am calling about the tiger. Professor Tao, evidently watching the live stream, promptly responded to the audience's comments. Just a few minutes ago, I communicated with the city bureau, but many viewers in the live chat may not yet be aware of the unfolding events. I believe it is vital to share some essential information. Information? Yes. I wish to inform everyone that the tiger of concern is a South China tiger. A South China tiger? I believe I have heard of it. So what if it's a South China tiger? Is it particularly ferocious? As anticipated, many were unfamiliar with the subject. Professor Tao sighed and continued. Let me enlighten you. The South China tiger is an extremely endangered species, with only about 120 individuals remaining globally. This species was declared extinct in the wild back in 2012, and all existing South China tigers are kept in captivity. In other words, it is impossible for a wild tiger to have invaded in the current situation. Professor Tao, is it possible that there is no tiger inside? And this is merely a prank? I'm afraid that possibility is quite slim. I was just watching the live broadcast and distinctly heard the roar of a tiger. While you may not discern the difference between the calls of the South China tiger and those of a common tiger, I recognized immediately that it was indeed the South China tiger. If it were merely the prank of a few thieves, I doubt they could have conveniently sourced both the images and sounds of the South China tiger. While the images may be available online, such recordings are undoubtedly rare. How it must sting to those who claim the tiger image was doctored. Experts debunking the claims is quite satisfying. To those who were most vocal, do you dare to speak now? To the ones propagating the doctored images and sound effects, where are you now? People? Apologies, everyone's playing dead. Ahem. Let us not lose sight of the main issue. Professor Tao Ming interrupted the barrage of comments in the live chat and continued. The South China tiger no longer has any wild populations. How, then? Did this tiger appear in that villa? There is only one possibility. It has been illicitly taken from a breeding facility. At this point, Professor Tao's tone became markedly more serious. I am making this call to publicly condemn the owner of Villa B13. I do not know his motives, but due to his selfishness, a rare South China tiger and 3 innocent individuals now find themselves in peril. Such actions constitute a serious violation of the law and must be met with justice. Chapter 11. The South China Tiger Strikes. Oh my, so that's what the professor meant. I understand now. The South China tiger is extinct in the wild, and all existing ones are in breeding facilities. The one in the villa must have been stolen by the resident of Unit B13. Goodness, stealing an endangered species? That is a serious crime. Indeed, it is. According to Article 341 of the criminal law, that could lead to a minimum of 5 years. I strongly condemn this immoral and illegal act. Strong condemnation. Does anyone know who the resident of B13 is? Let him feel the wrath of the masses. I must admit, I have some sympathy for those 3 thieves now. Haha, who could have guessed that someone would steal a tiger to guard their door? As the viewers in the live stream began to grasp the situation, Tao Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. I have already contacted various breeding facilities across the nation to determine which one has lost a South China tiger. I believe results will come soon. He added, however, that the current circumstances indeed present a significant challenge for our police in Jiazhou, but I have faith in the capabilities of our officers. They will ensure the safety of both the South China tiger and the 3 victims. Go, police officers. First, save the people. Then apprehend the thief who stole the tiger. With a house here, they might run away, but they can't escape justice. Thanks to Professor Tao Ming's enlightening call. We now await the actions of our brave police officers. Wang Miaomiao, who had not spoken throughout, finally found her place to conclude the segment. At that moment, the personnel assigned by the city bureau arrived. Hu Jun quickly signaled to his team to change their gear. In addition to tranquilizer guns, they brought several sets of riot control equipment, long-handled crescent forks, large fishing nets, and tear gas canisters. With these tools, Hu Jun and his team had a greater chance of capturing the South China tiger alive. Once fully equipped, Hu Jun returned to the entrance of the B-13 villa. This time, the door opened smoothly. Armed officers moved cautiously, stepping lightly as they entered the dimly lit interior. As the clock ticked to 6, the outside still basked in daylight, yet the villa's interior was shrouded in darkness, with all the curtains drawn tightly. Hu Jun and his colleagues felt as though they had stepped into a pitch-black forest, the very domain of the South China tiger. Has anyone spotted the tiger? Hu Jun inquired as they spread out on the first floor to begin their search. However, after taking only a few steps alone, Hu Jun felt an overwhelming psychological pressure and couldn't help but whisper into his radio. Unfortunately, there was no response, only the sound of heavy breathing from his fellow detectives, clearly indicating that no one had located the target, and the tension was palpable. A massive predator could be lurking in the shadows, and a single swipe or bite could be fatal or injurious. Anyone facing such a threat would undoubtedly feel anxious. In the live stream, viewers were glued to the unfolding drama. The cameraman, gathering his courage, set the camera at the entrance before hastily retreating. Now everyone could witness the dimly lit scenes within the villa. Why aren't the police turning on the lights? Are you foolish? Turning on the lights would alert the tiger. It's best to act quietly and hit it with a tranquilizer while it remains unaware. But the darkness is so eerie. I feel as if I've been tossed into a wild forest, grappling with a fierce tiger. You feel that way too? I do as well. It's so suffocating. So, those who mocked earlier, do you now grasp the reality of facing a true tiger? Just watching this live stream feels stifling. Tao Ming, still connected to the call, noticed the viewers' comments and interjected with further clarification. There is no need to worry excessively. The South China tigers bred in facilities have significantly reduced aggression. They typically do not need to hunt for food, which diminishes their predatory instincts. Just ensure not to provoke them. With Professor Tao's reassurances, I feel much more at ease. It's all that B-13 resident S fault for stealing the tiger, putting our police in danger. Continued strong condemnation. At that moment, Tao Ming suddenly emitted a soft murmur of confusion. What has Professor Tao discovered now? A keen viewer caught the murmur and inquired curiously. Meanwhile, Tao Ming, at home on the phone, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the work group on his computer. This was a newly created group comprising 26 South China tiger breeding facilities. Everyone in the group had confirmed their facility statuses, and astonishingly, none reported a missing tiger. Where, then, did the tiger in the villa come from? Tao Ming frowned and quickly typed in the group. Could everyone please double-check that your facilities haven't reported a missing South China tiger? Soon, replies began to flood in, with everyone reconfirming that their breeding centers had not experienced any losses. Tao Ming felt increasingly bewildered. How could this be? Could a South China tiger appear out of thin air? He counted the responses on his fingers. 26 institutions, no oversights. Could it be? Tao Ming realized he might have jumped to conclusions. The tiger in the villa could indeed be wild, having evaded detection by authorities all this time. Perhaps there are suitable wild forests near Jiangzhou for a South China tiger to thrive. Oh no. A lightning bolt of realization struck Tao Ming. A wild South China tiger is extremely dangerous. He quickly picked up the phone again, shouting, Wang Miaomiao, are you still there? Wang Miaomiao, who had been anxiously watching the officers search the house, jumped at his sudden call. Yes, Professor, what is wrong? Quickly alert the officers entering the villa to withdraw immediately. What is happening? Wang Miaomiao pressed for more information. Tao Ming urgently replied, I may have made a mistake. The tiger inside is genuinely wild. Wild South China tigers have a strong territorial instinct, and if the police intrude upon its domain, they will face fierce aggression. What? The professor made a mistake? Wait, what was I condemning earlier? No, we should be more concerned for the police officers who entered the villa. The professor said wild South China tigers do not tolerate intruders. No wonder the atmosphere felt so oppressive. This is the sensation of intruding into the king of beasts territory. Enough talk. Send someone to pull Officer Hu and his team out and reassess the situation. The livestream erupted with a flurry of comments. Wang Miao Miao glanced at the ominously dark B13 villa, its door ajar, and steeled herself to approach. The officers had already entered, and now only her team could issue a warning. She hurried towards the door, preparing to shout a warning to the officers inside. However, just as she was about to call out, an earth-shattering roar echoed from within the villa. The South China tiger, unable to locate its intruders, finally launched a fierce attack on those encroaching upon its territory. Roar. Chapter 12. The police clash with the South China tiger at 5 o'clock. Hu Jun heard the roar of the tiger and simultaneously spotted the South China tiger lunging towards him. He quickly shouted a warning to his comrades and raised the riot shield in his left hand to defend himself. The ferocious beast clearly regarded his shield with disdain, pouncing forward with unrestrained force, its powerful paws striking the shield with a resounding impact. In that fleeting moment of contact, Hu Jun, through the transparent barrier, could even see the glint of coldness in the tiger's eyes. The next instant, an overwhelming force surged through the shield and struck Hu Jun, leaving him feeling as though he had been hit head-on by a heavy truck. He was launched several meters into the air, crashing painfully against the wall. His left arm, which held the shield, had gone completely numb, and the shield fell uselessly to the ground, while the impact against the wall rendered him unable to rise. However, the South China tiger had no intention of granting Hu Jun a moment's respite. With a fierce sprint, it lunged toward him again, its maw wide open, ready to bite down. Damn it, this is too intense, Hu Jun thought as he beheld the gaping maw approaching him, his body unable to react in time, leaving him to silently await his fate. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. A fellow officer rushed in from the side, also wielding a shield, and with a mighty leap, he slammed the shield against the tiger with all his might. The nearly 200-pound officer, bolstered by the protection of the riot shield, would have sent a human flying 10 meters with such a strike. Yet, he was faced with a beast weighing over a ton. Upon impact, the officer found that the image of the tiger being knocked back had not materialized. Instead, he felt as though he had collided with a solid concrete wall, his right shoulder and half his body numbed from the blow. The tiger merely shuddered slightly, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Although his effort was in vain, it at least drew the tiger's attention away from Hu Jun, saving the captain's life. In the meantime, other team members seized the opportunity to join the fray. Together, they stood shoulder to shoulder, armed with various shields and weapons, managing to halt the tiger's aggressive advance. The livestream audience watched in horror as they witnessed the intense confrontation between Hu Jun and the tiger. I feel like if I had a shield, I wouldn't withstand even one blow. The force would give me a concussion, one viewer commented. Next time someone mentions a sliding tackle, I'll argue. Can a human even manage that? The tiger's swift speed, terrifying strength, and massive weight made it clear that this South China tiger was beyond the capabilities of mere humans armed with cold weapons to combat. The phrase "a tiger among sheep" seemed to vividly come to life in the live stream. After a brief hesitation, the tiger launched another offensive. It roared repeatedly, each powerful swipe capable of sending a police officer and their shield flying several meters. This was still with the shield for protection. If those vicious claws were to land on an unprotected officer, it could very well result in a loss of life. The officers holding shields were acutely aware of this danger and bravely positioned themselves at the forefront, fearlessly absorbing the tiger's most ferocious attacks. Meanwhile, other officers armed with long-handled steel forks attempted to subdue the mighty beast. However, this was clearly no easy task. Even with their combined weight of over 100 pounds, pressing down on the tiger with all their strength yielded little effect. The tiger merely needed to push back slightly, and the officers would be thrown off balance, unable to maintain their grip on the steel forks. Tears filled the eyes of viewers. The police officers are so brave. If it were me, I would definitely run away. Another exclaimed, "What do we do now? Where are the tranquilizer guns? The space inside is too confined for accurate aim. It could endanger teammates," came another response. "How do you aim? The tiger is jumping and lunging. My eyes can't keep up, and the officers have no chance to steady their aim. Professor, we need you. Is there a solution?" The audience believed that the individual most knowledgeable about South China tigers would certainly be Professor Tao Ming, who had a deep affection for these magnificent creatures. However, at that moment, Professor Tao was too engrossed in the live stream to respond to the barrage of comments. He sat at his computer, intently focused on the screen, his emotions in turmoil. He was simultaneously worried for the safety of the officers inside and exhilarated by the tiger's ferocity. The work group on his computer chimed incessantly, filled with individuals from the tiger breeding facility, all well aware of the characteristics of the captive South China tiger. While tigers in captivity might attack intruders, they would also show signs of fear if confronted by nearly 10 people. For captive South China tigers, attacking intruders was merely instinctive. They need not defend their territory as long as they received ample food daily. In contrast, wild tigers have a different understanding of territory. The ancient proverb states, "One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers." If wild tigers allowed intruders to invade their territory, the inevitable outcome would be starvation due to insufficient food. Thus, their concept of territory and their malice towards intruders are fundamentally different. In the current live stream, the South China tiger, confronted by 11 fully armed police officers, showed no sign of retreat after its 2 probing attacks proved fruitless. The ferocity was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly a wild tiger. Tao Ming slapped his thigh in exclamation, startling his wife, who quipped, "You're so excited about a tiger. I thought you were watching some beauty stream." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tao Ming moderated his excitement but remained fixated on the live stream, hoping for the best outcome, that the officers would find a chance to use the tranquilizer gun, ensuring the safety of both humans and tigers. Meanwhile, inside Villa B13, the battle between man and tiger reached a critical juncture. Hu Jun and his team of over 10 officers had been scattered several times by the rampaging tiger. A beast weighing over a ton was simply beyond their capacity to withstand through sheer human strength. "Damn it, old Wu. Can't you find an opportunity to shoot?" Hu Jun cursed. He had already seen 2 team members injured, while old Wu, responsible for wielding the tranquilizer gun, had yet to fire. "Captain, I want to shoot too, but I can't find an opening. You all need to restrict its movements." The tranquilizer gun was a specialized weapon that the police department did not keep on hand regularly. They had only brought one this time, expecting to resolve the situation with a single shot. Yet the tiger was proving far too agile. It seemed to have an uncanny familiarity with the layout of the B13 villa, darting left and right, cleverly using the furniture to evade capture. Old Wu, holding the tranquilizer gun, had been aiming for an eternity but still could not find an opportunity to fire. It was utterly frustrating. "We can't drag this out any longer. Human strength will never match that of the tiger. We've been resisting for a few minutes, and we're already gasping for breath. If we keep this up, we'll tire out and become vulnerable. One mistake could cost a life. Everyone, let us make one last effort to subdue this South China tiger. If that fails, we will have to draw our weapons and shoot." Hu Jun commanded loudly. As captain, he had to take the initiative to bear the responsibility of ordering a lethal shot. Otherwise, his teammates would be left paralyzed with fear, making it easier for them to fall into danger. Meanwhile, in the live stream, comments poured in. "Are we really going to choose to shoot? Wait, the South China tiger is a national first-class protected animal, and wild South China tigers are exceedingly rare. Indeed, it has been years since the killing of rare animals protected by the state. I'm uncertain, but I have seen in the news that the trafficking of parrots can lead to a minimum sentence of 3 years for the South China tiger. It is conservatively estimated to be 5 years. Is it truly only 5 years? That seems absurd. What a farce this is. What is unfolding before us is an emergency situation. In circumstances of urgent peril, actions taken to protect greater legal rights do not incur legal liability." Yes, I have also heard anecdotes from teacher Luo, stating that when faced with irresistible force, one might resort to extreme measures for survival, even resorting to cannibalism among endangered species. Although such actions might objectively involve the harm of rare animals, they would not bear legal consequences. In the live broadcast, the comments flowed incessantly as the officers, led by Captain Hu, made their final efforts. They reorganized their formation, for individuals braving the front with shields, while others wielded long forks to drive the tiger towards the staircase. The agitated South China tiger roared, retreating 2 steps to the stairs, preparing to leap down from a height. Its massive 1-ton frame, when it lunged from above, unleashed a force far beyond human endurance, scattering the officers' formation. Yet, as the tiger retreated onto the stairs, it inadvertently exposed itself to the line of fire. Old Wu, who had been poised with the tranquilizer gun, finally seized his opportunity. A sharp crack echoed as the specially designed tranquilizer dart soared through the air, covering a distance of over 10 meters to strike the tiger's lower abdomen. It hit. Old Wu exclaimed in exhilaration. Remarkable, Old Wu. The team had been struggling against the fierce tiger, sustaining minor injuries, and their morale had plummeted. However, with Old Wu's precise shot, they were immediately revitalized. They all understood the potency of the tranquilizer if it could incapacitate an elephant. This ferocious South China tiger would surely succumb for at least 6 hours. At last, the mission was successfully accomplished. Just as the officers relaxed, the online viewers were horrified to witness that the tranquilized tiger did not collapse. Its eyes, like bronze bells, exuded a fierce light, clearly incited by pain-fueled rage. Without a roar, the South China tiger silently lunged at the nearest officer. "Look out behind you, officers." Was the tranquilizer ineffective? The officers had no chance to heed the comments. Captain Hu, with keen reflexes, spotted the imminent attack targeting one of his team members. "Xiao Zhang, get down," Hu shouted urgently. Yet, how could his voice compete with the fury of the tiger? Just as Xiao Zhang heard Hu's warning, he turned to see a massive shadow leaping towards him, enveloping him before he could react. With a terrifying roar, the tiger's enormous jaws aimed for Xiao Zhang's neck. Its razor-sharp teeth, measuring over 10 centimeters, threatened to sever his head. Damn it! Old Wu, witnessing this horrifying scene, felt a surge of rage. His earlier shot had inadvertently placed his comrade in peril. He cursed vehemently, swiftly reloading the tranquilizer gun. Bang! Another dart struck the tiger's back. Yet, the beast merely trembled slightly, maintaining its grip to attack again. Could it be that this creature was immune to tranquilizers? Without hesitation, Old Wu grasped another dart from his belt and fired again. Bang! The third tranquilizer dart flew forth. Old Wu continued without pause, firing a fourth shot. The last 2 darts struck the tiger's rear, flooding its bloodstream with the sedative. The once ferocious South China tiger could no longer withstand the onslaught. It staggered as if intoxicated, its limbs faltering before it finally collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. It fell. Finally, it fell. The officers erupted in jubilant roars. The atmosphere in the B-13 villa filled with thunderous cheers. What a thrill! This wild South China tiger is astonishing. For tranquilizer darts to bring it down, what a beast! When that officer was knocked down, my heart nearly leapt from my throat. I thought we would witness a tragedy tonight. A perfect ending, no one injured. And the tiger should be fine. Professor Tao must be overjoyed. Indeed, Professor Tao was elated. The situation unfolding before him was the outcome he had longed for. Capturing a wild South China tiger without any officers harmed. As he beheld the scene, he immediately contacted the leaders of the Jiangzhou Forestry Bureau and the zoo. They would hasten to the site to transport the tiger back to the Jiangzhou Zoo. Members of other institutions in Tao's work group, watching the live stream, were buzzing with excitement, some even booking flights to Jiangzhou. A wild South China tiger presented countless research opportunities. The true habits of the South China tiger. The DNA data of wild populations, their physical characteristics, dietary preferences. Each piece of data was a pursuit for these researchers over the years. The crew, including Wang Miao Miao, sighed in relief. They had been live-streaming the tiger incident throughout the night. The initial disbelief transformed into shock upon arriving at the scene, followed by tension as they witnessed the clash between officers and the tiger. Normally confident and cheerful, Wang Miao Miao had barely spoken during the broadcast, especially when the officers confronted the tiger. The suffocating tension made her feel as though her heart was being gripped tightly. Her face had paled multiple times, and her heart continued to race, failing to settle. "Shall we interview the officers?" After regaining composure, Wang Miaomiu proposed an excellent idea. This was a rare newsworthy event. Who else would have the opportunity to stream a tiger sighting in the city? Moreover, the bravery displayed by Captain Hu and his team was certainly worthy of coverage. Yes, let us conduct interviews and capture clear photographs of the South China tiger. This is primary source material. The crew readily agreed. Wang Miao, microphone in hand, entered the villa, followed closely by the cameraman. Inside, she immediately spotted Captain Hu. "Captain Hu, now that the mission has been successfully completed, how do you feel?" "Naturally, I feel quite good," Hu replied with a smile, as his team prepared to transport the unconscious tiger. However, at that moment, a sudden roar erupted. The crowd was frozen in fear, and Hu, who had been conducting the interview, swiftly drew his sidearm, turning to face the spot where the tiger had been moments ago. If 4 tranquilizer darts could not subdue it, he would have to take lethal action. Yet, when he turned to the tiger's previous position, he was astonished to find the South China tiger peacefully lying on the ground. Sound asleep. Hu Jun was taken aback, for the tiger lay in slumber. Yet, from whence did that roar emanate? He scanned his surroundings, and as his gaze fell upon the corridor leading to the backyard, he fortuitously locked eyes with a pair of bright, piercing tiger eyes. In that fleeting moment, Hu Jun's thoughts crystallized. To his astonishment, there existed a South China tiger in the backyard. Chapter 13. Has the villa become a zoo? Everyone be cautious. There's a tiger in the backyard. Upon spotting a second South China tiger, Hu Jun exclaimed in shock. All the officers instinctively drew their weapons. Old Wu, clutching a tranquilizer gun, hurriedly loaded it, but he only had one tranquilizer dart left. Goodness, meow meow. You must flee. This B13 villa is cursed, isn't it? How can two rare South China tigers appear? I suspect the villa owner hasn't returned for so long that wild animals have turned it into a zoo. Meanwhile, Tao Ming, who had just contacted the Agricultural Bureau from inside the house, leaped up in excitement. Alongside him, researchers from various South China tiger bases shared his exhilaration. Wild tigers rarely form groups unless it is a male and a female, which is precisely the foundation for natural breeding. It is crucial to note that all existing South China tigers are artificially bred, and due to their small population, they cannot avoid inbreeding. Those engaged in biological studies are well aware that the likelihood of genetic diseases in offspring significantly increases with inbreeding. Currently, the South China tiger populations across various bases are suffering from such issues, exhibiting numerous ailments and a lifespan far below normal, with a declining trend each year. If this continues, the artificially bred South China tiger population faces extinction. However, the presence of this male and female pair of wild South China tigers changes everything. The genes of these two wild tigers will fill a vast genetic void in the South China tiger lineage. The once stagnant gene pool will flourish with the addition of these distant relatives' genes. Professor Tao, a distinguished expert, even believed he could expand the existing South China tiger population several-fold using these two wild specimens. Overwhelmed with joy, Tao Ming could not help but slap his thigh in delight. No, he thought. He absolutely could not allow anything to happen to these two tigers. He dialed the live broadcast hotline again. Wang Miao Miao, still recovering from the shock of encountering the newly emerged South China tiger, quickly heard Professor Tao's voice in her earpiece. Host, hand the microphone to Captain Hu. I have something to discuss with him. Tao spoke bluntly, given Tao's special status. Miao Miao complied and handed the entire earpiece to Hu Jun. Captain Hu, we are facing an urgent situation. The pair of South China tigers before us is most likely a male and a female, and their potential for breeding and research holds unimaginable value. I will formally send a request to your city bureau shortly, but you must ensure the safety of these two tigers and capture them. I have already notified the Forestry Bureau and the zoo. They will arrive on-site shortly to assist. Professor Tao struggled to contain his excitement. His computer's work group erupted with activity. A male and female wild South China tiger. Such a rare opportunity had seemingly fallen into their laps. Now that they had encountered it, there was no reason to let it slip away. They must capture them alive. On-site, Hu Jun could easily discern Tao Ming's enthusiasm. However, capturing a tiger alive was no simple task. Just moments ago, one had nearly claimed the life of one of his subordinates. These biologists only cared about their research, completely disregarding the danger to human life. Irritated by this, Hu Jun retorted coldly, Professor Tao, I understand the significant biological value of these South China tigers. But human lives are priceless. Our primary mission today is to rescue people, not assist in capturing tigers. As Hu Jun's frustration grew, he decisively instructed all officers, everyone, prepare your weapons. If that tiger dares to enter the backyard, fire warning shots. If it does not retreat, shoot to kill. Isn't that absurd? Tao Ming seethed on the other end of the line. However, Hu Jun had already hung up the call. Let us commend Captain Hu. Human life takes precedence over everything. Exactly, capturing that tiger already posed enormous risks to the officers. Thankfully, this one hasn't entered the house yet. Indeed, if both tigers were inside, the danger would have multiplied exponentially. Confronting a single tiger had already caused significant trouble for the officers. If they had to deal with two simultaneously, and without the option to shoot, it would not be the police capturing tigers, but rather the tigers hunting the officers. I almost forgot that they came to rescue those three unfortunate thieves, Hu Jun thought, recalling the chaos of the police-tiger showdown. Old Wu, you and the 8 of you keep a close watch on that South China tiger in the backyard. Do not let it enter the house. Deputy, you and Xiao Zhang, come with me upstairs to see what the situation is. Yang Wen was also the notorious thief that the investigation team had longed to apprehend. Hu Jun was as eager to confront Yang Wen as Tao Ming was to see the South China tiger. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Understood. The investigation team promptly assigned their tasks, guns raised in vigilance towards the backyard where the tiger lurked. Meanwhile, the deputy captain and Xiao Zhang, named by Hu Jun, followed closely behind him as they ascended the staircase. According to the information reported by Yang Wang and his accomplices, They should be trapped in the first room on the third floor. Be careful. Ouyang Wang is not much kinder than a tiger, Hu Jun cautioned as they began their ascent. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a piercing scream echoed from upstairs. The anguished tone made Hu Jun furrow his brow in concern. What new trouble had arisen upstairs? Please do not tell me there is a third tiger. Chapter 14. The Decayed Flesh King and the Five-Step Snake. Quick, step up your pace and follow me. Upon hearing the piercing scream, Hu Jun, despite his inner doubts, dutifully led his two teammates up the stairs at a brisk pace. Upon reaching the third floor, Hu Jun immediately spotted a young man collapsed on the floor of a room directly facing the staircase, crying out in agony. It was highly probable that the earlier scream had originated from him. Hu Jun entered the room with his firearm drawn, first scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no hidden threats before holstering his weapon and approaching the young man. Upon closer inspection, Hu Jun noticed the man's lips were turning purple and his complexion had grown pale. Was it you who called the criminal investigation team to confess? What has happened to you? Where are Ouyang Wang and the others? Hu Jun clearly remembered that when Ouyang Wang had called to confess and seek help, 3 distinct voices had been present. As it turned out, just 5 minutes prior, while Hu Jun and his fellow officers were engaged in a fierce battle with the tiger on the first floor, the astute Ouyang Wang had already heard the commotion from the third floor. He quickly deduced that the police had arrived and had successfully lured the tiger away. Ouyang Wang, being quite clever, seized this golden opportunity to escape. You all heard it, right? The tiger downstairs is fighting with the police. This is our chance to flee. Ouyang Wang exclaimed, decisively opening the door to peek outside. As he had anticipated, the southern tiger that had previously trapped them inside the room had vanished without a trace. Let us go. Ouyang Wang beckoned to his 2 apprentices and stepped outside first. Having built a formidable reputation in his field, he had no desire to be captured at this stage of his life. With his notorious title as the King of Thieves, along with the significant amounts involved in his criminal activities, he could potentially face life imprisonment if the city bureau decided to make an example of him. Master, should we not run? Today feels too ominous. Did you not see the live broadcast? We were confronted by a southern tiger, a creature that has gone extinct in the wild. I sense this as a divine warning for us. The young apprentice was genuinely terrified, believing it was a sign that he was ill-suited for the life of a thief, contemplating surrendering to end his criminal career. Upon hearing such superstitious nonsense, Ouyang Wang rolled his eyes and scolded, "Coward! If you choose not to escape, then go ahead and rot in prison. I can't be bothered with you. Xiao Lu, are you coming or not?" Ouyang Wang turned to his other apprentice. Xiao Lu pondered for a moment, also contemplating surrender. After all, it was only his first attempt at theft, and it had ended in failure. The worst he might face would be a 15-day administrative penalty, right? However, with police swarming the first floor, the likelihood of escape was slim. Yet, under Ouyang Wang's fierce gaze, Xiao Lu kept his thoughts to himself, gritting his teeth and choosing to follow his master. The only one left in the room was the unfortunate young thief, now with purple lips and a pale face. I don't know what happened. Just as Master and Brother Lu left, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my foot. Looking down, I saw a fearsome, venomous snake. The young thief lamented his ill fate, while others, like Zhuge Liang, might have met their demise before achieving victory in battle. He felt he was about to meet a similar fate on his first outing. As the pain from the snakebite radiated through his body, the young thief felt as though his entire left leg was engulfed in flames. Just 1 or 2 minutes had passed, and he was already experiencing excruciating agony. Hu Jun, listening to the man's words, became increasingly alert. A snake? There's a snake here? Hu Jun crouched down, rolled up the thief's pant leg, and indeed discovered 2 puncture wounds near his ankle. The surrounding skin had turned black and swollen, with pus oozing out, a clear indication that the snake was venomous. At that moment, Wang Miao Miao and the crew had also arrived, capturing footage of the young thief's injury. Yikes, that wound looks grotesque. I was bitten by a snake when I was a child, but I didn't have such a dramatic reaction. There are so many types of snakes, most are non-venomous. This guy must have encountered a venomous one. As Hu Jun, the team leader, sensed the gravity of the situation, he quickly inquired, "What did the snake look like? Did you see it clearly?" Turning to his deputy, he commanded, "Deputy, call for an ambulance immediately." Given that the young thief had chosen to stay and trust the police, Hu Jun could not allow him to perish here. With that thought, Hu Jun swiftly drew his military knife, making an incision near the wound to expel some of the venomous blood. If he allowed the toxic blood to circulate, he feared the young man might not survive until the ambulance arrived. I didn't see it very clearly, the young thief struggled to recall. What I remember most is that the snake had many triangular patterns on its body. Yes, I remember now. Its head was triangular, and its body was covered with triangular designs, as if it were composed of countless triangular segments. A triangular patterned snake? Hujun was taken aback by the description, wondering if the young man was experiencing hallucinations from the venom. What do you mean a triangular snake? Are you trying to describe a Picasso painting? Aren't snakes typically round and serpentine? Hujun, unable to visualize the creature based on the description, was not alone in his confusion. However, many in the live stream began to piece together the clues. Wait, I think I've heard of such a description before. Could it be a cobra? Definitely not. A cobra's head is oval. Don't just look at the shape of the head. Many snakes have triangular heads. The prominent figures in the live chat engaged in lively debate, but he mentioned that the patterns on its body were also triangular, so it can't be a cobra. Cobras have circular patterns. Triangular patterns? I think I've got it. What is it? Curiosity piqued. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. One user, with the ID snake bar Orochimaru, could no longer contain himself and decided to enlighten the others. The five-step snake, scientifically known as the Trimeresurus stegenegeri, is also known colloquially as the 100-step snake or the 7-step snake. Essentially, if you get bitten and still dare to move around, you can pretty much declare your imminent death. Its venom primarily consists of blood-circulating toxins, distinctly different from the neurotoxins of a cobra. To give you an example, most deaths from neurotoxins occur due to respiratory failure, with mild symptoms at the wound site, leaving a rather serene appearance at death. However, the circulatory toxin of the viper is quite different. It causes the blood within one's body to coagulate into clots, resulting in necrosis. Ultimately, this leads to extensive internal bleeding and a grim fate of vomiting blood and succumbing to death. The venom of the five-step snake is particularly formidable. In addition to damaging blood cells, it can also obliterate muscle cells. Many individuals bitten by the five-step snake, even if they are fortunate enough to survive, face the grim prospect of amputation or other debilitating outcomes. Thus, the five-step snake has garnered a gruesome moniker, the king of rotting flesh. I understand now, one might say. I do not comprehend it entirely, but I know that this thief has sent a message. Indeed, the thief replies, I have sent it. A moment of silence ensues. Perhaps we should write a will. Time is of the essence. The barrage of comments in the live stream is visible on the tablet held by Wang Miaomiao's assistant. Hujun, observing the outpouring of condolences in the comments, furrows his brow. The thief has already turned himself in, should he perish during the live broadcast. The responsibility of the criminal investigation team would be inescapable. Moreover, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. Hujun hastily addresses the microphone. Friends in the live stream, is there truly no way to save him? That is not to say that there is no hope. The golden window for treating snake venom is 40 minutes. If the victim can receive the anti-venom within that time frame, the chances of successful treatment are significantly heightened. The issue lies in the fact that we are conducting a remote analysis and cannot ascertain whether the snake that bit him is indeed a 5-step snake. Unless Captain who can capture the snake to confirm its species and provide the corresponding anti-venom to the hospital, there may still be hope. Remember, the golden window is only 40 minutes. Once the time has elapsed, the venom will have entered the internal circulation, rendering even divine intervention futile. Once again, they find themselves racing against time. Hujun feels a sense of urgency. At this moment, the team members downstairs must also keep a close watch on the tiger in the backyard, leaving no manpower to spare. He turns to the crew accompanying Wang Miaomiao and asks, could I trouble you to help search? Let us first look on this floor. The person who was bitten should still be here. Wait, you want us to help find the venomous snake? The cameraman, visibly alarmed, protests. While he would dare to charge into the fray with his camera, he harbors a genuine fear of snakes. Such creatures defy rationality. Some individuals are inherently powerless against them. Rest assured, as long as we find the snake and capture a photograph, it will suffice for the hospital to identify the type of venom. There is no need to actually catch it. ISNT capturing images your forte? Hujun reassures the cameraman. Wang Miaomiao, filled with righteous fervor, adds, exactly. Capturing images is your specialty. We are here to save a life and do a good deed. We cannot shy away. Reluctantly, the cameraman acquiesces. Hujun briefly assigns tasks, and the 3 police officers along with 3 crew members commence their search on the 3rd floor. However, despite their thorough examination of every room, they find no trace of the 5-step snake described by online commentators. Could it be that the snake has already fled? The group reconvenes in the initial room, where the thief, bitten by the snake, now exhibits severe swelling in his left leg. He is violently expelling clotted blood onto the floor. This is terrifying. I came here to focus on public welfare. How did it turn into this? Is his blood, as the experts mentioned earlier, already entirely coagulated due to the snake venom? And his left leg, it seems amputation is imminent. Seeing the victim's condition deteriorate, Jun feels a wave of frustration. Since they cannot find the snake on the 3rd floor, they must proceed to the 2nd floor. Time is running short, so let us pick up the pace. Jun can only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Wang Miao Miao and her team prepare to move to the 2nd floor in search of the snake. However, at that moment, Wang Miao Miao is suddenly startled. A cold, delicate sensation has unexpectedly begun to crawl up her leg. Dressed in a short skirt and high heels, accustomed to the chill, she feels an unsettling presence on her leg. Wang Miao Miao shudders, fighting to suppress her fear as she casts her gaze downward. Nearly fainting upon the sight. Miao Miao, what is wrong? Her assistant, quick to react, supports her. Wang Miao Miao, now paralyzed by fear, dares not look down again. Instead, she points shakily at the ground and stammers, "Snake, snake, snake." What? Her assistant and the cameraman instinctively glance at the direction she is pointing. The cameraman's camera droops, inadvertently directing the lens toward Wang Miao Miao's feet. Thus, in the live stream, a glaringly white leg comes into view. Coiled menacingly upon that leg is a fearsome venomous snake. The triangular head of the serpent aligns perfectly with the camera, flicking its tongue in and out. In that instant, the live stream audience erupts into chaos. Chapter 15, The Battle Between Man and Serpent. Wow, this snake is so white. Ugh, those legs are so long. Wait, this snake looks fierce. I'm a bit scared but really want to see. What should I do? Could the old pervert upstairs please be quiet? What time is it? I'm worried about Miao Miao. Worried one. Oh no, Miao Miao, please don't move. The live stream was filled with banter and gasps of shock. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals on site were frozen in place. None of them anticipated that this 5-step snake would appear in such a manner. And they were all too terrified to move, fearing they might startle the venomous creature. In reality, they could have escaped, but any movement would surely provoke the snake. The venomous serpent coiled around Wang Miao Miao's legs, and the sight of its grotesque triangular head turning to bite down on her fair skin was too horrific to contemplate. This would undoubtedly become the most significant live broadcast incident for the People's Concerns program, transforming into sensational news that would captivate the entire city. The cameraman felt a twinge of discomfort in his back as he remained rigid, his gaze darting towards Captain Jun. Officer, what should we do now? I can barely hold this camera. Under normal circumstances, the cameraman could easily shoulder the equipment for hours. But after bending down to look at Wang Miao Miao's feet, he was now awkwardly hunched over, relying solely on his right hand to support the weight of the camera. He was reluctant to change positions, especially since the 5-step snake was fixated on his lens. Confirmed, this is indeed a 5-step snake, and it is a rare albino variety. Typically, 5-step snakes have a coloration ranging from dark gray to black, but this one is pale yellowish-white, clearly an albino breed. Due to the cameraman's unusual posture, he inadvertently captured a close-up of the snake. Experts in the live stream seized this rare opportunity for analysis. Wow, the guy upstairs is also knowledgeable? I've been handling snakes for years. Do you think I just made up my ID as Big Snake Maru? No way. Are you planning to compete with me? Haha, I've already bought my high-speed train ticket, see you. My flight is faster than yours. By the way, let me provide some insight. Cameraman, don't worry. That 5-step snake isn't staring at your camera. In fact, snakes have poor eyesight. They mainly rely on infrared sensing for heat detection. It's probably just reacting to the warmth of your camera. This is actually a great opportunity for the officers. While it's distracted, seize it and I'll come over to assist. Per eyesight? Jun stood nearby, hesitant to make a move. But he noticed the assistant's tablet lighting up with comments. If the 5-step snake was currently captivated by the heat from the camera, then now was the perfect moment to act. Gathering his courage, Jun decisively lunged forward, reaching for Wang Miao Miao's leg. The snake's static vision may have been poor, but it was highly sensitive to movement. Sensing danger, its menacing triangular head snapped around, hissing as it lunged at Jun's outstretched hand. Damn. Didn't they say it couldn't see me? Jun saw the snake's actions, but had no time to react. In that split second, he realized he needed years of martial arts training at Shaolin to change tactics. With no other choice, he braced himself and met the snake's ferocity head-on. Just as the massive head was about to sink its fangs into his wrist, he swiftly clamped down on its head. Once he had a grip, fearing the snake might escape, he quickly used his other hand to secure it, holding the head tightly to prevent it from biting. As one of the world's deadliest snakes, the 5-step snake was not accustomed to such indignities. It released its hold on Wang Miao Miao and coiled around Hu Jun's arm, its muscular body exerting an unimaginable force. Hu Jun's arm muscles visibly bulged as he struggled, his fingers losing strength and involuntarily loosening their grip. What the hell? The viewers in the live stream were stunned. They thought Hu Jun had subdued the situation. But the moment they were about to cheer, it turned into an exclamation of disbelief. They knew venomous snakes were dangerous, but they hadn't anticipated the raw power of the five-step snake without even using its venom. What are you all staring at? Help! Hu Jun's right arm throbbed painfully, yet he managed to keep his left hand pressing down on the snake's head. However, the more force he applied, the more aggressive the snake became, and it seemed like it might crush his right arm. The other two stunned officers finally snapped out of their daze upon hearing Hu Jun's plea, summoning their courage to assist. One helped to restrain the snake's head, while the other searched for tools. Use this. Wang Miao Miao's assistant hurried over, her life experience shining through as she grabbed a comforter from the room. These comforters consist of an outer cover and an inner filling. The assistant quickly unzipped the inner layer, removing the filling, leaving behind a large bag that could temporarily contain the five-step snake. With a makeshift container at hand, everyone gathered around Hu Jun, working together to pry the snake off his arm. They managed to wrangle the five-step snake into the comforter cover, swiftly zipping it shut. Phew. As they watched the snake thrashing inside the confines of the comforter, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Its sharp fangs were indeed formidable, capable of inflicting deep wounds, but it would struggle to tear through the fabric. In this state, the five-step snake posed no threat. At this point, Wang Miao Miao, who had been ensnared by the snake earlier, finally felt the fear wash over her. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. That vicious five-step snake scared my Miao Miao. This snake is indeed fierce. Even trapped, it rides incessantly. Did you all see how long its fangs are? They could rival an infant's finger. One bite could easily pierce a palm. Don't you think this B13 villa is haunted? Where do all these terrifying creatures come from? Now that you mention it, with tigers and venomous snakes, what is next? Wolves and leopards. Suddenly, as if to validate the viewer's comments, Wang Miao Miao let out a piercing scream. What happened? Hu Jun, now on high alert, instinctively reached for his sidearm upon hearing her shriek. With tigers and snakes about, he was uncertain how many more dangers lay ahead. Miao Miao, what is wrong? The assistant and the cameraman turned to her, startled by her frightened expression. Sitting on the ground, Wang Miao Miao's face had drained of color. Trembling, she raised her hand, pointing shakily at the cameraman. The assistant and the police officers followed her gaze, their expressions perplexed. What on earth is happening? Is he taking advantage of the situation? What? The cameraman was bewildered, quickly defending himself. I didn't do anything. Miao Miao's scream and her finger pointing at him led everyone to assume he had done something inappropriate, but he had merely been filming the entire time. At that moment, Miao Miao was so scared she couldn't articulate her thoughts. She simply shook her head repeatedly, pointing once more. It was then that Hu Jun and the others understood her intent. She was pointing at the cameraman, but rather at the camera resting on his shoulder. But what issue could the camera possibly have? In that instant, as everyone turned their gaze towards the camera, even the distinguished gentlemen present on the scene were suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 16. Endangered, yet another endangered species? A furry creature was sprawled across the lens of the camera, streaming live to countless mobile devices. What on earth is this? What is crawling on my phone? Damn it, I just smashed my computer screen. The entire screen of the live broadcast was dominated by a colossal spider, covered in yellow fur. It occupied the full width of the lens, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, and under the zoom, individual hairs were distinctly visible, its grotesque visage sending shivers down the spines of the viewers. A few individuals, unwell, nearly succumbed to heart attacks, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Photographer, please do not move. Hu Jun could not identify the species of the spider before him, but having encountered the South China tiger and the five-step snake before, he instinctively feared that this spider was also a rare breed, possibly venomous. If I remain still, will it remain motionless as well? The photographer was frozen in fear. Others could see the spider, yet his view was obstructed by the camera, leaving him unable to see the creature up close. The unknown terror, coupled with the pale faces of Wang Miao Miao and others, left him to frighten himself with mere imagination. Will it move? I truly cannot ascertain, but you best remain still. Hu Jun was uncertain on how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Wang Miao Miao. Host, can you stand up now? Ask the viewers in the live chat if anyone recognizes this creature. What should we do? Compared to previous encounters with the South China tiger and the five-step snake, Hu Jun felt the viewers were remarkably knowledgeable. Gulps of unease echoed as Wang Miao Miao swallowed hard to steady herself, rising once more and inhaling deeply to calm her heart, still shaken by the five-step snake. She grasped the microphone and inquired, "Dear viewers, we are facing an unforeseen situation. I believe you can all see the large spider on the screen. Does anyone know what species this is? Is it venomous? What should we do?" Her three-part inquiry, however, yielded no knowledgeable responses in the chat. No way. There were people who handled snakes, but no one for spiders? I handle spiders, but mine are pet species. I have never encountered such a large specimen. It looks somewhat familiar. It resembles a tarantula, but I cannot be certain. If I am not mistaken, the user above is Professor Tao Ming? Even Professor Tao is unsure of this spider's species. Each field has its experts. It is evident that the professor specializes in larger animals like tigers. Professor, you are a prominent figure in the biological community, a former National Academy member. Could you consult your colleagues? Indeed, you must have expert friends in this area. Please hold on a moment. Professor Tao Ming indeed called an old friend, as he increasingly believed that the creature sprawling before the camera was the exceedingly rare tarantula. However, he sought confirmation from a colleague renowned for their research on arthropods, an esteemed zoologist in the first tier of academia within the country. Tao? It has been years since you last called. What brings you to contact me? Are you in the capital looking to grab a drink? The recipient of the call was surprised to see Professor Tao's name. Researchers like them were not particularly social and seldom contacted one another without reason. I have encountered a rare large spider, resembling a tarantula, and I am calling to confirm. A tarantula? The voice on the other end perked up momentarily, then dulled. No way, tarantulas have been extinct in the country for years. The last sightings were over a decade ago in the southern regions. I believe those were the only two remaining. You are in Jiangzhou. How could it possibly be there? Why would I lie? I saw 2 wild South China tigers in Jiangzhou today. Professor Tao could not resist boasting. In the city? Wild South China tigers? Are you joking? They have long been extinct in the wild. The man on the other end cursed. Professor Tao chuckled. You might want to check the local television broadcast. Tune into Jiangzhou's channel, and you'll understand. Curious, yet skeptical, the old friend switched on the TV and tuned to the Jiangzhou station. His eyes widened in disbelief. The enormous spider dominating the screen was none other than the tarantula he had yearned to study. Goodness! He exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Professor Tao, hearing his friend's exclamation, could not help but laugh. Where is this live broadcast taking place? I must go there immediately. This is the South China's tarantula. It is in Jiangzhou. Hurry over. I also mentioned the South China tiger. You will be amazed. Professor Tao was eager to play host. After hanging up, he promptly began replying in the chat. I have contacted an expert for confirmation. This is indeed the South China's tarantula. Moreover, this tarantula is an endangered species. Please be mindful to protect it and refrain from harming it. Endangered species, yet another rare endangered species? I can hardly regard the term rare anymore, with so many appearing. Can they truly still be considered rare? I too am baffled. Venomous creatures keep surfacing. Could this B13 villa be linked to some peculiar dimension? My greatest curiosity now lies with the owner of B13. Do they know or remain oblivious? Who knows? If all these endangered species were indeed brought in by the B13 owner, it would surely warrant a life sentence. Wait, if the B13 owner is collecting these endangered species, shouldn't they receive an award? Have you not seen how excited Professor Tao and the others are? Clearly, they cannot find these rare animals. You might have a point there. The viewers reveled in the unfolding drama, while Hu Jun found himself utterly bewildered. Endangered species and the demand for protection. All while he had someone poisoned by a 5-step snake lying nearby, visibly deteriorating. Was he here to save lives or to safeguard these rare creatures? Hu Jun felt overwhelmed. But Professor Tao remained undeterred, continuing to guide in the chat. Captain Hu, are you still there? Although this tarantula is large, its venom is not particularly harmful to humans. If you are quick and brave, simply capture it in a container. Even if you happen to get bitten, it should not pose a significant issue. A visit to the hospital within 6 hours for a cleanse and some antivenom will suffice. Shouldn't be a big deal if bitten. Upon reading this, Hu Jun's lips twitched. Why don't you come and take a bite? Yet, he was all too aware of Professor Tao's stature. He had no choice but to follow orders. All right, fine, Hu Jun relented, feeling resigned. Exhausted though he may be, one must muster the spirit to rise and fulfill their duties. He paced around the room in search of a suitable container, swiftly spotting a transparent glass vase perched upon the windowsill. The opening of this vase was nearly the same size as that of a bowl, ample enough to accommodate the tarantula. This will do, he thought. Hu Jun seized the vase, discarding the flowers and water within, before approaching the photographer. "Are you ready?" he inquired of the cameraman, who nodded eagerly and assumed a steady stance. With dexterity, Hu Jun inverted the vase and swiftly pressed it over the lens, entirely enveloping the tarantula beneath it. Startled, the creature scuttled frantically along the interior of the vase, yet with the vase snugly fitted over the lens. It could find no means of escape. Hu Jun, with patience, observed the arachnid through the transparent glass, and upon noticing it had traversed a few laps and ceased its struggles, he seized the opportunity to remove the vase from the lens. He quickly grabbed a pillowcase from the bed and secured it over the opening of the vase. "Phew, another one caught," he sighed with relief, placing the vase on the floor. "Wait, what was I going to say again?" He chuckled to himself. First the tiger, then the venomous snake, and now a spider. Is this truly the work of a criminal investigator? He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity, turning to a nearby officer. "Go downstairs and check if the fire department, forestry bureau, and zoo personnel have arrived. They need to come here immediately. This is their responsibility. What business do we, the criminal investigators, have with this?" "Understood, Captain. I'll check right away," the officer replied, hurrying downstairs. Just then, the officer returned in a rush, accompanied by 2 medical personnel carrying a stretcher. "Captain, reinforcements have arrived. The forestry and fire department teams are downstairs preparing, and the ambulance is here. Let them take the injured to the hospital for treatment." Hu Jun nodded in acknowledgement, but he was also reminded of the elusive Ouyang Wang. As the medical team lifted the stretcher, preparing to transport the young thief for treatment, he hastened to inquire, "Did you notice which way your master, Ouyang Wang, and another person went?" The young thief, already fading in and out of consciousness due to the venom of the 5-step snake, managed to point weakly toward the end of the corridor. "They should have gone to that room," he murmured before losing consciousness, prompting the medical personnel to hasten their pace toward the ground floor. "Ouyang Wang, this time I will surely catch you," Hu Jun thought, following the young thief's last indication. It led to the end of the 3rd floor, likely the master bedroom. He gestured to the 2 officers nearby, and the 3 drew their firearms, forming a tactical formation as they approached the master bedroom. Upon bursting into the room, they were met with an unsettling emptiness. This cannot be. The windows are welded shut, and the security bars are intact. Where could they have escaped? Hu Jun furrowed his brow, pondering whether Ouyang Wang had managed to slip away once more. "I refuse to believe it. Search thoroughly," he commanded. The 3 officers began to overturn bedding and scour the wardrobe, but the room was small, and it was implausible for 2 individuals to conceal themselves without detection. Could Ouyang Wang possess the ability to walk through walls? The accompanying officers gasped in disbelief. Yet Hu Jun was undeterred. Noting the absence of anyone in the bedroom, he ventured into the attached bathroom. A cursory glance revealed a significant hole in the wall of the shower area, and comprehension dawned upon him. Ouyang Wang had dismantled the bathroom vent fan and escaped through that opening. He quickly instructed an officer to bring a stool, climbed atop it, and peered out through the vent, eager to trace Ouyang Wang's path. To his astonishment, Hu Jun's eyes widened, for the vent led directly down to the backyard on the 1st floor. A sudden realization struck him. They had left an unaddressed tiger behind. If Ouyang Wang had descended from this point, it would mean a direct encounter with the female South China tiger. They couldn't have vanished, could they? Chapter 17. The tigress in the backyard. "Captain, what's the situation?" The opening of the exhaust fan was small, and Hu Jun climbed up to investigate while the others could only curiously inquire. "This is a serious problem. The exhaust fan leads directly down to the backyard of the 1st floor, and it is highly likely that Ouyang Wang has gone in there." "What?" The officers gasped in shock. Isn't that tigress still contained inside? Surely, Ouyang Wang and his companions won't encounter that beast, will they? Indeed. We cannot ascertain whether Ouyang Wang and his apprentice are still down there after descending. Hu Jun felt a throbbing headache. As a public servant sworn to protect, he could not simply stand by in the face of danger. With a resigned sigh, he decided to go down and check. Fortunately, the fire brigade and forestry personnel had already arrived, and driving away the remaining tigress should not pose too great a challenge. Captain Hu is truly a paragon of virtue. Indeed, if it were me, I would care less for that old rogue's life. Why risk myself to save him? What a fool's errand. It's utterly shameless. When he was trapped by the tiger, he wept and begged for mercy, yet once the police intervened, he fled, without a shred of remorse. He is bound to commit crimes again. Dear police, do not rescue them. Let them meet their fate at the jaws of the tiger. A fitting punishment from the heavens. The viewers in the live stream bombarded Ouyang Wang with scathing comments. Nevertheless, Hu Jun, bound by duty, could not bear to witness anyone perish beneath the claws of the beast. He descended to the 1st floor, briefing the fire brigade and forestry personnel on the situation. Upon hearing Hu Jun's description, both departments immediately donned their full protective gear designed to fend off wasps. In Hu Jun's account, the B-13 villa bore no distinction from the depths of a wild forest. Tigers, venomous snakes, and spiders had all made their unwelcome appearances. And who knew what other dangers lurked therein? Moreover, when Hu Jun peered down from the exhaust fan on the third floor, he was astounded to discover that the B-13 backyard was a dense thicket. Though its area was modest, roughly 100 square meters, the foliage was extraordinarily lush, rendering Hu Jun's vision unable to penetrate the treetops, leaving him in the dark about the situation below. While the fire and forestry personnel readied themselves, Hu Jun kept busy, instructing his subordinates to investigate the background of the B-13 homeowner. Captain, we've already stated that our city bureau lacks the authority to access information from that mysterious agency. If the city bureau lacks the authority, let the chief request it from the province. I am confident that the viewers online, including renowned professors like Tao Ming, are equally curious about this individual's identity. We must apply pressure from above. Agreed. 10,086. Captain who embodies the will of millions of internet users. The curiosity surrounding Chen Haoming, the owner of B-13, had reached a fever pitch among both Hu Jun and the online viewers. The thought of Chen Haoming cohabiting with such strange creatures sent shivers down their spines. How had he managed to survive unscathed among these ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures? The five-step snake and the South China tiger were notorious, and even the least threatening of the lot, the bird-eating spider, could prove fatal with a single misstep. Was it possible that Chen Haoming possessed some extraordinary ability akin to that of a beast master? The officers, upon receiving their orders, moved aside to make phone calls. Meanwhile, Wang Miao Miao, who had been ensnared by the venomous snake, had just completed her medical examination. Fortunately, you were not bitten by the five-step snake. But your complexion is poor and your heart rate is elevated. You should rest, the doctor advised the female host. I'm fine. I only experienced a momentary fright. Wang Miaomi responded, already recovering from her shock and feeling more exhilarated than ever. Her face glowed with excitement, having hosted for nearly 5 years. This was her first encounter with such thrilling circumstances. No, she realized this might well be the most exhilarating moment of her life. Just then, a call came in from the television station. Miao Miao, your program has gone viral tonight. The director's enthusiastic greeting echoed through the line. Our station's revenue has surged, placing us in the top 10 nationwide for the first time. The viewership for this live stream has surpassed 10 million. Given the unique nature of the broadcast, I have arranged for several male hosts to take over for you. I understand that you faced quite the ordeal with the tiger and snake, the director said with consideration. However, Wang Miaomiu became agitated upon hearing this. After enduring so many challenges, now that the program was at its peak, the director wanted to replace her? Absolutely not. She declared firmly. I admit I was startled earlier, but that does not mean a man could do better than me. I have been hosting this show for 2 years now. If you replace me with someone else at this last minute, you might as well dismiss me permanently. That's not what I meant. The director was taken aback by Wang Miaomiao's vehement response, quickly attempting to soothe her. I only thought that with the program taking on an adventurous angle, it might be more convenient for a male host. I understand what you mean. You think women are inferior to men? I will finish this program, no matter what. Wang Miaomiao retorted defiantly. Exactly, now that the ratings are high. You want to replace our Miao Miao so someone else can reap the rewards? Let us give a round of applause for the brave Miao Miao. Indeed. Who could remain calm when ensnared by a five-step snake? Only a fool would not fear such a creature, which ranks among the top 10 most venomous snakes in the world. Support poured in from Miao Miao's fans in the live chat. But the director found himself in a quandary. He bore no prejudice, yet dangerous live broadcasts did indeed favor male hosts, at the very least for their speed and escape. Nearby, Hu Jun overheard the heated exchange between Wang Miaomiao and her superior. He wished to interject with words of encouragement, but given Wang Miaomiao's fierce demeanor, he hesitated to speak. At that moment, a series of roars erupted from the direction of the backyard. Had the tigress become enraged? Were Ouyang Wang and his companions discovered? Quick, we must rescue them. The fire and forestry personnel had nearly donned their protective gear, and Hu Jun and his fellow officers, unwilling to lag behind, armed themselves with riot gear and followed suit. As they rushed toward the source of the commotion, the roars of the tiger intensified, and they faintly discerned another low, furious growl. Was there another beast besides the South China tiger? Suddenly, the sounds of human cheers echoed in the air. What was happening? Everyone was momentarily bewildered, hastening their steps toward the backyard. A formidable contingent of nearly 20 individuals, firefighters, forestry officials, detectives, and the production team poured into the backyard. However, the scene that greeted them left them utterly speechless. Before their eyes was not the gruesome sight of the South China tiger attacking Ouyang Wang and his apprentice, but rather a large brown panda and the South China tiger engaged in a fierce standoff. This panda was unlike any they had ever seen. Its coloration was distinct from the typical black and white varieties found in zoos. While ordinary pandas sport black circles around their eyes, this one had fur in soft hues of brown and white, with its iconic black markings replaced by brown shadows. Its stature was also significantly larger than that of an average panda. At that moment, it stood upright, confronting the female South China tiger, appearing even taller than the 1.8-meter-tall Hu Jun, and its build was several times more robust. What on earth? How can a panda be so enormous? I've never seen one with such unusual fur color. Could this be yet another rare species? A glowing panda? My goodness. It's about to clash with the South China tiger. In the blink of an eye, the wild South China tiger would not tolerate any intrusion into her territory, especially when the giant panda before her had adopted a combative stance, challenging the majesty of the forest sovereign. With a resounding roar, the tigress propelled herself forward, aiming to sink her teeth into the panda's arm. Unfazed, the brown panda countered with a powerful swipe of its paws, pinning the fierce tiger to the ground, preventing her from reaching him. Caught off guard, the South China tiger was momentarily subdued, her face in the dirt, and she angrily struggled to rise, shaking the mud from her fur before launching another assault on the panda. Yet, the panda remained calm and collected. With deft movements, it skillfully defended itself, rendering the tiger's ferocious attempts to bite futile. The tiger's powerful claws, which could typically crush a creature with a single swipe, seemed ineffectual against the panda, unable to penetrate its thick layer of subcutaneous fat. Goodness, isn't the panda supposed to be the epitome of cuteness? How can it be so fierce? It seems to be holding its ground against the South China tiger, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. That fighting style looks somewhat familiar. Could it be Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi, utilizing softness to overcome strength? Go, Panda King! Cheered a young man standing behind the panda, his excitement palpable. Everyone turned to him, puzzled, noting his lack of any gear. He did not appear to be a rescuer. This fellow isn't one of our forestry department personnel, someone remarked. Nor was he part of the fire brigade. He was merely a young thief who had climbed down from the ventilation shaft with Ouyang. Upon realizing this, Hu Jun's mind raced with questions. Why did this thief seem so familiar with the brown panda, calling it Panda King? And where had Ouyang disappeared to? Before Hu Jun could confront the thief, the fierce battle between the tiger and panda intensified, separating them. The two beasts were oblivious to the onlookers, their eyes ablaze with ferocity as they clashed once more. The ground beneath them bore witness to their struggle, pockmarked with holes from their powerful limbs and deep scratches from their frantic movements. How savage! Is this really the adorable panda I know? A tiger has been thrown by a panda? How brutal! This panda's paw to my face would surely knock my brains out. The viewers in the live stream were astonished, their perceptions of the panda's cuteness shattered. However, some viewers with a deeper understanding of pandas began to educate others. Your knowledge of pandas seems confined to zoos. In such carefree environments, pandas indeed exhibit gentler temperaments and rarely attack other animals. But in the wild, they must confront various carnivorous predators to survive. They lack the ability to hide or the instinct to flee swiftly. Their only recourse against predators is their ferocity in close combat. Typically, even tigers hesitate to attack pandas in the wild. Provoking one could lead to dire consequences. Remember, the panda's true name is giant cat bear, as it is fundamentally a bear. Among the commentators was a knowledgeable expert from the Panda Protection Research Center, a notable figure in the animal kingdom. Director Hu, is that you? Someone recognized the ID, astonished by the number of distinguished figures present in the live stream. Indeed, it is I, but the focus should be on the panda, a ferocious wild panda, and a rare brown variant at that. Historically, there have only been 7 documented cases of this phenotypic reversal. Director Hu expressed his excitement with fervor. I must urgently book a flight from Sichuan to Jiangzhou. Chapter 18. So it turns out to be Kung Fu Panda? The audience waited momentarily for Director Hu to respond. But there was silence. Could it be that Director Hu really bought a ticket and rushed to the scene? Someone speculated. Is the ancestral giant panda truly that rare? Another chimed in, urging for screenshots. Forget screenshots. I recorded the entire live stream. If you want it, pay me 50, came a reply. Amidst the playful banter in the live stream, the battle between the two ferocious beasts had reached a fever pitch. The brown giant panda began to exhibit movements reminiscent of professional boxing, resembling a martial artist in training. The chat erupted once more. Kung Fu Panda really exists. Art is derived from life. That left hook is incredible. Quick, use the nunchaku. However, the situation gradually turned unfavorable for the giant panda. Despite its agility and human-like boxing stances, the panda lacked sharp teeth and claws, rendering it incapable of inflicting real harm on the South China tiger before it. On the contrary, the tiger's fearsome fangs and biting force could easily sever the panda's leg. As the struggle continued, the brown panda, despite its seemingly learned moves, found itself in an inevitable predicament. In a moment of carelessness, it was charged by the South China tiger, which rammed into its abdomen. The weight of the tiger sent the panda crashing to the ground, landing with a thud that nearly left it incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger sprang forward, its massive jaws aimed at the panda's leg. "Watch out, panda!" cried a thief standing behind the giant panda. Horrified at the prospect of facing the tiger himself if the panda fell, Hu Jun was equally alarmed. The brown giant panda was an extraordinarily rare biological resource. If it were to be killed by the tiger, the professors would surely storm the police station in outrage. Firefighters and forestry officials watched in shock. Their superiors had stressed the utmost importance of protecting these wild animals. Any casualties would constitute a grave dereliction of duty. Whereas the tranquilizer gun? Shoot it now. Initially, only one tranquilizer gun had been dispatched from the city bureau, but the forestry department, accustomed to dealing with wildlife, had a stockpile. With the present danger, they wasted no time, brandishing 3 tranquilizer guns and firing. Whoosh! The dart struck the tiger's hind leg, rear, and back. Those without tranquilizer guns brandished steel forks and riot shields, the combined strength of nearly 20 professionals pressing down on the tiger, creating a force of several tons. No matter how fierce the tiger was, it could not withstand such an onslaught. It struggled momentarily before the tranquilizers took effect. Within a minute, the female tiger succumbed to slumber, following her mate into unconsciousness. "It's asleep. Call the zoo to take it away," Hu Jun ordered. And someone dashed out to summon the zoo personnel. Meanwhile, Hu Jun and his team turned their attention to the brown giant panda. "We must capture this one too." They were aware of Director Hu's earlier mention. Throughout recorded history, only 7 brown giant pandas had ever been documented, making this an unparalleled opportunity. Capturing this panda alive would surely be a monumental achievement. Be careful not to harm it. Reload the tranquilizer guns. Hu Jun commanded the forestry officials. They complied swiftly, reloading their weapons and preparing to aim. Yet, the brown giant panda appeared almost sentient. Upon witnessing the crowd subdue the tiger, it raised its hands to its round, furry face and made a playful grimace, then rolled away, transforming into a round ball as it darted into the nearby dense forest. The patch of woods was small, about 10 by 10 meters, but densely packed with vegetation and bamboo, obscuring any sight of the panda. Once it vanished into the greenery, it was as if it had never existed. Hu Jun and his colleagues were left bewildered. Did that panda just act like a human? Did it just make a face at us? At that moment, the young thief, who had been hiding behind the panda, found himself exposed to Hu Jun and the detectives. "Wait for me, panda," he exclaimed, realizing his predicament. Reacting quickly, he attempted to flee into the thicket after the panda, but Hu Jun would not allow him to escape. He fired a warning shot into the air. "Stop right there. If you run, I will shoot." The gunshot echoed. The thief, intimidated by the display of force, raised his hands in surrender. Hu Jun gestured for 2 detectives to approach, handcuffing the young thief and escorting him back. "What happened? Explain everything from the beginning." Hu Jun holstered his weapon and approached the thief. "Don't try any tricks. The entire city has seen your attempted burglary live. Be wise and confess. You might receive leniency." "It's not my fault. It was that scoundrel Ouyang who led us. I thought he was a good mentor, but when danger struck, he bolted." The young thief, resigned, looked up at Hu Jun with a forced smile. "I'll confess, but can I at least get a drink? I'm parched." Chapter 19. Is Mr. Bear truly insightful? Hu Jun commanded his men to bring the thief back into the room, generously offering him a bottle of cola. The thief, having experienced quite a scare that day, gulped down half a bottle, quenching his thirst and calming his nerves before finally opening up. The viewers of the live broadcast were already aware of the situation. The 2 young thieves had set out that day with their master, Ouyang Wang, to the long-anticipated B13 villa, hoping to make a substantial haul. However, upon entering, they found no valuables and were unexpectedly cornered by a tiger in a room on the 3rd floor. With no other option, they had to call for help. And once the police successfully diverted the tiger's attention, Ouyang Wang led the thief through the ventilation shaft of the restroom to escape. Climbing down the pipe to the backyard on the 1st floor, they barely steadied themselves before encountering a massive figure before them. Assuming they had stumbled into a police ambush, They immediately raised their hands in surrender. Upon closer inspection, however, they realized it was not a tiger, but a large creature sitting on the ground, munching on something. At that moment, Ouyang Wang, that old scoundrel, the young thief recounted his indignation, for Ouyang had mistaken the creature for a ferocious brown bear, and in a panic, kicked the thief towards the bear as bait before fleeing himself. Caught off guard, the young thief collided with the creature, nearly wetting himself in terror. Who could forget the terrifying reputation of a brown bear? A single swipe could shatter a person's face, and another could end their life. In that moment of sheer fright, the young thief felt paralyzed, unable to confront a bear. Even with 9 lives, he wouldn't dare. He could only stand frozen, waiting for a miracle. When the bear turned its head, the thief discovered that, indeed, a miracle had occurred. The brown creature before him was not the vicious bear he had imagined, but rather a giant panda, a national treasure. Who could fail to recognize it? Renowned for its adorably clumsy demeanor and voracious appetite, albeit with slightly different fur coloration. The thief, feeling triumphant, recounted how he had initially thought nothing of it, realizing that Mr. Bear was merely a docile panda, which eased his anxiety. However, having collided with the creature, it was only fitting to express some form of apology, wasn't it? Observing the panda seated on the ground enjoying bamboo, he hurried over to assist in peeling the bamboo shoots. After the panda devoured a couple of pieces, it regarded him as a companion and even offered him a bamboo shoot to taste. The young thief implied that it was as if the panda had initiated a brotherhood with him. Hu Jun listened with skepticism and inquired, "So, why do you refer to that panda as Mr. Bear?" The thief hesitated momentarily. In truth, he had not been nearly as composed as he portrayed. When Ouyang Wang had kicked him towards the brown panda, he had been petrified. The panda, not one to be trifled with, was merely enjoying its dinner when disturbed. Upon spotting the thief, it had raised a paw, ready to strike him down. In that life-threatening moment, the thief fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, calling it Brother Bear, and then, realizing that his tone lacked sufficient respect, quickly corrected himself to Mr. Bear, "Spare me." Miraculously, the panda seemed to possess an understanding of human sentiments, halting its impending strike at the sight of the kneeling thief. Overjoyed, the thief quickly demonstrated his respect by picking up a fallen bamboo shoot, peeling it, and offering it to Mr. Bear. The panda, impressed by his peeling skills, decided to keep him close as a helper, not out of brotherhood but merely as an amusing notion. The young thief continued, "After that, I focused on peeling bamboo for Mr. Bear. I was unaware that a great tiger had stealthily approached from behind, launching a surprise attack. I felt a chill run down my spine, with no time to react. Thankfully, Mr. Bear was agile, swiftly swatting the tiger away. The ensuing battle between Mr. Bear and the tiger drew a large crowd, and as you witnessed, it was quite the spectacle. The young thief reflected on his own cleverness. Without his nimble bamboo peeling, he might have been lost. Does that mean the panda actually saved the young thief's life? Ouyang Wang truly displayed a lack of humanity, shoving his apprentice towards a ferocious beast to save himself. Fortunate indeed to encounter our national treasure. Had it been a brown bear, a single swipe would have ended it all. Who would have imagined such a convoluted tale? Mr. Bear is an admirable title. I shall adopt it as well. Mr. Bear is irresistibly adorable, even showing concern for humans, truly a national treasure. A panda skilled in martial arts and endowed with human-like understanding. Who wouldn't adore such a creature? The fan club for Mr. Bear is currently in town. Who will join me to show support at the scene? The young thief, oblivious to the barrage of comments, turned to Hu Jun, pleading, "Officer, I have shared the entirety of my tale. Surely that suffices for leniency? After all, this was my first attempt at burglary, and since I acquired nothing, it could only be considered an attempted crime. Would you kindly let me go?" Chapter 20. The mysterious tunnel behind the villa. "I'm merely an attempted thief. Kindly treat me as inconsequential," the thief pleaded. Hu Jun chuckled. "You have quite the imagination. I cannot make such decisions. My role is to apprehend criminals, and it is up to the prosecutor's office to decide your fate." Upon hearing this, the thief's face fell into despair. Hu Jun, uninterested in further discourse, dialed the station to report the incident. With the day's events drawing to a close, he felt a pang of regret for not yet capturing Ouyang Wang, the mastermind behind it all. However, before he could complete his call, the station chief's call came through. "Director, I was just about to brief you on the situation." "Brief what?" "I have been watching the live stream. You performed admirably." The director praised. "Thank you for your kind words." Hu Jun, exhausted from the day's toil, found solace in the acknowledgement. "Don't be too hasty in your gratitude. Your work is far from over. We received a call from the Giant Panda Research Center." "Huh?" Hu Jun sensed trouble. "What's with the huh?" "Assisting other departments is part of our duties. The director continued. Director Hu from the Panda Center is en route. He has already submitted a formal request for assistance. Indeed. Director Hu's initiative is commendable. Just 20 minutes ago, he mentioned flying over, and now he's already on a plane. Haha, look at Captain Hu's expression. He's utterly taken aback. I just researched the information on brown pandas, and Director Hu was correct. Only 7 documented cases exist globally, and many have health issues. That brown panda we encountered earlier must be in excellent health if it can stand up to a tiger. It could potentially contribute to the survival of its subspecies. This is crucial for the entire ecosystem, which explains Director Hu's earnestness. The audience now understood the significance of the brown panda, a realization Hu Jun shared. He sighed and confirmed over the phone. Director, should our mission now be to retrieve the brown panda? Not necessarily to capture it. Director Hu's intention is to establish a protected area if the wild environment suits its needs. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the panda's whereabouts and its condition. Understood. Hu Jun felt utterly overwhelmed. First, a tiger, then a snake and a spider, another tiger, and now an additional task to track a panda seemed almost routine. After ending the call, he rallied a capable team of 10, comprising diligent subordinates from the Criminal Police, Forestry Bureau, Fire Department, and zoo experts. After some consideration, he included the recently apprehended thief. Am I also going? The thief exclaimed in confusion, expecting to be detained at the precinct. Didn't you just claim to be on friendly terms with the panda? We're going to find it, and your presence might deter it from fleeing. Hu Jun pondered. If the thief's earlier claims held any truth, the panda might harbor some fondness for him. Or were you merely fabricating tales to deceive us? Hu Jun glared, demanding an answer. Faced with Hu Jun's scrutiny, the thief dared not admit to boasting. He awkwardly smiled and explained, I feared I might hinder your efforts. You, a professional thief, are more skilled at climbing walls and trees than we are. If you truly impede our progress, I shall charge you with obstructing official duties. The thief's face darkened. Haha, this is too amusing. The thief is reluctantly compelled to work. I suspect his earlier claims of camaraderie with the panda were mere fabrications. Now he's caught in a predicament. Hu Jun wasted no more time, leading the 11 of them, clad in fire department-esque protective gear against wasps. Armed with tranquilizer guns and various equipment, out through the backyard. Wang Miao Miao found herself in a quandary. The dense thicket of the backyard hid countless venomous snakes and insects. Yet, having boasted before the station chief, retreat was not an option. She donned a cute demeanor and displayed bravado to the firemen, successfully acquiring 3 sets of equipment. And accompanied by a photographer and assistant, she followed suit. Hu Jun initially intended to dismiss them, but Wang Miaomiu swiftly summoned the support of her online followers. Faced with the overwhelming tide of supportive comments, Hu Jun begrudgingly allowed them to accompany. With nearly 10 million viewers in the live stream, he felt he could not afford to offend. Stay close. While the forest isn't vast, its dense foliage makes it easy to lose one's way. The phrase "the forest isn't vast" was almost comical, for as they ventured into the thicket, they soon discovered a hidden world. The B13 villa was nestled against the mountains, and the rear was supposed to be a secluded hill, yet surprisingly, a large hole had been excavated beneath the hillside. The gaping entrance, towering 2 meters high, was concealed by the thick underbrush, rendering it invisible from the outside. Upon traversing this mountain tunnel, Hu Jun and his team found themselves in a valley teeming with dense woods. What on earth is this? One exclaimed. Is there a secret passage hidden within the villa? Who exactly is Chun Haoming, the owner of B13? To possess the capability to excavate a tunnel beneath the mountain without alerting the other residents of the villa area suggests a remarkable identity. The live stream audience was utterly astonished. In truth, Hu Jun was already aware of the owner's distinguished status, as the mysterious Endangered Species Research Institute had already obstructed inquiries from their municipal bureau. Yet, he had not anticipated that the villa's backyard would connect to such an expanse of forest. They had evidently entered a true wilderness beyond the villa enclave. Everyone, do not stray. The trees are too dense, and nightfall approaches. Losing our way would be troublesome, Hu Jun cautioned. Equipped with intercoms in their protective gear, communication signals were uncertain in the primordial forest. Acknowledging the unusual circumstances, all responded affirmatively, and Hu Jun led the way forward. However, after only a few steps, a chilling human scream echoed in the distance. It's that old scoundrel Ouyang Wang. The young thief, well acquainted with Ouyang Wang's voice, immediately reported back to Hu Jun. Chapter 21. The entire city mobilized to search for the villa owner. The online community was rife with mockery directed at the infamous Ouyang. Yet Hu Jun found himself burdened with concern. As a police officer, his primary objective was to bring wrongdoers to justice, not to allow them to perish in desolate wilderness. Despite the prevailing chaos, Hu Jun felt compelled to rescue Ouyang. However, his search team was primarily tasked with tracking the elusive brown giant panda's footprints. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jun refrained from acting solely on instinct. He retrieved his walkie-talkie to report, "This is Hu Jun, leader of the search team. We have entered the forest through the tunnel behind Villa B13 and discovered traces of Ouyang. It appears he may be in peril. Please advise whether we should proceed to rescue him or continue our search for the giant panda." The incident at Villa B13 had garnered significant attention, attracting millions of viewers. The leaders at the Municipal Bureau were acutely aware of the situation, intently monitoring the live broadcast from their offices. Upon hearing Hu Jun's plea, they engaged in immediate discussion. "What is your perspective, Old Wang?" queried a stern man, adorned with the insignia of authority. "I still believe we should attempt to save him. This concerns the image of our police force. The repercussions of inaction could be dire," replied Wang, contemplating the gravity of the matter. However, the bureau chief expressed an opposing viewpoint, gently countering, "Secretary Wang, we cannot view this matter from a singular perspective. If we allow Hu Jun to effect a rescue and he succeeds, it would indeed be a triumph. But should they encounter peril, the ramifications would be far more severe. Have you noted the sentiments expressed in the comments? Many feel that Ouyang has brought this upon himself." The bureau chief continued, "I do not wish to place Hu Jun and his team in jeopardy. In fact, I propose we temporarily suspend the search operation." Despite not holding the highest rank in the room, his extensive frontline experience commanded respect from all present. "Could you elaborate on your reasoning?" the authoritative figure inquired, aware that this was a formal request from the Giant Panda Protection Research Center, which necessitated police cooperation. Such interdepartmental tasks were scrutinized by higher authorities, and maintaining our reputation was paramount. Indeed, I understand the significance. However, our initial assessment confined the search area to the dense underbrush of the backyard, roughly 100 square meters. The current situation has exceeded our expectations, the chief asserted. The owner of Villa B13 has apparently excavated a tunnel through the mountainside into the depths of the forest. This alters the scope of our mission entirely. The room fell silent as the leaders pondered the implications. Certainly, previous strategies had been devised based on the earlier circumstances. A mere villa, no matter how perilous, was manageable for the city's resources. Observing the contemplative expressions around him, the chief added, "Hu Jun's team consists of only 10 individuals. Yet the forest stretches for countless square kilometers. Even if they were to continue searching, it would yield little result and could lead to casualties, a net loss." The director of the Giant Panda Research Center likely could not fathom that the villa's backyard could connect to such an expansive wilderness. "I trust that upon learning the truth, he will understand our reasons for halting the search." Currently, they were unable to contact the director as he was likely en route to Jiangzhou, his phone temporarily in airplane mode. "Your reasoning is indeed sound," the authoritative figure concluded, no longer hesitating. "Let us suspend the mission for now." Upon receiving the final directive, the chief exhaled in relief. However, the leader continued, "Yet, we cannot allow the situation at Villa B13 to languish. Initially, we considered the presence of wildlife in the area to be mere coincidence. Now, we have confirmed that the tunnel behind the villa was evidently man-made. This implicates the villa's owner without a doubt. We must locate him," the authoritative figure declared emphatically. The logic was clear. All present were astute individuals in positions of power and understood the implications. "However, we have already attempted to retrieve information on Chen Haoming, but our bureau lacks the necessary authority. We have promptly submitted a request to the provincial department." The bureau chief's voice trailed off, disbelief evident on his face. A moment of silence enveloped the room as the leaders contemplated the implications of the Endangered Species Research Institute's status. What level of organization could it be that even the provincial department lacked the authority to access its records? Was it a national entity? Given the lack of access, they decided to abandon the internal query approach. Didn't Hu Jun inquire about that petty thief? He mentioned that the owner of Villa B13 returns home promptly each day. I recall he indicated around 7:30 p.m., and it is now nearly 7. We could simply have someone wait to question him directly, which would be far more efficient. Provided that the villa owner has not witnessed the live broadcast, someone interjected. Even if he is typically punctual, the gravity of the situation may compel him to flee if he suspects something amiss. The group nodded in agreement. This was a reasonable concern. Where could he possibly escape to? Our Jiangzhou has thousands of police officers. Can we not apprehend him? The authoritative figure retorted. The matter has escalated to this extent. There is no need for subterfuge. Mobilize the entire city as police force. We must locate Chen Haoming at all costs and ascertain the true situation surrounding Villa B13, providing the public with a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 22. Clues leading to the villa's owner. Shall we hold our position? Hu Jun pondered the directive he received with a hint of confusion, yet he complied, clenching his fist in a tactical gesture to signal the team behind him to halt. Are we not going to rescue that Ouyang fellow? Of course not. He is an adult and knows what he is doing. Theft and evasion of arrest. Does such a seasoned criminal merit the risk of officers' lives? Indeed, one reaps what one sows. But surely, there can't be any danger left, can there? We've encountered ferocious tigers, venomous snakes, spiders, and even pandas. Might a dragon emerge next? Do you dare gamble with your life? No need for a dragon. A few wolves would suffice to present a grave threat. Exactly. The police are merely flesh and blood, not invulnerable superheroes. I, for one, would rather not witness our brave officers getting injured or bloodied for that wretched Ouyang. The discussions echoed in the bullet comments. And Hu Jun, observing them on Wang Miao's assistant's tablet, felt an instinctive urge to save lives, a compulsion deeply ingrained in his very being. In the face of peril, the police are entrusted with the protection of the populace, even if it involves a notorious thief. As a justice-driven officer, his conscience forbade him from standing idly by while someone suffered before him, unless he himself had already fallen. As seconds ticked by following the chilling screen, silence enveloped the surroundings. Wang Miao's live broadcast team, feeling a sense of monotony, resorted to capturing the forest scenery to fill the temporary void of the search operation. This forest was indeed peculiar. The dense canopy obscured the sun, resembling a tropical rainforest rather than a mere woodland near the city. Hu Jun found little interest in admiring the lush greenery. Restlessness gnawed at him, and with a resolute bite of his lip, he prepared to defy orders and venture alone to the location where the scream had emanated, eager to ascertain Ouyang's condition. However, before he could act, news finally broke from the outside. While the city bureau mobilized police departments across the city to frantically search for the B13 villa's owner, Chen Haoming, the television station was not idle either. Despite Wang Miao resisting the pressure from the station manager to have a male host replace her, the male presenters were reluctant to miss this golden opportunity. Unable to take her place on-site, they proposed launching a new live broadcast centered around the investigation of Chen Haoming. The station manager found this suggestion quite appealing. The allure of newsworthy content is a rarity, and such an opportunity should not be squandered. The public's curiosity regarding Chen Haoming, the owner of B13 Villa, rivaled that of the beloved giant panda. Reporting relevant information would surely elevate the station's viewership records for the night. Without hesitation, he approved the plan and dispatched 5 live broadcast teams simultaneously, eager to uncover genuine leads and capitalize on the ensuing hype. Under the immense temptation of this fervor, all 5 teams exerted their utmost efforts, employing various methods to investigate the identity of Chen Haoming. The second team opted for the simplest and most common approach, canvassing the Villa district. Their rationale was straightforward. If Chen Haoming was indeed alive, there was no reason he would reside in the Villa district without any contacts. Thus, they reasoned that by locating someone in the area who recognized Chen Haoming, they would inevitably discover the owner of B13 Villa. The second team roamed the Villa district, with the host wielding a microphone, questioning nearly everyone they encountered. After considerable effort, they stumbled upon a crucial lead. One resident recognized Chen Haoming. This was a significant breakthrough, especially given that even the city and provincial departments had been unable to gather any information about him. Upon confirming this information, the television station began directing traffic to the second team's broadcast. The core promotional message was clear. The first-hand clue regarding the B13 owner has emerged. For more details, please enter the live broadcast. Countless viewers, upon seeing this announcement, immediately began to focus on the previously obscure broadcast. Before long, this news reached Wang Miao's live stream. Oh my goodness, it seems the host next door has found a lead on the B13 owner. Is there finally news about the mysterious Chen Haoming? What is the name of that broadcast? It's also from Jiangzhou City Television. The host is called Brother Zhang. Just search for Zhang Brothers live stream. Miao. I want to switch over, but you should connect with him. I'm quite curious. Let us connect. I want to see what is going on. Yes. Stop filming the forest. Beyond its thickness, I can't discern anything. Upon reading the comments, Wang Miao exchanged a glance with her assistant. Indeed, the Villa district had transformed into the hottest news source in Jiangzhou City, despite her refusal to allow anyone to usurp her position as the live host. Her competitors would not remain idle. In the realm of live broadcasting, trending topics equate to traffic, and traffic is the lifeblood of a career. Other hosts were bound to seek ways to latch onto this wave of attention, and the second team had evidently succeeded. Contemplating her options, Wang Miaomiao quickly decided to connect with the second team. Although her stream garnered significantly higher viewership, collaborating would inevitably divert some traffic. However, neglecting to explore this intriguing information could lead to viewers leaving her broadcast out of curiosity. Resolving this in her mind, she proactively dialed the hotline for the second team. On the other side, amidst the tree-lined paths of the Villa district, the male host, known as Brother Zhang, had previously worked as an outdoor presenter for the station, neither particularly famous nor obscure, but quite adept in communication. Just moments ago, after diligent exploration around the villa, they had finally located a resident who recognized B13's owner, Chen Haoming. The identity of this resident would likely astonish everyone. Brother Zhang teased the audience with suspense, his expression radiating excitement. After connecting with Wang Miaomiao's stream, the viewership swiftly surged past the million mark. With his tantalizing revelation, the numbers doubled once again. Brother Zhang's face flushed with exhilaration. This was it. He was truly on the verge of a breakthrough. Let us get to the point. If you keep stringing us along, I'll report you. I'm just a casual viewer. If you don't deliver the goods, I'll turn against you. 10086, is that you, Brother Zhang? Quickly, reveal what's important. In Brother Zhang's stream, loyal supporters were scarce, with most viewers drawn in by the heat surrounding B13 Villa. He dared not prolong the suspense too long. If he lost the audience he had painstakingly attracted, he would be filled with regret. With a brief pause, he swiftly raised the microphone and declared, "All right, now let us conduct a face-to-face interview with the lady who knows the B13 owner." As he spoke, the cameraman adeptly shifted the lens, revealing a stunningly beautiful face to the audience. "Hello, everyone." The woman waved at the camera, her smile radiating warmth. "Oh my goodness, who is she? So beautiful." In the live stream, a breathtaking visage, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, captivated the viewers. Her skin, untouched by cosmetics, yet exquisitely flawless, her eyes sparkling like electrified gems, and her petite, delicate nose, truly a divine gift from the heavens. Is that not the national goddess? Li Tongtong. Indeed, it seems to be Li Tongtong. What could this mean? 3 years ago, the name Li Tongtong resonated throughout the nation. At the tender age of 18, she was discovered by the renowned director Zhang, cast in the new adaptation of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, where her portrayal of Huang Rong was nothing short of breathtaking, earning her the title of a character sprung from the pages of a novel. Her whimsical and enchanting image became the dream of countless admirers. Yet, following the completion of that drama, Li Tongtong withdrew from the limelight for personal reasons. However, how could the profit-driven producers and advertisers of the entertainment industry let go of such a coveted star? They sought every possible avenue to collaborate with her. Nevertheless, Li Tongtong merely stated that her participation had been a mere dalliance, and her interests had shifted. She no longer wished to act. Many presumed she was feigning aloofness to elevate her market value and resorted to coercion and persuasion. But little did they know of her astonishing family background. Those who dared to offend her found themselves swiftly undone, sending shockwaves through the entertainment sphere at that time. Who would have thought that after 3 years of seclusion, Li Tongtong would be right here in Jiangzhou City? I, too, was taken aback. Had we not fortuitously ventured down this tree-lined path to investigate the resident of B13, Chen Haoming, we would not have encountered Miss Li Tongtong, who was jogging for exercise. The host, Brother Zhang, elucidated the sequence of events. Upon seeing Li Tongtong clad in a simple yet elegant sports outfit, the audience in the live stream began to comprehend the situation. It became apparent that during her run, the filming crew had stumbled upon her, intending to inquire about the B13 villa, only to discover that she was the former national goddess Li Tongtong. "My goddess looks stunning even in sportswear. What a figure. Li Tongtong, forever the best. I plead for her return," exclaimed a flurry of admirers in the comments. Outside the live stream, more fans flocked in, causing the viewer count to surge once more. Brother Zhang, eager to capitalize on Li Tongtong's appearance, promptly segued into the interview. Microphone in hand, "Miss Li Tongtong, you mentioned knowing the owner of the B13 villa, Chen Haoming? Well, although our encounters have been few, I've actually known him for quite some time," Li Tongtong replied, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement upon hearing Chen Haoming's name, akin to a starstruck girl. The audience was left dumbfounded. Could it be that Li Tongtong had settled in Jiangzhou to be near the owner of B13? Oh no, it appears my goddess may have fallen. Has Li Tongtong succumbed to the whims of love after 3 years of retreating for a handsome man? Impossible. No one is worthy of our Tongtong. Could it be that the owner of B13 is indeed that striking, The male fans of Li Tongtong were left heartbroken, while the female fans ignited with a fervor of pairing them up. Ahem. Brother Zhang, having noticed the comments flooding in, relayed the audience's curiosity regarding Mr. Chen, inquiring whether he was indeed handsome. Li Tongtong, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and smiled. Chen Haoming is certainly very handsome, ranking among the top in my acquaintance. However, he is much more than just good looks. As she reminisced about Chen Haoming, her eyes sparkled with admiration, portraying him as a transcendent figure, both carefree and enigmatic. Upon hearing such accolades from the national goddess herself, the comments fell silent in awe. What exquisite praise this was, uttered from the lips of Li Tongtong. I'm already a fan without having met him. To have a home filled with all manner of wild beasts, he must indeed be extraordinary. Having been in the entertainment industry, she must have seen countless handsome men. How could she be so captivated by Chen Haoming's looks? Photos? Do we have any photos to feast our eyes on? After a brief silence, the comments erupted once more, with countless viewers clamoring for more information about Chen Haoming. Photos? Alas, I do not have any. Li Tongtong lamented. I have pleaded several times for a photo together, but he seems to have an aversion to being photographed. She pouted slightly, exuding an air of wistfulness. My goodness, is there truly a man in this world who can refuse a photo request from Li Tongtong? Could he be a staunchly straight man? Look at Tongtong's forlorn expression. She resembles a dissatisfied little wife. It reminds me of the scene where Tongtong as Huang Rong pursued Li Jing. Brother Jing, why won't you take a photo with me? Haha, how adorable. As the viewers absorbed Li Tongtong's words, their curiosity about Chen Haoming reached a boiling point. Surely he has some contact information? Bring him on the live stream. Yes, yes. I wish to behold the unparalleled beauty that has captivated Li Tongtong. 10,086. Hurry and have Tongtong bring Chen Haoming here. Brother Zhang once again conveyed the audience's requests. Li Tongtong sighed. Aside from his aversion to photos, he also dislikes mobile phones, so I cannot summon him immediately. The live stream fell silent once more. In this day and age, is there truly someone who dislikes mobile phones? I wish I could have a phone grafted onto me, but there must be a way, right? Chapter 23. Suspected smuggling of rare animals? Is it even possible to survive in this day and age without a mobile phone? I can't fathom what life would be like without one. If you want my phone, you might as well take my life. How could anyone live in modern society without a phone or photos? What kind of peculiar person is Chen Haoming, the resident of B13? Host Zhang was somewhat taken aback. The absence of a mobile phone was indeed absurd. Yet, it was this very absurdity that intensified the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream. As evidenced by the soaring viewer count, watching the rising numbers, Zhang felt a rush of excitement and pressed on with his inquiries. Aside from not using a phone and avoiding photographs, Miss Li Tongtong, do you know of any other eccentricities of Mr. Chen Haoming? That's not an eccentricity, it's merely a personal preference, Li Tongtong replied, slightly displeased with the comments about Chen Haoming in the chat. By the way, why are you all suddenly so curious about him? It seems Goddess Tongtong is unaware of the happenings at B13? No way, this is trending all over the internet. It's not surprising. Wasn't Li Tongtong just jogging down that tree-lined path? How could she check trending topics while running? Host Zhang quickly realized that there was a disparity in information. He promptly asked his assistant to pull up the replay of Wang Miao Miao's earlier live stream and played it on the tablet for Li Tongtong to see. After half an hour, many opportunistic editors had already condensed the highlights of Wang Miao Miao's stream. After watching for a few minutes, Li Tongtong's expression became tense. First a tiger, then a venomous snake, followed by a spider and a kung fu panda? She gasped in alarm as she witnessed the tiger attacking the police. When she saw the five-step snake slither up Wang Miao Miao's leg, her face turned pale with fear. However, when the adorable brown panda made a silly face at Hu Jun and his companions, she could not help but chuckle. But upon hearing Ouyang Wang's scream in the end, she couldn't help but mutter, serves him right. Is that what transpired at B13 while I was jogging? No wonder you're all so curious about Mr. Chen. Indeed, the entire city is currently searching for Chen Haoming. We are all too intrigued by the situation at B13, and only he can explain it, Host Zhang summarized. Well, Li Tongtong began to recollect her encounters with Chen Haoming. Our relationship isn't particularly close. I only know he is a mysterious researcher. His work hours have been quite regular for several years now. However, I only see him during those hours. I have no idea what he does otherwise. Oh, there is one peculiar thing. Li Tongtong recalled something, as Zhang's microphone seemed eager to capture her words. As she began to describe her experience, the viewer count in the live stream doubled once more. Goddess Tongtong, stop teasing us and just spill the beans. This is incredible. It's my first time seeing a million people waiting for gossip in a live stream. Haha, fresh gossip, served live. Mr. Chen often directs trucks to transport containers to B13. She revealed. Once, while jogging, I saw him directing a massive truck at work, with containers towering 4 to 5 meters high. Containers 4 to 5 meters high? Aren't those typically used for international shipping? Wait, 4 to 5 meters? My house has a ceiling height of about 5 meters. Is he bringing home a whole floor? What could possibly be inside? I don't recall any large decorations in B13. What nonsense! Don't you remember what the captured thief said? They couldn't find anything valuable. Which is why they went up to the 3rd floor. That doesn't add up. Where did the contents of those containers go? Wait, I suddenly have a bold hypothesis. Don't speculate, Goddess Tong Tong. Just reveal the answer. Seeing the eager viewers in the chat, Zhang quickly represented their curiosity. Miss Li Tong Tong, did you ever see what was inside those containers? I couldn't see, as they were sealed tightly on all sides. Moreover, Mr. Chen wouldn't open the containers outside. They were all transported to the backyard with a crane for processing. Li Tong Tong continued her recollection. However, I did hear noises coming from the containers a few times, as if something inside was bumping against the walls, so they certainly contained living creatures. Could it be that, like in Jurassic Park, Chen Haoming is reviving dinosaurs? Whoa, that is quite a leap. What if he is a genetic engineer, merging the genes of those rare animals we just saw to artificially create giant monsters? That makes sense. Otherwise, why use containers several meters high? What animal could grow that large? The viewers in the live stream were ablaze with excitement as the narrative unfolded. What began as a police interview live stream was transforming into an adventurous exploration, rapidly veering towards a science fiction theme. Host Zhang seized the moment and asked, Miss Li Tong Tong, weren't you curious enough to ask him about it? I did inquire, but not out of curiosity. I mainly wanted to strike up a conversation with him. Li Tong Tong replied with a gentle smile. Here it comes again. The goddess Tong Tong's adoring fans are in full swing. I just took a screenshot, cherishing my infatuation with the goddess. Well said, a mature admirer knowing how to comfort himself. What was his response? Did the resident of B13 explain anything to you? Zhang pressed on. Well, he mentioned that he was temporarily housing some rare animals captured by the Research Institute for study. And once he concluded his research, he would return them to the Institute. That is absurd. It's a blatant lie, without a doubt. Pure nonsense to fool outsiders. Suddenly, several furious biology professors appeared in the chat, with 2 of them verified VIP users. Why are the esteemed scholars so enraged? Exactly. What is wrong with the resident of B13's explanation? It seems plausible. I sometimes take work home to handle it. Come on. Can you compare your mundane company work to the handling of animals at a research institute? Professor Tao Ming's ID popped up again, offering a sarcastic remark. In fact, he had already arrived outside B13, where 2 South China tigers were being lifted into cages under his supervision, prepared for transport back to the Jiangzhou Zoo. With nothing else to do, Professor Tao decided to join the live stream and couldn't help but express his anger and skepticism. Professor Tao, what do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Regardless of which research institute it is, the conditions there would be thousands of times better than at B13. For the sake of protection, they would never send animals to a researcher's home, let alone the inherent dangers of transporting them. That is just the first point. The second is the security issue. If a thief can easily break into B13, how simple would it be for gangs that specialize in stealing rare creatures to enter? Any leader at a research institute with a shred of common sense would never store such valuable specimens in an unprotected location. I even suspect that behind the B13 villa, Chen Haoming is actually part of an animal smuggling syndicate. The so-called scientific identity of Chen Haoming is likely nothing more than a facade. He may very well be the leader of that smuggling ring. Chapter 24. The Golden Eagles message. The professors in the live stream expressed their outrage through an incessant barrage of comments. Had today's events not transpired, these rare creatures might have been illicitly transported beyond the borders at any moment. Several among them were elusive species that these venerable scholars had pursued throughout their lifetimes. Particularly distressing was the sight of the brown giant panda, a rarity so extraordinary that it transcended the mere classification of a national treasure. It was a marvel of the biological realm. The mere thought of such a genetic gem being secretly sold by Chen Haoming filled the old professors with a fervent desire to peel the skin from the B13 property owner. Severe punishment is imperative. Such actions are no mere violation of the law. I would argue they constitute a crime against the entire ecological sphere. To think he would deceive my goddess, Tong Tong, is a crime of greater magnitude. Poor Tong Tong, has she inadvertently crossed paths with a smuggler? Alas. My goddess may soon be heartbroken. Meanwhile, Hu Jun, who remained outside the back mountain tunnel, grew increasingly anxious as he observed the comments. Unable to contain himself, he seized Wang Miao Miao's microphone and exclaimed during the live broadcast, "We can discuss smuggling later. Is there any way to contact the property owner? What is the situation in the dense forest behind us? Can we proceed further?" Regardless of whether Chen Haoming was indeed a criminal engaged in animal smuggling, Hu Jun was determined to bring him to justice someday. However, if they delayed any longer, it was uncertain whether Ouyang Wang, who had just cried out in agony, would survive until dawn. Furthermore, the brown giant panda had fled into the depths of the forest some time ago, without clarity on the situation in this vast expanse. Their pursuit would be futile. Only Chen Haoming, the B-13 property owner, could elucidate the circumstances of the back mountain. "We understand, Captain, whose urgency to save lives. But didn't Li Tongtong mention that the guy doesn't even have a phone? How can we reach him? Even if he had a phone, he likely wouldn't answer. Being identified as a smuggler, showing himself would be tantamount to courting death. What now? It's almost dark, and navigating the forest after nightfall will be perilous. 3 hours had elapsed since the thief entered the residence, and the sun was about to set. Wait a moment. While I said Mr. Chen Haoming has no phone, I never claimed he is unreachable," Li Tongdong interjected in the live chat. "Is my comprehension failing me? I find myself perplexed by the goddess's words. Does this mean we can contact him even without a phone? Indeed, Mr. Chen gifted me a token, stating that I could use it to reach him in times of urgency." Li Tongdong remained unfazed by the emotional turmoil in the chat, her eyes still sparkling as she spoke of Chen Haoming. The audience and professors had never encountered Chen Haoming in person, leaving them unable to grasp the enigmatic aura surrounding him. Li Tongtong prided herself on her intuitive sense of character. Upon first meeting Chen Haoming, she instinctively understood that he would never act out of greed. For someone like him, discussing money was utterly pedestrian. However, she recognized that her words alone would not suffice to clarify matters. She resolved to summon Chen Haoming himself to testify. With this thought in mind, Li Tongtong removed a necklace from around her neck and continued to explain to the audience. "This necklace is a small gift from Mr. Chen, and it is my only means of contacting him." "What does that mean?" I'm utterly baffled. "Does that imply we can reach him despite the lack of a phone?" "Not quite," Li Tongtong chuckled, noticing the audience's confusion. She decided to reveal her intentions. Ringing the whistle attached to the necklace close to her lips and blowing it forcefully, a sharp and distinctive whistle echoed, and simultaneously she raised her right arm. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted, and from it emerged a golden silhouette. As the viewers focused, they were astonished to see a golden eagle alight gracefully upon Li Tongtong's arm. "Wow, you've grown so much. I can hardly bear your weight," she exclaimed, struggling slightly under the eagle's heft. The eagle, obediently, flapped its wings and alighted on the ground beside her. The cameraman, not one to miss such a spectacle, swiftly zoomed in for a close-up of the golden eagle. Standing on the ground, the eagle reached the height of an adult man's chest. Its golden plumage gleamed brilliantly in the fading sunlight, leaving the audience in awe. "Isn't this the divine eagle from Yonggua?" "Nonsense. This one is even more beautiful. Yonggua's was black-feathered. This one boasts golden plumage. Goodness, how is it possible for such a magnificent eagle to exist?" In light of the audience's astonishment, Li Tongtong smiled and continued, "This is Mr. Chen Haoming's way of contacting me, a flying eagle delivering messages." "What the hell? A flying eagle delivering messages? How romantic. If someone gifted me a golden eagle, I'd be inclined to sleep with him immediately. Get lost. Why is a male ID acting like a damsel?" While the laymen were merely entertained, the knowledgeable professors and eagle enthusiasts were left utterly speechless. Typically, golden eagles measure between half a meter to a meter in length. Inhabiting open terrains such as plateaus and mountains, how could one possibly appear in an urban setting? What astonished the experts even more was the eagle's entirely golden plumage. In the wild, golden eagles only exhibit golden feathers on their heads and necks, making this all-golden specimen an extraordinary anomaly. Even more outrageous was the suggested purpose of the eagle. Sending messages via a golden eagle? Ridiculous. Golden eagles are formidable raptors, known to attack humans in the wild. This particular golden eagle was larger than its kin, suggesting an even more fierce temperament. How could Chen Haoming have tamed this magnificent creature to deliver messages? Was he not concerned that it might carry both him and the message into the sky? Given the eagle's size, that seemed entirely feasible. This is incontrovertible evidence. The moment I laid eyes on this eagle, I knew Chen Haoming must be involved in something dubious. What sane person would forsake a phone for a golden eagle to deliver messages? To train such a creature, who knows how many golden eagles he has harmed in the process? This smuggler, who abuses endangered species, must be apprehended by the authorities. Who knows how many more rare animals are at risk? The professors in the live stream were practically fuming. They could hardly bear the thought of the golden eagle they once revered being trained for such a purpose. The mere thought of the suffering this eagle endured under Chen Haoming's hand ignited their fury. His avoidance of phones surely stems from a fear of being tracked by cyber police. Indeed, illegally acquiring, transporting, and selling endangered wildlife is a clear violation of the law. The minimum sentence is 5 years. For severe cases, it can be between 5 to 10 years. And for particularly egregious offenses, over 10 years with fines or confiscation of assets. Given the circumstances surrounding the B13 property owner, this is undoubtedly a severe case. Needless to say, he'll be imprisoned for life, and his assets will be forfeited. No wonder he avoids using a phone. If caught, he'd be doomed for life. Goddess Tong Tong, please use the flying eagle to urge him to surrender. Confession may lead to leniency. Perhaps he could negotiate a sentence of less than 10 years. The viewers in the live stream reached a unanimous conclusion. Thus, it appears that Chen Haoming must undoubtedly be a rare animal smuggler, as all evidence points towards him. The Municipal Bureau has been attempting to contact the Endangered Species Research Institute where Chen Haoming is supposedly employed, yet they have been unable to reach him. Could it be that this institute is also complicit? It seems likely that this is an entire network of animal smuggling, using the guise of a research institute to obscure their illicit activities. If they were exposed, they might even attempt to fabricate an excuse to evade culpability. Alas, am I the only one who feels sympathy for the goddess Tong Tong, who loves a man of such dubious character? As she gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Li Tongtong's ire only intensified. Hey, if you are unaware of the situation, please refrain from making baseless accusations. You haven't even seen Mr. Chun's face, and yet you can so easily label him a criminal? Setting aside other matters, in terms of animal welfare, I assure you that most of you cannot compare to Mr. Chun. I have witnessed Mr. Chun walking his dog in the Villa District. How could someone so affectionate possibly be a cold-blooded smuggler who abuses and kills animals? As she spoke, Li Tongtong hastily retrieved her phone and scrolled through her gallery. Look. Here is a video of me and Mr. Chun's Siberian Husky playing together. At that moment, the host, Brother Zhang, leaned in, glancing at Li Tongtong's phone. Miss Li, would you mind sharing that video with me? I would like to broadcast it in the live stream. Of course, let everyone see, Li Tongtong graciously replied. Soon, a video of the beautiful woman frolicking with the husky appeared in Brother Zhang's live stream. Observing the joyful interaction between the dog and Li Tongtong, it indeed did not resemble an abused animal. Goddess Tong Tong is flawless in every angle. Even while playing with the dog, she is stunning. That husky is quite handsome as well. With such smooth fur, its owner must take great care of it. To treat a husky with such patience certainly does not align with the behavior of someone who casually smuggles rare animals. The premise of animal smuggling necessitates capturing creatures, and most wild animals are inherently untamed. It would require significant force to subdue them. How could someone accustomed to killing animals then return home to tenderly care for their own dog? Some individuals began to warm up to Li Tongtong's perspective, starting to believe her assertions. However, while the husky is indeed handsome, there is something about its gaze that seems rather fierce, almost predatory. I feel the same. Aren't huskies known for their round, silly faces? Why does this one seem so alert? Before the average netizens could continue their discussion, the scholars in the live stream erupted with indignation. Someone could no longer contain their frustrations and commented, "Are you all blind? That is not a typical husky. Look at its tail, it curves downwards. Have you ever seen a husky with a downward curving tail? What do you mean?" Some netizens, still in the dark, pondered. Dog tails typically curl upwards. A downward curve indicates a wolf. Wait, does Chen Haoming have a wolf at home? The astonished scholars felt as though their worldview was collapsing, while the other curious onlookers clamored to uncover what was truly amiss. What is not straightforward is that what you currently see before you is not an ordinary wolf. This is a Siberian wolf, and there are only about 7,000 left in the world. None exist within China. Are you suggesting that this is yet another rare animal? Indeed, it is a rare species from abroad. Chapter 25, Continuing the Search, Wolf? Siberian wolf? Holy crap, I remember now, the 2018 World Cup mascot. Damn, is this an endangered species from overseas? Unbelievable. Is it smuggling or importing? I only know that he's looking at a minimum of 10 years. Sneaking into the territory of those tough Russians to steal a wolf. That's bold, truly audacious. Li Tongtong, upon reading the comments, experienced a wave of apprehension. Was she actually playing with a wolf in the video? Wait a minute, something wasn't right. After the initial fear, She regained her composure. If it were a wolf, why didn't it resist when she touched it? It didn't display any aggression whatsoever, behaving even better than her Shiba Inu. Ms. Li Tong Tong, you should be aware that wolves are highly intelligent creatures, perhaps among the most intelligent animals besides humans. They also possess a clear sense of hierarchy and understand fear. If Chun Haoming, who raised it, holds significant authority within the wolf pack, then even across species, these wolves will regard him as their leader and would not easily dare to offend him. The Siberian wolf in the video must have been so well-behaved and eager to please you because Chun Haoming was nearby and showing you kindness. A wolf being obedient and ingratiating to another human out of fear of one? The audience in the live stream was even more astonished by the expert's explanation. Others walk dogs. I walk wolves. May fortune smile upon us, for we have a South China tiger, and pandas, venomous snakes, golden eagles. Just who is this Chun Haoming? Is a smuggler really that powerful? I feel like he's the king of beasts. Didn't Li Tongtong say? That guy is a reclusive immortal. Taming beasts is just a basic skill for him. You're starting with the mysticism again, aren't you? But the expert's meaning is clear. This Siberian wolf has already accepted Chun Haoming as its leader. Li Tongtong also saw the expert's explanation, and her eyes lit up, commanding wolves at will, truly worthy of the mysterious Mr. Chun. Moreover, the expert implied that Chun Haoming also had feelings for her, which the wolf sensed, leading it to willingly please her and play with her. Li Tongtong's face flushed slightly at this thought. Let me elaborate further. Please don't treat wolves like simpletons, especially Ms. Li Tongtong. If Chun Haoming harbored any ill intentions towards you, a mere glance would transform that docile wolf back into a ferocious beast, ready to pounce. And wolves are pack animals, where there's one, there's bound to be a second or third. The expert continued to educate in a serious tone. If Captain Hu's team enters the dense forest behind the mountain and encounters a wolf pack, the situation would be far more perilous than facing two South China tigers. I strongly advise the search team to prepare weapons in advance. If they encounter a wolf pack, do not hesitate. Open fire without delay. At this point, the expert disregarded the rarity of the Siberian wolf. These creatures are not as slow-witted as tigers, which can be restrained with numbers and then subdued with tranquilizer guns. Wolf packs often launch surprise attacks. By the time you see the wolf pack, you're likely already surrounded. Trying to save yourself with a single-shot tranquilizer gun at that point is impossible. Hesitating to harm them would mean your own demise. Is it really that terrifying? I thought that wolves were afraid of fire in novels. Yeah, wouldn't a torch be safe? It's almost dark anyway. It's not that simple. The expert continued his explanation. Indeed, wild animals are generally afraid of fire, and humans are the same. It's a survival instinct passed down through animal ancestry, hidden within the genes of all creatures. But why are people afraid of fire? The expert posed a question, and many in the live stream immediately responded. Because fire can burn the human body. Exactly, wolves are the same. They fear the kind of widespread fire that can burn them. But the idea of repelling a wolf pack by simply holding a torch, as seen in movies, is unrealistic. I'd like to remind everyone here that if you encounter a wolf pack, do not try to scare them with torches. Such actions will only startle them and make them more aggressive. Moreover, a wolf pack typically consists of at least 7 or 8 members, often referred to as the 7 wolves. If you manage to scare the 2 in front of you with a torch, the ones behind will immediately attack. Large wolf packs can even number 20 or 30. Not even a flamethrower would be easy to handle. Li Tongtong understood the gravity of the situation. She grasped the expert's point. If Hu Jun and the others encountered a wolf pack, bloodshed would be unavoidable. To prevent a gruesome scene of humans and wolves killing each other, they needed to find Chun Haoming, as only he, the leader of the wolf pack, could control them. Someone get me paper and a pen. I need to write a letter to Mr. Chun Haoming right now. Li Tongtong was also getting anxious and actively spoke to Brother Zhang and the other members of the production team. Understood. Brother Zhang was also flustered. These days, who carries paper and a pen? With a phone, recording anything is convenient. But Chun Haoming preferred to use golden eagles for communication. The production team searched their entire bodies but couldn't find any paper or pen. Fortunately, some elementary school students were passing by on their way home from school, and Brother Zhang stopped them without hesitation, finally managing to find paper and a pen. Meanwhile, Hu Jun also saw the expert's warning in the comments and realized the danger lurking nearby. He immediately ordered the officers in the team to take out their guns, release the safety, and load their magazines to full capacity. However, his search team also included members of the Fire Brigade and the Forestry Bureau, who were there to assist in the search for the giant panda and were not carrying firearms. They could only arm themselves with tranquilizer guns and other tools for self-defense. And now, Hu Jun and his team didn't have time to return to the villa to retrieve guns. If there was a wolf pack in the mountains, then Ouyang Wang's scream might have been an attack by the wolves. We must set off immediately, or Ouyang Wang might die in the jaws of the wolves. Hu Jun called out, and after preparing, he led the team deeper into the mountains. The members of Wang Miao's production team exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and continued to follow with their live streaming equipment. What's going on? Weren't they told to stay put? The leaders in the bureau, watching the live stream, saw Hu Jun suddenly leading the team deeper and stood up from their seats in shock. At this point, the initial group of 4 leaders in the bureau had grown to 8. Leaders and experts from the Natural Resources Bureau, the Municipal Animal Protection Center, and other relevant departments had arrived, forming an expert leadership team with the Municipal Bureau. Call them back immediately. The director of the Municipal Bureau, as the on-site commander, ordered the officers to connect their offices' phones to the call system. Hu Jun, who was on the mission, chose to ignore the calls. The team members who saw Hu Jun silently turning off the walkie-talkie on his shoulder didn't say a word, obviously in agreement. The Fire Brigade and Forestry Rescue Team were departments dedicated to saving people in disasters, and respect for life was ingrained in their professional ethos. Saving people had become their instinct. However, Hu Jun and the others were also aware of the many dangers that might be lurking in the dense forest ahead. Everyone was on high alert, advancing slowly and cautiously. The team moved towards the direction of the scream, quickly advancing several hundred meters. Suddenly, the young thief following behind the team exclaimed in alarm. What's wrong? Hu Jun and the others were startled and quickly turned to look at the young thief. There's a shoe here. It looks like that old crook Ouyang's, having been kicked by Ouyang Wang. The young thief no longer showed any respect and directly called him an old crook. A crowd gathered around, and in the adjacent muddy ground lay a solitary athletic shoe, marked with splashes of mud and water, indicative of someone having trampled upon it with great haste. Can you confirm this is Ouyang Wang's shoe? Hu Jun inquired, lifting the shoe from the mire with a tone of certainty. It must be his. Just a moment ago, while we were descending the pipes from the 3rd floor, that old rascal even stepped on me for leverage. How could I possibly mistake his shoe? Why do I find this somewhat amusing? Haha, that old rogue is truly cunning. He steps on his disciple for support while climbing through the pipes, and when he encounters Mao Xiong, he pushes his disciple forward as bait. How else do you think he has survived all these years? His selfishness has likely led to many of his companions being handed over to the police in a bid for self-preservation. Is this what they call the king of thieves? I had thought he was a master with some principles. It's laughable. Do you think he's like Kaido Kid? After the young thieves, led by Hu Jun, confirmed their findings, they circled the vicinity and soon uncovered signs of a fierce struggle. Yet there was no trace of Ouyang Wang, neither his person nor his remains. In these dense, secluded woods, strewn with sharp stones and branches, it was hard to believe that Ouyang Wang had lost his shoe in such a fierce altercation. Even if he had fled in fear, he could not have gone far. Yet he remained elusive. It was feared that his fate had turned dire, perhaps even that he had been taken by wild beasts. Hu Jun quickly deduced the situation, a hint of self-reproach creeping across his countenance. Had he rushed to the scene upon hearing the screams, he might have had the chance to save Ouyang Wang. Officer Hu, you need not blame yourself. The police have provided him numerous opportunities to surrender, and any misfortune that befell him during his evasion is solely his own doing. Wang Miaomiao consoled, noticing Hu Jun's despondence. The audience in the live stream echoed their support. Indeed, Officer Hu, this is not your fault. Ouyang Wang has merely brought this upon himself. He reaped what he sowed. Being captured while fleeing, only to be taken by a pack of wolves, is a fitting retribution. Wait, Captain, come quickly and take a look. An officer, having patrolled the perimeter of the skirmish site, suddenly called out with excitement. What have you found? Hu Jun responded, leading the team over. Before them lay a continuously flowing stream. The river was approximately 20 meters wide, yet the water was deep. In the dim light of dusk, even with powerful flashlights, they could not discern the riverbed. Captain, do you think Ouyang Wang, after encountering the wolves or other wild beasts and realizing he could not win, might have jumped into the river to escape? The officer analyzed. Most wild animals, including wolves, generally avoid water. If Ouyang Wang leapt into the river, the wolves would likely not pursue him unless they were utterly desperate. This could also explain why his footprints vanished here. He continued, while it is possible he was taken by the wolves, it is far more plausible that he jumped into the river, thereby interrupting his trail. The reasoning resonated with Hu Jun and the others. The river is not excessively wide. We can swim across and continue our search. If Ouyang Wang has successfully crossed, he should now be on the opposite bank, seeking refuge. Without his shoes, He cannot traverse far in the wild. We must retrieve him, and this task will be half accomplished. Hu Jun resolved to act, but at that moment, the police leadership began to communicate directly through the live stream. Hu Jun, stop right there. What the hell? Do you dare to turn off the intercom? Are you rebelling? It's not that we don't want you to save him. Could you please listen to the experts first? Turn the intercom back on. Wang Miao Miao's assistant, seeing the high rank of the leaders, had no choice but to present the messages to Hu Jun. Initially, he had turned off the intercom to act unilaterally, but now, with the leader's remarks visible to millions of viewers, he could not feign ignorance. Haha, caught live by the boss. The comments are hilarious. This is too funny. Look at the mortified expression on Officer Hu's face. Hu Jun felt genuinely embarrassed and could only comply by turning the intercom back on, immediately facing the director's ire. Once the director finished his tirade, Hu Jun sheepishly chuckled. Director, would you believe me if I said I accidentally pressed the wrong button to turn off the intercom? Enough with the excuses. I'm now sending in an expert from the Natural Resources Bureau to explain the situation. Do not act recklessly. After a thorough reprimand, the director's anger subsided. Having risen through the ranks himself, he understood Hu Jun's eagerness to save lives. Soon, an elder's voice emerged from the intercom. Captain Hu, the river you are facing, along with other bodies of water, is collectively referred to as wild water sources. These are the favored gathering spots for all wild animals. As water is the source of life, if you rashly cross the river, you may very well be attacked by the beast lurking on the opposite bank. Listening to the expert from the Natural Resources Bureau, the viewers in the live stream began to express their agreement. Indeed, while I may not be well-versed in wilderness survival, I have seen Bear Grylls shows, and he emphasizes the need for caution around water sources, as all large carnivores tend to monitor these areas. Exactly. We humans have grown accustomed to tap water, but wild animals might traverse vast territories with only one water source. That's a valid point. With so many animals needing to drink, the area around the water source is likely a prime hunting ground. Wild animals are not foolish. Predators like wolves and tigers know to lie in wait near water sources, seizing the opportunity to ambush when prey is distracted. Should Hu Jun choose to cross the river, the moment he reaches the bank would be the most perilous, as he would be exerting all his strength to climb ashore, leaving him no capacity to flee. In this case, that old fox Ouyang Wang likely did not attempt to cross the river. He must understand this principle as well. Exactly, having evaded capture for decades. He surely possesses some survival instincts. Hu Jun found this reasoning compelling. Then let us refrain from risking a river crossing for now and search along the flow. If Ouyang Wang is aware of the dangers of crossing, he may have entered the water to evade the attack and followed the current downstream. With this consensus, the group followed Hu Jun along the river's course. At that moment, a seemingly inconspicuous piece of floating driftwood in the water suddenly stirred. A pair of yellow vertical pupils emerged from beneath the driftwood, cautiously observing Hu Jun and his companions on the shore. Chapter 26. A shocking encounter with a crocodile swarm. Officer Hu, it is indeed perilous near the water source. Indeed, the expert just mentioned that all large carnivores are fixated on the water source, poised to hunt. Hu Jun was acutely aware of the danger. However, the prospect of locating Ouyang Wang compelled him to take the risk. Everyone must remain vigilant. If anyone senses something amiss, we shall retreat. Rest assured, Captain Hu, this is not our first search and rescue operation. The team members spoke with unwavering confidence. Their fire brigade and forestry rescue team were far more proficient in rescue operations than the police. Moreover, with the presence of numerous enthusiastic online viewers and a team of expert analysts from the Municipal Bureau, their concerns seemed trivial. As for Wang Miao Miao and her crew, it was needless to say they would not miss this opportunity. This live broadcast represented a once-in-a-lifetime chance for any streamer. Should Wang Miao Miao forfeit this moment, the likelihood of encountering such a sensational broadcasting opportunity again could very well extend into another lifetime. The group reached a consensus and began their search downstream along the river. After evaluation, the expert team from the Municipal Bureau deemed the risks manageable and did not voice any explicit objections. However, during this period of perceived safety, peculiar changes began to unfold upon the river's surface. The unremarkable driftwood floating on the water suddenly multiplied. Initially, one or two pieces appeared, then, with increasing rapidity, they continuously emerged from the depths of the river. At that moment, as dusk settled in, Hu Jun and the others remained oblivious to this eerie phenomenon. It was the astute young thief, accustomed to keenly observing unfamiliar surroundings, who first noticed the anomaly on the water's surface. What is that? On the river? Startled, Hu Jun and the others turned to look, but the surface appeared calm, with only a few pieces of driftwood floating. What did you see? Hu Jun inquired. having scanned the surroundings without detecting anything unusual. Those pieces of driftwood. I distinctly saw only one segment earlier, and now there are over a dozen. The thief's face was a mask of horror. It's merely driftwood. What is there to be concerned about? The cameraman scoffed, too disinterested to even shift the lens. This thief has become a startled bird, likely terrified by the expert's earlier descriptions. Using the phrase a cup in a bow might be more appropriate. Does he think these driftwoods can crawl ashore and bite him? The thief was mocked by the viewers in the live stream, his face turning crimson. Yet I genuinely feel something is off, he murmured to himself, unable to resist moving closer to the riverbank for a closer inspection, hoping to reclaim some dignity. But he quickly regretted this decision. Indeed, these driftwoods were not what they seemed. They were crocodiles. Upon recognizing the true nature of the floating objects, the young thief screamed. As if startled by his cry, dozens of crocodiles submerged in the river lunged towards the shore. The river erupted in chaos, water splashing everywhere. The young thief, closest to the bank, was caught off guard as the crocodiles surged toward him. He screamed, his mind blanking out, and he collapsed. Unable to endure the horrific sight before him, Hujun and the others turned at the commotion, finally discerning what the so-called driftwood truly was. It was a multitude of crocodiles floating on the surface, their backs partially exposed, creating an illusion. This was the crocodile's natural camouflage. Countless animals that approached the river for a drink fell victim to this ruse, only to be seized and dragged beneath the water, becoming meals for the crocodiles. This is a significant problem. Hujun's face drained of color, his voice trembling. The two women present were even more terrified. Wang Miao Miao and her assistant felt their hearts race, blood rushing from their faces, nearly succumbing to faintness alongside the young thief. However, Wang Miao Miao displayed remarkable resilience, overcoming the initial dizziness, gritting her teeth to steady herself and support her assistant. Having just boasted before the station director, she could not afford to falter now. Do not fear. We have police officers and others here. We will be fine. Wang Miao Miao reassured her assistant, but upon looking back, she noticed that the other officers and firefighters were equally on high alert. Before them loomed dozens of advancing crocodiles. Everyone, be cautious, prepare to fire. Hujun and his team, armed with firearms, had already raised their pistols, ready to shoot. The firefighters and forestry personnel, lacking firearms, could only brandish steel forks and clubs for self-defense. Yet as the number of crocodiles surged ashore, even these seasoned men began to falter. How many crocodiles are there? More than 20? 30? 40? 50? An increasing number of crocodiles emerged from the river, crawling onto the bank. How could such a seemingly tranquil stream harbor so many? This was no mere stream, it was a crocodile haven. By the time Hujun and his group were completely surrounded, the number of crocodiles that had crawled ashore exceeded 100, their slit pupils fixated intently on Hujun and his team. In that moment, Hujun felt a cold sweat drench his clothing, his hand trembling as it gripped the gun. Such a vast assembly of crocodiles was far beyond the capacity of his small team to confront. Having firearms was of little consequence. Whether a dozen bullets could pierce the crocodile's armor was still uncertain. To contend with such a formidable horde of crocodiles, military intervention would be necessary. And not just any military, but one equipped with heavy weaponry, ideally deploying armored vehicles. In the live stream, the previously playful banter in the comments had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. In this dire situation, did Hujun and his companions still have a chance of survival? Chapter 27. The docile Yangtze alligator. The once bustling million-view live stream room was now enveloped in an eerie silence. All viewers remained mute, silently praying for Hujun and his companions. Surrounded by over 100 alligators, the situation left them with no choice but to hope for a miracle. Otherwise, even if the authorities summoned the military, they would not arrive in time to save them. Just as the crowd anticipated the alligators to surge forward, Hujun and his team prepared to retaliate. To their astonishment, the alligators merely encircled them without launching an attack. Strangely, a few large alligators approached Wang Miao Miao, rubbing their rough, scaly backs against her smooth legs. What on earth is happening? Have these alligators developed a fondness for legs? Seriously? This is not the time for jokes. Is it just me, or do those fierce-looking alligators seem somewhat adorably foolish? Are you hallucinating? Alligators are supposed to be menacing, not cute. Look at their eyes. They do exhibit a certain clumsy charm. Hujun quickly sensed something was amiss and instructed. Everyone, refrain from attacking. Do not provoke them. They appear reluctant to harm us. Despite his words, the sight of a multitude of alligators crawling at their feet sent shivers of anxiety through the officers, making it challenging to resist the urge to fire their weapons. Captain, could you clarify what is happening right now? One officer inquired, trembling with fear. I have no idea. Just keep your hands steady. If you pull that trigger and anger these alligators, we will be reduced to mere pulp. Hu Jun barked. Meanwhile, the expert leadership team from the Municipal Bureau was drenched in sweat. If Hu Jun and his team were to fall victim to the alligators before a national audience, it would tarnish the Bureau's reputation. Old Tan, what on earth is going on? Can't your Natural Resources Bureau make sense of this? The director, feeling the weight of concern, had worked with Hu Jun for over a decade and did not want to lose his prized subordinate to the jaws of these beasts. Please, do not panic. Just a moment, our team is comparing photographs, one of his colleagues replied. The experts from the Natural Resources Bureau and the Animal Protection Center were too focused to speak, diligently extracting screenshots of the alligators from the live stream and cross-referencing them with their database. Soon, they identified the creatures. Director, these are Yangtze alligators. An expert reported. What kind of species is the Yangtze alligator? Is it particularly ferocious? The anxious leaders pressed on. Quite the opposite. The Yangtze alligator is one of the most docile alligator species. Quickly inform them not to engage, as long as they do not perceive a threat. Yangtze alligators rarely attack humans. The message was relayed through the intercom, reaching the viewers of the live stream. Yangtze alligator? That sounds familiar. Of course it does. It's a nationally protected species. We used to call it Tulong or pig dragon around here. I remember hitting one with a stick when I was a child. But they are now seldom seen. What? You actually hit an alligator? I'm not lying. The environment along the river was beautiful back then, clear waters and lush greenery. They often emerged from the river to steal food. If our aunties saw a pig dragon while washing clothes, they would give it a whack to stop it from snatching our garments. Did I just enter a magical realm? Your aunties aren't practicing some kind of sorcery, are they? Who wouldn't he run upon seeing an alligator? No sorcery here. We're just ordinary folk. Actually, what the viewer said is true. Let me enlighten you. An official account from the Animal Protection Center chimed in. In ancient times, the Yangtze alligator was referred to as and is now known as the Chinese Tua. The colloquial term pig dragon comes from its remarkably gentle temperament, which starkly contrasts its appearance. Because of this gentle nature, the Chinese Tua has become nearly extinct in the wild. Its habitat has been largely destroyed, and its submissive behavior has made it vulnerable to human exploitation. Vulnerable to exploitation. The previously tense viewers began to chuckle at the experts' insights. Who would dare bully an alligator? I told you so. Now that the experts have confirmed it, you should listen. I even discovered something during my childhood. These Yangtze alligators have a peculiar fondness for wong snow cakes. What? Wong snow cakes? Aren't alligators carnivorous? Wong meow meow, observing the lively chat, blinked her big, watery eyes in disbelief. Could there truly be such charming alligators? She happened to have a few wong snow cakes in her bag, and after a moment's thought, she decided to give it a try. Initially hesitant, she merely tore open the packaging and tossed the cakes on the ground for the alligators to consume. To her surprise, the large creatures displayed remarkable obedience. They enjoyed the snow cakes without fighting over them, forming a neat line as they approached. Gaining confidence, Wong Meow Meow held out the snow cakes, enticing the Yangtze alligators to open their gaping jaws and fed them piece by piece. The alligators, having savored the snow cakes, looked utterly content and nuzzled against Wong Meow Meow's feet. Incredible. They truly are adorably fierce. How delightful. They look so eager to be fed. Does this mean my Meow Meow is safe? The audience buzzed with joy as the expert added a few more remarks. It is precisely due to the Yangtze alligator's unique habits that they have become a rare species. Please, do not provoke them. They should disperse on their own shortly. We are preparing to mobilize a team to handle the situation. The alligator expert was visibly excited. While Yangtze alligators thrive in captivity, their existence in the wild is exceedingly rare, making this an invaluable opportunity for data collection. Understanding the conditions under which Yangtze alligators can survive in the wild could pave the way for the restoration of wild populations, significantly aiding ecological preservation. With clarity on the alligator's behavior, Hu Jun and his team relaxed, temporarily holstering their weapons, waiting for the alligators to tire and return to the river. However, unbeknownst to them, the thief who had fainted earlier had regained consciousness. Having overheard the expert's reassurance that Yangtze alligators would not attack humans, he felt emboldened. With Hu Jun and his team distracted by the alligators, the thief saw his chance and quietly slipped into the water. Now was the time to escape. If he reached the opposite bank, Hu Jun and his team would have no hope of pursuing him. He thought of this and promptly began swimming toward the shore. Yet, after swimming just a couple of meters, he was suddenly racked with sharp pain all over his body. Help! Help me! The thief thrashed in the water, panic-stricken. Something is biting me from below. Chapter 28. Terrifying piranhas. The attention of the group had been previously captivated by the Yangtze alligator, but upon hearing the chilling scream, they turned to investigate. Under the beam of several flashlights, Hu Jun and the others witnessed the river surface rapidly turning crimson. It was the blood flowing from the wounded thief. Startled, Hu Jun hesitated to plunge into the water for a rescue. Instead, he swiftly seized a steel fork from a nearby teammate and rushed to the riverbank, extending it towards the thief. "Grab the fork. I will pull you up," Hu Jun shouted. The thief, gritting his teeth against the pain, reached out and grasped the fork. Hu Jun strained to lift him, only to discover a disconcerting truth. Not only did he fail to pull the thief to safety, but he also stumbled backward, nearly dragged into the water himself. The immense resistance in the water thwarted his efforts, as if a monstrous creature were clinging to the thief, refusing to let go. "Quick! Someone come help! Something's pulling him under." Hu Jun steadied himself and called out, prompting others to rush to his aid. With their combined strength, they finally managed to haul the young thief onto the bank. As they assessed the situation, the group gasped at the sight of the thief's tattered clothing, now riddled with wounds. Numerous grotesque fish clung to him, their fierce expressions unyielding even out of the water. "Piranhas?" the group exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the menacing fish. Creatures often depicted in films, their notoriety requiring no expert explanation. Upon observing the multitude of injuries on the thief's body, it became evident that he had been attacked by at least 100 piranhas in the water. It was no wonder Hu Jun had struggled to pull him out alone. The cameraman wasted no time, zooming in on one of the piranhas for a clear close-up. "Indeed, this is a piranha, and a carnivorous one at that," he stated. "Their scientific name is Cerassalmus natareri. Be extremely cautious. Unlike the Yangtze alligator, this species is exceedingly dangerous and will aggressively attack any living creature. Humans are also on their menu." The fish expert, still in the live stream, immediately identified the peculiar fish. But why was the Yangtze alligator not attacked in the water? Could it be that these piranhas are selective in their prey? Do they avoid alligators and only target humans? That seems implausible. Certainly, it is not that simple. The expert continued. In the aquatic realm, alligators are apex predators at the top of the food chain. It would be quite unlikely for piranhas to confront them. Furthermore, despite their seemingly terrifying teeth and jaws, they are utterly ineffective against the tough scales of an alligator. To put it in your colloquial terms, they wouldn't even breach its defenses, let alone inflict harm. However, given the presence of piranhas in the water, it is impossible for the individual you were searching for, Ouyang Wang, to have escaped by crossing the river. Otherwise, the surface would have been drenched in blood long ago. Hu Jun and his companions nodded in agreement as they read the comments in the stream. The young thief had likely only submerged for a moment before being viciously attacked, unable to escape or reach the shore due to being ensnared by the piranhas. Ouyang Wang, being older and less vigorous than the young thief, would certainly have met a grim fate if he had ventured into the water. Even the young thief, now trembling in fear as he received treatment for his wounds, regretted his reckless decision to flee. Yet, if crossing the river was impossible, where had that old scoundrel Ouyang Wang disappeared to? Scanning the surroundings, Hu Jun found no other traces. Darkness was rapidly enveloping the area, and with only the light from their flashlights, visibility was limited to a mere 20 meters. The night forest posed an increasingly perilous environment for humans. Compared to the extraordinary night vision of animals, particularly felines, humans were nearly blind in the pitch-black woods. "Captain Hu, perhaps we should retreat. This place feels too eerie and foreboding." One team member hesitated, voicing his concerns. According to Li Tongtong's earlier insights, Chen Haoming was likely using large trucks and containers to transport these rare creatures back to his home. Given the current circumstances, it was reasonable to conclude that those creatures had already been released into this forest by Chen Haoming. Who could say what other terrifying flora and fauna might lurk here? In truth, apart from the team member speaking, others were also feeling a sense of trepidation. They were acutely aware that this dense mountain forest had been crafted by Chen Haoming, filled with ferocious tigers, venomous snakes, and now piranhas. They were reluctant to remain any longer. Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, Captain Hu. With the trail of Ouyang Wang gone cold and no sign of the brown panda, shouldn't we leave for now? This place is truly unsettling." As soon as the words left his lips, a series of sounds resembling human laughter echoed through the dense woods, emanating from above the group. What was that? Alarmed, they looked up, directing their flashlight beams toward the canopy. What should have been a vast expanse of intertwining branches appeared to have something flitting through it, dislodging numerous leaves. "Everyone, be cautious. Gather together." Panic surged through the group as they huddled closely, backs pressed together, on high alert. With a flashlight in one hand and his firearm in the other, Hujun searched the thick foliage above for the source of the strange shadow. Before he could identify it, a shriek from Wang Miaomio broke the tension. What happened? Hujun immediately turned to her. My hat. Something took my hat. Upon entering the forest, Wang Miaomio had been wearing a baseball cap, which had now mysteriously vanished. Whatever had snatched her hat was undoubtedly lurking among the branches. What could it be? Hujun felt his heart racing, reaching an alarming pace. The fear of the unknown in the darkness was overwhelming even for someone with over a decade of experience in law enforcement. Yet, as the pillar of support for the group, he could not afford to lose his composure. Forcing himself to remain calm, Hujun continued scanning the treetops for the thief who had stolen Wang Miaomio's hat. Suddenly, the beam of his flashlight illuminated a face. It was a peculiar visage, resembling a human yet distinctly different, grinning at him with bared teeth. Chapter 29, The Baboons in the Wolf Pack. What on earth is this? Hujun was momentarily struck with fear, his heart skipping a beat. The others, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly directed their flashlights toward the source of Hujun's alarm, while the cameraman from the live broadcast hastily swung his camera around. In an instant, the viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence. Before them appeared a visage resembling a human face, yet monstrous, with enormous nostrils and a nose tinged with red and blue. As the light converged, they realized that this creature was not alone among the shadowy treetops. 5, 10, 20. There were over 20 such grotesque faces peering down from the branches above. What is this ghastly creature? It resembles a monkey, yet it is not. Its nose is so bizarre, could it be some sort of mutated species? This forest is utterly absurd. How on earth did the B13 homeowner manage to conjure such strange beings? The audience in the live stream felt a shiver run down their spines, as the peculiar noses of these creatures glowed an eerie red and blue in the night, evoking an unsettling terror. Ghosts? Nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world. Bring forth an expert to dispel this myth. The viewers, gripped by fear, clamored for an expert. And indeed, one knowledgeable individual soon emerged. This should be a baboon, quite rare in our country, typically found in Africa. Referring to it as a ghostly creature is not entirely inaccurate. Baboons are colloquially known as ghost baboons in folklore. They are an ancient species, even mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas as a monster. Like humans, they are mammals and belong to the primate family, specifically a type of macaque. However, they are extremely aggressive. Captain Hu, you must exercise utmost caution. In truth, no further warning was necessary, for the baboon horde had already begun their assault on Hujun and his companions without hesitation. They seemed particularly fixated on Wang Miaomio's backpack, persistently attempting to snatch it away. Get away! Get away! Wang Miaomio, her face ashen with fear, brandished a hefty branch in an attempt to fend off the advancing baboons. Yet, the more she resisted, the more excited the baboons became, relentlessly charging at her. Something's off. Why are these baboons targeting Miaomio specifically? They can't possibly be after her beauty, intending to abduct her as a captive bride, can they? Impossible, with their ghastly appearance. Their aesthetic sense clearly differs from ours. Hujun quickly grasped the peculiar situation. His mind raced back to the earlier events, and he suggested that it must have been Wang Miaomio feeding the crocodile with biscuits that caught the baboon's attention. If you offer them your bag, things should settle, he urged while warding off the baboon before him. Oh, Wang Miaomio understood Hujun's intent, promptly removing her backpack and offering it to the baboons. The fortunate baboon, seizing the backpack, scampered away several meters, followed by the others, allowing everyone a moment to breathe. However, once the baboon emptied the contents of Wang Miaomio's bag, they discovered only inedible items like lipstick and powder puffs, with no trace of the sought-after snacks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The baboons turned in unison, baring their teeth in fury at Wang Miaomio. Their expression was unmistakable, demanding to know where the food had vanished. It's gone. The snacks were devoured by the crocodile. I only brought a few to stave off hunger, Wang Miaomio explained. But the baboons were not interested in her words. They felt tricked and angrily charged at her once more. Hujun and the others hastily grabbed various defensive tools to resist, but the baboons were remarkably robust, their strength perhaps 2 or 3 times that of an adult human. Hujun wielded a steel fork, attempting to fend off the baboons, but in a single encounter, they effortlessly wrested it from him with an unfathomable force. Compounding the chaos was the baboons' agility. They could easily leap between treetops, navigating the branches with far greater ease than humans could manage stairs, while Hujun and his team focused on the baboons on the ground. They had to remain vigilant for sudden attacks from above. "Captain, we can't hold out much longer. Can we use firearms?" "Absolutely not," Hujun quickly interjected. "It's late at night, and the sound of gunfire could carry for miles. We cannot predict what it might attract." Yet, this impasse could not continue. These wild monkeys seemed to possess an uncanny ability to evade capture. Hujun, also under attack by the baboons, understood his teammates' frustrations. They were not only powerful and agile but also employed particularly devious tactics, targeting vulnerable areas with malicious intent, exasperating the team. "Everyone, regroup. Hold your ground. If the situation becomes dire, firearms are permissible." With no alternatives left, Hujun had to issue these orders, hoping that the baboons would eventually tire and disperse. The group reassembled, forming a defensive circle, back to back, to prevent being overrun by the baboons. However, even this formation proved insufficient against the sheer number of strong baboons, and it quickly became evident that they were nearing exhaustion. Just as they felt they could endure no longer, and Hujun was on the verge of drawing his weapon, a sudden change erupted nearby. A piercing wolf howl echoed through the air, followed by a chorus of howls in response. It's a wolf pack. A lead wolf is rallying the pack. "We are in danger." Viewers in the live stream alerted one another. Upon hearing the relentless howls, the baboons ceased their assault. They exchanged a few chattering sounds, reaching a consensus, and swiftly ascended the trees, unwilling to confront the wolves. Hujun and his companions exchanged weary glances, watching as the baboons vanished into the dense foliage, yet they dared not relax their guard. The baboons may have retreated, but the wolves were approaching, and they could not mimic the baboons' ability to climb trees to escape. They were in serious trouble. Unlike the baboons, who merely sought snacks, the wolves were known to be lethal predators. Chapter 30. Have we finally found Ouyang Wang? Soon after, Hujun and his companions escaped the encirclement of the mountain demons. They found themselves surrounded once more, this time by a pack of wolves. "It's that group of Siberian wolves." "Yes, I recognize them too. They are the same breed that played with Li Tong Tong in the video." The experts were indeed correct. Wolves are social creatures, where one implies a whole pack. There must be over 40 wolves in front of us. We're doomed, just when we escaped from the tiger's mouth. We've fallen into the wolf's den. The back mountain of this B13 villa is truly a perilous lair. The wolf pack was remarkably intelligent. They spread out into a large circle, hiding among the trees with a distance of 7 to 8 meters between them, their keen eyes glimmering in the dim light as they meticulously observed their prey. This distance allowed them to attack or retreat as necessary, while Hujun and his companions were rendered incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. "This is serious. Everyone prepare for battle," Hujun commanded, drawing his pistol first. The others followed suit, brandishing their weapons. Even the crew members of Wang Miao Miao picked up stones for self-defense, while the cameraman continued to hold his heavy camera aloft. In a dire situation, that 20-kilogram metal apparatus could serve as a weapon as well. At that moment, the encirclement of the wolves began to tighten. Hujun and his companions were forced to reduce their defensive perimeter, ultimately seeking refuge behind a large tree. Just as Hujun believed they were left with no options and must fight desperately, the wolf pack suddenly parted before them, creating a pathway. A wolf, significantly larger than the others, stepped forward. Its commanding gaze swept across everyone present, sending shivers down Hujun's spine. "If I'm not mistaken, that wolf is the one that played with Li Tong Tong, right?" "Yes, I recognize it as well. It appeared gentle and handsome in the video, but now it exudes a domineering charm. The well-bred elegance of others is lost on my clumsy husky, who is shedding all over the place. I have already given my uncooperative husky a good punch. My Alaskan Malamute has become infatuated with its beauty, barking at me while I watch the television. Can you please speak plainly? Officer Hu and the others are in grave danger, and you are discussing how good-looking this wolf is?" The audience in the live chat could not stop commenting on the striking alpha wolf, but Hujun and his companions were far too preoccupied to join in. Hujun stood at the forefront, gazing up at the alpha wolf, which towered almost to his abdomen, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. "Surely, even the ordinary leopard could not rival its stature," he mused. What terrified Hujun even more was the fierce glint in the alpha wolf's eyes. The books often describe the aura of martial generals with phrases like killing without mercy and a sea of corpses, yet every wolf survives amidst blood and flesh daily. Killing prey is an essential skill for wild wolves, and as the alpha, every target it fixates upon is destined to meet its end at the jaws of the pack. The chilling gaze of the alpha wolf filled Hujun with dread. Thus, Hujun and the alpha wolf locked eyes for an agonizing 10 seconds. Just as Hujun's shirt was nearly soaked with cold sweat, the alpha wolf casually turned its head towards the back. Hu Jun was puzzled by its gesture, mistakenly believing it to be a signal for the pack to attack, and he instinctively raised his gun. Fortunately, just then, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. Captain Hu, whatever you do, do not attack. It might be signaling for you to follow it. What? Hu Jun could hardly believe his ears. The expert on the other end was uncertain, but given the circumstances, they had no choice but to take a gamble. Stay vigilant and follow it. There may be some advantage to this. Otherwise, with the size of this wolf pack, they wouldn't need to employ any tricks to attack you. Hu Jun felt uneasy at the prospect, but upon reflection, it did seem plausible. We might as well give it a shot. Everyone, stay close and don't let your guard down. With that, Hu Jun led the way, following the alpha wolf closely. The wolf pack was equally aware of the alpha's intentions. They refrained from attacking and instead flanked the group on either side. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by the unfolding scene. Why isn't this wolf pack attacking the humans? Don't forget, that wolf is not raised by Chen Haoming. It previously played joyfully with Li Tong Tong. Could it be that Chen Haoming's authority is so formidable that even in his absence, this wolf knows it cannot harm humans? It's hard to say. Perhaps this alpha wolf has been thoroughly tamed by Chen Haoming. Initially surprised by the wolf's behavior, the crowd quickly grasped that the real marvel lay in Chen Haoming. Just how powerful could this individual be, capable of taming golden eagles, wolf packs, and tigers? Hu Jun and his companions were initially tense. But as they witnessed the wolf pack moving in unison, like a well-drilled army, without a single wolf approaching to disturb them, they gradually relaxed. Look. The wolves on either side seemed to be marking their territory. The members from the Forestry Bureau were on high alert, and one of them happened to notice several Siberian wolves on the periphery. What is the big deal about that? Animals do their business wherever they please, don't they? Someone quipped. No, it seems they are marking their territory. This should be their pack's domain. This individual was from the forestry rescue team and had some understanding of wild animals. I suspect these creatures have an agreement among themselves, designating specific areas as their territories. Otherwise, with so many predators gathered here, they would have already fought to the death. Are you overthinking this? This is the wilderness, who delineates their territory. Another person scoffed. Yet, the rescue team member felt strongly about his assessment. Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, nor can a group of mountain demons and ferocious wolves. Yet, in this forest, there exists a multitude of apex predators, which defies the natural order. Before long, Hu Jun and his companions entered the territory of the alpha wolf. It was then that they discovered the scale of the wolf pack far exceeded their expectations. In addition to the dozens of male wolves outside, they were astonished to find numerous female wolves and pups within this territory, likely totaling over 100. Impossible. This forest isn't a tropical rainforest. How could it possibly support such a large wolf population? Even stranger is that, besides the wolves, there are other apex predators here. The observing experts were agitated. This forest was too bizarre. Endangered species are typically at risk because there are no suitable habitats in the natural world. Yet, this very forest could support multiple endangered animals simultaneously. Even a man-made zoo could not sustain such a large population. Where on earth is this forest located? Hu Jun's thoughts were not on the forest, for upon entering the wolf pack's territory, he quickly spotted a familiar figure. Ouyang Wang. What a stroke of luck. He had searched high and low for this person, only to find that Ouyang Wang had also been led here by the wolf pack. Chapter 31. The arch-nemesis of the wolf pack, Ouyang Wang. Hu Jun roared, drawing the attention of the crowd, including the cameraman's lens. At that moment, Ouyang Wang appeared disheveled. His clothes tattered and caked in mud, with one shoe missing. To the astonishment and amusement of onlookers, the elderly man was now tending to a large brown panda, massaging its shoulders and legs, an act reminiscent of the young thief's earlier antics. Ouyang, the old scoundrel, so you were hiding here, the young thief exclaimed upon spotting him. Although he was battered and weary from an encounter with the piranha, the sight of Ouyang ignited a fire of vengeance within him. Stumbling forward, he landed a swift kick on Ouyang's back. Ouch! Ouyang, caught off guard while attending to the panda, turned to see his disciple and immediately sprang to his feet, engaging in a scuffle with the young thief. You old fool, selling out your teammates and pushing me towards the panda. The young thief unleashed a flurry of punches on Ouyang. Despite being outmatched in strength, Ouyang employed cunning tactics, thrusting his knee into his disciple's groin, nearly incapacitating him. Seizing the moment of pain, Ouyang reversed their positions and retaliated with his own barrage of punches. You little rascal, how dare you strike your master? Respect your elders and cherish the young. Do you understand? Hu Jun observed the duo battling without any intention of intervening, as long as there were no fatalities. He was content to let them continue. Let them tear each other apart, he thought. If it weren't for that old rascal, my Meow Meow wouldn't have been frightened so many times. Fight. Beat some sense into him. After all, they're all cut from the same cloth. This dog-eat-dog scenario is quite entertaining. I've already opened my spicy snacks, so let the brawl continue. The viewers in the live stream harbored no affection for the trio of thieves and relished the unfolding chaos. As the two combatants grew weary, Hujuan approached Ouyang, pulling him aside for questioning. What happened? Why didn't you flee upon seeing us? Earlier, they had seen a swarm following the wolves. Hujuan found it hard to believe that Ouyang had missed their presence. If he had attempted to escape, Hujuan knew it would have taken considerable effort to catch him. Yet, Ouyang had not fled, which baffled Hujuan. With Ouyang's extensive criminal history, capture would typically mean a sentence of at least 20 years. Heh, Ouyang chuckled, still catching his breath from the scuffle. Officer Hu. It's not that I didn't want to run, but I was too afraid to do so. This cursed wilderness is treacherous. I feared for my life. Ouyang recounted his recent experiences. After pushing his disciple towards the panda as bait, he had panicked and inadvertently stumbled into the rear mountain tunnel of Villa B13. Upon entering the forest, he was swiftly assaulted by a group of baboons. They treated me like a plaything. Ouyang lamented, tears in his eyes. The baboons, known for their strength, had tossed the frail old man around, leaving him in tatters and covered in mud. I couldn't outrun them, nor could I fight back. Just as I thought I was done for, the panda happened to pass by. At this point, Ouyang shuddered at the thought. Had the brown panda not appeared, his life might have been forfeit. Once the panda arrived, it swiftly dispersed the baboons with a few swats and led Ouyang away. I dared not resist the panda, only to discover that we had wandered into a den of nearly 100 vicious wolves. Ouyang nearly lost control at that revelation. He clung tightly to the panda, seeking its protection, only to find that the wolves, fearsome as they appeared, showed no interest in him whatsoever. After observing for a while and confirming there was no danger, he felt secure enough to serve the panda. As for how to escape, Ouyang had been devising plans, but he certainly wouldn't dare venture back alone. For encountering the baboons again would be tantamount to suicide. I was waiting, and finally, I saw you, Officer Hu, Ouyang said with a beaming smile, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. This Ouyang Wang is truly incorrigible, had it not been for the baboons scaring the wits out of him. Who knows how far he would have run, one commentator noted. At least we finally caught this old thief king, another replied. That's no guarantee, Officer Hu. You must remain cautious. He will undoubtedly look for an opportunity to flee. Indeed, when he was cornered by the tiger, he begged for mercy and then immediately escaped through the pipe at the first chance. But who would have thought the brown panda would also be present? That panda is simply adorable, showing off its bamboo again. With a weight of 500 pounds, how could it not flaunt dozens of pounds of bamboo every day? The panda truly cares for the people, even rescuing an old rascal like Ouyang. How bizarre that a panda and a wolf pack could coexist harmoniously. Could it be that this ancestral brown panda possesses the ability to communicate with all creatures? Are we delving into the realm of fantasy again? As the viewers witnessed the crisis averted and the reunion of Ouyang and the brown panda, Hujuan's mission in the mountains seemed to reach a satisfactory conclusion. Hujuan began his report, contacting the city bureau via radio. Calling headquarters, we have located Ouyang Wang and the brown panda. Please advise. You may begin your return. We are preparing to dispatch a team to the villa area to escort you. The city bureau responded promptly, and the faces of the group lit up with unmistakable joy. As this strange journey was finally coming to an end, such a remarkable experience would surely be the talk of the town for weeks to come. Just as everyone relaxed, preparing to rest before heading back, the Siberian wolves, previously lying down, suddenly rose to their feet. They turned in unison towards the perimeter of their territory. Their ears perked up, entering a state of heightened vigilance. The imposing alpha wolf appeared agitated, fixating on the darkness beyond, growling deeply, clearly readying itself for battle. What is happening? The atmosphere among the wolves shifted dramatically, and Hujuan and the others sensed the tension, quickly arming themselves once more. The wolves' sudden agitation indicated they had encountered a formidable foe. With a pack of nearly 100 wolves, whatever posed a threat to them must be an exceedingly terrifying creature. Chapter 32. What on earth? Where did so many giant pandas come from? Everyone was on high alert, and Hujuan quickly exchanged glances with his team. In truth, there was no need for Hujuan to remind them. The atmosphere had turned serious, and everyone instinctively drew their pistols or raised their steel forks, seeking refuge behind the sturdy trees. Soon, they could see the thick clouds of dust billowing from deep within the forest, and the ground began to tremble. What on earth was approaching? The faces of Hujuan and the others were filled with astonishment. The very ground quivered from the sheer weight of the creatures rushing toward them. They could only imagine the incredible size of these beings. Wang Miao Miao's hand trembled as she held the microphone, yet she persevered in describing the situation to her audience. Dear viewers, she began. A group of unknown animals is drawing near, their thunderous footsteps causing the earth to shake. I estimate there are at least dozens of them, and they are all of colossal size. While those in the live stream could see the dust clouds, they could not feel the earth's tremors. It was only after hearing Wang Miao Miao's commentary that they grasped the true horror of the scene. What does it mean for the ground to tremble? Could it be the legendary stampede of 1,000 horses? It must be wild boars. The camera operator had already captured the approaching creatures in a wide-angle shot, revealing a massive herd of wild boars. These wild boars had sharp tusks protruding from their snouts, their eyes glinting with ferocity, charging towards the territory of the wolf pack. Their synchronized steps made the ground quake incessantly, their momentum reminiscent of a prehistoric mammoth invasion. Goodness, why are the wild boars so fierce? How can a group of pigs dare to attack a wolf pack? Are they defying nature? Pigs are ruled by me, not by fate. The audience in the comments section expressed their bewilderment at the wild boar's aggression towards the wolves, but Hu Jun's expression remained grave. Coming from a rural background, he had long been familiar with the saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. This meant that when wild boars turned savage, even black bears and tigers would retreat, let alone wolves. The wild boars before him were not just 1 or 2, but a herd numbering in the dozens. Everyone, be cautious. When wild boars go berserk, they feel no pain and do not engage them head-on. Hu Jun warned. He had heard many tales of hunters being killed by crazed boars who, even when shot, would charge until their last breath. Moreover, these creatures were not particularly intelligent. Once they set their sights on a target, they would relentlessly pursue it, often outrunning even automobiles. Hu Jun raised his voice to alert the others, then glanced at Ouyang Wang and the young thief beside him. After a moment's thought, he approached and handcuffed them together. I won't bind your feet, lest you find yourselves in danger and unable to escape, but don't even think of running. With your hands restrained, running wild in this forest would be tantamount to seeking death, Hu Jun cautioned. Ouyang Wang and the young thief exchanged looks of disdain. Officer Hu, I would rather be tied to a tree, the young thief shouted. Hu Jun ignored their protests and returned to his team. If they chose recklessness now, even divine intervention could not save them. Just as he finished thinking this, the herd of wild boars had already charged into the wolf pack's territory. The camera operator was finally able to zoom in for a close-up. He focused on the largest wild boar, and the audience was greeted by the sight of a formidable black-haired boar leaping onto the screen. This creature had 2 sharp tusks, small eyes, and a large snout. Its small head was comically disproportionate to its robust body, resembling a mouse's head on a cat's body. That appearance is truly grotesque. I can tell from its small head and large body that it's not very bright. Didn't T Officer Hu just say that this creature is fierce and unafraid of death? It probably has T developed a proper sense of pain. Upon seeing the approaching creatures, the audience was filled with disdain. I've seen wild boars in my hometown, but nothing like this. They're enormous, right? I've seen wild boars too, but none have looked this hideous. Viewers who lived in mountain villages were puzzled. Wild boars were not uncommon, but city dwellers had rarely encountered such a sight. It's not surprising you haven't seen them. If I'm not mistaken, this is an invasive species that doesn't exist in our country. Indeed. I recognize this as the African giant forest pig. Its size can only be described as colossal. Today, animal experts from across the nation were watching this program, and immediately, a specialist appeared to enlighten the audience. The African giant forest pig is typically known for its timid nature. However, there is one peculiar trait: it cannot tolerate other animals encroaching on its territory. To defend its domain, it will charge at its foes with its forehead, even if it results in its own skull fracturing. The expert's vivid description left the audience imagining the giant forest pig colliding with its enemies, often leading to mutual destruction. Is it really that fierce? Indeed, I just looked it up online. It's humorously dubbed the strongest pig king, the heavyweight champion of the pig world. Wait, this doesn't add up. They are invading the wolf pack's territory, which contradicts the expert's description. Don't you see? The wolf pack just marked their territory here, indicating that this area has yet to be claimed. This is a territorial battle between the wolves and the giant forest pigs. The audience grasped the situation, holding their breath in anticipation. In the footage, the wolf pack and the herd of wild boars had clashed. As the wild boars entered the territory, the lead wolf did not back down. With a commanding howl, it rallied all the male wolves to charge. However, despite the strength of the Siberian wolves, the biological disparity was insurmountable. A male wolf weighed just over 100 pounds, while the average giant forest pig tipped the scales at over 500 pounds. The disparity in weight was akin to an adult man grappling with a child. The giant forest pigs surged into the wolf pack as if they were in an unchallenged arena. With a simple thrust of their heads, they sent wolves flying. The wolves struggled to contain their charge, with some pigs even carrying 3 to 5 wolves on their backs while continuing their relentless charge. This immense difference in weight and strength allowed the giant forest pigs to swiftly penetrate the ranks of the wolves, charging through their formation. After halting their advance, the boars turned back, digging their hind hooves into the ground to build momentum for a second wave of attack, charging forth like cavalry. It's over. My beautiful wolves are being overwhelmed. The size difference is staggering. These giant forest pigs are almost as large as rhinos. It's impossible to fight. It's like a child battling an adult. While the audience, enamored by the wolves' appearance, preferred them over the grotesque giant forest pigs. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for the wolves. Nevertheless, the Siberian wolves showed no signs of retreat. Under the leadership of the towering alpha wolf, the pack regrouped. They emitted a chorus of growls, baring their fangs in defiance of their foes. This was a life-and-death struggle between two species, with no room for retreat. Soon, the wolves and the wild boars clashed once more, escalating the ferocity of the battle. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless, witnessing the primal violence of wildlife and feeling profoundly moved. Am I about to cry? When our ancestors faced such dire challenges, were they also fighting desperately for survival? Officer Hu, please help. The wolves are in peril. Hu Jun and his team were equally anxious. The wolf pack had aided them significantly against the mountain baboons earlier. Given the wolves' display of goodwill, how could they, as humans, fail to show gratitude? Moreover, the adjacent brown giant panda has actively joined the fray. Driven by a protective instinct for its elder, Hu Jun and his team could no longer stand idly by. Fire! Hu Jun commanded decisively. This was the first time they had truly employed firearms since entering the forest. The sharp crack of gunfire resonated, startling countless birds into flight. Several massive wild boars fell under the gunfire, yet the expressions on Hu Jun and his companions' faces were devoid of joy. Instead, they bore an air of grave seriousness. The 4 officers expended 4 magazines, but managed to down only 3 boars and injure 5 or 6 others. Captain, the hides of these wild boars are both tough and slick. The bullets struggle to penetrate. One officer exclaimed in alarm. Their firepower, rather than intimidating the herd, had instead incited their ferocity. Originally heading towards the wolf pack, a portion of the wild boars turned and charged directly at Hu Jun and his team. Spread out. Take cover behind the trees and reload. Hu Jun directed the battle. The officers quickly dispersed, seeking shelter. 2 unfortunate souls were pursued by the boars, but narrowly escaped by climbing up a tree just in time. With the several hundred pounds of the giant wild boars, had anyone been struck, even if they survived the initial impact, they would surely require intensive care afterward. Seeing that climbing trees was effective, Hu Jun urged everyone to seek refuge above. This process was fraught with difficulty. The scene was rife with peril, sending viewers in the live stream into a tense state of anxiety. The leadership at the municipal bureau was growing restless. One official slammed his hand on the table. Where are the firefighters? Hurry and send them in for support. Utilizing that flamethrower designed for hornet nests, it will surely drive off these wild boars. Arrangements were already underway. But the use of flamethrowers had not been anticipated prior. Personnel were currently dispatched towards the B-13 villa. But time was of the essence. The leader was both anxious and furious. The forest was rife with unforeseen challenges that Hu Jun's team had never anticipated upon their entry. However, their urgency was futile. The outcome depended on Hu Jun's ability to adapt on the fly. The battle escalated dramatically. Wild boars were consistently taken down by the wolf pack, while wolves were also being struck and unable to rise again. Hu Jun and his team were forced into the trees. Even so, the wild boars relentlessly rammed against the trunks, nearly dislodging Wang Miao Miao, the physically weaker woman, from her perch. The only advantageous position in the fray was that surrounding elder panda. It swung its robust and agile paws, disorienting the 2 wild boars before it. However, lacking lethal fangs and claws, the panda could only use its strength and agility to suppress 2 or 3 boars, but was unable to significantly diminish their numbers. The wild boars seemed to have grasped this situation, leaving only a few to restrain elder panda while the rest charged toward the wolf pack. Roar! Elder panda grew increasingly incensed, watching as its allied wolf pack continued to fall, and it let out a thunderous bellow. With each roar, disturbances arose once more in the surrounding woods. A multitude of round, fluffy creatures appeared. Brown, the typical black and white ones, and even a pure white giant panda. Upon closer inspection, one might mistake it for a polar bear. What on earth? Where did all these giant pandas come from? The panda experts in the live stream were taken aback. The brown giant panda was already a rare ancestral variant. What could possibly explain the existence of a pure white giant panda? Had a genetic mutation occurred? Chapter 33. The mysterious organization finally made contact. The pure white giant panda, a creature not yet authenticated, could very well be classified as a piece of folklore, akin to legendary water beasts. Indeed, I distinctly recall that there were no records of such a species in the scientific archives, with only sporadic, unofficial sightings documented in local lore. Who would have imagined that the pure white giant panda truly existed and could survive in the wild? It is imperative that we obtain its genetic samples. The experts at the Panda Protection Center were elated, a throng of scholars fervently discussing the matter, their excitement overwhelming the comment section. With the arrival of these panda enthusiasts, the previously faltering werewolf coalition regained momentum, launching a counterattack with the aid of the giant pandas. In a one-on-one confrontation, the giant forest boar was not at a disadvantage against the giant panda. Both were hefty creatures, each weighing several hundred pounds. A slap from one was met with a shove from the other, rendering neither able to gain the upper hand. However, with a pack of wolves lurking nearby to deliver lethal strikes, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Siberian wolf, being a consummate carnivore, possessed claws and teeth naturally designed for the hunt. Even the robust giant forest boar could not withstand several attacks. As members of the boar clan began to fall, their leader, the wild boar king, let out a furious roar before abandoning the battlefield, leaving behind over 10 carcasses as it retreated in defeat. We won. Victory! Victory! The audience erupted in cheers. The wolves in the arena howled in jubilation, with an exuberant male wolf immediately seeking a mate to celebrate. The nearby brown bear also approached the pure white giant panda, the two bears tumbling playfully on the ground in a display of camaraderie. Is this free to watch? This unexpected romance is delightful. Quick, censor the wolf, or your live stream might be shut down. The pure white giant panda is apparently the bear king's mate. Both the wolves and pandas have partners, while I am left with only my 5 daughters. Do you even dare to compare? Are you as handsome as the wolf or as majestic as the bear? That strikes deep, my friend. With the retreat of the giant forest boars, the wolves reclaimed their territory. The younger pandas, who had arrived with the main force but had not engaged in battle, now waddled out, stumbling adorably as they approached the brown bear. As the bear was entangled with his mate, he swatted one of the cubs away, but the little ones, round and playful, quickly returned to him. Just as he was about to toss them away again, the pure white panda swatted him with a paw, causing the bear to relent and allow the cubs to climb on him in playful delight. Could it be that these little pandas are the bear king's offspring? It seems likely. Only the bear king and the pure white panda, being such unique species, could produce such a diverse array of cubs. Before them lay a delightful scene of panda cubs rolling about, their fur ranging from the traditional black and white to pure black and white hues. I can't contain my excitement any longer. I must follow the director's footsteps to Jiangzhou. Wait for me upstairs. Let us charter a plane and seek approval from the leadership. It's urgent. If we can understand the survival needs of pandas in the wild, we might replicate them artificially. And we must sequence the genes of the pure white panda and the brown bear. The experts in the live stream were in a frenzy, particularly those at the Sichuan base, who began discussing chartering a plane to observe the phenomenon firsthand. Wang Miao Miao and her colleagues were equally enchanted by the panda cubs. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon everyone was rushing to a nearby bamboo grove, harvesting bamboo shoots to feed the adorable cubs. At that moment, they were all bamboo peelers. The panda researchers were thrilled, eager to fly to Jiangzhou, while the audience marveled at the sight. The experts from the Natural Resources Bureau were filled with astonishment, watching the live stream, their eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? Giant pandas, baboons, wolf packs, and wild boars coexisting in the same habitat? I am truly baffled by how Chen Haoming managed this. These groups are exceptionally sensitive to their living conditions. Even a single group finding a suitable habitat is challenging. Yet this forest seems to accommodate them all. What does this mean? More astonishingly, Chen Haoming has orchestrated an alliance between the giant pandas and Siberian wolves. Everyone witnessed the earlier scene, where pandas and wolves joined forces against their foes. Is this something that occurs in nature? Indeed, it is exceedingly unusual. And even this forest appears extraordinary, as I cannot locate it on any map. It is likely that the owner of B13 transformed it by hand. But to consider this, one person transforming an entire forest? Or does he have immense support behind him? Just as the curiosity of the Natural Resources Bureau regarding Chen Haoming reached its zenith, a piece of good news arrived. The city bureau had finally established contact with the mysterious organization associated with Chen Haoming. Quickly, instruct the city bureau to transfer the call. We must all listen. The leader of the Natural Resources Bureau commanded. The operator promptly responded, a request has been sent. But the city bureau mentioned that many departments with similar needs are vying for attention, including several from outside the province. They are trying to arrange a conference call. With so many departments requesting a conference call, the leadership at the city bureau decided it would be too cumbersome to explain to dozens of departments. Instead, they opted to connect the call to the live stream hotline. After all, the entire nation is curious about this matter, so let everyone watch the live broadcast. Soon, the city bureau transferred the call to Wang Miaomiao's live stream. Wang Miaomiao had already received word from the director, indicating that she would be responsible for this crucial phone call and must not embarrass the television station. It was a call that garnered the attention of the entire city and even the nation, with countless departmental leaders watching closely. Wang Miaomiao, under pressure, quickly memorized the key points provided by the city bureau. The moment the call connected, she adopted a professional demeanor and politely inquired, "Hello. Is this the South China Endangered Species Research Institute? Who are you, and why are you contacting us through the province?" The research institute was cautious, as the call had been initiated from the provincial level, and the person in charge was listening attentively. By all accounts, their South China Endangered Species Research Institute had just been established, staff not yet fully recruited, and operations not yet begun. So it was surprising that anyone would seek them out. Moreover, their work was sensitive in nature, typically requiring no external communication. Yet, someone was making a significant inquiry today, startling the person in charge. This is Jiangzhou television station, and behind this program are millions of viewers nationwide, along with leaders and researchers from various scientific centers. Wang Miaomiao succinctly conveyed the gravity of the call. The person on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. What on earth has drawn millions of viewers? Is this a live phone call? Wang Miaomiao continued, stating, I am calling primarily to inquire about an individual named Chen Haoming. Do you happen to recall him? Wang Miaomiao had finally posed the question that had captivated the audience's collective curiosity. In an instant, everyone held their breath, awaiting a response. Chen Haoming? I know him, came the reply. That is wonderful, Wang Miaomiao exclaimed. Can you reach him now, or do you know where he currently is? I'm afraid I don't know. The responsible party's awkward admission echoed through the line, leaving the millions of viewers in sheer bewilderment. Countless question marks flooded the screen. Wang Miaomiao hastily pressed further. What do you mean? We do indeed have a Chen Haoming affiliated with our research institute, but he is merely a nominal member. He is not actually under our jurisdiction. In fact, he came to us primarily to borrow items under the auspices of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The Chinese Academy of Sciences? Even those viewers not particularly versed in technology would have heard of such a prestigious institution. All cutting-edge technology in the nation, including various nuclear armaments and fighter jet advancements, emerge from here. How on earth is Chen Haoming connected to the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Miao Miao, press on. What is the connection between the B13 village Chen Haoming and the Academy? Wang Miaomiao promptly relayed this inquiry. The institute's representative continued, I still lack clarity. I merely received directives from higher-ups at the Academy, instructing me to unconditionally assist Chen Haoming and provide him with all necessary resources here in Jiangzhou. The representative of the institute seems equally in the dark. Must we reach out to the Academy directly? But who possesses the authority to contact the Academy? The layers of bureaucracy would surely delay matters indefinitely. My curiosity is reaching a boiling point. Who exactly is Chen Haoming? At this moment, the city bureau chief interjected, seizing upon a critical point. I apologize for interrupting, but you mentioned that Chen Haoming borrowed items under the Academy's endorsement. What exactly did he take? A specimen stored at our institute, specifically the carcass of a wild South China tiger. However, he has since returned it. The specimen remains at our research institute. The chief and Wang Miaomiao posed several additional questions, but the representative remained uninformed, preoccupied with a busy schedule and having not even witnessed the grand live broadcast. Thus, Wang Miaomiao had no choice but to terminate the call. No wonder Professor Tao Ming, who cherishes tigers, was unable to discover the missing South China tiger. As it turned out, Chen Haoming had merely borrowed the carcass from the institute. Wait, Chen Haoming borrowed a carcass, but the one appearing in B13 Villa is alive. Goodness. I have a bold hypothesis. Perhaps he is a necromancer capable of resurrecting the dead. Step back. Step back. Such mysticism is unwelcome. Others have confirmed that the specimen has already been returned. Where would he derive the means for resurrection? I see. It's about genetic replication, akin to Jurassic Park. Extracting DNA from fossilized bones to recreate dinosaurs. Is this veering into science fiction? Such technology does not exist globally. This is utterly absurd. The chat room erupted into chaos, leaving everyone without a resolution. The experts at the Municipal Bureau were equally baffled. If Chen Haoming had the Academy's backing, it was improbable that he was involved in poaching or smuggling. Since his circumstances remained unclear, the matter would be temporarily set aside, provided he was not engaged in illicit activities, as per the chief's directive. At this juncture, Hu Jun's mission was essentially complete. Ouyang Wang had been apprehended, and the locations of the panda colony had been confirmed. Remaining tasks awaited the arrival of personnel from the Panda Protection Center. As for other rare animals, experts from various regions were en route to manage the situation, relieving Hu Jun, the detective, of any further responsibilities. As the team leader, Hu Jun's final task was to escort Ouyang Wang and his apprentice to the Municipal Bureau. Let us refrain from further play with the pandas. Gather your gear. We prepare to return, Hu Jun commanded. Understood. The search team responded in unison, feeling quite pleased with their successful mission and the delightful interactions with the panda cubs. Wang Miao Miao's crew exchanged satisfied glances, nodding in approval of their accomplishments. With millions of viewers tuning in, they likely would not surpass this record in their lifetime. Just as everyone was readying themselves for departure, an unexpected twist occurred. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest. What is happening? The tempest arose abruptly, swirling leaves and debris, rendering it nearly impossible for the team to keep their eyes open. Accompanying the fierce wind was a dense fog. When Hu Jun and his team managed to withstand the sandstorm and reopen their eyes, they found themselves enveloped in an eerie gray haze. Hu Jun brandished a flashlight, illuminating the space before him. The beam from the powerful flashlight barely reached 3 meters. If he were to extinguish the light, the fog, combined with the encroaching twilight, would obscure even the hand he waved before him. Truly, it was a situation where one could not see one's own fingers. What is going on? Hu Jun pondered in astonishment, while the giant pandas and a pack of wolves began to exhibit signs of agitation, growling incessantly, as if sensing a profound unease in the air. Chapter 34, The Colossal Creature, Godzilla? The eerie fog thickened ominously. Hu Jun urgently called out, "Everyone, stay calm. Find those around you and be cautious of wild beasts that might take advantage of the situation." The others responded and began to count off. Fortunately, thus far, no one was missing. 16 individuals, including 2 thieves and 3 crew members, were accounted for. All right, everyone, gather around me. Hu Jun shouted to provide a point of reference amidst the chaos. What on earth is happening? It's already evening, and with this dense fog, I can't see a thing. All I can hear is Officer Hu's voice, but it's of little help. Viewers in the live stream stared at the gray screen, utterly perplexed. After calling everyone to assemble, Hu Jun sought clarity, hastily using the radio to contact the city bureau leaders. They promptly convened a conference call with relevant experts to discuss the situation at hand. I suspect it's moisture rising from the forest. Once the wind picks up, it should disperse, one expert suggested. Impossible. This isn't the early morning when fog is at its densest. It's already evening. Where would the moisture come from? Another countered. Indeed, the forest is humid. But the sun has been up for hours. All moisture should have evaporated by now. How could such dense fog suddenly appear? Clearly, the fog was brought by a strong wind. Perhaps there is a lake nearby that is producing this mist, they speculated, engaging in a lively debate over the phone. While numerous hypotheses emerged, contradictions remained, leaving them without a definitive conclusion. Regardless, it was prudent to keep Hu Jun and the others stationary for the time being. The fog had arrived with the wind, and it was likely to dissipate once the breeze returned. The bureau leaders had no choice but to relay this conclusion back. Upon receiving the directive, Hu Jun instructed everyone to remain in place. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the fog, given the thick mist compounded by the evening gloom. Visibility was virtually non-existent without a flashlight, yet this enormous silhouette was unmistakable to all. "Hu officer, what is that monstrous thing?" The cameraman gasped, eyes wide. Gazing up at the terrifying creature towering above the treetops, its outline was discernible even amidst the fog, clearly surpassing the realm of ordinary animals. It stood at least 20 meters tall. Hu Jun had evidently spotted the gigantic figure as well. A long neck bore a head that appeared as large as a building. Traversing the forest before them, the creature's menacing presence silenced the previously howling wolf pack. All were paralyzed with fear. The wolves and a giant panda quickly retreated into the underbrush, not daring to breathe. In the face of such a colossal being, sharp fangs and claws, as well as firearms, were utterly futile. A mere sneeze from the creature could prove fatal. As it moved, its immense footsteps resonated rhythmically like thunder. Thud, thud, thud. The cameraman's equipment recorded the thunderous sounds, transmitting them to the live stream, sending shivers down the spines of all viewers. What on earth did I just witness? Could it be that Godzilla has emerged? Goodness! After all the wild beasts, now a monster has appeared. Light warriors, Ultraman, come save me. The live stream exploded with excitement. What was this terrifying, colossal creature? Fortunately, it was not approaching Jun and his group. Its footsteps were terrifyingly loud. But it swiftly moved away, having already passed them. However, the frenzy in the live chat was just beginning, with countless screenshots and short videos flooding various platforms. The sensational headlines were nothing short of alarming. Colossal creature sighted in Jiangzhou. Godzilla or poor special effects. A monster appears in Wang Miao Miao's live stream. City bureau leaders quickly received reports from their subordinates, realizing that panic was about to spread. They hurriedly instructed experts to step in and dispel the rumors. Dear netizens, please refrain from spreading misinformation. We have conducted image comparisons, and there is a 95% probability that the creature was merely a giraffe. A giraffe? Which giraffe stands over 10 to 20 meters tall? It's possible that the local environment is unique. Previous sightings of the mandrill and giant forest boar were also significantly larger than typical records, so a giant giraffe isn't out of the question. It could also be due to the fog. The light may have been refracted and distorted, presenting merely an illusion, akin to a mirage. That's not right. While giraffes do have long necks, the mass of that creature was clearly beyond what a giraffe could possess. Exactly. The sound of those footsteps cannot be fabricated. They were thunderously immense. Giraffes are relatively rare, but commonly found in zoos, and everyone was familiar with their presence. While they can reach heights of 7 to 8 meters, their weight is a mere 1 to 2 tons. How could they produce such thunderous footfalls? Experts and netizens continued to debate the matter. But then a sudden commotion erupted near Ouyang Wang. Officer Hu, help, shouted a young thief, panic evident in his voice, as Ouyang Wang stood frozen in fear. Could it be that the enormous creature was attacking? Hu Jun swiftly directed his flashlight towards the sound. However, he did not anticipate that the threat to Ouyang Wang and the young thief was not the 20-meter-tall monster, but rather another form of a gigantic, menacing reptile. It lacked the ostentatious size of the former creature, but was still as large as 2 grown adults combined. Emerging from the fog, it advanced rapidly towards Ouyang Wang with an eerie swiftness. Chapter 35, Dinosaurs? Komodo dragon Hu Jun was initially startled, but upon closer inspection, he beheld a colossal reptilian creature before him, resembling a crocodile. Its scaly skin shimmered ominously, and its head, the size of a volleyball, opened wide to reveal a gaping maw, while a long, slender tongue flicked about like a serpent's. Its short yet robust limbs propelled its massive body forward with astonishing speed. What on earth is this creature? Upon hearing the young thief's exclamation, the others turned to witness the spectacle, their eyes widening in disbelief. They hastily retreated, putting distance between themselves and the beast. However, Ouyang Wang and the young thief were shackled together, rendering their escape cumbersome. Ouyang Wang had locked eyes with the monster. His mind clouded with fear, and he struggled to keep pace, relying heavily on the young thief for support. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to the beast's sudden charge. With a swift snap of its jaws, the creature clamped down on Ouyang Wang's calf. Ouch! He cried out in agony as he stumbled and fell to the ground, dragging the young thief down with him. The two were perilously close to meeting their doom at the jaws of the beast. The members of the rescue team were horrified, drawing their firearms in an attempt to shoot, but the creature's grip on Ouyang Wang posed a grave risk. A misfire could easily strike him instead. Don't shoot wildly, Hu Jun shouted, attempting to take aim himself, but Ouyang Wang's frantic struggles made it nearly impossible to get a clear shot. Realizing the futility of using his weapon, he called to the 2 firefighters beside him, "Grab your weapons and follow me." With that, Hu Jun seized a riot shield, and the 2 firefighters followed suit. Armed with shields and spears, bravely, Hu Jun rushed towards the creature, prepared to strike it with the shield in hopes of forcing it to release its grip. To his astonishment, before he could make contact, the beast had already relinquished its hold, rising on its hind legs to pounce toward him. Its powerful forelimbs swung menacingly in his direction. Hu Jun quickly raised his shield to defend himself, feeling a jolt of force reverberate through his arm. Such strength! Captain, don't panic. I'll help. One of the firefighters yelled, quickly using his spear to press against the creature's neck, pushing it back by half a meter. Another firefighter swiftly assisted Ouyang Wang and the young thief, dragging them to the safety of a nearby tree for respite. Thanks to Hu Jun and the firefighters' intervention, The other team members regained their composure. They armed themselves with various equipment and prepared to encircle the beast. However, the creature seemed to sense the impending threat. As the humans began to close in, it abandoned the fight, turning to retreat into the thick mist. Within mere meters of its escape, Hujun and the others could no longer discern its form. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Hujun urged the two firefighters to remain vigilant, then approached Ouyang to assess his condition. "Are you all right?" he inquired, crouching beside him to examine the injury. The pant leg was torn, revealing a gruesome wound on his calf, blood oozing from a row of neat bite marks. Hujun's heart raced at the sight. Had he arrived even a moment later? The creature could have easily ripped away all the muscle from Ouyang's leg. "Captain Hu, what kind of animal is this?" Wang Miao Miao asked, her face pale as she gazed at Ouyang's bloodied limb. The viewers in the live stream were equally alarmed. The creature's massive jaws had clamped down on Ouyang's calf with the same ease as they might enjoy skewered meat during a late-night snack. The mere tug of its teeth could have sent Ouyang's leg bones flying. "If I am not mistaken, this creature must be the Komodo dragon, native to Indonesia." "Indeed. That is correct. The Komodo dragon, also known as the Komodo monitor, is the largest lizard species known to exist today, a relic from the age of dinosaurs." Quickly, knowledgeable individuals began to educate others in the livestream comments. "Is this really a lizard? Unbelievable. Aren't lizards just small pets? That thing is larger than a crocodile. With its jaws wide open, it could swallow Ouyang whole." The Komodo dragon evolved from giant lizards approximately 40 million years ago in Asia, eventually migrating to Australia, where it became a giant due to the absence of predators. 15 million years ago, tectonic shifts between Australia and Southeast Asia brought them back to present-day Indonesia. Meanwhile, the populations in Australia became extinct. Today, the remaining Komodo dragons inhabit only a small corner of the Earth, specifically the islands of Komodo and Rinca, along with surrounding regions. Migrating within these narrow maritime confines, the Indonesian government estimates there are merely around 3,000 individuals left, making them an extremely rare and endangered species. Yet another creature unique to foreign lands? How did it end up in our country? I'm not sure how, but we need to focus on Ouyang's condition. His injuries are grave. Indeed. Hujun paused upon reading the expert's comments in the livestream. Although Ouyang's injuries appeared severe, the firefighters were equipped with first aid kits, and after some bandaging, the bleeding had stopped. Why, then, was the situation deemed dire? He snatched the microphone from Wang Miao Miao and urgently asked, "What do you mean it's not optimistic? Is the bite from the Komodo dragon venomous?" "Yes," the expert replied in the comments. The Komodo dragon employs a unique predation method. It typically ambushes its prey, delivering a bite that injects lethal venom along with a plethora of bacteria from its saliva into the wound. In recent years, scientists have identified that the venom originates from a specialized gland in its mouth. It secretes several toxic proteins known to inhibit blood coagulation, lower blood pressure, induce muscle paralysis, and cause hypothermia, ultimately leading to shock and loss of consciousness in its prey. As the crowd absorbed the expert's explanation, their gazes turned back to Ouyang, filled with sympathy. Meanwhile, Ouyang, sitting on the ground, appeared pale. Was it not true that his fate was hanging by a thread? He grasped Hujun's pant leg, pleading for help. "Officer Hu, you are a righteous policeman. You cannot abandon me." Even more cruelly, the expert continued, "The venom and bacteria in the Komodo dragon's bite are not immediately lethal. They can take several days to kill their prey. During this pursuit, the Komodo dragon, despite being ravenous, will not attack other animals. There are records of Komodo dragons hunting water buffalo, biting them, and then tracking them for weeks until the buffalo succumbed, allowing the dragon to feast." Hujun and the others were horrified at the thought. As they assisted Ouyang, did it mean they would be relentlessly pursued by such a vicious beast? Thus, it is imperative that you leave the forest and return to the city at once, where Ouyang can receive treatment. Hujun thought to himself how obvious this was. Who didn't he know that? However, the dense fog obscured their vision beyond 3 meters, making it difficult to find a path out. Furthermore, the shadow of that colossal creature still loomed over them, casting a pall of dread. In this ghostly mist, should they run amok, they might inadvertently stumble into the territory of that monstrous beast, meeting an untimely end without even knowing how it happened. Yet, if they did not seek an exit, Ouyang would surely succumb to the poison. In that moment, the group found themselves in a state of dilemma. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Cave, New Discoveries. With no options left, the group settled temporarily beneath the grand tree. The women and the injured took shelter in the center, while the outer perimeter, manned by Hu Jun and his fellow team members, stood vigilant with riot shields, cautiously guarding against unseen threats. They hoped for a gust of wind to disperse the eerie fog enveloping them. Meow Meow, do you feel like something is watching us through this mist? Whispered Wang Meow Meow's petite assistant, trembling beside her. Shoo, don't speak so carelessly, Wang Meow Meow cautioned. The tension among the group had reached a boiling point. Any further provocation might lead to a collapse in morale. Yet, she too sensed it, a primal instinct stirring unease within her amidst the dense fog and encroaching night. Outside, Hu Jun was equally perturbed. He pondered the futility of waiting for luck. As darkness descended, even if the fog were to lift, they would soon be engulfed by the night. The flashlight batteries remained sufficiently charged, but only for a few hours. And they hadn't intended to spend the night in this forest. Now, they were trapped. Call the command center. I believe we must relocate, Hu Jun shouted, seeking guidance. The experts back at the station were equally indecisive and chose to trust Hu Jun's judgment. Proceed in the direction you remember, towards the rear mountain tunnel. We will dispatch a second team to assist you. Also, it would be wise to mask your scents. While the fog obscures vision for wild animals, their sense of smell is acute. Your collective scent would be as conspicuous to them as fireflies in the dark. Mask our scent. Hu Jun and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. This was not a skill they had learned in police academy. Fortunately, an expert in the comments had suggested a method. It's simple. Just smear some dirt from the ground all over yourselves. This way to the beasts. You will blend in with the earth and go unnoticed. Smearing dirt on themselves? The young thief furrowed his brow at this suggestion. He had just witnessed wolves marking their territory in this very spot. Who knew what unsavory mixtures lay within that soil? It's all your fault, you old fool. The young thief glared at Ouyang Wang, handcuffed to him, wishing he could strike him again. Ouyang Wang, injured and unable to move without assistance, fell silent, knowing he could not afford to provoke his apprentice further. With the expert's advice in mind, Hu Jun and the others began their preparations. They loosened clumps of soil with their tools, mixed in water to create a paste, and smeared it on each other. The fresh earth indeed had a distinctive odor, an amalgamation of various animal and plant waste. It was nauseating. Suppressing their gag reflexes, they completed the task, transforming into a comical assembly of mud-covered figures, with only their eyes visible. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Our grand goddess has turned into a mud creature. Screenshot taken. This has mean potential. Haha, meow meow. The angle-less beauty still looks good with just her eyes showing. This is hilarious. Is the expert pulling a prank on them? I feel like ashes from burning dry leaves would be better than dirt. The commenter above is right. Ash from burnt leaves would work too. I just didn't think of it. Ha ha ha. The comments section erupted in laughter. Wang Meow Meow and her assistant exchanged exasperated glances at the absurdity of the situation. Reliable experts, indeed. However, with the dirt already applied, washing it off to switch to ash would be a hassle. Thankfully, one of the commenters suggested Hu Jun gather a pile of dry leaves, crush them into dense fragments, and use them as fuel to create torches. This would conserve flashlight battery life in case of emergencies, and the flames could deter wild animals, providing some measure of protection. Once prepared, Hu Jun led the team forward. Initially, he attempted to use the compass on his phone for navigation, but as they checked several devices, each compass pointed in different directions or spun aimlessly. Sighing, Hu Jun lamented the cursed forest where even compasses failed to function, though communication remained intact, with no reliable means to determine direction and visibility obscured by the fog. He could only rely on memory and instinct to guide their way. Meanwhile, in the realm of the online community, Wang Meow Meow's live stream had surged to the top 3 of the national trending topics. Viewers were not only discussing the stream but also engaging across various forums and communities. This is absurd. South China tiger, pure white panda, Siberian wolf from Russia, Komodo dragon from Indonesia, Jiangzhou TV, a small town's pathetic show, deliberately using special effects to attract views? Quite successful, with millions tuning in. Only fools would believe it. I turned it off after 2 minutes. I'd rather watch Jurassic Park for thrills. Seriously, who believes something so exaggerated? A gust of wind and a fog rolls in. It feels like a movie. Haha. The 5-cent effects only fool a few idiots. Those up there are the real fools. Just because you're clever. Does that mean the millions in the live chat are idiots? Exactly. Can't we discern truth from fiction with our own eyes? Who are you to comment on authenticity after watching for just 2 minutes? Right, you're all brilliant, correct? Actually, I'm that Komodo dragon who just bit Ouyang Wang. Haha. The fools willingly deceived. What can you tell them? As the viewership grew, skeptics and naysayers emerged. The bizarre nature of the situation fueled further doubt, leading many to accuse Jiangzhou TV of using effects to mislead the public. The pressure on the station escalated, prompting continuous clarifications and rebuttals. Those following the stream knew the truth, rallying in support of Wang Miaomiao's production team. Yet, the detractors remained obstinate, berating the content without even watching it. Unable to contain their frustration, the viewers engaged in a fierce debate with the naysayers in the live chat. Meanwhile, Hu Jun and his group found themselves lost. They proceeded cautiously, eventually discovering a cave they initially hoped would be an exit, only to realize it led to a dead end. Let us rest here. This entrance may not be large, but is defensible. We should ascertain if there are any dangerous beasts lurking within, Hu Jun suggested, feeling disheartened. Finding the original tunnel in this fog truly felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. The team nodded in agreement and spread out within the cave to assess for any safety hazards. Within moments, one of the members exclaimed, "Captain, I've made a discovery. Come quickly." Chapter 37, Prehistoric Murals. Upon hearing the cries of his team members, Hu Jun hastily approached to observe. Wang Miaomiao sensed a significant discovery and beckoned the cameraman to join her. Who could have anticipated that upon these remarkably primitive cave walls, numerous vividly lifelike murals were etched? This is. The cameraman angled his lens upward, and a mural immediately sprang into the live stream. In the painting, countless small black figures appeared to be kneeling in worship, yet no object of their reverence was depicted. Only the parched, cracked earth lay beneath them. Is this an ancient mural? An archaeologist in the live stream exclaimed. No, it's more than just ancient. Cameraman, I'll send you a rocket if you zoom in. This seems like a prehistoric mural. Oh, splendid. The cameraman, thrilled by the prospect of a reward, obediently complied, focusing the lens to capture the mural in its entirety. Yes, hold it right there. The archaeologist excitedly commented in the chat. Others in the live stream, lacking understanding, began to inquire. What does prehistoric mural mean? Could it be from the mythological era? No, in archaeology, prehistoric murals refer to those from the late Paleolithic era, dating back at least 10,000 years. During that time, humans had yet to develop true writing. History was entirely lost, leaving behind merely some pictographs and images, including murals. I'm almost certain this is indeed a prehistoric mural, unless someone is bored enough to deliberately mimic it in this desolate place. The archaeological value of this is beyond imagination. I must apply to my superiors to head to Jiangzhou. First, a multitude of biologists were unearthed today, and now even archaeologists can't sit still? How many secrets does this forest hold? Setting aside the forest, the content of this mural likely depicts ancient people praying for rain, doesn't it? Yes, it's understandable. The background of the mural shows cracked earth, suggesting a prolonged drought. Ancient people believed that unusual weather was a manifestation of divine anger, so kneeling in supplication was quite normal. There is a second mural nearby. The officer who initially discovered the murals continued to remind. The cameraman, demonstrating his understanding, moved the lens forward a few meters. The second mural was even more enigmatic. It depicted a colossal creature, resembling a divine dragon, swirling amidst a sea of clouds, entwined with lightning and mist. As the divine dragon cast its spells above the clouds, a deluge was finally summoned to the parched lands. In the wake of the long-awaited rain, the small figures on the ground bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude for the celestial downpour. A dragon that summons wind and rain. Goodness, don't tell me such a creature truly existed during the Stone Age. I've always been curious. If dragons don't exist, how did ancient people conceive of them? Indeed, and only in China do we find the legend of the divine dragon, which is entirely different from Western dragons. Is the narrative gradually shifting towards the fantastical, unable to be suppressed any longer? Wait, if this mural appears in this location, could it be that this is the very site depicted in the mural? The vast parched land transformed into the present mysterious and bountiful forest, all due to the divine dragoness protection? Is this the dwelling of ancient divine dragons? Goodness. So perhaps there are descendants of the divine dragon still within this forest? The mysterious giant creature we just saw, could it be the divine dragon? Didn't the experts say it was merely a mirage of a giraffe? Stop being superstitious. Next, is there another mural? The curiosity of the live stream audience was thoroughly piqued. The cameraman, shouldering the camera, continued onward. The third mural fully depicted the divine dragon. Specially colored stone dust even highlighted the dragoness emerald green scales and fiery red eyes. However, in this mural, the divine dragon appeared weary, its body languishing in a shallow pool, unable to lift its head, surrounded by thousands of people nearby. These individuals did not seem to be there to worship the dragon. Instead, they wielded various stone agricultural tools. Is it just my imagination? Or does the leading figure's eyes brim with greed? I noticed that too. This individual clearly embodies the role of the antagonist. He covets the dragon's power, intending to slay it. The dragon exhausts its strength to beseech rain for them, then succumbs and falls to the ground, only to be harmed by mortals? It feels like such a narrative. The crowd speculated, piecing together their deductions. Though the murals were ancient and the lines crude, their essence was easily understood. Moreover, the sequence of murals resembled a continuous story, making comprehension all the more accessible. Didn't they say ancient people were simple and unrefined? Very simple. They simply desired to taste dragon meat. To be honest, I'm curious about what dragon meat tastes like. But wait. If it's a wild dragon, killing it for meat is one thing. However, this dragon expended its energy to bring rain for you. Isn't that repaying kindness with malice? Without clarity on the details, it's hard to speculate. Is there another image? The comments urged for more. The cameraman, prompted by Wang Miaomiao, pressed onward. This was the fourth mural, and the final one. The centerpiece of this image depicted a colossal deep well, judging by the diminutive figures standing beside it. The well's diameter exceeded 10 meters. Surrounding this great well were several enormous stone pillars. Thick chains were affixed to the pillars, extending deep into the well, seemingly suppressing something. Yet, the depths of the well were too profound to reveal what lay within. But it was too difficult to imagine. Those ancient people must have imprisoned the divine dragon within this well, right? Wait, weren't we discussing the prehistoric Stone Age? What are those chains? Could they possibly be from the Bronze Age? To accurately date the era of these murals, we would need to extract and analyze the pigments used. But this should be the legendary dragon locking well. The archaeologist's ID reappeared. The dragon locking well? I've heard of that legend. It speaks of King Yu locking the flood dragon, correct? Yes, I've heard of it too. It's said to involve locking dragons to control water, right? But in the dragon locking well legend, the ones captured are the flood dragons causing chaos. This dragon helped people combat drought, not an evil dragon. This is a tale of repaying kindness with malice. The poor divine dragon is imprisoned in the dragon locking well, reduced to a captive. You're too invested. This mural must merely be a fantasy of the ancients. Do you truly believe there are divine dragons bestowing rain? Exactly. We're in modern society. Why cling to superstition? How could dragons possibly exist in this world? The majority of the livestream audience scoffed at the sympathy for the divine dragon. Regardless of its truth, the vividly lifelike content of the murals was undeniably captivating. Numerous archaeologists began to replay the livestream footage. Yet Hu Jun and the others present had no mind for archaeology. They still had not found a way back, and the dense fog outside the cave showed no signs of dissipating. Captain, Ouyang Wang's condition is critical. His wound has reopened. The giant lizard's teeth were terrifying, nearly severing his calf with a single bite, leaving deep marks that exposed bone. The bandages alone could not staunch the bleeding. Hu Jun approached Ouyang Wang to assess the situation. The old brigand was now barely breathing, his eyelids drooping, unable to open his eyes. He had lost too much blood, and his strength was waning. At this rate, he would not last much longer. The officer responsible for overseeing the two thieves spoke up, his tone laden with compassion. Although Ouyang Wang has committed numerous atrocities, his death is indeed rather pitiful. Hu Jun sighed. At that moment, Wang Miaomiao recalled something and quickly picked up the microphone to inquire among the live stream audience. Does anyone know of any wild herbs that can stop bleeding and heal wounds? Upon hearing this, Hu Jun also came to his senses. Given the multitude of experts in the live stream, it was quite possible that someone would possess the knowledge they needed. He stepped beside Wang Miaomiao and added, yes. Does anyone know of any methods to help Ouyang Wang stop the bleeding and detoxify? We have gone to great lengths to capture him, and we cannot allow him to perish here. He must return to face the consequences of the law. Officer who is truly commendable. I know quite a few herbs that can counteract poison, but I can only recognize them when I see them. Indeed, when I was young and injured, my grandmother would help me with herbal remedies. However, I only know how to use them. I have no idea where to find them. It's not difficult. There are many herbs in the wild that can stop bleeding and relieve pain, such as wild ginseng, summer mistletoe, and plantago seeds. A participant who seemed to be knowledgeable in traditional medicine spoke up in the chat, but merely naming them might not help you recognize them. Wang Miaomiao. May I conveniently add you on WeChat to send you some pictures? Wow, is this how we get the host's contact information? Miaomiao, add me as well. I am well versed in wilderness survival. I used to hang out with Bear Grylls. Get lost. I am a descendant of Shinong. I taste hundreds of herbs every day. Miaomiao, add me. Seeing the enthusiastic viewers in the live stream, Wang Miaomiao felt both amused and exasperated, unsure whether to share her contact information. She instructed her assistant to find the individual who had made the suggestion and added him using a secondary account. Soon after, he sent a series of images. These pictures of the herbs were indeed different from those found online. Many depicted their state when growing in the soil. It appeared he was not boasting and truly possessed knowledge about wild herbs. Wang Miaomiao thought, the user ID Chuanjin Jishui seems like he can truly assist us. She promptly transmitted the images to Hu Jun and the other members of the search team. The herbs displayed distinct characteristics, and after a brief examination, everyone had a rough idea of what to look for. All right, I will take 3 people to gather herbs and look for something edible along the way. Hu Jun decisively stated, the rest of you stay in the cave and do not wander off. It would be best to find a way to start a fire. Avoid using your phones and flashlights continuously, as there are no chargers in this cursed place, and we do not know how long the fog will persist. Even if their mission was not to find wild herbs, they ought to search for food. When they entered the mountains, they had assumed it would be a short and simple task, bringing only a first aid kit and some compressed biscuits. Although they would not starve from eating compressed biscuits in the short term, the continuous fighting and traveling had left Hu Jun and the others with empty stomachs. The biscuits only provided a temporary sugar boost, lacking any real satiety, and their growling stomachs were becoming unbearable. There are plenty of animal species around. Captain Hu, you could hunt a few wild rabbits to eat. Are you a cloud player? Wild rabbits are one of the least palatable animals. They are constantly hopping around, and their meat is tough. I recommend elk. Roasting a hind leg of elk will ensure you find beef unappealing thereafter. Perhaps there are even wild lambs? Those succulent lamb chops, rich in fat, sizzle when cooked. In the past, my father and I would often form groups to hunt lambs in the mountains. Too bad we can only eat farm-raised ones now. I've only had cumin lamb. I've never tasted elk meat. You are making my mouth water. Initially, the group had been tense and unaware of their own hunger. However, upon hearing the chat discuss the delectable prospect of wild barbecue, their appetites surged. All right. Let us see if we can catch some prey. Hu Jun called to 3 armed officers to prepare for departure. But Officer Hu, it's not safe for just the 4 of you to go out. Those mountain men and wild boar packs are no joke. Hu Jun contemplated this and turned to a few firefighters in the team, saying, you must have those safety ropes used in firefighting, right? The ones you can attach to yourselves when climbing. Yes, we do, the firefighters nodded. These safety ropes were standard equipment they carried wherever they went. Tie these safety ropes around our waists, and if we encounter any trouble, we'll give them a sharp tug. If you sense something amiss, pull us back. This was indeed a prudent strategy, alleviating their fears of getting lost in the thick fog. The firefighters promptly retrieved the safety ropes and secured them around the waist of the 4 officers, leaving the other ends in their hands. Once they were ready, Hu Jun led the team out. Wait, Captain Hu, take our production team with you. Wang Miaomiao followed, not wanting to miss any footage after accompanying the live stream this far. No, the current situation cannot be faced with mere courage. We must all proceed with caution. It would be inconvenient for you, a lady, to leave me behind. You must first ask the millions of viewers if they agree. Wang Miaomiao responded, yes. How can we be left here? If possible, I also hope Captain Hu will take the live streaming team along. There are many strange places in this forest, and we could assist in addressing any dangers that arise. The chat was filled with viewers pleading and experts earnestly advising, all reluctant to miss the scene of Hu Jun and his team venturing out to hunt and forage for herbs. Hu Jun glanced at the tablet in Wang Miaomiao's hands, feeling helpless. I can at most take the cameraman. Just hold on to the tablet from the chat. Wait, add me too. At that moment, the thief who had been handcuffed with Ouying chimed in. Before I entered this line of work, I was a mountain dweller, frequently hunting with my father. I turned to thievery only out of desperation. Hu Jun acknowledged the thief's keen instincts, as he had often been the first to notice potential dangers in the forest, and agreed to include him. Once the group exited the cave, they began to explore the surrounding area. The thief remained quiet, yet he proved to be quite capable. Under his keen observation, they managed to successfully capture several wild rabbits and bamboo rats amidst the fog, yielding a bountiful catch. However, while they now had meat, they still lacked vegetables to enhance their meal. One of the accompanying officers happened to discover a cluster of mushrooms at the base of a large tree. Captain, there are some fungal organisms over here. These should all be mushrooms, right? Hu Jun and the others approached at the sound, and the camera zoomed in on the plants at the tree's foot. Before them appeared several specimens resembling mushrooms. They should indeed be of the mushroom variety. Let us gather some to make a soup, Hu Jun instructed. A few officers reached out to pick them. Meanwhile, the chat on Hu Jun's tablet erupted once again. Officer Hu, you cannot eat that. Chapter 38. What has been lured by the aroma? Why is it inedible? Upon witnessing the skepticism of netizens, several members of Hu Jun's team felt somewhat displeased. After all, They had painstakingly discovered some mushrooms, which appeared particularly delectable in appearance. Why could they not partake in their consumption? The barrage of comments from viewers formed an unexpected poetic verse. Red umbrella, white stem, after eating, we lie together, lying down. Resting in peace, and then buried in the mountains, we lament, and our loved ones gather for a feast. At the feast, there are umbrellas. And the whole village lies together. Confounded by the meaning of these lines, Hu Jun and his companions struggled to comprehend. Officer Hu, surely you have heard the saying? Do not forage wild mushrooms, many are poisonous. I am a physician from the southern frontier. And cases of poisoning from wild mushrooms requiring intravenous treatment and gastric lavage are perennial. I once read a news story about a family in the southern frontier who bought mushrooms at a market stall. First, the mother, tempted, cooked some for herself and ended up in the hospital with dizziness. The father assumed they were unwashed, so he scalded them with water and cooked them again, only to find himself in the hospital as well. After taking his father to the hospital, the son returned home, looked at the mushrooms, and thought his father must have undercooked them, so he microwaved them for 5 minutes, and then he too ended up hospitalized. It was a laughable calamity. The southern frontier folks have an unyielding love for mushrooms. Wild mushrooms are indeed exquisite, and the region is particularly suitable for their growth, which tempts the skeptical. However, once one masters the art of identification, there is no fear. As the previous commenter noted, the red umbrella and white stem variety is a classic example of the poisonous fly agaric. Those who consume it shall meet their demise. The last few lines of this informative discourse clearly held substance. Hu Jun promptly requested assistance in identifying which mushrooms were safe for consumption. With the help of a local mushroom connoisseur, they soon discovered a grove filled with edible mushrooms, quickly filling a backpack. As for the medicinal herbs needed to staunch Ouyang Wang's bleeding and detoxify him, they were also readily found in this forest. With a bountiful harvest, they retraced their steps along the safety rope and successfully returned to the cave. The others waiting in the cave had already managed to start a fire. All that remained was a pot. The group gazed with longing at the cleaned and prepared wild game and mushrooms that Hu Jun and his team had brought back, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Why not use a steel helmet to cook? Suggested one. The firefighters shared their helmets without a second thought, and despite any initial reluctance, they washed them and began to concoct soup with the mushrooms and wild vegetables. As for the wild game, it was destined for a barbecue. Before long, skewers of roasted rabbits and bamboo rats sizzled merrily over the flames. Why eat such a cute rabbit? Forget the rabbit. Why is there no chili? Never mind the chili. Why wasn't I invited to eat? I can't hold back any longer. I'm ordering a portion of cumin rabbit meat to immerse myself in the scene. I'm flaunting a plate of lamb with scallions, making you all drool. You didn't inform me that mealtime was upon us. I'm dying of hunger. Where's my takeout? Viewers in the live stream, watching the fresh meat sizzling on the screen, suddenly found themselves ravenous. Could they not eat yet? At that moment, Wang Miaomio disregarded any sense of public image, staring at the delectable food in the fire with the anticipation of a famished child. The firefighter in charge chuckled, reminding them that they could not eat yet, as this was wild game, potentially carrying bacteria, and it needed to be thoroughly cooked to be safe. Wang Miaomio obediently nodded, though tears of hunger streamed down her cheeks. Hu Jun and the others were equally salivating in anticipation. The aroma of roasted game and simmering mushrooms was becoming unbearable for their hungry stomachs. Poor babies, all starving. Ha ha, meow meow, you're drooling. What about your image? I no longer care for my image. I just want to eat meat. Wang Miaomio pouted adorably, responding to the comments. Amidst the playful banter and laughter from the live audience, a large pot of mushroom soup and 5 generous portions of roasted game were finally ready. Earlier, with the guidance of a wild game expert, Hu Jun had scraped some coarse salt from the mountainside. He then took charge of sprinkling it over the dishes. After completing this final step, the group could no longer contain themselves, reaching out to snatch large chunks of rabbit and rat meat. Ouch! Wang Miaomio, eager to grab a rabbit's hind leg, found the scorching meat too hot to hold, causing her to drop it just as it was about to hit the ground and get dirty. She quickly reached out to catch it again, only to burn herself once more and toss the leg into the air. Ha ha ha, you look like a clown juggling a magic ball. I can't breathe from laughing. The sultry host has become a food tease online. After several tosses, the heat from the rabbit's leg finally dissipated enough for Wang Miaomio to take a bite. The rich aroma of fat filled her nostrils and mouth, making her eyes squint with delight. Others were similarly entranced after enduring hunger. A single bite of warm food was an unparalleled delight. Yet, while they reveled in their fragrant feast of hot soup and roasted meat, they remained oblivious to the changes occurring outside the cave. They failed to notice the profound allure that the aroma of human roasted meat held for wild animals. The enticing scent wafting from the cave had already attracted several wild creatures, with at least a dozen apex predators drawn to the vicinity. However, they did not charge directly into the cave. They sensed each other as presence and as creatures at the top of the food chain. They were not accustomed to cohabiting the same territory. Yet, due to the peculiarities of this forest, such circumstances arose. These apex predators were wary, refraining from recklessly attacking the source of the enticing scent, lest they fall prey to another lurking predator. Gradually, their curiosity got the better of them, and they began to inch closer to the cave. The aroma of roasted meat was a risk worth taking. However, at that moment, the predators, cautiously approaching the cave, suddenly appeared to sense something and scattered, fleeing in unison. Their escape was as swift as a mouse from a cat. Yet, they were apex predators. Who could they fear? With a thunderous boom, a sound akin to thunder echoed, revealing that the enormous creature previously glimpsed by the group was drawing near. It had also been lured by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Chapter 39. Dinosaurs. The Mammochosaurus within the cave. The group indulged in their feast with such fervor that they barely noticed the thunderous footsteps resonating from outside, oblivious to the impending danger. Particularly, Hujun had completely abandoned his composure, his belly round and full as he savored the last drop of soup before carelessly tossing aside his cooking helmet. What a delightful experience! It was no wonder that the folks from the southern regions, even after being hospitalized, still yearned for their mushroom soup. The wild mushrooms truly exuded an aroma that ordinary mushrooms could not rival. Hujun, sprawled contentedly on the ground with a distended belly, was a sight to behold. The viewers in the chat could not contain their reactions. How infuriating. Just looking at Officer Hu, I can tell that soup must be absolutely delicious. But you wouldn't know how good it is, would you? Are you angry? Haha. We from the southern regions know just how exquisite mushroom soup can be. Poor outsiders. Unable to even imagine it. It drives me mad. Where can I buy a phone that can let me taste it? I'm ordering one right now. I want to order 5, one for each family member. We're dying of hunger. I must take my family to the south next month for a mushroom feast. The south welcomes you. Make sure to dine at the old establishments. Avoid those trendy spots. As the food enthusiasts exchanged culinary insights, the cave's occupants had finished their hearty meal, now resting in satisfied states. All right, everyone is full and content. Let's take a moment before we prepare to search for that tunnel again. Don't toss those cooking helmets around. We need to clean them for later use. In this forest, it's better to have more defensive tools than fewer, Hujun instructed. Just as a firefighter began to respond, intending to reassure everyone about the helmets being nearby, he inadvertently slapped the ground instead. Confused, he turned to see a massive head looming at the cave entrance, effortlessly snatching away their helmets and greedily licking up the remnants of their soup. Attached to this colossal head was a long, sturdy neck. What on earth is that? A dinosaur. It must be a dinosaur. I've seen this creature in Jurassic Park. What the hell? How could there be a dinosaur in the forest? Wait, it's the 21st century. How can a dinosaur exist? Could it be that after passing through that tunnel, Officer Hu and the others time traveled back to the age of dinosaurs? Holy cow. The viewers were nearly losing their minds. Experts monitoring the live stream were equally astonished. They had tolerated bizarre creatures, but a dinosaur was beyond comprehension. Some rushed to report to authorities, while others called industry colleagues for verification. Soon, a group of paleontologists specializing in dinosaurs rushed into the live stream. After only a few glimpses, they identified the creature. Mammochosaurus. It's truly a dinosaur. And it's the Mammochosaurus, unique to our land. With the experts' confirmation, the livestream's popularity surged at an alarming rate. Everyone began to invite friends and acquaintances to witness the spectacle of a living dinosaur, causing the broadcast server to show signs of crashing. The topic of dinosaurs and Wang Miaomiao's livestream skyrocketed to the top of trending searches online. Meanwhile, Hujun and his companions had no bandwidth to monitor the chat. They were frozen in shock before the immense head, their minds blank, utterly paralyzed by fear. Even Hujun, who prided himself on his bravery, found himself unable to move a single finger. The terror of the colossal creature gripped their very DNA. Yet, how infuriating. Hujun struggled to regain some control. Managing to move his fingers slightly, he quickly placed his hand on his sidearm, though he hesitated to draw it, against any adversary within his understanding. Be it a fierce tiger or a shark, he would have the courage to fight back. But this behemoth was far beyond his comprehension. The paltry size and power of his handgun could only mildly irritate this giant. What should he do? For the first time, Hujun felt utterly lost and disoriented. Just then, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, a dinosaur expert speaking with restrained excitement. Captain Hu, please do not make any sudden movements. The Mammonchosaurus before you is quite gentle and does not typically attack humans. It is likely a herbivorous giant, merely intrigued by your mushroom soup. Herbivorous? Upon hearing this, Hu Jun's anxiety diminished considerably. Most large terrestrial creatures were herbivorous, yet he could not be entirely certain, for no one had ever encountered a living dinosaur. This Mammonchosaurus appears to be a juvenile, not fully developed, the expert continued. Hu Jun, this creature is still a juvenile? The cameraman is beside you, right? Tell him to steady his hands and zoom in a bit. We need a clear shot of the Mammonchosaurus for further assessment. Listening to the expert, Hu Jun turned to the cameraman, who was now staring blankly at the Mammonchosaurus in front of him, clearly terrified. Hu Jun gently patted him. Relax. The expert says it's herbivorous. Steady your hands and give them a close-up. Herbivorous? The cameraman seemed to relax considerably, quickly adjusting the camera for a closer shot. Soon, the live stream captured the Mammonchosaurus, licking up the mushroom soup, its details becoming vividly clear to the audience. Viewers were left breathless, astonished by the intricate textures of its skin and the lifelike movements of its tongue. This level of detail could not be achieved with mere digital effects. This was live footage. No one could replicate the months-long post-production work of Jurassic Park in a live broadcast. Thus, the audience understood. Before them stood a genuine Mammonchosaurus. Chapter 40. Spectacle or reality? The internet explodes. The emergence of the dinosaur ignited the live broadcast popularity. Experts in dinosaur studies and those from unrelated fields flocked to witness the living dinosaur. The dinosaur era is a significant chapter in Earth civilization. However, skepticism arose in the live broadcast. Dinosaurs? Hilarious. Is this a real dinosaur in the 21st century? Where are the believers now? A local TV station claims dinosaurs exist in Jiazhou? Unbelievable. If dinosaurs existed, I'd eat dirt on camera. These TV stations are audacious. Dinosaurs in a villa's backyard? Absurd. Faced with the skeptics, the supporters were silenced. They could argue for the existence of South China tigers, venomous spiders, and giant pandas. But a dinosaur? How could they convince anyone that a living dinosaur existed in the 21st century in a villa's backyard? They were baffled. Aha, speechless fools? Realizing you've been deceived? Critics seized the opportunity, accusing the live broadcast of sensationalism. A small local station deceiving the nation? I've filed a complaint. A sci-fi show is fine, but a fake live broadcast is not. Betrayed. 1-star rating. The dinosaur is a post-production effect. The entire program might be pre-recorded. Well acted. Jiangzhou TV is outrageous. Permanently blacklisted. Indeed, blacklisted. The internet erupted in criticism, leaving Jiangzhou TV bewildered. They knew it was a genuine live broadcast without special effects or arrangements. Before its rise, people's livelihood focus relied on Wang Miao Miao and a budget of less than 5,000 yuan per episode. How could they afford a dinosaur? The events in the live broadcast were Wang Miao Miao's real experiences with Hu Jun, starting from rescuing a thief. The implausible plot, culminating in a dinosaur, stunned the TV station. Director, what now? The public outcry is overwhelming. TV executives were anxious. Stay calm. We know the truth. We have nothing to fear. The director's phone rang. He straightened up upon hearing the caller's voice. Damn, it's the director of the State Administration of Radio and Television. Shoo. The director gestured for silence and asked respectfully, Director, what instructions do you have? Don't play dumb. What's Jiangzhou TV up to? People are asking me questions, and I'm clueless. Are you filming Jurassic Park? Clarify the facts immediately. Your position is at risk if you cause panic with your charade. Not everyone can discern truth from falsehood. If people believe this and it causes problems, Jiangzhou TV will be held accountable. The director was sweating. They hadn't fabricated anything. It was a real live broadcast. How could they clarify? Announce a dinosaur's existence? He feared immediate dismissal. If he hadn't monitored the program, he'd suspect Wang Miao Miao had added special effects. A 20-meter dinosaur in a 21st century villa area? Are you kidding me? The director carefully chose his words. Director, our program is live. Should I cut it off? What? Still stubborn? The director general slammed his desk. Cutting it off won't help. Viewers have recorded it. You can't control the secondary creations. Remove the special effects and show the real scene. The TV director was sweating profusely. He couldn't do it. How could he revert the dinosaur to a 3D model? It was a real dinosaur. No. Director, listen. Just as he was about to tear out his hair, another program group brought news. Director, Chen Haoming, the owner of B13, has responded to Li Tongdong's letter. What? A staff member interrupted, holding a sign. The golden eagle had returned with a message? The elusive Chen Haoming. owner of Villa B13 and the mysterious backyard, was finally appearing? Chapter 41. The B13 householder returns with news. The director of the television station trembled slightly as he heard his subordinate report a knock at the door. The return of the Golden Eagle signifies a significant breakthrough news from Chen Haoming at last. He quickly informed the director of the General Bureau on the other end of the line, "Leader, we have new developments here. Please hold on while I ascertain the details. I will report back to you immediately." After hanging up, he hastily ordered the live broadcast to switch to the Golden Eagle to prevent the terrifying sight of Mom Minxi Long from being revealed to the audience. Soon, the broadcast showed two split screens, one small and one large. The smaller frame captured Hu Jun and his team, where Mom Minxi Long's head remained inside its cave. With an absurdly long neck, its massive body stayed motionless outside while its head searched for uneaten fungi and mushrooms within the cave. Its favorite was the soup residue seasoned with coarse salt, which it licked with sheer delight. Meanwhile, Hu Jun and the others had retreated to the innermost part of the cave, fearing that the beast might grow tired of vegetables and seek a change in flavor. In the larger frame, a colossal golden eagle descended gracefully, landing right before Li Tongtong. Did Chen Haoming send a reply to Li Tongtong? Hu Jun and his companions were glued to the live broadcast, crowding around to catch a glimpse on the tablet. Normally, Hu Jun would have reassured everyone, drawing upon his extensive experience as a police officer. However, he too found himself bewildered, eagerly awaiting any useful information from Chen Haoming. The proximity to a living dinosaur had completely surpassed Hu Jun's capacity for response, leaving him to hope that Chen Haoming would provide a reliable method for their safe departure from this bizarre mountainside inhabited by dinosaurs. Outside the cave, the online community was fixated on the split-screen broadcast. Once the Golden Eagle landed, Li Tongtong hurriedly approached, gently stroking its shimmering feathers. She then offered a few biscuits as a reward before bending down to retrieve a letter from beneath the eagle's feet. As she opened the envelope, the cameraman zoomed in on the paper. A short, elegant line of writing appeared, crafted with a bold and confident hand, emanating an inexplicable aura. This handwriting is extraordinary, certainly penned by a master who has been immersed in calligraphy for 2 decades. What nonsense, didn't you see the previous broadcast? The B13 householder is a young man. If we count from birth, he indeed has 2 decades of experience. While the handwriting dazzled, the content was even more astonishing. It contained a brief message. The situation is understood. I am at the number 9 warehouse of the mysterious research institute in Magic City. I will return shortly. Please wait 30 minutes. What is this mysterious research institute in Magic City? It's probably a civilian organization. No formal institution would adopt such a fantastical name. Is there no expert available to clarify this? No one from Magic City in the live chat? I'm from Magic City, but I've never heard of this name, Mysterious Research Institute. Is it involved in UFOs? No idea. Never heard of it. The viewers were left bewildered. Yet, unbeknownst to the online audience, a tempest surged through the upper echelons of elite institutions. Almost all academicians received notifications urging them to maintain silence regarding this research institute during the broadcast. Many were perplexed, as they had never even heard of its existence. The collective notification clearly indicated that this institution was real and backed by the nation. These astute academicians began to sweat profusely, realizing this could pertain to domestic and international technological confrontations, an area of utmost secrecy. The director of the Broadcasting Authority, who had previously contacted the Jiangzhou television station, shuddered upon reading the on-screen message. Though not from the academic realm, he managed public opinion and understood its implications. He could no longer remain idle and promptly called the station director again. Recognizing the caller ID, the station director began to explain, "Leader, I haven't clarified the situation yet. I will," but before he could finish, the Broadcasting Authority director interrupted. No. Put your matters on hold for now. I need to confirm several crucial details first." Confused, the station director sensed a tremor in the authority director's voice. However, he was cut off, and the call was abruptly ended. Left in a state of uncertainty, he could only await further instructions. In less than 2 minutes, the phone rang again. Upon answering, he found the Broadcasting Authority director's tone markedly more confident, as if he had received new directives. Continue the live broadcast as planned. Do not hesitate to amplify the spectacle. Should anything arise, I will take responsibility. The station director, still bewildered, recognized this as positive news. The viewer count had stabilized above 10 million, potentially reaching even greater heights. This was an unprecedented achievement for a small local station like Jiangzhou TV. Understood, leader. I will act accordingly. With a powerful figure backing him, The station director felt reassured and promptly sent directives to Wang Miao and Zhang Gu in the live studio. Broadcast boldly. Attract attention with every means possible. The ordinary viewers were unaware of the turmoil ignited by Chen Haoming's mention of the mysterious research institute in the upper echelons. Their focus remained on anticipating Chen Haoming's arrival. Realistically, although we've never heard of the mysterious research institute, it must exist in Magic City, right? The distance from Jiangzhou to Magic City is easily found online, and the flight speed of the Golden Eagle is equally accessible. I calculate that the flight will take about 20 minutes. Chen Haoming mentioned a 30-minute wait for Li Tongtong, suggesting he will arrive in 10 minutes. Nonsense. Even by plane. It takes more than 30 minutes to travel to Magic City, not to mention the time wasted on boarding and disembarking. Indeed, Chen Haoming likely meant he would return promptly. 30 minutes was merely a casual remark. No way. At this moment, Li Tongtong, having seen the comments in the live chat, retorted, Mr. Chen has always been punctual and reliable. I have never witnessed him failing to deliver on his word. What do you mean? Is he truly capable of flying back from Magic City in 30 minutes? Could he be riding another Golden Eagle? Wow, you've painted quite the picture. Well, I don't believe it. I'll set up a countdown. If Chen Haoming appears in 10 minutes, I will eat my own excrement while standing on my head. Quit it. How many people have actually eaten excrement while standing on their heads? If you lose the bet, you owe Miao 10 rockets. I'm betting you'll eat excrement while standing on your head. Are you scared? The top contenders began to bicker. Do you really mean it? Millions of viewers are watching. Of course, if I back down, I might as well quit this account. All right, I accept. Just wait for your moment of shame. With millions of online witnesses, the countdown commenced. Now, all eyes were on the enigmatic B13 householder, Chen Haoming, to see if he would indeed arrive on cue. Chapter 42. The Jurassic Park unfolds. In this brief 10-minute span, the experts in the live broadcast room remained diligently engaged. Although their ranks were insufficient to receive directives for silence from superiors, they nonetheless employed their first-hand observations to formulate the most reasonable scientific conjectures. I suddenly recalled. One exclaimed. There were individuals who previously borrowed items from our fossil museum. At that moment, a self-identified researcher from the Fossil Archaeological Institute interjected in the comments. Did they also borrow animal remains? A viewer recalled the words of the head of the Endangered Species Research Institute, who mentioned that Chen Haoming had sought to retrieve the skeletal specimen of a South China tiger. Not quite. Another responded. What he borrowed was rather peculiar. It was a piece of amber that fortuitously encased an ancient mosquito. The card presented by the other party mentioned a mysterious research institute. I didn't pay it much mind at the time, as it was sanctioned by leadership. But upon reflection, it must have been that enigmatic institute in Magic City. Amber? How does that relate to the current events? Someone questioned, puzzled. I am not certain. It just suddenly came to mind. Moreover, the amber was promptly returned, much like the South China tiger's remains, seemingly just for a brief examination. There can't be so many coincidences. There must be an underlying connection. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Many astute experts in the broadcast room were engaged in continuous speculation. First, the skeletal remains of the wild South China tiger, then the amber encasing an ancient mosquito, both items, in essence, could be classified as specimens. The former was man-made, while the latter was a natural occurrence. What is the primary purpose of a specimen? It is to preserve the biological characteristics of various flora and fauna for the long term. An extraordinary thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of this cohort of experts. Could it be that this Chen fellow is not merely involved in biology, but rather in the realm of genetic inheritance? One participant typed, prompting immediate responses from numerous professionals. Exactly. That makes perfect sense. He borrowed the South China tiger's skeleton, extracted its DNA, and then returned it. The ancient mosquito encased in amber, being well preserved, would also yield DNA. Could it be that he utilized the DNA of the South China tiger for cloning? Is that how the two wild South China tigers in Villa B13 came to be? Wait a moment. What purpose would he have for extracting the mosquito's DNA? I have yet to encounter any extraordinary mosquitoes. Hold on. Even if he cloned the South China tiger, how could those two tigers grow so rapidly within just a few months? Perhaps he possesses additional biotechnological knowledge, but DNA cloning must be paramount. Indeed, I concur. Suddenly, everything began to coalesce. At this juncture, another expert suddenly recalled, do you remember the young genius geneticist from the Academy of Sciences a decade ago? I recall that when news broke, it circulated within our small research community for merely 2 days before being suppressed. After that, there were no ripples to be found, neither online nor within our scientific circles. Such maneuvering could only have been orchestrated by the state. I also remember. The rumors mentioned that the young prodigy bore the surname Chun. Several experts exchanged confirmations in the comments, and an audible gasp resonated among the viewers. The surname Chun, a youthful genius, a geneticist. When pieced together, this pointed directly to the peculiar biological creations of Villa B13's owner, Chun Haoming. Wait, then, how do you explain the Mammonchosaurus still sipping soup in the live broadcast? That creature must have existed for at least 100 million years. What DNA material could withstand such a span of time? It surely must have disintegrated over such an extensive period. Even if Chun were a genius, could he truly compose the DNA sequence of a Mammonchosaurus? That ventures into the realm of creation. Indeed, only enthusiasts remained willing to contribute to the discussion, fully aware that once an animal perishes, its flesh is swiftly decomposed by microorganisms, leaving no DNA traces behind. The situation with bones is somewhat improved, as generally, animals do not consume bones, and the robust exterior of bones can protect the DNA within the marrow. However, this protection is limited to a conventional time frame. A millennium may pose no issues, and with fortune, a remnant may endure for 10 millennia. Yet, the age of dinosaurs extends to the late Cretaceous period, at least 65 million years ago. Such a time span is unfathomable to humanity, a scale beyond the reach of genetic information. Oxygen in the air, bacteria in the soil, and the absorption and digestion by flora and fauna would thoroughly oxidize or decompose them. Even the DNA within fossils gradually succumbs to the ravages of time, which is why humanity can only extract a few segments of a dinosaur's genes from fossils, insufficient for cloning purposes. Wait, I have suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis. Do you recall the amber mentioned upstairs? Amber completely isolates oxygen, allowing it to preserve biological information exceptionally well. What of the amber? It merely contains a single mosquito. Indeed, just a mosquito, but allow me to venture a bold speculation. Is it possible that this mosquito had once fed upon a Mammonchosaurus? The comment section erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The audience quickly comprehended the expert's implication. The DNA information that could not be preserved in dinosaur fossils was fortuitously ingested by the mosquito and subsequently encapsulated in amber. This dual protection allowed the precious DNA to reach the present day, which Chun Haoming then utilized to clone the Mammonchosaurus using advanced DNA cloning techniques far beyond contemporary academic understanding. As the entire online audience grasped this revelation, a sensation swept across the platform. The Jurassic Park had come to life in reality. Chapter 43, The Emergence of the Head of Household, Chun Haoming. In the midst of a breathtaking revelation, the experts fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the validity of this hypothesis. Moments later, several specialists voiced their agreement with the assertion. Although it seemed utterly absurd and coincidental, the possibility was indeed tangible. I must immediately travel to Jiangzhou for a first-hand look. If this gene cloning technology has truly materialized, it signifies the potential resurrection of many extinct species on Earth, regardless of who this Mr. Chun may be. I am resolutely prepared to work under his command from this moment forth. No one shall impede my ambition. Numerous esteemed heads of research institutions rose with fervor. Upon hearing their declarations, the remaining biological researchers swiftly grasped the implications. Cloning of large mammals, endangered species, the ramifications could alter the world, transform the ecological landscape, and etch their names into history. Aligning with the protagonist meant a guaranteed Nobel Prize. Should the achievements be grander, future history books would immortalize their names. Li, you, an expert in botany, what business do you have here? What of plants? Can they not be cloned? Cloning plants poses no challenge. Do not hinder Mr. Chun's talent. It is animal cloning that truly captivates our geneticists. Get lost. I am poised at the precipice. I am heading to Jiangzhou right now. Can you possibly make it here from the capital? Do I not have students in Jiangzhou? I shall summon them to stake out the location. If you continue to prattle, I shall instruct them to give you a thrashing. A group of national luminaries engaged in a spirited exchange akin to children hurling insults at one another, leaving the other viewers utterly bewildered. Where had their genteel demeanor gone? Was the allure of a Nobel Prize truly that potent? Just then, a shift occurred in the live broadcast. A car was slowly approaching from the distance in Zhang's livestream frame. They're here, someone alerted in the comments, prompting everyone to cease their bickering and fix their gaze upon the screen. To their astonishment, a bulletproof Hongqi L9 sedan glided into view. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the audience was momentarily stunned. If I am not mistaken, that vehicle is designated for state guests, is it not? Our nation's self-developed LV-12 engine, adorned with extensive bulletproof armor and glass, crafted with aerospace-grade cockpit glass and domestic shipbuilding welding techniques, the king of automobiles. To be escorted by such a vehicle, one must certainly be a prominent foreign dignitary. What, then, is the true identity of Chen Haoming? One must ponder his significance to the nation. Such a talent could indeed be regarded as a national treasure. Amidst the collective anticipation, the door of the Hongqi car gradually swung open. A man, appearing no older than 30, stepped out, captivating the attention of all the women present. With brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling twinkling stars, he was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of grace. No wonder Li Tongtong has succumbed. His ethereal elegance is incomparable to that of the ordinary. Indeed, the streets are filled with ordinary men, yet Chen Haoming emanates an irresistible allure even through the screen. Oh my! The fresh-faced celebrity I have been adoring for half a year suddenly pales in comparison. Someone start a fan club. I wish to join. Mr. Chen. The infatuated Li Tongtong waved and trotted towards him. Miss Li, Chen Haoming responded with a subtle smile and a nod. Oh my, that enchanting smile. I am utterly entranced. The fortunate Li Tongtong is actually present. Hee, I too hail from Jiangzhou and am already en route. You envious women from afar can only stew in jealousy. How dare you get there first? Unbeknownst to Chen Haoming, his entrance had captivated millions of viewers, with countless female admirers now counting themselves among his fans. He approached a golden eagle and gently stroked its feathers. This magnificent bird, towering at shoulder height, displayed an endearing demeanor, playfully nudging its head against Chen Haoming's chest. The male viewers could no longer contain themselves. The Beast King, it appears that such a figure truly exists. Weren't golden eagles known for their ferocity? How could it behave like a pet? Isn't it obvious that Chen Haoming is extraordinary? Go ahead and touch its feathers. One peck from it might leave you blind. Enough. I only wish to see the fellow who claimed Chen Haoming wouldn't arrive within 10 minutes eat his words. Oh dear, I nearly forgot that detail. Only someone arriving in a Hongqi L9 could also have access to private jets. Traveling across the nation is but a whim for them. Where are you? Eat your words, guy. Quiet down. I am currently dealing with it and will present a video shortly. This guy is impressive, truly a figure of note. As the live broadcast continued with playful banter, Chen Haoming indulged the golden eagle's affection. All right, you may depart now. Chen Haoming gently patted the eagle's back, and it soared gracefully into the sky, leaving the villa area. Chen Haoming proceeded towards his B13 villa. Upon entering, he noted the disarray but paid it no mind. Instead inquiring with the responsible parties about the situation in the rear mountain. The municipal support team had already arrived, and the leading officer succinctly briefed Chen Haoming on the situation, particularly emphasizing the persistent fog and the absurd presence of a Mammonchosaurus. I see. So it was indeed the Mammonchosaurus that emerged from the mist. Initially, I had contemplated cloning a Tyrannosaurus rex to inhabit the rear mountain, but upon reflection, such a carnivorous apex predator might disrupt the ecological balance, so I abandoned the idea. Fortuitously, I did. Otherwise, Captain Hu and his team would have been in grave danger today. However, what prompted you to intrude upon my residence? He can even replicate a Tyrannosaurus rex. Wait, did you hear his tone? It sounded as if he meant that even if a Tyrannosaurus rex were replicated, it would only pose a danger to Captain Hu and his team. He himself seemed utterly unperturbed. The officer wore an awkward expression as he explained, "We did not intrude. Rather, two thieves entered your home, only to be cornered by your South China tiger at the door." At this juncture, the officer found the situation amusing. To be thwarted by a tiger while attempting to steal something. Was the mischief of Ouyang and his accomplices truly deserving of divine retribution? Nevertheless, the officer maintained his professionalism. He continued, subsequently, Captain Hu led a team to provide assistance, but unexpectedly, Ouyang managed to escape once more, fleeing into the forest through the tunnel in the rear mountain. Pausing, the officer regarded Chen Haoming with a curious expression. Why would you dig a tunnel in the rear mountain? That forest should not intersect with our mundane urban existence. Understanding dawned upon Chen Haoming as he nodded. I comprehend the situation now. Please follow me. With a wave of his hand, Chen Haoming naturally assumed the role of leader, guiding everyone towards the backyard. Chapter 44. The little creature that exhales mist. Chen Haoming led his team through the living room towards the backyard, feeling an unsettling emptiness. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of unease washed over him. Where had the several little creatures that usually guarded his home vanished to? Momentarily taken aback, he turned to the officer beside him and inquired, "Excuse me, have you taken away the two dogs, De Huang and Xiao Wang?" "What?" The officer looked utterly bewildered. "What dogs? This villa has two dogs?" Li Tongtong, standing nearby, pondered for a moment and then translated, "Mr. Chen, are you referring to the two South China tigers?" "Yes. Precisely, De Huang and Xiao Huang. Chen Haoming thought his words were easily comprehensible. Did Li Tongtong really need to translate something so absurd? Can one really refer to South China tigers as De Huang and Xiao Huang? Goodness, does Chen Haoming truly keep those ferocious beasts as pets? It makes sense. Though, that asks why De Huang blocked the entrance when Ouyang Wang and the others intruded. While others have guard dogs, Mr. Chen has guard tigers. Release De Huang and Xiao Huang and ask if you're afraid. What a shock. The officer's expression darkened, yet he patiently explained, Mr. Chen. We initially feared for the safety of the public, so we used tranquilizers to subdue the 2 South China tigers. They have since been transported by the zoo staff. Chen Haoming, but those are my pets. How could you come to my house and take them away? Indeed, Chen Haoming genuinely keeps tigers as pets. This is absurd. Hu Jun and his team actually trespassed to steal someone as pets. I can't breathe from laughing. The fierce tigers we dealt with turned out to be someone's cute companions. The officer, listening to Chen Haoming's words, could not help but twitch his lips. Keeping tigers as pets? Was that something a person would do? Even the wealthiest of Arab sheiks wouldn't be so extravagant. Suppressing his thoughts, the officer respectfully continued, Mr. Chen, we were unaware of the situation beforehand. We thought there was a wild animal intrusion. Fine, Chen Haoming replied, then asked, and what about the spicy strips? You must have taken those too, right? I haven't seen it. Where has it been transported? Spicy strips? At this moment, Li Tongtong was no longer needed for translation. Everyone in the live broadcast understood immediately. It must refer to that 5-step snake. If the South China tigers are called De Huang and Xiao Huang, what do they call the spider? I reckon it should be called Xiaogich. Referring to Princess Pearl, that reference is quite dated. The big shots truly are down to earth with their names. I was just craving a spicy strip, and now I'm numb. So the previous experts weren't mistaken. These oddities really are created by Chen Haoming? Why else? In the eyes of those creatures, Chen Haoming is likely their father. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to keep such venomous beasts at home. Right, if the B-13 villa were abandoned. It would be one thing, but didn't Li Tongtong previously say that Chen Haoming commutes here daily? Over such a lengthy period. Those tigers and snakes haven't harmed him. Just think about how surreal that is. The officer had grown accustomed to Chen Haoming's eccentricities and continued. Not only the spicy strips, your tarantula has also been borrowed by a spider researcher. But rest assured, they are all in good condition. Unfortunately, I cannot intervene in this matter. Perhaps you can discuss with our superiors how to handle it later? Our immediate priority is to rescue Captain Hu and the others. The officer had received reminders from the chief, and although anxious to save the trapped individuals, he still maintained a courteous and respectful demeanor towards Chen Haoming. Meanwhile, Chen Haoming felt quite speechless upon learning that all his little pets had been taken away in one fell swoop. Forget it. Chen Haoming was not overly worried. Since the zoo and experts had taken them, they surely knew how to care for them. Once the situation here was resolved, he would file the necessary paperwork to reclaim his pets. Not dwelling on the matter, Chen Haoming led the team to the entrance of the rear mountain tunnel in the backyard. This area had now become a restricted zone. With a full team of firefighters stationed at the entrance to prevent anyone from inadvertently entering, the accompanying officer halted Chen Haoming. Mr. Chen, are we really going in there? There are dinosaurs inside the Mammonchosaurus, right? Chen Haoming waved his hand dismissively. That little fellow is harmless. It only eats plants. Hu Jun and his team aren't running amok in the mountains, are they? If they encounter something else, it might not be as easy to negotiate with as the Mammonchosaurus. Upon hearing about the dinosaur, Chen Haoming merely chuckled lightly, unfazed. What's the deal? The Mammonchosaurus is no big deal? What kind of tone is that? That's a dinosaur. A little fellow. Mammonchosaurus is a little fellow? Didn't the experts just say that dinosaur is still in its juvenile stage? Calling it a little fellow isn't unreasonable. Are you sure it's reasonable? My goodness, the key point is his nonchalant demeanor. I'm enamored. Does he mean that the Mammonchosaurus isn't a concern, but there are other more dangerous creatures? What could possibly be more dangerous than a dinosaur? I dare not imagine, nor would I venture to guess. Wait a moment, Mr. Chan. Even if the Mammonchosaurus is herbivorous and poses little danger, the dense fog inside is a serious issue. Captain Hu and the others have lost their way. If we recklessly enter, the outcome could be the same. What was even more peculiar was that within that forest, even compasses were ineffective. We must first devise a method for navigation. The firefighters and officers had been stationed at the B-13 villa for an extended period, not out of fear of entering the forest, but due to the utter impossibility of doing so. They would end up lost, making it impossible to rescue Hu Jun and his team. They had tested this multiple times, and the team sent out had not dared to venture far before retreating. Listening to the firefighters' descriptions, Chen Haoming maintained his calm demeanor. Fog? That's no problem. It's likely just another little creature playing with mist. Just follow my lead. I have a way. Another little creature? A little creature that exhales mist? Wait, I think I might have an idea. I also have an inkling. But that creature is anything but small. Could the term little perhaps not refer to its size, but rather its age? Goodness, that makes even less sense. That creature's lifespan is certainly longer than that of a human. What on earth are you all discussing? I know what you're thinking, but I dare not say it. Are we perhaps all thinking of the same thing? Let us do a countdown. We can send a barrage of comments together. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 45, The Beast King Chen Haoming? As the countdown reached its conclusion, the screen burst forth with the character for dragon. It is no wonder that speculation ran rampant among the viewers in the myriad of ancient Chinese legends. There is but one creature synonymous with the ability to summon clouds and exhale mist, the mythical Eastern dragon. Weren't we just discussing the mural depicting the legend of the dragon lock well? That dragon appeared incredibly lifelike. I find it hard to believe that ancient people merely conjured it from imagination. It is quite possible that a divine dragon capable of commanding winds and clouds truly exists. I suspect that the dragon lock well is genuine and that a dragon has been imprisoned within that land, only to be discovered by Chen Haoming. Surely, the individuals upstairs have lost their minds? Is this a ploy by the show's paid commenters? Indeed, the number of shills for this program is excessive. After all the special effects, they still believe it. They haven't even clarified the dinosaur situation, and now we're introduced to divine dragons? Strangely enough, I think Jiangzhou Television has done a commendable job this time, managing to deceive numerous viewers. That mysterious research institute in the Magic City is a fabrication. I couldn't find any trace of it online. It doesn't exist. It's all just fiction. If you take it seriously, you've already lost. Debate erupted anew in the comments. Yet the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. The majority of spectators remained intrigued by the existence of the entity Chen Haoming had described as capable of summoning clouds and mist. The police officers and firefighters present exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Yet, none dared to inquire, fearful that Chen Haoming might divulge something alarming. This live broadcast had captivated the attention of millions, even alarming some prominent figures within the country, as police officers and firefighters. A single misstep in their words could lead to dire consequences. Chen Haoming offered little explanation, leading the group onward through the rear mountain tunnel. Upon entering the mountainside, they were greeted by a dense fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent against the encroaching twilight. Zhang's live streaming team followed closely, capturing the scene on camera. With visibility like this, how will we locate Hu Jun and the others? If we take just a few more steps, Chen Haoming and his party might lose their way. We should turn back to the tunnel for safety. Earlier, Hu Jun and his team found the compass ineffective. Is GPS of any use at this juncture? GPS lacks precision. The entire forest might just appear as a mere dot on a map. How can we discern left from right? What about satellite imagery? Satellite imagery is also ineffective. The dense canopy of leaves obscures everything, leaving only a verdant expanse visible. This truly is an enigmatic location. Perhaps we should follow Hu Jun's example and tie ourselves together with a rope? Even if we can't find them, we could at least retrace our steps. What length of rope would that require? Moreover, if a wild beast follows the rope, it could be even more perilous. As the group pondered how Chen Haoming would resolve their predicament, he stepped forward into the fog, intertwining his hands into the shape of a conch shell, pressing his lips to it and producing a resounding whistle. Almost immediately, the chilling howls of wolves echoed through the mist. The pack was responding to Chen Haoming's call. As commotion stirred in the woods, a nearby firefighter instinctively reached for his weapon, but Chen Haoming swiftly intervened, whispering, "It's our own." Before long, a striking western wolf emerged from the fog, leaping onto Chen Haoming with exuberance, its tail wagging furiously. It was the very alpha male from earlier. The handsome wolf has arrived. Too adorable, more docile than my own Shiba Inu. It even smiled at Chen Haoming. This is a carnivorous wolf. The disparity between humans is astounding. I can't even tame my own husky, and here he is controlling wolves. Exactly, keeping dogs is child's play. He is raising wolves. Chen Haoming caressed the alpha's back in response to its enthusiasm, while the alpha squinted in delight, basking in the affection. Soon, a multitude of younger wolves joined the gathering, surrounding Chen Haoming's feet, vying for his attention. The sight of this harmonious interaction between man and beast left Zhang and the others dumbfounded. Surely, this is what it means to be a beast king. All right, make way. Chen Haoming distributed his affections evenly, petting each wolf to calm their excitement, before softly instructing them. The wolves immediately parted to create a path. Chen Haoming then turned to Zhang's streaming crew and the firefighters, gesturing for them to step aside as well. Confusion reigned among the group, yet they instinctively complied. Before long, a parade of fluffy creatures in shades of gray, brown, and white waddled toward Chen Haoming. They were none other than the panda clan led by Old Bear. Had Chen Haoming not asked the others to step aside, these hefty bundles of joy would have surely knocked them over. The panda cubs clamored to climb onto Chen Haoming, while the larger adult pandas nudged their furry heads against him, tugging at his clothing with their paws, eager to pull him closer. Only after Old Bear let out a commanding roar did his cubs settle down somewhat. Then, Old Bear nestled against Chen Haoming's feet, reminiscent of his childhood days, seeking affection. Look at you, all grown up, yet still seeking cuddles, Chen Haoming chuckled playfully, scratching the chubby bear's chin. Old Bear, thrilled by the attention, rolled about in delight, his antics melting the hearts of viewers. That's the panda family from earlier. Wow, a whole troop of fluffy cuties. Old Bear stands before Chen Haoming like a 500-pound child. Did Chen Haoming save the universe in a past life? Why are these adorable creatures so fond of him? A man beloved by animals must be pure of heart. Their instincts are remarkably accurate. I hereby declare Chen Haoming my idol. It is now evident that these rare creatures must have been raised by Chen Haoming. Otherwise, how could they trust him so implicitly? I suspect he single-handedly cultivated this entire mountain forest. And what about that dinosaur? The comments overflowed with envy and astonishment, quickly shifting to shock. Indeed. If poisonous snakes, fierce tigers, wolves, and pandas were all Chen Haoming's beloved companions, what of the Mammonksaurus? Good grief. Don't tell me Chen Haoming can charm that dinosaur too. After a playful interlude with the panda family and wolves, Chen Haoming refocused. It is time to attend to serious matters. He approached the alpha wolf, crouching to stroke its head, whispering, "Can you still track the scent of those unfamiliar individuals who entered earlier?" The alpha wolf responded eagerly, as if it understood his words. Chen Haoming, seemingly comprehending the wolf's reply, smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Follow the scent and lead me to them. We must ensure they are safely escorted out to prevent any disruption to your ecosystem." Chapter 46. The Galloping Mammonksaurus. It all makes sense now. No wonder Chen Haoming said the fog posed no significant threat. He intended to utilize the wolf pack's keen sense of smell to locate individuals. Indeed, thick fog may obscure vision, but it does not impede the sense of smell. That Mammonksaurus, after all, was blocking the cave entrance where Hu Jun and his companions were holed up simply because it had caught a whiff of mushroom soup. At this moment, the formation of the group left everyone astounded. The striking lead wolf guided the way, following the scent, flanked by nearly 100 Siberian wolves providing protective cover. In the center of the formation was the Panda Legion, led by Bear Yi, escorting Chen Haoming, who was doubling as a bodyguard. Was this the Mountain King coming to survey his domain? The accompanying police officers and firefighters exchanged glances at the impressive spectacle presented by Chen Haoming. Was this truly the same mysterious force that had given Captain Hu and his team so much trouble? With such a show of force, would those mountain demons dare to approach? They couldn't help but internally scoff. Chen Haoming's life resembles that of a deity, surrounded by hundreds of fierce beasts at his beck and call. In this forest, the animals must genuinely perceive him as a divine being. How enviable. Taming beasts is indeed such a magnificent skill. I wish to learn. Even if you mastered it, you'd only become a zookeeper-s trainer. Could you ever reach Chen Haoming's level? Isn't he a geneticist? Why does he seem like a spiritual medium? Exactly, he evidently communicates with animals. Is this even science? Meanwhile, within the cave, Hu Jun and his companions faced yet another dilemma. After the Mammonksaurus had devoured every last drop of the mushroom soup, it showed no signs of leaving. Its elongated neck extended towards the cave, pressing Hu Jun and the others into the deepest recesses. What manner of creature was this? With a neck that must be 10 meters long? Wang Miao pondered whether she had some latent affinity with animals, as the colossal Mammonksaurus nuzzled beside her, seemingly eager to scratch an itch. But how could she dare to move? Its front tooth was larger than her face. If she reached out, it could easily swallow her whole with a mere snap of its jaws. Who could say for certain if the Mammonksaurus was strictly herbivorous? Perhaps it wouldn't mind a bit of meat? Captain Husabi Wang Miao trembled, her voice quaking as she neared tears. Please, don't move. Hu Jun was equally alarmed. Even if the Mammonksaurus wasn't carnivorous, its sheer size meant that a mere shake of its head could spell disaster for them. Observing the creature closely, he noted it bore no intention of harming Wang Miao. With newfound courage, he hypothesized. Could it be that it has developed an addiction to that mushroom soup and is seeking more food from us? But we run out of mushrooms. That's because you devoured them all. The production team's assistant and cameraman began to bicker. Stop arguing, even if you didn't eat a single bite. Our consumption is still woefully inadequate compared to a dinosaur's appetite. Hu Jun intervened, surveying the cave. They had consumed all the game and mushrooms. But many wild herbs remained near the unconscious Ouyang Wang. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Herbs are edible too. Hu Jun strode over to Ouyang Wang, grabbed a handful of the remaining herbs, and hurried back to Wang Miao Miao. At that moment, the Mammonchosaurus continued to nuzzle the trembling Wang Miao Miao. Without hesitation, Hu Jun thrust the herbs into the creature's mouth. Instantly, tension filled the air. If the Mammonchosaurus felt threatened or disliked the taste of the herbs, it could easily lash out. Hu Jun stood at the forefront, anxiety coursing through him. Fortunately, the Mammonchosaurus displayed interest in the wild herbs. It chewed thoughtfully, savoring the taste. And after a satisfied gulp, it relinquished Wang Miao Miao, shifting its attention to Hu Jun. This creature seemed to possess an uncanny knack for begging. Hu Jun's eyes lit up, emboldened. He dared to stroke the Mammonchosaurus's head, then turned to signal the others to remain still. He then retraced his steps to Ouyang Wang, cradling the remaining herbs and slowly advancing toward the cave entrance. The Mammonchosaurus, drawn by Hu Jun, began to retract its lengthy neck. Everyone quickly grasped Hu Jun's intentions. He aimed to lure the dinosaur away. Captain Hu is truly courageous. He intends to divert the Mammonchosaurus all by himself. In critical moments, our police officers always step up. I'm becoming quite a fan of Captain Hu. I hope he successfully leads this colossal beast away. It's utterly terrifying, and the more I observe, the more my skin crawls. Indeed, even if this creature is herbivorous, it exudes an aura of fear that is entirely on another level. The cameraman, gathering his courage, followed Hu Jun out of the cave, clutching his equipment. Hu Jun earnestly waved the herbs above his head, enticing the Mammonchosaurus to move further away from the cave. So far, everything seemed to be going smoothly. The Mammonchosaurus lowered its head, following the herbs in Hu Jun's hands. At that moment, the cameraman seized the opportunity to capture the full grandeur of the Mammonchosaurus. Its length undoubtedly exceeded 20 meters. Its neck alone likely surpassed 10 meters. The sheer size of its body was beyond description, each step reverberating through the ground like an earthquake, causing the cameraman's flesh to jiggle. This creature exuded a formidable presence, its weight likely surpassing 30 tons. What a colossal behemoth. Such a prehistoric ruler, seemingly supplanted by nature. Absolutely breathtaking. Is this real special effects? Has our nation's CGI surpassed Hollywood? Viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished. A creature spanning dozens of meters and weighing nearly 100 tons appeared before their very eyes. Meanwhile, Hu Jun, at the forefront luring the Mammonchosaurus, felt his heart race. Each of the dinosaur's steps shook the ground, compounded by the gusts of wind it generated, making even Hu Jun, a man of nearly 6 feet tall, struggle to maintain his footing. Nevertheless, he had successfully led the Mammonchosaurus away from the cave by 50 or 60 meters. Just as he prepared to toss the herbs far away to completely divert the dinosaur, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Mammonchosaurus, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, suddenly lifted its head, excitement evident upon its face. It disregarded Hu Jun and the herbs entirely, striding forward with earth-shaking determination, heading straight in Hu Jun's direction. Oh no! Hu Jun watched in horror as the massive foot of the Mammonchosaurus descended from above, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 47, The Dinosaur Slide? Just as the audience in the live broadcast room braced themselves for the imminent demise of Hu Jun, the instincts he had honed through years of perilous encounters surged forth. Revealing his remarkable reflexes, he dove to the side, rolling 2 meters away and narrowly escaping death. When Hu Jun turned to look back, he was confronted by a colossal footprint beside him. No, it was more accurate to describe it as a deep pit, over 1 meter in length and width, and 30 centimeters deep. Upon realizing the sheer magnitude of the mark left by the Mammonchosaurus, Hu Jun's face turned ashen. The footprint created by this creature in full sprint resembled that of a meteorite impact. This is utterly absurd. We are all carbon-based life forms. Yet it can leave such a crater with a single step? I thought the martial arts experts in movies who could shatter tiles with a kick were exaggerated. But now I see how limited my perspective was. Isn't it obvious? What is the weight of the Mammonchosaurus? The explosive force of its step must support dozens of tons. What martial artist can generate such power in a single move? During his peak, Tyson's punch generated around 800 kilograms of force, enough to fell a cow. Just compare the difference. This creature's step could likely crush a main battle tank. Grateful that humanity did not exist during the age of dinosaurs. Otherwise, we might have faced extinction. Amen. The viewers in the live broadcast finally grasped the terrifying enormity of such a creature. Hu Jun, too, sat on the ground, gasping for breath before he could muster the strength to stand. his mind still reeling from the shock. Once he regained his composure, he quickly recognized the urgency of the situation. He turned and ran back to the cave entrance, shouting loudly, "The dinosaur has left. We must flee. This place is too perilous." Regardless of what the experts claimed, even if the Mammonchosaurus did not consume meat or pose a threat, a mere sneeze from it could spell disaster. It could eliminate you with the utmost nonchalance, just as it nearly crushed Hujun without any intention to attack him. Hujun was determined not to linger near such a creature any longer. The others in the cave had already reached their limits of terror upon hearing Hujun's call. They grabbed their gear and prepared to escape. However, a young assistant holding a tablet suddenly interrupted them. "Everyone wait. The Mammonchosaurus has already moved over to Zhang Guo's side." At this moment, the live broadcast displayed a split screen. The massive Mammonchosaurus had departed from Wang Miaomiao's vicinity and appeared in the frame of Zhang Guo's live stream. As the crowd leaned in to observe, they were left dumbfounded. It turned out that the previously agitated Mammonchosaurus had sensed the presence of Chun Haoming and had bounded over enthusiastically. Now, with its head held high, it was playfully nuzzling against Chun Haoming. "What the hell? Is this Mammonchosaurus a pet of Chun Haoming? I can't take it anymore. This person is definitely not human. The government needs to apprehend him. Who knows, he might be an alien. What earthly being could treat a dinosaur as a pet? Taming wolves and golden eagles is one thing, but a dinosaur, a terrifying creature from 100 million years ago, just for a playful interaction?" Before Hujun and the others could fully process this, a more shocking scene unfolded. After playing with Chun Haoming, the Mammonchosaurus lowered its head and rested it on the ground at Chin's feet. What does this mean? Could it be that it's showing submission to Chun Haoming? Dinosaurs have disproportionately sized heads and bodies. They lack the intelligence for such cunning. Nuzzling must be their limit for expressing affection. The dinosaur experts in the live broadcast were equally perplexed and voiced their confusion. What does this signify? The audience soon came to understand the implications. Chun Haoming swiftly lifted his foot and gently placed it atop the Mammonchosaurus's head. Rather than expressing offense, the creature raised its head with a joyous roar, elevating Chun Haoming into the sky in an instant. What the heck? A dragon rider. I can't believe it. A dragon knight? This is unreal. Utterly surreal. Wait, the special effects from Jiangzhou television are really that impressive? I can't spot any flaws. You fool, do you still think this is special effects? How could there be such lifelike effects? It's not that special effects can't be realistic. This is a live broadcast. Who could insert effects of this caliber into a dynamic live stream? I kneel before them. A professional from the special effects industry stepped forward to clarify. This is not special effects. The previous skeptics were left slack-jawed. They simply could not accept the reality that a dinosaur was roaming the forest behind a residential area. Please, this is the 21st century. At this moment, Chun Haoming stood atop the Mammonchosaurus's head, surveying the landscape below. Unfortunately, the thick mist obscured his view, preventing him from appreciating the scenery. Had the skies been clear, he could have enjoyed the sight of the sunset. Moreover, the height and the strong winds made him feel a bit chilly. Quietly murmuring, he wished to be lowered, and it seemed the giant creature understood. With a mighty roar, the Mammonchosaurus tilted its head back, allowing Chun to slide gracefully down its lengthy neck to its back. The dinosaur's broad and sturdy back made it significantly easier to stand, elevating him about 7 or 8 meters off the ground, shielded from the harsh winds. Chun was accustomed to such maneuvering, unaware that his seemingly mundane actions appeared astonishing to onlookers, nor did he realize the profound impact his display had on the nearly 10 million viewers watching the live stream. The audience was left in a stupor. Is this a dinosaur slide? Oh my goodness, someone slap me and tell me I'm dreaming. Chapter 48, Successful Rescue. Is the live broadcast ending? In the 21st century, it is already astonishing for others to ride horses or elephants. Yet, Chun Haoming rides a dinosaur. Accompanying him are a pack of wolves and a family of pandas. The other fierce beasts in the forest, sensing the commotion, have long retreated to a safe distance. Even the formidable giant forest boar, known for its fearless protection of territory, dares not show itself at this moment. The mysterious forest that had previously given Captain Hu and his team a hard time is now effortlessly subdued by Chun Haoming. It's utterly absurd. Riding a dinosaur to clear the path. The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. Soon, riding the Mammonchosaurus, Chun Haoming leads his team to the vicinity of the cave. Hujun and the others had already positioned themselves at the cave entrance, eagerly awaiting Chun Haoming's arrival. After enduring countless hardships, the two groups finally come together. The second team, laden with supplies, promptly provides Hujun and his team with clean drinking water, while medical personnel rush to attend to Ouyang Wang's injuries. How did you all end up here? Shen Haoming inquires, observing the others bustling about. You haven't encountered any other dangerous creatures aside from the Mammonchosaurus, have you? How about the baboons, crocodiles, and wild boars? Are they considered dangerous? Certainly not. They are merely adorable little creatures. As long as you didn't encounter anything else, that's all that matters. Shen Haoming chuckles. Baboons and crocodiles are merely adorable? He doesn't even regard the Mammonchosaurus as a threat. It's chilling to ponder. What does Shen Haoming deem truly dangerous? Could it be Hu Jun seems to regain his composure and suddenly asks, by the way, Mr. Chen, we saw some murals inside the cave. The murals are inconsequential. Merely records. The entity within the well is the true danger. Shen Haoming interrupts before Hu Jun can finish. Hu Jun pauses, the well, referring to that eerie locked well depicted in the murals. Could it be that there is indeed a well on this mountain? Otherwise, how do you think they managed to paint those murals inside the cave? Shen Haoming smiles, but offers little explanation. Once the accompanying personnel have tended to Hu Jun and his team's injuries, he instructs the Mammonchosaurus to continue serving as their mode of transportation. Everyone, come aboard. I'll take you back to the entrance. Shen Haoming invites them onto the back of the dinosaur. Is that really okay? Wang Miao Miao and her assistant, both young women, beam with excitement. Riding a dragon. They were terrified moments ago, but now they are exhilarated. Forget Lamborghinis, Ferraris, or Bugattis. Nothing compares to riding a dragon. Indeed. Shen Haoming nods, confirming their ascent onto the dinosaur. He notices that Minnie and Hu Jun's team are injured, with Ouyang being the most severely wounded, having lost consciousness. Other team members also bear injuries from their previous encounters with the baboons and wild boars, having gritted their teeth to endure until now. Shen Haoming, ever considerate, wishes to assist. As for Ouyang Wang, he contemplates letting fate take its course, but considering Hu Jun and the others' efforts to capture him, he decides to bring him back for the authorities to handle. He would not allow Ouyang Wang's demise in this mountainous area to tarnish his ecological realm. As the Mammonchosaurus lowers its lofty head, Wang Miao Miao and the others eagerly climb onto its back, one by one. The dinosaur's broad back easily accommodates over 10 people. As the Mammonchosaurus strides forward, the group immediately feels a rush akin to a wild gust of wind. The exhilarating breeze rivals that of a roller coaster. If this creature were to sprint at full speed, how immense would its impact be with its near 100-ton weight? I feel it could topple a mountain. In mythology, when Gongong crashed into Mount Buzhou, I'm starting to believe it might have been real. How do its internal organs support such a colossal frame? Speaking solely of its digestive system, how large must its stomach be to accommodate its daily consumption? I suspect the Mammonchosaurus must have 7 or 8 stomachs. Otherwise, it wouldn't function properly. I really want to dissect a dinosaur. Viewers in the live broadcast marvel at the sight of the Mammonchosaurus effortlessly carrying more than 10 individuals as it strides forth. Meanwhile, paleontologists watch in awe at the dinosaur's size, nearly drooling. This colossal creature is truly terrifying. If dinosaurs could grow to such proportions, could there have been humanoid beings of similar size during the Jurassic or Cretaceous periods? To unravel this mystery, one would need to dissect a dinosaur, but unfortunately, they lack the authority to do so. With the elevated gaze of the Mammonchosaurus, the dense fog poses no hindrance. The group swiftly returns to the tunnel entrance beside the villa. Upon exiting the tunnel, an ambulance awaits at the entrance of Villa B13. Medical personnel immediately rush to attend to Ouyang Wang and several severely injured rescue team members, while Wang Miao Miao fervently reports the unfolding events. Many new viewers have joined the live broadcast, unaware of the earlier occurrences. Shen Haoming stands aside, observing the flurry of activity, before addressing Hu Jun and the others. All right. It seems you've accomplished what you set out to do today. Although you came to assist me in capturing a thief, you've left quite a mess for me to tidy up. You may take your leave now. Shen Haoming's dismissal leaves Wang Miao Miao feeling unexpectedly dejected. This day, which had promised to be the pinnacle of her live broadcast, is abruptly drawing to a close. Yet, she struggles to find a reason to continue. After all, Villa B13 is Shen Haoming's residence, and the forest behind the mountain has become a research site, not a public park. Given Shen Haoming's background, he could likely summon the military to secure the area. Seeing Wang Miaomiao deflate and prepare to leave Villa B13 with her crew, the viewers in the live broadcast become agitated. Just when you had me excited, you're telling me you're leaving? Exactly. What is the situation in the back mountain? Are there any more extraordinary phenomena? Why not unveil the secrets? Miao Miao, please don't go. I fear I won't sleep tonight without knowing the secrets of that back mountain. No, this cannot end here. Miao Miao, help us fight for more time. Chapter 49. Research findings soon to be revealed. Wang Miaomiu was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. She approached Chen Haoming and earnestly said, "Mr. Chen, everyone is eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the forest of the back mountain. Could you allow us to continue filming there with you?" Upon finishing her request, she cautiously observed Chen Haoming's expression, while the cameraman anxiously pointed the lens in his direction. Chen Haoming furrowed his brow at her words. "Oh no." The esteemed expert is displeased. "It seems this program is reaching its end. This B13 homeowner, Chen Haoming, clearly has significant backing. If he disagrees, we have no recourse. Is it truly over?" "What about my insatiable curiosity?" As the audience expressed their dismay, Chen Haoming's previously knitted brows gradually relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Although this research outcome is classified, we have indeed made plans to disclose it to the public in the near future." He raised his gaze, acknowledging the attention they had garnered today, and decided to reveal the findings sooner, thus avoiding the need for a formal press conference. "Really?" The anxious Wang Miaomiao's face blossomed into a radiant smile at this good news. "Thank you, esteemed one, for enlightening us. Mr. Chen is not only handsome but also kind-hearted. I have transformed from a casual fan to a devoted admirer." The audience erupted in excitement at the prospect of the live broadcast continuing. However, many experts voiced their concerns. But can this truly be made public for free? Such a significant matter. Can it really be disclosed so casually? Doesn't Chen Haoming have superiors to oversee him? How can a young man make such decisions unilaterally? The experts' concerns were not without merit. The existence of dinosaurs was already astonishing enough. If this information were to reach foreign shores, the nation would struggle to provide explanations. International scholars would undoubtedly seek to intervene. Moreover, what Chen Haoming intended to show Wang Miaomiao and the others was evidently of even higher confidentiality than the dinosaur findings. Whether there was a necessity to disclose such secrets to the public was debatable, but if it were to be revealed, the nation must at least be prepared beforehand. Was Chen Haoming truly ready to take matters into his own hands? The director of the television station was equally taken aback, while Wang Miaomiao dared to inquire. It was uncertain if Chen Haoming's consent was enough to allow the program to continue airing. With millions watching the live stream, he could not bear the weight of potential repercussions. In a state of panic, the station director hurriedly contacted the director of the broadcasting authority. "I'm watching the live stream as well. Rest assured, since Chen Haoming has given his nod, there is nothing to worry about. Let your crew continue filming." The broadcasting director's words left the station director bewildered. He exclaimed, "You mean this matter is entirely at Chen Haoming's discretion?" "Exactly. Just follow his lead," the broadcasting director replied before hanging up. The station director stared at the live stream in disbelief. Chen Haoming appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not older than 30, perhaps even in his early 20s. Yet, this young man wielded an influence that even the broadcasting director respected. However, since the broadcasting director had spoken, the station director felt relieved and promptly conveyed the green light to Wang Miaomiao and the others. At that moment, Hu Jun, present on site, interjected, "Since you all are returning to the forest to film, I shall take responsibility for your safety." "What?" The director of the municipal bureau was taken aback. He had just seen Hu Jun escorting Ouyang Wing out and felt relieved, thinking their part was complete. Yet now, Hu Jun's words sent his heart racing once more. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Hu Jun, what trouble are you stirring up now? We have already apprehended those 3 thieves. The danger at B13 has been neutralized. Isn't your role as a detective to handle the report? Hurry back here." The municipal bureau director was on the verge of a heart attack. What began as a petty theft had escalated into a citywide incident, now even involving the provincial level and millions of viewers. He had no intention of getting embroiled in a live broadcast. He longed for a swift resolution. Yet, with a prime opportunity at hand, Hu Jun insisted on continuing, and he could not let that happen. Just as the director finished speaking, to his surprise, Chen Haoming expressed a differing opinion. After a moment's thought, he nodded to Hu Jun and said, "Your presence would indeed be a valuable suggestion. You might be of assistance." The municipal bureau director was left speechless. While he had initially wished to keep Hu Jun out of this mess, how could he refuse now that Chen Haoming had spoken? At that moment, a call from the provincial office came through. "What? We need to ensure Chen Haoming's safety." The director of the municipal bureau froze upon hearing the order. "Indeed. I'm not afraid to let you in on a little secret. This command comes from above." The municipal bureau director was drenched in cold sweat upon realizing the weight of Chen Haoming's background. "Understood," he replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Given the current context, Chen Haoming's status likely equated to that of a foreign dignitary. Their task was to ensure the safety of someone of that caliber, with no room for error. When the municipal bureau director picked up the walkie-talkie again, his attitude had completely shifted. He addressed Hu Jun. Since this is Mr. Chin's request, you may accompany them. Remember, safeguarding Mr. Chin's safety is a formal command. Understood. Hu Jun responded loudly. Very well, then it seems we have our team, Chen Haoming assessed, taking stock of the group. There was himself, the host of the program, an assistant, the cameraman, and 4 police officers led by Hu Jun. With a party of 8, they were well prepared. With everything in place, Chen Haoming took the lead, guiding everyone back into the tunnel leading to the back mountain. The leaders, experts, and audience watching the live stream held their breath in anticipation. The enigmatic back mountain forest would soon reveal its secrets through Chen Haoming's revelations. Chapter 50, The Legend of the Dragon. The Mammonchosaurus remained steadfast at the entrance of the tunnel. Just moments ago, Chen Haoming had commanded it to wait there as he entered the passage. Meanwhile, the panda family and the wolf pack had already dispersed. Let us ascend the dragon, Chen Haoming called out, stepping onto the creature's head before sliding down onto its back. Climbing aboard the dragon, haha, I can hardly describe this scene. Isn't it akin to us getting into a vehicle? I too wish to experience the joy of a dinosaur slide. Perhaps this lifetime will not afford me that chance. The others followed suit, mounting the dragon's back and finding their balance. Chen Haoming, without needing to give further instructions, gently patted the Mammonchosaurus's back, as if comprehending his intent. The colossal beast commenced its journey, carrying the group onward. Wang Miao Miao, noticing the buoyant atmosphere, transformed into a curious child, posing the most intriguing questions circulating online. She handed the microphone to Chen Haoming. Mr. Chen, what secrets does this mountain truly conceal? You mentioned that while being the most perilous. What did you mean by that? At that moment, countless viewers in the live stream were nearly pulling their hair out in anticipation. Wang Miao Miao, with a sweet smile, did not expect Chen Haoming to respond directly, as such secrets were likely state matters. However, even a hint from him would immensely satisfy the audience's curiosity and potentially attract more attention. As a host, her instinct was to cater to the viewers' needs and draw traffic. Yet, to her surprise, Chen Haoming casually replied, "What is there to speculate? Did you not see the mural?" He maintained a nonchalant demeanor. The mural depicts the locking dragon well, and the well I referred to is indeed the locking dragon well. Isn't the name self-explanatory? It is a well that locks away a dragon. His tone was calm, yet the revelation struck like thunder on a clear day. Wang Miao Miao and Hu Jun felt as if the ground had shifted beneath them, nearly toppling from the dragon's back. The live stream erupted in chaos. Dragons truly exist. The thought flashed through everyone's mind, simultaneously startling them. They had speculated, but likely only entertained a mere 1% possibility. Now, with Chen Haoming's acknowledgement, their perspective shifted dramatically. What was Chen Haoming's identity? He possessed the ability to control beasts, tame dragons, and clone various endangered species. A national-level authority. Surely, such a person would not speak frivolously before millions of viewers. Once he spoke, that 1% possibility soared to a staggering 90% credibility. Could it be that the mythical beast, capable of soaring through the heavens and swallowing clouds, genuinely exists? Our ancestors were not fabricating tales. Is the classic of mountains and seas real? How is that possible? I suspect you all conspired to deceive me. This live stream is dismantling my worldview. As a staunch materialist, I'm on the verge of disbelief. Someone, please, wake me up. Chen Haoming leaned forward. Noticing the barrage of comments from the viewers, he felt somewhat speechless. Have you not heard of the Inko dragon incident? Are you referring to the folklore that emerged in Inko in 1934? A scholar among the viewers quickly regained focus. Seeing someone able to engage, Chen Haoming nodded. In July 1934, nearly 100 people discovered a frail live dragon in the rice fields of Inko. The locals erected a shelter for it, watered it, and even summoned temple monks to perform rituals. It seemed their efforts bore fruit, as the dragon vanished during a downpour days later, seemingly returning to the heavens. However, in early August, the divine dragon fell again, marking the beginning of the Inko dragon incident. Throughout August, the dragon fell 3 times. It first capsized 3 small boats, then struggled in the waters, and finally perished in a reed bed. Can anyone from Inko verify this? Indeed, I lived in Inko as a child, and I heard those stories from the elders. I have also heard the legend recounted by the elderly, though I never took it seriously. That era is so distant. Who would believe it? The Inko residents confirmed each other's accounts. Yet, aren't such folklore tales ubiquitous? What makes this one special? The uniqueness lies in the fact that the dragon was real, and it was female, Chen Haoming continued. After the 3rd fall, the dragon truly died. and its body was sealed within the ninth warehouse of the mysterious research institute in the Magic City. The ninth warehouse of the mysterious research institute. This was the second time Chen Haoming had mentioned this name, the very place he had recently returned from. Is this something that can be disclosed in a live stream? An expert felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Haoming spoke with utter disregard for restraint. If there truly was a dragon's corpse in that mysterious research institute, it would undoubtedly be a matter of national secrecy. Chen Haoming felt no qualms and continued to speak calmly. In truth, there are many phenomena in this world that exceed ordinary people's understanding. For example, the existence of dragons is often dismissed as mere legend. Yet various historical records indicate their presence. Why is it that all animals of the 12 zodiac exist, yet the dragon is an exception? There are also accounts of the wild cat dragon incident, the true dragon incident in Xi'an, and the Shanghai dragon pillar incident. These tales abound online, yet without definitive evidence. Public belief has waned, but the truth remains. Chen Haoming spoke earnestly, leaving millions of viewers in stunned silence. If anyone else were to make such claims, they would likely be drowned in a deluge of criticism from netizens. However, the speaker was Chen Haoming. This man is a true deity. He can clone dinosaurs that have been extinct for millions of years. Were it anyone else making such statements, I would report them for promoting superstition. But now that it's Chen Haoming speaking, believe it or not, I certainly do. Gulp. I'm feeling a bit frightened. If dragons exist, could the monstrous beings from primordial times also be real? While the crowd remained incredulous in the live stream, the Mammonksaurus had already traversed a considerable distance up the mountain with everyone aboard. Suddenly, it raised its head, halting its massive strides, emitting a hissing sound with a look of profound unease. Chen Haoming quickly soothed it and then looked ahead toward Shantou. We have arrived, he stated calmly. Turning back to Hu Jun, Wang Miao Miao, and the others, he noted that the creature's bloodline suppressed all mundane beings, causing the Mammonksaurus to hesitate in its approach. The remainder of the journey would now be undertaken by their own efforts. Chapter 51. The Enchanted Realm, Ancient Inhabitants, and Mirage. Bloodline suppression? Upon hearing Chen Haoming utter these words, the crowd was once again astounded. Isn't this a tad mystical? Yet that Mammonksa dragon truly trembles in fear. There must be something that terrifies it. Perhaps it is indeed bloodline suppression. What could cause such a colossal creature, towering dozens of meters and weighing tons, to quiver so? The viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity, while those present felt a tinge of fear. However, Wang Miao Miao and Hu Jun eagerly volunteered to accompany him. Having arrived at this juncture, could they really turn back? Gritting their teeth, they followed Chen Haoming up the mountain. As they ventured forth, the narrow path suddenly opened up after several dozen steps. The descriptions from Peach Blossom Spring came vividly to life before their eyes. It was breathtaking. Wang Miao Miao couldn't help but gasp in awe. Hu Jun and the others stood wide-eyed, marveling at the stunning scenery, where exotic flowers bloomed and celestial cranes sang amidst swirling mists, resembling a veritable paradise. Is there truly such a magnificent place atop this villa's back mountain? Could this possibly be the site of Chen Haoming's ascension? Be cautious and stay close. This mist is no ordinary fog, and getting lost here could spell trouble. Chen Haoming cautioned. A chill ran through Hu Jun and the others. Upon scrutinizing their surroundings, they realized the gravity of the situation. However, Chen Haoming urged them to be vigilant and not to stray. Not ordinary fog? Wang Miao Miao, entranced by the otherworldly flora, reached out to touch a flower. To her astonishment, her hand passed through it. Wang Miao Miao? Live stream. What the heck? Is this flower an illusion? Is this holographic projection technology? Or is it merely a bizarre mirage? Unfazed, Hu Jun and the other officers attempted to grasp a nearby celestial crane. Their hands stirred ripples in the air, only to find themselves grasping at emptiness. Goodness gracious, this truly is a water moon and a mirror flower. It's not a paradise, but an illusion. Run, the infinite moon reed is upon us. At that moment, the environment before Hu Jun and the others began to shift. Initially, they had entered a realm akin to a secluded paradise. Gradually, they noticed villagers clad in ancient garb appearing in the distance. They were engaged in conversation and farming, embodying a pastoral scene of men tilling the land and women weaving. Wait, something's amiss. A young officer in the group suddenly exclaimed. He pointed towards the farmers working nearby and whispered, Captain Hu, look at their feet. They cast no shadows. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked over and was taken aback to confirm the unsettling truth. Don't speak out of turn. Hush, close your eyes. As the group prepared to observe further, Chen Haoming shouted sternly. Jun and the others, bewildered and already unnerved by the strange circumstances, felt a sense of reassurance upon hearing Chen Haoming's voice and promptly obeyed, shutting their eyes. However, while Jun and the others could close their eyes, the camera could not. It continued to operate normally, broadcasting the eerie scene to the live stream. Thus, all the viewers witnessed the bizarre sight unfolding before them. The once amiable villagers now morphed into malevolent apparitions. Lunging at Jun and his companions, their malevolent gaze is palpable even through the screen. Yet, these villagers were ultimately but phantoms, though they startled the live stream audience. They posed no real harm to Jun and the others, merely passing through their forms before vanishing. My goodness, what on earth is happening? This must surely be holographic projection. It feels too real. Impossible. While current VR technology is advanced, it is far from achieving true realism. Indeed, even in a single-user headset scenario, it is unfeasible to completely deceive the user into confusing reality with virtuality, let alone mislead hundreds of thousands of viewers in a live stream. Experts in the live stream re-emerged. So, esteemed experts, how do we interpret the situation before us? The ordinary viewers were genuinely intrigued. The occurrence was rather absurd. It is likely akin to a mirage. The dense fog can easily create reflections of distant lights. But that doesn't explain the men clad in ancient coarse garments with long braided hair. Could they also be mere projections? The audience was incredulous. In the 21st century, it is common for women to have long hair, but where would one find men with lengthy braids? Moreover, the clothing of those individuals starkly contrasted with modern attire. To claim they were mere reflections from afar made little sense. The experts, sensing the viewer's skepticism, appeared a tad less confident. After all, the inconsistencies made it challenging to explain away as a mirage. Could it be that we have all been influenced by the atmosphere of the live stream, compounded by the mirage, leading to a collective hallucination? That makes sense. Such occurrences have been documented throughout history and across the globe. The experts attempted to rationalize, yet the viewers found themselves increasingly perplexed. A collective hallucination? It would be far simpler to assert that they were in an illusion. An illusion merely affects visual perception, whereas a collective hallucination would need to influence the consciousness of millions in the live stream, a far more terrifying prospect. In truth, it was not as enigmatic as it seemed. Chen Haoming beckoned the group to continue forward, noting the experts' explanations and the audience's growing confusion in the comments. The thick mist, which appeared to be fog, was, in fact, devoid of substance. In our professional terminology, it is referred to as mirage. The Shinch from mirage. Indeed, it is the same Shinch associated with mirages. Essentially, mirages and illusions are not fundamentally different. A mirage projects distant scenes before one's eyes, while a mirage reflects images from various times and spaces. Chen Haoming explained leisurely, stating that this was merely a mechanism for self-preservation and concealment. If they did not venture deeper, they would encounter no peril. What are they? Those villagers who suddenly turned into fearsome apparitions? Chen Haoming refrained from further elaboration and led Jun and the others onward. Within the mirage, they lost their sense of distance, proceeding cautiously as they followed Chen Haoming. Time passed, and finally, Chen Haoming halted. Before them lay an immensely thick chain, adorned with moss and clay, seemingly aged through the passage of countless years, emanating an air of ancient history and gravitas. Chapter 52. The Mysterious Forbidden Zone Project. Upon encountering the massive chain before them, as thick as a person's waist and of an indeterminate material, everyone instinctively held their breath. The sense of profound history was palpable even through the screen. It bore the indelible marks of time. Yet, astonishingly, such a weighty history and passage of time seemed incapable of crumbling this chain. As they gazed at the iron link, the spectators in the live broadcast could not help but start to believe what Chen Haoming had asserted. Perhaps dragons truly existed in this world. The sheer thickness of the chain rendered it almost unimaginable that any creature would require such a formidable binding. Jun and his companions had seen the murals before, and at that moment, they simultaneously recognized the chain before them. Their expressions betrayed disbelief and shock. Could this be the very chain that connects to the legendary dragon Lockwell? Wang Miao Miao, microphone in hand, found herself at a loss for words, while the steadfast cameraman promptly directed the camera towards the chain to capture its entirety. With the chain depicted in the mural now manifest, did this mean the dragon Lockwell itself was real? A conjecture took root in Jun's mind, only to be swiftly interrupted by a surge of fright. If the dragon Lockwell existed, what of the divine dragon beneath? What era could this artifact possibly belong to? If it were truly from the Stone Age, how could such craftsmanship create a chain of this magnitude? It was essential to analyze the chain's material for accurate identification. However, during the Xia and Shang dynasties, the ancestors of China had already mastered the art of bronze casting. With the full strength of the nation, such a creation was not beyond reach. The Xia and Shang dynasties? That dates back 5,000 years. The legacy of Chinese culture has persisted for 5 millennia, with its origins tracing back to the Xia and Shang dynasties. It need not be such an ancient history. I recall a widely circulated folk tale from the era of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Are you referring to the legend of the 3 great door gods? Indeed. That was during the reign of Li Shimin when the old dragon king of Chang'an made a wager with a fortune teller regarding the weather. In a bid to win, the old dragon king recklessly summoned rain, causing calamity and drawing the ire of the heavenly emperor, who decreed his execution. The task fell upon the Tang dynasty, and Li Shimin dispatched Wei Zheng to oversee the execution at the appointed hour. Knowing the gravity of the situation, the old dragon king implored Li Shimin for clemency the day prior, and Li Shimin readily agreed. Yet, fate cannot be defied. The next day, Li Shimin devised a plan, summoning Wei Zheng to the court for a game of Go. Unbeknownst to them, at the crucial moment, Wei Zheng dozed off, and in a dreamlike state, he inadvertently executed the old dragon king. The dragon's restless spirit, harboring resentment for the Tang emperor's broken promise, frequently troubled the court, leaving Li Shimin in a state of unease. Recognizing the emperor's plight, Wei Zheng dispatched generals Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong to guard the palace gates. As anticipated, the old dragon dared not disturb the front entrance. However, mere days later, the dragon returned to confront Li Shimin at the back gate. Wei Zheng, sword in hand, stood sentinel, ensuring the dragon would not dare to return. In recognition of their night watch, Li Shimin commissioned artists to paint portraits of Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong for the front gate, and a likeness of Wei Zheng for the rear gate. This initiative soon became a folktale, establishing Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong as the door gods, with their images adorning the entrances. What connection does this folk tale have to the sight before us? Wang Miao Miao listened intently, somewhat entranced but struggling to discern the relevance of the chain. Dragons are divine beings, especially the Dragon King. It is said that after the old Dragon King's body was severed, his dragon form became wildly agitated. The national master of the Tang devised a strategy to construct a pagoda to suppress the dragon's head and subsequently excavated the dragon lock well to bind the old Dragon King's body. Thus, the object before us may not necessarily be from the Stone Age or the Xia and Shang periods. It could also be a relic from the Tang dynasty. As the audience in the live stream absorbed the experts' explanations, their mouths fell agape, unsure of how to respond. The legends that have flourished throughout 5 millennia of Chinese culture are countless, yet who could have imagined that these tales would manifest in the present? Chen Haoming, observing the experts' comments, wore a nonchalant expression. In truth, I too do not know if a divine dragon truly lies beneath the dragon lockwell, for I have never encountered a real dragon. His words left the audience momentarily speechless. Wait a moment, Chen. Didn't you previously assert with unwavering conviction that dragons exist in this world? Why now do you claim you have never seen one? Were you merely jesting with us throughout this entire ordeal? Chen Haoming, disinterested in further explanation, chuckled and said, since we have come this far, should we not follow the chain down into the well to uncover the truth? With that, he began to follow the chain, moving cautiously forward. Though Chen Haoming appeared unfazed, Hu Jun's heart raced with trepidation. Should there be no dragon, all would be well, but if there were indeed a dragon, would their reckless descent prove fatal? Yet, Hu Jun had a mission to fulfill, and his position left no room for retreat. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Wang Miao Miao and her crew exchanged glances. Yet with the day's events marking a pinnacle in their careers, they felt no inclination to withdraw. The audience in the live stream stifled their myriad questions and continued to follow the cameraman's lens. Upon reaching the end of the chain, they finally beheld the dragon lock well in its entirety. In an instant, all were once again struck speechless by the spectacle before them. The gaping well measured over 10 meters in diameter, plunging into unfathomable depths. The cameraman, summoning his courage, pointed his equipment downward, nearly succumbing to his fear of heights and darkness. Even more suffocating were the enormous chains. They emerged from the well's mouth, extending in various directions. Whether it was an illusion or a figment of their imagination, the chains appeared to tremble as if moved by some unseen force. What lay beneath? Wang Miao Miao felt her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat. Meanwhile, the fervor of the live broadcast had drawn experts from across the nation, all eager to witness this spectacle that seemed plucked from the realm of cinema. For these materialist scholars, the absurdity of the situation only deepened their curiosity. In no time, scholars from all corners of the country could no longer remain idle. They called upon their subordinates, students, and colleagues, preparing to fly overnight to Jiangzhou City to witness the Divine Dragon at Chun Haoming's B13 Villa. This was a rare opportunity to witness the ancient totem of Chinese civilization, a chance to behold the legendary creature of lore. In the municipal office, various leaders convened, and the recruited experts debated fiercely within the conference room. As scholars, we should not indulge in discussions of dragons and deities. It is unscientific. Yet, the facts lay before us. Should we not respect the evidence in our pursuit of science? Indeed, whether it be a deity or a dragon, they may simply represent unique entities beyond our current understanding, not necessarily transcending the bounds of science. It is precisely due to their mystery that we must seize the opportunity to study them. However, I still struggle to accept a research topic centered around divine dragons. The experts each held their own opinions, and the debate continued in an endless cycle, yielding no resolution. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open. A solemn procession of individuals clad in military uniforms entered, ensuring the room's security before parting to allow their commanding officer to enter. The officer, in his 40s, exuded an unsettling aura, and upon entering, he revealed a menacing grin. Esteemed scholars, greetings to you all. His smile was more unnerving than welcoming, silencing the previously vociferous experts in an instant. He appeared unfazed and continued, I understand your curiosity regarding the events that transpired within Chun Haoming's villa. As fate would have it, we are currently formulating a plan concerning all of this, and I would like to extend an invitation for your participation. I wonder if you might be interested? The menacing officer then gestured, and his aides promptly brought forth numerous contracts. The officer resumed, of course, a confidentiality agreement is imperative. You may review our contract first. He retrieved a document from his aide, upon which were inscribed 4 prominent characters. Restricted Zone Plan. Chapter 53. The Guardian of the Dragon Vein? The Forbidden Zone Project? Upon seeing the prominent words on the contract, the experts present felt utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the true meaning of the plan. The officer, unfazed, smiled and remarked, as long as you're interested, you may participate. As for the details, continue watching the live broadcast. Soon, you will understand the objectives of this plan. With a hint of suspense, the officer acknowledged the gravity of the situation, prompting the experts to cease their disputes and refocus on the live stream. Meanwhile, Chun Haoming and his companions had arrived at the edge of the Dragon Lock Well. Peering into the unfathomable depths of the cavernous opening, Hu Jun furrowed his brow and turned to Chun Haoming, inquiring, Mr. Chun, this well is too deep. How shall we descend? We have not brought suitable tools. Chun Haoming shook his head and said, no tools are necessary. It is quite simple. We shall jump down. What? His statement left everyone in a state of shock. The cameraman thrust the camera towards Chun Haoming's face, attempting to discern whether this enigmatic figure was joking. Jump down? They could not fathom the depth of the well, let alone the potential presence of a dragon below. Wasn't that tantamount to throwing away their lives? However, the cameraman quickly noticed that Chun Haoming wore a serious expression, devoid of jest. After a moment of stunned silence, Hu Jun took a deep breath and boldly declared, Since Mr. Chun insists, I shall take the lead. If any danger arises below, I shall shout a warning before I perish. You must not follow. Goodness. Captain Hu is truly noble. Wait, that's not right. He is simply brave. To choose to risk his life to forge ahead, claiming he would issue a warning before meeting his demise. Such martyrs have long existed within our Chinese civilization. Without this spirit of sacrifice, our 5,000-year history may not have endured. But is this truly necessary? Why jump into a well without cause? The audience in the comments section was moved yet bewildered by Hu Jun's words. Yet, as Chun Haoming regarded Hu Jun, he bore an expression of mild condescension. Why entertain thoughts of death so soon? There is no peril. Just follow me. Eschewing any hesitation, Chun Haoming called out and leaped into the well without waiting for a response. Well, the viewers in the live stream were left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that this figure harbors some psychological affliction, coming here for a dramatic end? Hu Jun broke into a cold sweat. His task was to safeguard Chun Haoming. And now that he had vanished, how could he explain this to the Bureau and the millions of viewers? He rushed to the well's edge, shouting, Mr. Chun, are you all right? What position are you in? I will find tools to rescue you. Rescue? Hurry down, do not delay. Chun Haoming's voice echoed from the depths, resonating like a thunderclap. Is he truly unharmed? Could it be that the well merely appears deep, but in reality is only half a meter? Nonsense. Did you not see Captain Hu and the others shining their powerful flashlights down? The light barely reached the bottom. It must be over 10 meters deep. Or perhaps there is water or debris that cushions the fall. Mr. Chun, are you all right? Hu Jun pondered, still astonished, despite the well's seemingly bottomless appearance. Even if there were dry grass or water below, one would surely be knocked unconscious from the fall. I'm fine. Come down. Chen Haoming urged again. As Hu Jun gazed into the abyss, doubt lingered in his mind. Yet, inspired by Chen Haoming's decisive action, he steeled himself and leaped into the void. The others exchanged glances, but moments later, they heard Hu Jun's voice calling out. Really, it's fine. You'll see for yourselves when you jump. With Hu Jun's reassurance, Wang Miao Miao and the others finally summoned the courage to vault over the well's edge. Upon descending, they discovered the well's hidden marvels. Despite its depth, a powerful upward gust of wind cradled their falling bodies, ensuring their descent remained within safe limits, much like parachuting. Wang Miao Miao, awestruck by the miraculous airflow, suddenly noticed a faint golden glow shimmering amidst the rising currents. Suspended in midair, she instinctively reached out and grasped it, surprisingly capturing the golden light in her palm. My goodness, what is this? Wang Miao Miao spread her hand, revealing the radiant glow to the cameraman, who quickly adjusted the camera to broadcast the astonishing sight to countless viewers. The audience watched in stunned silence as Wang Miao Miao held the golden light, and as the group descended gracefully, the chat was momentarily muted, leaving them baffled. Could there be a scientific explanation for what they were witnessing? What kind of mysterious airflow could support their weight? What kind of ethereal current could transform into golden light? Grasped by a mere hand? Was today's live stream merely a spectacle to shatter their understanding of reality? Unable to contain himself, a seasoned feng shui master in the chat began to type fervently. My word, this is the rising dragon energy. The dense dragon energy has materialized into golden light. This is undoubtedly a supreme dragon's lair, dragon vein. As the chat erupted with these lines, the audience was once again left bewildered. What was happening in this live stream? Was there nothing familiar to ordinary people? Master, what does this dragon vein signify? The feng shui master, invigorated by the urge to share, continued typing without reservation. A dragon vein typically refers to undulating mountains. Due to their resemblance to dragons, mountains are often metaphorically compared to dragons in feng shui. For instance, the Kunlun Mountains. The root of dragon veins are widely recognized as the origin of dragon energy in our field. From Kunlun, the dragon veins extend globally, categorized by structure and hierarchy into root dragons, main dragons, branch dragons, and leaf dragons. Locations where dragon energy gathers and flourishes are deemed feng shui treasures. The legendary dragon lairs. This well is situated at a significant dragon vein's lair, with dragon energy so potent that it manifests as golden light. It is truly extraordinary. This is crucial. Dragon veins impact our nation's destiny. I must consult my senior brother. After his analysis, the feng shui master startled himself. The shifting of dragon veins and the emergence of new lairs could greatly influence a nation's fortune. Consult your senior brother? I assumed he was a prominent figure himself. Wait. I think I've seen his ID somewhere. Oh my goodness, he is a disciple of the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain. Previously live streaming to popularize feng shui and destiny studies, I've watched several episodes. From Longhu Mountain? A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. While charlatans abound in the realm of feng shui, Longhu Mountain is renowned for its genuine expertise. The Grand Master is even revered as a national guest. Given Longhu Mountain's prestige, there would be no motive for deception here. But this defies logic. Could dragon energy truly protect someone from plummeting from such heights without a scratch? The coffin lid of Newton can no longer contain the truth. If this truly is a place where the dragon vein flourishes, it is hardly surprising. An individual by the name of Wudong Mountain Rascal joined the discussion, elaborating. According to feng shui, the dragon vein signifies auspicious land. This auspiciousness refers to the immense benefits it brings to people. Conversely, malevolent spirits and beasts find no advantage in such a place. The dragon energy in the well has become palpably dense, offering countless benefits to humans without any detriment. In such an environment, one could not only survive a fall into the well, but even thrive without the need for food, water, air, or sleep. To put it dramatically, a person with even a modicum of cultivation could achieve longevity in such an environment. The audience in the live stream, captivated by the Wudong priest's explanation, felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity. A person suffering from a terminal illness immediately inquired, Priest, I am in the late stages of cancer. If I come to this land of dragon energy, will I be saved? Another asked, Priest, I've had nothing but misfortune in recent years. Will breathing in this dense dragon energy turn my luck around? As questions flooded in, some viewers quickly began booking flights and train tickets, eager to travel to Jiangzhou to partake in the dragon energy. It soon became apparent that Chen Haoming must have known about the protective qualities of this dragon energy, which is why he bravely leapt into the well. This revelation only deepened the mystery surrounding Chen Haoming's identity. If the Wudong priest's claims held truth, Chen Haoming possessed a remarkable dragon vein, making it conceivable for him to attain immortality. He essentially wielded the fortune of a nation within his grasp. Meanwhile, Hu Jun and the others had no time to peruse the comments as they descended gracefully to the bottom of the well after a remarkable flight. It was at this moment they realized the well was profoundly unfathomable. Looking up again, the previously expansive well opening, measuring 10 meters across, now appeared merely as a speck of light, at least 200 to 300 meters away. Strangely, the bottom of the well was not merely a 10-meter square, but rather a complex network of passages extending outward. Another mysterious locale. Exchanging glances, Hu Jun and his companions saw shock and intense curiosity reflected in each other's eyes. If this well were natural, what extraordinary craftsmanship could have created it? If man-made, how did ancient peoples construct such an unfathomably deep well? Just as the group was about to voice their excitement, Chen Haoming gestured for silence to prevent the overly enthusiastic Hu Jun and others from shouting. Hush, listen closely to the sounds around us, he urged. Gradually, they subdued their exhilaration from surviving the fall and began to listen intently to the sounds from the bottom of the well. From deep within one of the passages, they surprisingly heard faint snoring. The snoring oscillated between thunderous and sonorous. The deeper they listened, the more they felt an overwhelming sense of solemnity and awe, their heartbeats synchronizing with the rhythmic sound. Hu Jun almost succumbed to the mesmerizing noise until he jolted back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. This could not possibly be the snoring of an ordinary animal. Chapter 54, Golden Scales. Chapter 54, Golden Scales. Everyone, awaken! Hu Jun exclaimed in shock, quickly regaining his composure. Upon hearing his words, Wang Miao Miao and the others jolted awake from the rhythmic sounds of snoring. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted chaotically. What the hell? I almost fell into it just now. Is this the legendary Dao's resonance? It's clearly snoring, but why does it possess such a strange rhythm? It's like a hypnotic melody. I feel as if I see a dragon before me, compelling me to kneel and worship. This must be the fabled Dao rhyme. Dragon's chant, perhaps? Damn it, could there really be a dragon sleeping in this well's passage? As they pressed onward, Chen Haoming chose not to address the astonishment of the crowd, leading the group deeper into the passage. However, the further they ventured, the more peculiar things became. How could there be glimmers of light in such a primitive well? Was this place equipped with modern electric bulbs? If so, where were the power lines? The cameraman, equally perplexed, curiously zoomed in on one of the luminous spots, while the audience eagerly awaited the closer view. Once the focus was achieved, a revelation dawned upon them. Astonishingly, these glowing specks were scales embedded in the walls of the cavern. Whoever said these aren't dragon scales, I'll have a word with them. This is too surreal. I agree, it feels otherworldly. These are just artificially coated scales. You two upstairs are fools. Really? Don't tell me the divine dragon is so bored that it plucked its scales to decorate the walls. That seems a bit unreasonable. Surely, it would hurt to shed its own scales? Could it be that this dragon is imprisoned, and its captor scraped off the scales for illumination? The live stream audience buzzed with conjecture, yet no one could convince the other. Meanwhile, the experts inside were intrigued by the source of this luminescence. If it were phosphorescent, it would quickly exhaust its energy in the lightless depths of the well, as phosphorescent materials also require energy to sustain themselves. For instance, luminous pearls possess three types: fluorescence, phosphorescence, and radioluminescence. The first relies on sunlight absorption to emit light at night. The second is triggered by rare earth ions providing energy for centuries. The third contains radioactive elements, emitting light for millions of years through decay. If the scales were indeed biological, they could not contain radioactive elements, or the creature would have long since perished. Conversely, if they were dependent on sunlight, they could not possibly shine in the depths of the well. Thus, the only remaining possibility was that the scales contained special rare earth ions. However, such elements are also rare in living organisms. The experts hesitated to draw conclusions unless this creature feasted on unique minerals. The group, led by Hu Jun, continued forward, finally passing through the center of the scale formation. At that moment, the glowing scales surrounded them like stars encircling the moon. Wang Miao Miao's heart fluttered. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The gentle, sacred glow of the scales evoked an inexplicable urge in everyone to kneel in reverence. Again, Hu Jun sensed a familiar, inexplicable sentiment akin to before. Do you expect me to kneel? He thought defiantly. Unfazed by the allure, he reached out and forcefully pried a scale from the wall. Hurry, cameraman. Capture the scale in Captain Hu's hand. Yes, the rockets have been launched. Rocket 1, 2. With a flurry of excitement, the live stream filled with flying rockets. The experts, itching with curiosity, were willing to invest heavily for a close-up, clamoring in the comments. If circumstances allowed, they would have thrust their heads into the screen for a closer inspection. Upon seeing this, Assistant Xiaomei quickly alerted the cameraman, who promptly focused the camera on Hu Jun's scale. The scale was now clearly visible on screen. At first glance, it resembles fish scales, but each one is the size of a bowl. And the texture, I can feel its hardness even through the screen. It emits a soft golden glow, unlike any common phosphorescence. Typical phosphorescence is either green or yellow-blue. This golden hue. The experts hesitated, feeling the mystery of the situation deepen. The golden light appeared divine, truly unlike anything mundane. Earlier skeptics among the audience began to waver upon seeing the high-definition imagery. Who could deny that this softly radiant object was not a dragon scale? Did someone just claim these scales were artificial? If they were, what masterful craftsmanship would be required to create such a thing? The patterns and textures are one thing, but this golden material is unprecedented. Gold is golden, but it merely reflects light. It does not emit a golden glow in darkness. Yet, the scales before them shone with a light of their own in the pitch-black depths of the well. As they scrutinized the scales, the group began to believe in their extraordinary origins. This was no ordinary object. As Chun Haoming led them further into the depths, their trepidation grew with every step. The number of scales previously seen was negligible compared to what lay ahead. Now, the passage was strewn with golden scales. Upon reaching a bend, the audience was stunned to see a pile of scales that resembled a small mountain. The golden light flowed like a river of gold. Yet, before they could fully absorb the wonder, a sharp-eyed team member noticed that the scales were stained with blood. The sacred golden dragon scales, now sullied, resembled a deity that had been desecrated, a sight that sent chills down their spines. What had transpired in the depths of this well? Chapter 55, The Dragon Pillar, stained with blood. Witnessing the scene before them, a profound sense of desolation welled up within the hearts of the onlookers. It was the helplessness of a tiger fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs, and a dragon swimming in shallow waters, toyed with by shrimps. It was the humiliation of a celestial dragon, once soaring amidst the heavens, now imprisoned at the bottom of a dark well. At this moment, Shen Haoming paused slightly before the golden mountain formed of bloodied scales. He merely sighed and continued to lead his team forward. The sight that lay ahead left the audience in the live stream utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. On the walls, deep claw marks, each over 5 centimeters in depth, were etched haphazardly across the fork in the path. These enormous marks extended from within, reaching towards the direction where Chun Haoming and his companions had come from. The beast that left these claw marks struggled out from within. Indeed, the traces of the claws are shallow at the front and deep at the back, indicating that the creature was using the wall to push its way out. There are even traces of blood on the claw marks. What could possibly compel this great beast to risk tearing its own claws in a desperate attempt to escape? Gulp. Hu Jun and the others, upon seeing the experts' analysis in the live stream, involuntarily swallowed hard as they gazed into the dark depths of the fork ahead. What lay at the end of this path? A hell from which even a true dragon sought to escape at all costs? The agony of being skinned and dismembered. I can only imagine the horrors this great beast must have faced. Let us not call it a great beast. This is clearly a true dragon. Who could be so sacrilegious as to defile our Chinese totem? Has someone imprisoned the dragon here, skinning and dismembering it? A chill ran down everyone's spine. It was at this moment that Chun Haoming spoke, his tone calm and measured. You all should have guessed by now. This place is indeed the Dragon Locking Well. As the name suggests, it is a place of imprisonment for dragons. However, the history of that imprisonment is so ancient that the reasons have become lost to time. The scales scattered about were not the result of someone skinning the dragon. Rather, they were remnants of the dragon's own desperate struggle for survival, unwilling to remain captive. What a noble creature the dragon is. It is a sacred being of the heavens, refusing to be confined to the earth below, to break free from its shackles. It exerted every ounce of strength to claw its way out, leaving behind a trail of blood. It even shed its own scales in a bid to escape the Dragon Locking Well's grasp. Regrettably, this led to grievous injuries, and ultimately, it fell 3 times at the port, finally succumbing in a field of aloe. It was through this tragedy that the mysterious research institute in the Magic City obtained its remains, allowing me to acquire its genes and successfully clone it. Chun Haoming recounted the events with a tone of detachment. You cloned a true dragon, and you speak of it so casually? This is a matter worthy of a lifetime of boasting, yet it sounds as mundane as discussing a simple meal, in Chun Haoming's words. No, this is a feat that deserves a place in history. It's astonishing, Chun Haoming's tone is as if he were merely discussing a lunch of barbecued pork rice. The experts were left utterly speechless in shock. Cloning. This was indeed the complete technology for cloning large organisms. Not only had he cloned a Mammalosaurus, but he had also managed to clone a true dragon. Those who had hurried to Jiangzhou to partner with Chun Haoming in scientific research were immensely relieved that their tickets had been purchased in time. Meanwhile, those experts who had been less swift in their actions were now hastily making their exits. This animal cloning technology, capable of transforming the entire biological realm, was in the hands of Chun Haoming, flawless and complete. I must become Chun Haoming's disciple, even if it means doing menial tasks. I would gladly do so just to be in contact with this divine technology. O Creator, this is the power of the Creator. Humankind has finally reached this milestone. In contrast to the scholar's astonishment, the curiosity of the audience had reached a boiling point. This is incredible. I can't think of any more adjectives. I just want to see that true dragon. 10,086. I also want to catch a glimpse of what a true dragon looks like. With a true dragon, how far can we be from legendary creatures like phoenixes and cheelants? Where's the dragon? I want to see Dragon Daddy. Even Hu Jun and the others could no longer contain their excitement. They turned to Chun Haoming, their eyes brimming with curiosity that was impossible to suppress. Especially Hu Jun, as a successor of socialism, found it hard to believe. He considered himself well-versed, yet the existence of a true dragon was about to shatter his worldview. Mr. Chun, where is the true dragon you cloned? Chun Haoming, fully aware of the crowd's eagerness and curiosity, softly replied, "Let us continue forward. The answer lies at the end of the fork." As they proceeded, the chains that dangled from the well began to converge, almost gathering into a singular point. As Chun Haoming noticed they were nearing their destination, he began to recount the events of that time. After acquiring the dragon's genes, I immediately embarked on the cloning endeavor. However, the genes of the dragon are unlike those of any other creature on Earth. Its embryo died the moment the cloning was completed. It died? How then did the dragon come into being? To be precise, it was in a state of dormancy. It would not replicate its own cells, thus could not develop from an embryo. At that time, I speculated that it lacked a crucial nutrient. For instance, the cultivation of normal animal cells requires a guaranteed oxygen concentration in the medium, and dragon embryos also require certain special nutrients. Chun Haoming reminisced about his efforts. I led my team through countless trials, attempting to add nearly every trace element and nutrient that biological life might require, yet to no avail. Subsequently, I turned to ancient texts and finally arrived at a bold hypothesis. The development of a dragon's embryo does not require mere nutrients, but rather a specific kind of energy. At this point, a glimmer of pride shone in Chun Haoming's eyes, the satisfaction of a scholar who has unraveled a complex problem. That energy is the dragon aura found within dragon veins. As Chun Haoming's final words echoed, the group reached the innermost depths of the dragon locking well's fork. Before them stood a towering stone pillar, reaching straight towards the heavens. The chains that had hung down from the well's mouth ultimately converged at the top of this pillar. This is the dragon pillar. In a certain bedroom, a master of the mystic arts, upon seeing the pillar on the screen, rose in excitement, fervently typing those 3 characters in the comment section. Chapter 56, The Onslaught of the Evil Dragon. The legend of the Panlong Pillar is renowned in the magical metropolis. Yet the audience in the live broadcast room hails from all corners of the globe, many of whom are unfamiliar with this tale. The previously agitated master of the Xianmin sect has since calmed down and began to elucidate the story for everyone. The narrative of the Panlong Pillar in the magical city is widely known. During the construction of elevated roads, one particular pillar stubbornly resisted being driven into the ground. Subsequently, the municipal authorities summoned a venerable monk from the Buddhist community, who performed a ritual, ultimately achieving success in embedding the pillar. Following the monk's guidance, the authorities encased the pillar in metal and inscribed a 9-dragon array upon it, thereby christening it the Panlong Pillar. "I recall this story," exclaimed a local citizen of the magical city, corroborating the account. "That monk must have been Master Jinshan. It is said that after performing the ritual, he sensed his time was limited. Indeed, my father mentioned that after helping to establish the elevated support, Master Jinshan passed away shortly thereafter. I was still in middle school when I heard people connect this event to the Dragon Pillar, claiming that Master Jinshan had leaked heavenly secrets and thus passed away. The other viewers in the live room were bewildered by the locals' conversation. Such mystical events transpiring in this grand metropolis? The initially speaking master of the Xianmin sect interjected once more, affirming with conviction, the tale of the Panlong Pillar is indeed true. In fact, only those with extraordinary mastery can construct such a pillar, intended to suppress extraordinarily rare spiritual entities. Had this been a day prior? The audience would have scoffed at the Master's words, but today was different. Their perceptions had been shattered by the spectacle unfolding in the live room. If the Panlong Pillar serves to suppress the spiritual entities beneath the elevated roadway, then surely the Panlong Pillar beneath the Dragon Lock Well is erected to bind the divine dragon. Goodness, it is difficult to accept that so many entities beyond our comprehension exist in this world. But wasn't it said that only those with profound mastery could construct the Panlong Pillar? Why would such an adept harm a divine dragon? Perhaps it is a malevolent dragon. Chen Haoming, upon hearing the assistant relay the comments from the chat, nodded in agreement. Indeed, after we harnessed the dragon's energy, allowing the dragon embryo to develop, its temperament was exceedingly volatile. Even in its juvenile state, several soldiers could not subdue it, reluctant to slay it. We ultimately confined it to the Dragon Lock Well, near the Panlong Pillar, which calmed it somewhat. Are you implying that the dragon is now suppressed beneath the Panlong Pillar? No, it is positioned atop the pillar. Atop? Chen Haoming elaborated. The Panlong Pillar can serve two purposes, suppression and binding. While it can indeed suppress malevolent spirits beneath it, we merely intended to slightly bind the young creature, not to crush it to death. Following Chen Haoming's explanation, the crowd began to grasp the situation. However, Hu Jun, surveying the massive Panlong Pillar, found himself perplexed after circling it. There were no steps or means of ascent. How had Chen Haoming and his team managed to reach the top? Mr. Chen, how did you transport that dragon cub to the top of the pillar? Did you perhaps bring some flying apparatus? Hu Jun inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Others turned their inquisitive gazes toward Chen Haoming. Chen Haoming rolled his eyes at the suggestion of advanced technology. We simply climbed. Climbed? Hu Jun stared at the smooth surface of the Panlong Pillar, incredulous that any human could ascend it. Chen Haoming pointed to the chains that hung from the top of the pillar. Of course, we didn't T-scale it directly. We climbed along these chains. Listening to Chen Haoming, Hu Jun gazed at the massive chains that indeed provided a means of ascent. However, they were merely chains. Could one maintain balance while standing upon them? The chains were now coated in moss, making them slippery and precarious. Gulping, Hu Jun imagined himself precariously balancing on the steep chains halfway up, realizing it was akin to walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Mr. Chen, are you certain that climbing these chains presents no danger? What danger could there be? Chen Haoming rolled his eyes again, acknowledging that it wasn't his first time. Demonstrating his confidence, he casually stepped onto one of the chains and began to stride upward as if walking on solid ground. This display left the viewers in the live chat utterly astonished. Wow, Mr. Chen is quite bold. If he falls, he could be finished. He's a national treasure. Does he not value his life? Seeing Chen Haoming brazenly standing on the chain sent chills down Hu Jun's spine. If Chen Haoming were to slip and perish here, the director would surely be furious. Not to mention the esteemed scholars flocking from across the nation. Chen Haoming, with his complete animal cloning technology, was worth far more than any national treasure. However, just as Hu Jun prepared to call Chen Haoming down, he noticed that Chen Haoming appeared remarkably stable on the chains, showing no signs of wobbling. Doubtful, Hu Jun steeled himself and followed Chen Haoming onto the chain. As soon as he stepped onto the chain, Hu Jun understood why Chen Haoming felt it was safe. The chains, anchored to the top of the Panlong Pillar, were stable enough to support several people's weight. No problem. Everyone, come along. Hu Jun called out, encouraging the others to follow suit. One by one, the members of the group ascended the chains, approaching the pinnacle of the Panlong Pillar. Suddenly, a foul wind surged from a side path. The chains upon which they stood shook violently. The cameraman, walking at the rear, was overtaken by an intense sense of foreboding, as if something were approaching from behind. Instinctively, he turned to scan the area with his camera. What he saw nearly caused him to faint. A gargantuan snake, thick as a tree trunk, coiled its way up the chain towards him. Its terrifying maw gaped wide, exuding a stench of blood that assaulted his senses, a scent born of years of carnage. The others turned around, alarmed. Wang Miao Miao and the assistant, upon spotting the monstrous serpent, nearly lost their footing, but were saved just in time by a nearby officer. Hu Jun reacted swiftly, tackling Chen Haoming to shield him from harm. However, the colossal serpent was not charging at them. It surged through the crowd, nearly knocking Hu Jun and others off the chains, before racing towards the Panlong Pillar without pause. Chen Haoming, now upright after being thrown by Hu Jun, surveyed the scene and sensed impending danger. For the first time, he displayed unease. Shouting at Hu Jun and the others, "Open fire! Stop that snake!" Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast were on the verge of dizziness. They could clearly see that the snake on screen had membranous cheeks, stretched over 20 meters in length, and its girth rivaled that of a bathtub. This creature could easily devour 5 humans in a single bite, standing shoulder to shoulder with the recently encountered Mimixi dragon. What in the world is this prehistoric monster? A serpent from the age of dinosaurs? This is absurd. It could surely have a T-Rex for breakfast. The colossal serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length, transcended the audience's wildest imagination. If this creature were to establish itself in the city, it would be akin to a towering building. This is not merely a snake, but a jiao. At that moment, the knowledgeable practitioners of the Xianmin were quick to discern the truth. The disciple of the master from Longhu Mountain, who had just left to seek his senior brother, returned to enlighten the viewers. After a careful examination, he once again filled the live chat with his urgent messages. This is no ordinary jiao. It is a jiao that is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. It possesses membranous wings behind its ears and a prominent crest atop its head. Given the right circumstances, it could sprout dragon horns and phoenix wings. The audience was taken aback by this revelation. A jiao? How did such a fantastical creature emerge? My worldview has been utterly shattered today. But what is this jiao doing here? Do you not understand? It seeks to devour the entity atop the Panlong column to aid its transformation into a dragon. The disciple from Longhu Mountain hastily typed 2 more sentences. We must stop it. We cannot allow this gigantic serpent to approach the pinnacle of the Panlong column. Before the master from Longhu Mountain could elucidate further, Hu Jun and his companions had already heard Chun Haoming's frantic cries. Without a moment's hesitation, they drew their sidearms and unleashed a volley of gunfire at the malevolent jiao. However, the serpent's scales had begun to exhibit signs of transitioning into dragon scales, causing the bullets to merely spark upon impact and fail to inflict any significant damage, only dislodging a few of its scales. The attacked jiao halted its advance, turning abruptly to snarl with its cavernous maw wide open. A nauseating stench assailed the senses as Hu Jun and his companions instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Yet the jiao had already lunged forward, closing the distance between them. Watch out, Hu Jun exclaimed. In this perilous confrontation, they not only had to guard against being swallowed whole, but also had to be wary of falling from the chains. This posed an insurmountable challenge for Wang Miao Miao and her team. They found themselves in a perilous situation, and the accompanying officers had no choice but to divert their attention to protect them. Consequently, their firepower directed at the jiao was severely diminished. The enormous jiao approached Hu Jun almost unimpeded, its massive forked tongue flicking dangerously close to his face. The warm, foul drool dripped down, leaving Hu Jun trembling and frozen in place. In the face of such a monstrous entity, humanity felt the weight of the food chain bearing down upon them. Captain Hu. Oh my. I can't bear to watch. In the blink of an eye, everyone anticipated that Hu Jun would be devoured by the jiao. Yet, in that very moment, Chen Haoming, who had maintained an air of refined elegance, suddenly erupted with power. A hint of resignation flickered across his face as his muscles bulged dramatically. His powerful physique tore through the fabric of his shirt, his astonishing biceps resembling those of a titan. The crowd witnessed an astonishing spectacle. Standing at barely 1.80 meters, Chen Haoming seized the jiao's tail from behind, hurling its 20-meter-long massive form to the ground with a shoulder throw. Hu Jun, who had been moments away from being consumed, stared in disbelief. The accompanying officers and Wang Miao Miao's crew were equally stunned, watching in awe as Chen Haoming, who had just moments ago appeared as a scholarly figure, transformed into a muscular powerhouse in an instant. Did he just explode his shirt and throw the jiao? The sheer magnitude of Chen Haoming's exposed muscles seemed beyond the realm of humanity. Mama asked why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. I can no longer tell if I'm watching a live broadcast or an animated feature. Is it Master Chen battling the jiao? Or perhaps it's Chen the giant versus the colossal serpent. Regardless of whether it's a jiao or a giant snake, the creature must weigh several tons. Is this the strength a human can wield? Don't ask me. Ask Jesus instead. Chapter 57. The malevolent serpent transforms into a dragon. After being hurled to the ground, the vile serpent let out a thunderous roar and coiled itself, surprisingly able to reach and bite at Chen Haoming, who was suspended above it by chains. Chen Haoming, undeterred by the spectacle, leapt from nearly 10 meters high, descending directly towards the serpent's gaping maw. Oh my! He will either be crushed to death or devoured whole. The audience watched in horror as Chen Haoming seemed destined to plummet into the serpent's jaws. Yet, in a remarkable display, he twisted mid-air, altering his descent's velocity and trajectory. Upon turning, he clenched his fist into a hammer and, utilizing his falling momentum, struck fiercely at the bulging crown of the serpent's head. Though Chen Haoming's physique was muscular, it was dwarfed by the serpent's colossal form, akin to a kitten attempting to deliver a punch. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly comical blow caused the massive creature to writhe in pain, frothing at the mouth, its shrieks eliciting sympathy from the viewers in the live stream. After delivering that powerful strike, both Chen Haoming and the serpent crashed to the ground. Mr. Chen, Hu Jun exclaimed in alarm, peering down from the chains, fearing Chen Haoming had sustained a grievous fall. However, Chen Haoming simply rolled to dissipate the impact from his 10-meter drop, regaining his footing with remarkable ease. What on earth? This cannot be human. He must have harnessed the dragon energy here to achieve such prowess. I now understand why that Siberian wolf acted like a harmless pup in his presence. Perhaps it was intimidated. I can vividly imagine the scene of the bear being swatted down by Chen Haoming during its mischievous antics. As the audience engaged in a frenzy of banter, the serpent gradually regained its composure. It coiled back up, its enormous head flicking its crimson tongue as it gazed down upon the diminutive Chen Haoming, who appeared no larger than an ant. The serpent was perplexed, unable to fathom how such a small creature could inflict so much pain. Yet, lacking the intelligence to comprehend the situation, it merely sought to eliminate this annoyance with a single bite. In a frenzied attack, the serpent lunged towards Chen Haoming. At that moment, not only had his muscular strength multiplied tremendously, but his agility had also surged, allowing him to perform a backflip and evade the serpent's massive jaws. The serpent crashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. Unharmed, it shook off the dust and refocused on its target, striking again. The serpent behaved like a battering ram, repeatedly lunging and crashing into the ground, fracturing the rocky surface of the well. Meanwhile, Chen Haoming moved with the grace of a nimble goat, effortlessly dodging each of its ferocious attacks. This is a celestial battle. I seriously suspect Chen Haoming is indeed practicing some form of transcendental cultivation. Quite possibly. The previously silent master of the mystic sect reappeared. True cultivation emphasizes the purification of qi and essence, focusing on the collection of spiritual materials from nature. By absorbing the energies of the sun and moon, one elevates oneself. Mr. Chen's physique cannot merely be attributed to exercise. He has undoubtedly adopted the methods of our mystical sect to enhance his muscle power. The audience was momentarily stunned by this explanation. Could it be that genuine paths to transcendence existed? Normally skeptical, they found it difficult to dismiss the evidence presented. Given the context of the Dragon Well's energy and Chen Haoming's extraordinary display of strength. Yet, dissent arose. Cultivate what? This is clearly the work of our ancient martial arts. Our school specializes in the physical body, advocating for the strengthening of flesh and bones. Do you think Mr. Chen's immense power comes from nowhere? The audience found themselves at a loss. Was there truly an elusive martial sect in existence? This explanation seemed more plausible than the notion of transcendental cultivation. But the mystics were unfazed by the scientific rationale, leading to a heated debate in the live stream. Your so-called martial school cannot account for Mr. Chen's extraordinary abilities. Nor can it explain the serpent's emergence. This is evidently a snake transformed. Do not suggest your martial arts can enable a serpent to achieve such prowess. You are the one spouting nonsense. Do you imply your sect can allow a serpent to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to attain such a state? Both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, yet neither could provide definitive proof. After all, whether through cultivation or martial arts, who could replicate Chen Haoming's astounding prowess? The audience would side with whoever could demonstrate such might. While the live stream devolved into a war of words, the battle between Chen Haoming and the serpent intensified. After a series of assaults, the serpent's stamina visibly waned, while Chen Haoming, biding his time, prepared to counterattack as the serpent's onslaught slowed. In a swift motion, he darted behind the serpent, his muscular arms coiling around its massive tail. The serpent attempted to turn and bite him, but with a surge of strength, Chen Haoming hurled it away, leaving the creature dazed and disoriented. Those observing, including Hu Jun, were soon treated to a stunning spectacle. Chen Haoming, standing at a mere fraction of the serpent's height, was swinging the 20-meter-long creature around as though it were a mere ragdoll. The ground trembled beneath his ferocious onslaught, causing those on the chains to nearly lose their balance. Good heavens, this is brutal. The cameraman, awestruck, captured the scene for the live stream, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. The serpent, now being wielded like a whip, was clearly nearing its breaking point. Its scales shattered under the assault, blood streaming from its mouth. If this continued, it would surely meet its demise. The serpent, possessing limited intelligence, realized it was time for a desperate gambit. Summoning its remaining strength, it violently twisted its body, breaking free from Chen Haoming's grasp, and coiled around a nearby chain to create distance. Then, it began to thrash violently, resembling a creature beset by ants, desperately trying to shake them off. However, the serpent was devoid of insects. Instead, it was shedding the remnants of its shattered scales. As it writhed, the detached scales rained down like confetti, while even the intact ones were forcibly removed by its own jaws. What on earth is this serpent doing? Heavens! Has it been driven mad by Chun Haoming's onslaught? Is it self-mutilating, shedding its own scales in a bloodied frenzy? The viewers felt an unsettling mix of confusion and discomfort as they witnessed this scene unfold. This is bad. The mystic expert who had been bickering with the martial artist discerned the truth. It is shedding its skin, preparing for a forced transformation into a dragon. Chapter 58. What on earth? Lightning in the palm? What is this? Forcing transformation into a dragon? Has it entered a fantasy mode again? If you're going to explain, do so in detail. This suspense is unbearable. I have heard of dragon transformation, but I never knew it could be forced. The audience was bewildered, and the expert from the mystical realm continued to elucidate. In our mystical teachings, serpents, pythons, and dragons are seen as beings capable of progressive evolution. For a creature like the dragon, with diligent cultivation for over a millennium, the hope of transforming into a dragon exists. This marks a true departure from the mundane realm of serpents, shedding the character of worm from its title, and becoming a divine being capable of soaring through the heavens. However, not every dragon has the opportunity to reach this pinnacle. When faced with insurmountable dangers, they must choose between continuing their evolution and preserving their lives. The dragon in this live stream is in such a predicament. So, are you suggesting that it is forcing its transformation to survive? It was evident to all that after Chun Haoming's brutal onslaught, the fierce dragon was no longer a threat. It was on the brink of being mercilessly crushed. It fought desperately to escape Chun Haoming's grasp, climbing onto the chains not for the sake of evolution, but purely for survival. The audience in the live stream, however, could not comprehend its actions. It appeared more like self-harm. Do not rush. Allow me to continue. The dragon possesses a unique ability to forcibly expend its potential for transformation, essentially releasing the accumulated power of its past cultivation in a single breath. This is what I refer to as forced transformation. The dragon that emerges in such a scenario is commonly known as a false dragon. It does not signify a true elevation in life tier, yet its combat prowess is significantly enhanced. Of course, a false dragon that has expended all its potential will never have the chance to cultivate into a true dragon again. It can only achieve life advancement by consuming the blood or essence of other true dragons. In other words, this fierce dragon has chosen to sever its own path. The audience in the live stream began to grasp the situation. Isn't that common sense? It's on the verge of being killed by Chun Haoming. What matters more, transforming into a dragon or staying alive? Besides, becoming a false dragon merely means it can't cultivate itself into a true dragon. There are still other pathways. Surely, preserving its life takes precedence. This dilemma was not difficult. Any sentient being with wisdom would arrive at the correct choice after a moment of reflection. There is another possibility. Could this fierce dragon be aware that a true dragon resides at the top of the dragon pillar? Is it preparing to eliminate Chun Haoming and then devour the true dragon at the peak to complete its advancement? Wow, that speculation is quite reasonable. But if there truly is a true dragon atop the dragon pillar, can this false dragon, which has undergone forced transformation, even contend with it? That's a valid point. The audience in the live stream, lacking sufficient information, could only engage in fruitless speculation. At this moment, the fierce dragon had completed its transformation. As it shed its black scales, its bloodied serpentine body began to radiate a golden light. Under the ethereal glow, this colossal creature, thick as a bathtub and 30 meters long, began to contract, gradually shrinking to just over 10 meters. Yet, it did not weaken. An indescribable pressure of a superior being surged forth, causing the hearts of Hu Jun and others to race and their bodies to tremble. When the golden light faded, the black-scaled fierce dragon had transformed into a golden-scaled false dragon. Its two prominent lumps on its head burst forth as dragon horns, while its abdomen sprouted 2 pairs of dragon claws, and its back bore a pair of delicate wings. A dragon. Who dares to say it isn't a dragon? I'll take him down. Oh my, dragons truly exist in this world. Oh dear, I just witnessed a dragon transformation. Hiss. The false dragon, with its slitted pupils, fixed its gaze fiercely upon Chun Haoming, for this insignificant being was the one responsible for its lost potential. With a sudden flick of its tail, immense force pressed against the chains, propelling it toward Chun Haoming. With the assistance of its slender wings, the false dragon indeed possessed the ability for brief flight, gliding towards Chun Haoming at an astonishing speed. Chun Haoming, unable to fully evade, chose to advance instead, his biceps bulging dramatically as he readied a powerful punch aimed at the false dragon. Although the false dragon had diminished in size, it remained 5 to 6 times larger than Chun Haoming. The collision between the two vastly different creatures stirred a fierce gust of wind. However, this time, Chun Haoming could no longer repel his opponent. Instead, he was the one forced to stagger back 3 steps, leaving 3 visibly deep footprints in the ground. It's over. Shen Haoming seems unable to withstand it any longer. The false dragon bears the name of a dragon. How can a mere mortal contend against it? If Shen Haoming cannot hold out, what will become of Wang Miao Miao and the others? The false dragon had evidently become utterly enraged, having lost all its potential. It would not spare Miao Miao and the others. Hu Jun and the others realized the gravity of the situation. They had just been on the chains. But now they were hastily retreating from them. The officers reloaded their magazines and unleashed another volley at the false dragon. If their previous barrage had merely provoked the fierce dragon, this time, the false dragon dismissed them entirely. The bullets barely left a mark on its golden scales, let alone penetrating the dragon's scales to injure the true essence of this creature. It was truly a monster beyond human comprehension. Hu Jun felt numb. After years of dedication on the front lines, his absolute trust in firearms had completely shattered in that moment. This creature was beyond the capability of ordinary firepower to contend with. Even Hu Jun doubted whether a tank's main cannon could slay it. Is it the end? Despair crept into the minds of Hu Jun and the officers. At that moment, for the first time, a look of difficulty appeared on Shen Haoming's face. While taking advantage of Hu Jun's covering fire, he had contemplated for a moment and had reached a decision. After coming to clarity, Shen Haoming dashed 2 steps towards Hu Jun. The live stream audience witnessed him whisper into Hu Jun's ear, handing him something. Then, they saw Shen Haoming turn back to face the false dragon. Suddenly, the muscles in Shen Haoming's right arm swelled. A surge of electric energy flickered along his arm. Then, astonishingly, Shen Haoming could control the arc, condensing it towards his palm, ultimately forming a dense electric sphere in his hand. What the hell, lightning in the palm? No way, that's clearly 1,000 birds. Goodness, how can it not be cultivation? Chapter 59. The Forbidden Zone Project refers to the divine Forbidden Zone? Come on, who from the hidden martial sect just appeared? Indeed, where are the martial sect members? Has your martial cultivator become so formidable that he can conjure palm thunder? Ha ha ha, look at Mr. Chen's palm thunder. Do you dare to call that martial arts? Feels good. Finally a slap in the face. Let the people from the martial sect prance around earlier. The practitioners of the Xianmin should ideally focus on cultivating their minds and governing through non-action, yet amidst the barrage of comments, they could hardly maintain their composure. Seizing the opportunity, they unleashed a torrent of criticism towards the martial sect, especially since the latter had shown no restraint in their prior taunts. At this moment, the martial sect members, upon witnessing the comments, could only feign disconnection. They no longer dared to speak. Just moments ago, they had been arguing fervently, believing that Shen Haoming was an extraordinary master rarely seen in 100 years. With the masters of the martial sect now extinct, the emergence of a successor was a rare chance they were eager to seize, but seeing the current situation, they could only feel incredulous. With Palm Thunder now in play, it was clear that this was beyond their jurisdiction. Do you understand the concept of specialization? The quarrel between the Xianmin and the martial sect reached a temporary halt. Yet the live stream's comments exploded once more. Countless fans of anime flocked in. Various derivative hot topics began to flutter across major portals like snowflakes. Shocking. 1,000 birds appear in Wang Miao Miao's live stream. Lightning release, Sasuke vs Orochimaru. Thunder fruit battles Black Charcoal, Orochi. At this moment, the live stream had not only gone viral domestically, but had also drawn international anime enthusiasts, who, filled with curiosity, clicked in and were left dumbfounded by what they witnessed. Thus, at this very moment, Shen Haoming had completed his charge. A dense ball of lightning, akin to 1,000 birds and almost resembling palm thunder, crackled in his palm. The arcs of electricity dancing wildly, illuminating his already handsome visage as if he were a deity. Without delay, Shen Haoming slightly bent forward, lowering his center of gravity, and propelled himself toward the golden-scaled false dragon. The false dragon, clearly lacking the intelligence to discern the danger emanating from the blue arcs of electricity, opened its gaping maw and lunged toward him. With a frigid countenance, Shen Haoming raised his right hand, thrusting the fully charged electric sphere into the false dragon's mouth. With a crack, the sound of fabric tearing echoed. Shen Haoming had already passed by the false dragon. A terrifying gash began to extend from the dragon's mouth, reaching down to its waist, forming a massive tear over 5 meters long. Yet, this horrific wound did not bleed, for the high temperature generated by the electric arcs had instantly cauterized it. A delightful aroma of roasted serpent meat wafted through the air. With a pained roar, the golden-scaled false dragon was finally incapacitated, collapsing to the ground, stunned by the electric shock. Having accomplished his task, Shen Haoming glanced back. feeling the tension in his body ease, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Hu Jun was prepared, swiftly stepping forward to catch the utterly exhausted Chun Haoming. He simultaneously retrieved the syringe that Chun had handed him earlier and administered the muscle injection into Chun's arm. In that brief moment, the livestream audience witnessed a chilling spectacle. After Chun Haoming's electrifying strike subdued the false dragon, his face began to morph, displaying various biological traits. Did I just imagine that? I saw strange scales appearing on Chun Haoming's face. I thought I was mistaken. I distinctly saw his right eye transforming into that of a dragonfly's compound eye. Damn, did you all miss Chun Haoming's left hand? His left hand sprouted webbed fingers. No, I saw dense hair growing from Mr. Chen's arm. Is there a savvy individual recording this? Let us replay it for verification. I genuinely suspect I've been drugged. What kind of hallucinations am I experiencing today? Could it be that Chun Haoming is not actually human? Was he unable to maintain his human form due to exhaustion? Wait, are you implying he is transformed into some kind of frog spirit? In truth, the viewers in the live stream had not misseen anything. In that fleeting moment, various biological characteristics indeed manifested on Chun Haoming. However, once the syringe that he had handed to Hu Jun was fully administered, his condition stabilized and the peculiar changes ceased. Mr. Chen, are you all right? Hu Jun asked. Swallowing hard, he was closest and had clearly observed the transformations the audience had witnessed, uncertain whether Chun Haoming was human or some other entity. Wang Miao Miao and the production team also gathered around, eager to see the golden-scaled false dragon up close, as well as to engage with the intriguing comments in the live stream. Chun Haoming, having anticipated the scenario, had deliberately handed the syringe to Hu Jun and instructed him to assist with the injection. I'm fine, Chen assured, managing to stand on his own. He gestured for Hu Jun to refrain from supporting him and continued. I merely overexerted myself while activating the electric eel gene, leading to temporary exhaustion. My body accommodates an abundance of genes, and when I am fatigued, they tend to express themselves uncontrollably. Did I hear that correctly? Activating the electric eel gene? Damn, is this classified information accessible to the likes of me? Are you implying that the palm thunder earlier was facilitated by the electric eel gene? Is the electric eel's power truly that formidable? Ordinary electric eels can't be that strong, but a specimen as large as a human could accumulate a terrifying amount of electricity. Ordinary electric eels can incapacitate creatures much larger than themselves. With a human-sized body, generating enough electric charge to defeat a dragon is not beyond the realm of possibility. There is nothing particularly special about the electric eel gene. In addition to it, I can utilize genes from various other organisms. For instance, my muscle strength earlier was enhanced using the gene from an ant. Ants are remarkable creatures. Despite their diminutive size, they can lift several times their body weight. When this power is applied to a human, it can unleash an astonishing force of several tons. After the Eel Man, is it now the Ant Man? Has this transitioned from Japanese manga to American comics, utilizing the genes of other species? This truly feels like the work of a creator. While ordinary viewers were merely entertained, the expert audience was left agape by Chun Haoming's revelations. The ability to integrate genes from other organisms and choose whether to activate them? It is known that gene expression operates at the cellular level. How could human will possibly influence it? If such mastery were achievable, humanity would have long attained immortality. For instance, if the cells in one's arm begin to age, one could command them to undergo apoptosis and direct healthy, youthful stem cells from elsewhere in the body to proliferate and replenish. Or if cells in a certain area began to mutate, one could immediately instruct nearby immune cells to engulf them. Furthermore, if one were to be stabbed, one could instantly command the surrounding muscle cells to contract, sealing the wound to prevent blood loss. Such abilities would be even more astonishing than gene cloning. If someone could truly achieve this, they would undoubtedly be a godlike existence. Such a person would be impervious to diseases and unafraid of ordinary injuries, existing as a divine entity compared to mere mortals. Moreover, the capacity to simultaneously possess and employ the genes of various organisms, as Chun Haoming described, was even more terrifying than experts had imagined. He possesses the extraordinary ability not only to command cellular activities, but also to manipulate gene expression within the very nucleus of the cells. This implies that Chun Haoming can, at will, control his own cell division, potentially sprouting wings, tails, or gills to adapt to an array of natural environments. Divine. This is undeniably the power of a deity. An elderly professor of biology began to question the very essence of his existence. Not only can he clone and replicate these extraordinary organisms, but Chen Haoming can also extract their genes and integrate them into human cells. This individual is truly audacious. Conducting genetic experiments on human subjects is explicitly prohibited by law. This man has lost his sanity, though the outcomes are astounding. He has trampled upon the dignity inherent to all living beings. God created humanity. How can humanity dare to alter its own genes? A madman. May the Almighty forgive him. Experts were left in a state of shock, while members of religious sects seethed with indignation. Chen Haoming's manipulation of human genes and the amalgamation of human and animal genetics not only transgresses legal boundaries but also contravenes fundamental moral principles. If Chen Haoming were to produce offspring, would they still be considered human? This could have a monumental impact on society as a whole. Far away in the municipal bureau, the expert panel began to furiously pound their tables. Is this what you deem the Forbidden Zone project? The term Forbidden Zone does not refer to any taboo area, but rather to the domain of the divine. I vehemently demand the revocation of Chen Haoming's academic title. His actions have irrevocably breached the ethical boundaries of science. I concur that while biologists may explore the sacred realms of the divine, they must never enter recklessly. This transcends mere moral concerns. His actions could precipitate a collapse of the natural order, a superhuman species amalgamated with the advantages of various organisms. Even humanity would be overwhelmed with fear. Observing the fervent reactions of the experts in the conference room, the commanding officer remained stoically silent. Once the experts had expressed their fervent emotions, he finally spoke in a cold tone. Your objections and protests are futile. Once you sign this confidentiality agreement, you will understand precisely what Mr. Chen is undertaking. Human experimentation? If you were to engage in such endeavors, would you not first subject yourselves to the same? At least from my perspective, Mr. Chen is risking his life for the sake of Huaxia civilization and indeed for all of humanity. Should anything go awry, it is his own life that he risks first. From the inception of this plan, Mr. Chen has wagered his very existence for the future of humankind. The officer's words resonated with authority, plunging the experts into silence. Clearly, there was a unique context underlying his statements. Wagering a future for human civilization? Is humanity truly on the brink of annihilation? What forces could drive human civilization to such a precipice? These experts were astute. Their minds raced, quickly grasping the pivotal points. Meanwhile, the live broadcast from the depths of the long lock continued. After resting for over 10 minutes, Chen Haoming's discomfort had completely dissipated. He clenched his fists, gauging the restoration of his strength, then called out to Hu Jun and the others, urging them to continue their ascent. Climbing the chains to reach the summit of the Panlong Pillar. Following the recent confrontation, Hu Jun, Wang Miao, and the others regarded Chen Haoming with both reverence and trepidation. A being that approached the divine. They were uncertain how to properly interact with Chen Haoming, yet they remained acutely aware of their mission. Hu Jun instructed the officers to remain vigilant, ensuring Chen Haoming's protection. The production team directed their cameras intently at Chen Haoming, determined to relay every action of this new human to the audience. The group resumed their climb, inching closer to the apex of the Panlong. This time, no monstrous entities emerged to obstruct their path. The cameraman successfully positioned his camera at the top of the Panlong Pillar, capturing the scene in its entirety. What lay before them once again left everyone present utterly astonished. Chapter 60. The Devouring Dragon Egg. To everyone's astonishment, what emerged before them at the apex of the coiling dragon pillar was none other than an egg. A close-up shot revealed the egg, large enough to resemble a basin. Its shell exhibiting a translucent quality, with a faint golden glow emanating from within. Within the confines of the shell, a serpentine creature could be seen languidly swimming. This sight sent waves of excitement through the audience, igniting speculation that this could be the fabled dragon. Dragon egg. It's a dragon egg. But wait. Didn't Chen Haoming say this was a dragon cub? Why does it still appear to be in egg form? Could it be that the dragon in its egg state is so formidable that several soldiers are unable to control it and must bring it to the coiling dragon pillar for suppression? Wang Miao, equally curious and perplexed, relayed a few comments to Chen Haoming, hoping for clarification. Chen Haoming could only shake his head, explaining that when he cloned it, the dragon cub was merely an embryonic cell. However, after absorbing a sufficient amount of dragon essence, it transformed into its current state. Can it really cause trouble in merely an egg form? Mr. Chen, you mentioned that the mist outside was created by this little one. Could it possibly expel mist even while still encased in the egg? Curiosity piqued. Hu Jun and the others continued to inquire. Chen Haoming smiled slightly, suggesting, why not go up and see for yourself? Hu Jun, skeptical yet emboldened, instructed his team to remain vigilant while he bravely approached, reaching out to touch the extraordinary dragon egg. However, Just as his hand was about to make contact, the egg unexpectedly leapt up, striking Hu Jun squarely in the face, nearly breaking his nose. The pain was excruciating, a sensation unbearable to any human. With tears streaming down his face, Hu Jun was mercilessly captured on camera. Ha! The iron-blooded tough guy is bleeding and crying. Captain Hu, I've faced gunfire on the battlefield without shedding tears, yet today, I was bested by an egg. Why do I feel like this egg is mocking Captain Hu? Infuriated and embarrassed, Hu Jun, after recovering from the blow to his nose, cursed vehemently and lunged once more at the dragon egg. I refuse to believe I cannot conquer an egg. He lunged and grasped at the egg. Yet the agile egg evaded his attempts with ease, bouncing back towards Hu Jun's face, eager to land another hit. After several futile attempts, Hu Jun could not even touch the egg and instead found himself sprawling on the ground, bruised and battered. The audience erupted in laughter. I've decided to create a new term, egg crazy. I can't help but find this egg somewhat adorable. Clearly, it embodies the playful spirit of a young creature, lively and mischievous. However, it's evident that this dragon egg exhibits aggression towards humans. It's no wonder Chen Haoming and his team are hesitant to bring this troublesome entity to the research base. Indeed, this place must suppress dragon essence. If it can cause such havoc to Captain Hu here, imagine the damage it could inflict in an unrestricted environment. After all, it is a sacred being. Treating it like a mere pet would be a grave oversight. But here lies the conundrum. This dragon remains in egg form. Are Chen Haoming and his team truly planning to wait for it to hatch? That could take an eternity. Dragons are said to have nearly endless lifespans. A hatching period could stretch into centuries. At this point, Wang Miaomiao and the others were at a loss as to their next course of action. Hu Jun, having abandoned the idea of touching the dragon egg, sheepishly returned to Chen Haoming's side, awaiting further instructions. However, before Chen Haoming could speak, a sudden gust of wind swept through from behind. The group sensed danger and swiftly turned to find the previously transformed evil serpent ascending the chain. Everyone, be cautious, Hu Jun shouted, urging everyone to lay flat against the chain to avoid being toppled by the approaching beast. The evil serpent, however, had no intention of engaging with Chen Haoming and the others. Its slit-like eyes gleamed with greed and desire as it lunged directly for the dragon egg. It aims to devour the dragon egg. The viewers in the live stream comprehended the serpent's intent, yet none could intervene. This is dire. Chen Haoming, drained of energy, found himself powerless to halt the advancing serpent. At last, the malevolent creature seized its long-awaited opportunity, gaping its massive maw and swallowing the dragon egg whole. Chapter 61. Devouring Advancement, Deception in Disguise. The emergence of the five-clawed golden dragon. Ah, my adorable little dragon egg has been swallowed. Mr. Chen, think of a way. Unforgivable. This vile serpent should be crushed beneath the dragon pillar for eternity. Mr. Chen, unleash another heart thunder and eradicate this wicked serpent. Save the little dragon. In contrast to the foul and hideous serpent, the viewers in the live stream undoubtedly held a far greater affection for the charming little dragon. They found it difficult to accept that the little dragon had been devoured by the malevolent beast. As Hu Jun and others gazed at the scene before them, they were momentarily at a loss. At this juncture, Chen Haoming became the pillar of support for the crowd, as all eyes turned to him. The matter regarding the divine dragon was of utmost significance. Chen Haoming's expression turned grave. Much of their research relied on data from the divine dragon to progress. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. Mr. Chen, have you found a solution? Wang Miaomiao inquired hastily upon seeing Chen Haoming's calm demeanor. As a fervent admirer of cute creatures, Wang Miaomiao was deeply pained by the swallowing of the adorable little dragon. Although it had displayed a mischievous side, it was undeniably far more delightful than the loathsome serpent before them. As a member of the aesthetic appreciation faction, she certainly sided with the little dragon. Listening to Wang Miaomiao, Chen Haoming merely shook his head nonchalantly. What more could be done at this point? Since ancient times, the law of nature has dictated that the weak are prey to the strong, and survival of the fittest remains the fundamental principle. Having attempted to thwart the serpent's advances, yet witnessing its triumph, it was evident that the creature was destined for such a fate, intended to devour the dragon as the victor. Thus, it was not the appropriate moment for intervention. The viewers were left bewildered by Chen Haoming's explanation. No way. Wasn't he the little dragon cloned by Chen Haoming himself? He is essentially the dragon's creator. How can he stand by and watch it be devoured with indifference? Didn't you see him transforming into various animals just now? He cannot be considered human at this moment, thus devoid of humanity. Exactly. He may be exhibiting the instincts of a cold-blooded creature, but even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. How could I have once regarded Chen Haoming as a paragon, only to realize he is a scoundrel. The female fans in the live stream could hardly tolerate Chen Haoming's apathetic attitude, swiftly shifting from admiration to disillusionment. However, the experts in the room grasped Chen Haoming's intention. In essence, had the audience not initially regarded the little dragon as the protagonist, this would merely represent a predation event in nature, much like a tiger preying on a goat, or a goat grazing on grass. The only distinction was that the serpent could evolve after consuming the little dragon. You all have preconceived notions. Both the serpent and the little dragon are merely links in the food chain. Indeed, while this food chain may exceed our usual understanding, it is no different from wolves preying on rabbits. Wolves hunt rabbits for sustenance and energy. The serpent consuming the little dragon is a matter of evolution. It is an instinctive biological imperative, devoid of morality. I disagree. How can the serpent consume the little dragon? Exactly, we cannot eat bunnies. While many understood the experts' insights, their innate affection for the adorable creatures prevailed. Yet, this incited the wrath of the culinary enthusiasts. Damn. Is it you bunch of naive doe-eyed girls again? Were you among those who protested against the Yulin Dog Meat Festival? As if you don't consume meat. Are chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs unworthy of respect? You only care about not eating bunnies or puppies. I've relished dog meat since childhood. No one can stop me. Exactly, as apex predators in the food chain, we eat what we desire. We advocate for respecting life, not playing the saint. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically as two factions began to clash vehemently. Chen Haoming paid little attention. His gaze fixed on the serpent now perched atop the dragon pillar. Hu Jun, equally perplexed, approached Chen Haoming and inquired uncertainly, Mr. Chen, are we merely to observe without taking action? If this serpent successfully transforms into a dragon, could it pose a threat to us? Recalling the serpent's earlier malevolence towards humanity, Hu Jun could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Had it not been for Chen Haoming's sudden emergence, utilizing the abilities derived from ant and electric eel genes to subdue the serpent, their group might have already suffered casualties. Indeed, we shall observe the developments, Chen Haoming elucidated. If this serpent truly succeeds in its transformation, the dragon pillar's suppressive power over it will significantly intensify. The closer it approaches the true dragon form, the more it will be restrained by the pillar. Furthermore, the serpent's forced transformation into a false dragon has already sealed its fate. It seeks to absorb the essence of a true dragon to defy its destiny, which is not an easy endeavor. With Chen Haoming's clarifications, Hu Jun and the others felt slightly reassured. Just as Chen Haoming completed his explanation, the serpent before them began its transformation process. It radiated a divine golden light. Its scales, already glimmering with gold, underwent further metamorphosis, drawing closer to the golden draconic state witnessed at the fork in the road. Simultaneously, its thin wings began to vanish, retracting back into its body. A true dragon requires no wings to soar. For a genuine dragon, flying is an innate capability as natural as breathing oxygen for living beings. Roar, roar, roar. The evolving serpent let out a series of roars. Its voice transformed, the once sharp hissing replaced by a deep, resonant growl. The serpent was inching closer to its true dragon form. Just as the serpent was enveloped in golden light, on the verge of completing its final metamorphosis, the dragon pillar suddenly trembled violently. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The serpent roared in defiance, on the brink of breaking free from the invisible restraints of heaven and earth, ready to ascend into the divine. However, as it raised its head, a tremendous force abruptly pushed it back down. Boom. This overwhelming power pinned the serpent's colossal body firmly atop the dragon pillar, leaving not even an inch of space. The serpent, which had been preparing to advance, could hardly endure such humiliation. It transformed its four limbs into dragon claws, desperately pushing against the ground, striving to regain its footing. Yet, as it approached the true dragon tier, the dragon pillar's suppressive force only grew stronger. This terrifying pressure weighed upon it as if an immense mountain of millions of tons bore down upon it. Despite its efforts, with claws splintering, it could not elevate its form even a fraction. Meanwhile, the dragon egg it had swallowed refused to concede. It thrashed within the serpent's belly, causing its body to swell with bulges. The fans, who had previously expressed maternal instincts, immediately recognized that the little dragon had not perished upon being swallowed and rallied in the live stream to cheer for it. Little dragon egg, you're still in there. Go, little dragon egg. The dragon pillar is helping you suppress this serpent. Hold on tight. Indeed, how can such an ugly serpent consume your essence? You are the true dragon. Vanquish this inferior being. Indeed, little dragon, summon your strength. In the audience, Wang Miao Miao could not help but clench her tiny fists in support of the little dragon. Even after the expert's explanations, she remained steadfastly loyal to her aesthetic inclinations, firmly siding with the little dragon. For Chen Haoming, the outcome of this struggle held little significance. His gaze remained tranquil as he patiently observed this extraordinary battle, awaiting the emergence of the victor. The malevolent serpent could no longer endure the compounded agony of internal and external pressures. With all its might, it began to convulsively writhe, resisting the immense force imposed by the dragon pillar. The magnitude of these two opposing powers was overwhelming. The serpent's half-real, half-illusory dragon form could not withstand the strain, resulting in countless small wounds across its body, causing blood to spatter in all directions. The gruesome sight evoked terror, yet it also illuminated for the live audience that this unique confrontation had reached a pivotal moment. The serpent, at the cost of its flesh tearing apart, gained a fleeting advantage. Through its violent struggle, it momentarily broke free from the dragon pillar's grip, sensing a reduction in the oppressive weight upon it. The serpent swiftly lashed out with its long tail against the dragon pillar, attempting to escape this terrifying domain. However, an invisible barrier seemed to manifest atop the dragon pillar. After propelling itself a few meters, the serpent collided with this unseen obstruction, landing back atop the pillar. It roared in fury and leapt again, only to be thwarted once more by the intangible barrier, which persistently prevented its escape. This scenario intensified its anxiety and agitation, prompting it to recklessly charge across the surface of the dragon pillar, searching desperately for a gap to break through. In the presence of the rampaging serpent, Chen Haoming and his companions appeared insignificantly small and vulnerable. "Everyone, be careful," Hu Jun shouted once more. If they were struck by this half-serpent, half-dragon creature, it would surely result in either death or severe injury. Yet, Murphy's Law held true. What one fears often comes to pass. The group dodged left and right, but the limited space on the dragon pillars soon forced them to the edge. Behind them loomed a precipice of over 10 meters, while ahead charged the frenzied beast. A chill crept into their hearts as Hu Jun and the others instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for a potentially fatal impact. At that critical moment, a resounding dragon roar pierced the air. The swiftly advancing serpent suddenly collapsed in agony, a fountain of blood erupting from its massive form. A terrifying gash appeared along its midsection. Startled, the onlookers opened their eyes to see a diminutive dragon claw tearing through the serpent's flesh. In the next instant, a miniature divine dragon, no longer than an arm, emerged from the wound. It shimmered with a radiant golden light, exuding an overwhelming aura of divine authority that compelled all to instinctively kneel before it. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, Hu Jun and the others noticed that the dragon bore a fifth claw on its abdomen. It was indeed a five-clawed golden dragon. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon attempted to ascend to the heavens, but the dragon pillar simultaneously retargeted this new entity, redirecting its relentless pressure onto the five-clawed dragon. The immense force that had previously incapacitated the serpent now met the elevated divine power of the golden dragon in a clash of titanic forces, resulting in an explosion of brilliant golden light that compelled the audience to instinctively shut their eyes. Yet, the dazzling luminosity could not hinder the camera's operation. It captured this awe-inspiring moment, akin to Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, and after a brief delay, transmitted it to countless screens across households. In an instant, everyone was spellbound. Chapter 62, The Mysterious Research That Shook the Ugly Nation. The Emergence of the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. Before us unfolded a scene reminiscent of Pangu separating heaven and earth, igniting a tremendous uproar across the internet. Countless bloggers captured this moment and swiftly transformed it into edited videos depicting the emergence of the true dragon. These creatively reimagined videos rapidly transcended boundaries, spreading across various sectors and even beyond the vast expanse of Huaxia. The terrifying fervor accompanied by immense traffic surged into the live broadcast room, with even the appearance of English comments dominating the chat for quite some time. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Municipal Bureau, the expert panel sat in stunned silence. Many were unable to believe their eyes, fervently polishing their reading glasses. No matter what Chen Haoming had previously asserted or demonstrated, even if his narrative felt convincingly real, they clung to their last shred of skepticism until they beheld the true dragon before them. This is the essence of scholarly scientific inquiry, boldly hypothesizing while cautiously seeking verification. Now, they had received undeniable proof. As these seasoned experts beheld the authentic dragon's arrival, their worldviews shattered. This was a dragon, a genuine dragon. In a live stream room in Huaxia, the number of online viewers surpassed 100 million. This monumental event caught the attention of many intelligence personnel from significant foreign powers. After watching for a few minutes, they swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation and escalated reports through the ranks. Within 10 minutes, In the heart of the ugly nation's Black Palace, numerous high-ranking officials gathered around, fixated on the massive projection screen showcasing Wang Miao's live broadcast. This was a recorded version. The officer presiding over the meeting played the video at an accelerated speed. As these officials caught up with the live broadcast, witnessing the moment the dragon manifested, exclamations of shock erupted, various obscenities filled the air. Once the video concluded, the highest military commander of the ugly nation stepped forward, his expression grave as he began to address the other high-ranking officials in the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 5 years, our intelligence operatives have been monitoring the movements of Huaxia's mysterious research bureau, and we have surmised that Huaxia has begun to engage with some unknown, enigmatic entities. As he spoke, the commander manipulated the computer to display a series of photographs on the screen. On the left side appeared rare animals such as the Mammon-Casaurus and the giant golden eagle, previously seen in the live stream. On the right were mythical creatures like the white tiger and the vermilion bird, representing the 5 elemental beasts. Faintly, the high-ranking officials of the ugly nation discerned the shadows of the rare animals on the left mirrored in the mythical beasts on the right. These mysterious beings clearly bore a connection to certain ancient, rare creatures, and we had been tracking these interrelations. However, we never anticipated that Huaxia would advance so far ahead of us. The commander refocused the screen on the moment the 5-clawed golden dragon emerged. Huaxia had remarkably discovered its national totemic relic in such a brief span. This could very well be the key to unraveling the mysteries of Huaxia's unknown powers. At this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. If Huaxia deciphered the secrets of this mysterious power, how could the ugly nation maintain its position of global military superiority? I trust you all comprehend the implications of this. The commander continued, given that Huaxia's progress has far outpaced ours, we must immediately initiate the 9th District Plan, allocating resources exponentially. Otherwise, we may never catch up to Huaxia's advancements. At the scene where Chen Haoming and others stood, the 5-clawed golden dragon, after a brief encounter with the coiling dragon pillar, found itself momentarily free. It joyfully soared around the vicinity of the pillar and suddenly hovered before Chen Haoming and his companions. Though it measured less than a meter in length, its countenance radiated an air of supreme arrogance, as if it were gazing down upon mere insects. Submit to me, kneel before me, and beseech me. Its bright eyes seemed to convey such commands to Chen Haoming and the others. Is it attempting to intimidate Captain Hu and the others? Yet its expression is rather adorable, hardly menacing. Haha, such a cute gaze. Does it not realize it is still in its juvenile phase? With those big eyes and round head, I cannot possibly feel fear towards this little dragon cub. I wish to hold it in my hands and cuddle it. The audience in the live stream, separated by the screen, could not sense the formidable aura of this high-level creature. However, for Hu Jun and the others present, the experience was starkly different. They trembled uncontrollably, their hearts racing as if ready to leap from their throats and flee. The cameraman found himself overwhelmed, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed before the golden dragon. Yet, in this critical moment, no one anticipated that Chen Haoming would show any leniency towards this little creature. So you look down upon others, do you? Chen Haoming suddenly broke into a grin. He raised his right arm, the muscles swelling with the power of the ant gene, and boldly approached the golden dragon. What on earth is Chen Haoming planning? I have a foreboding feeling. As the audience watched in awe, Chen Haoming reached the dragon's front. The little dragon hovered in midair, gazing down at Chen Haoming, presuming he had come to pay homage, its head held high, awaiting his submission. However, neither the dragon nor the human anticipated Chen Haoming's next move. He leaped high into the air, rising to the same height as the dragon's head. He swung his right hand in a wide arc, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the dragon's forehead. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily frozen. Little one, let me teach you a lesson in humility. I am your father, do you understand? Chapter 63. The Dragon Lock Well, the Coiling Dragon Pillar. And the dragon prison locked. Chen Haoming's sudden strike not only left the golden dragon in a state of shock, but also bewildered nearly 100 million viewers in the live broadcast. This was, after all, a dragon. How could one simply attack it well? The onlookers were filled with a mix of disbelief and amusement. As they witnessed the absurdity of the situation, the divine dragon, with its eyes wide and incredulous, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. I am a dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon, a high-ranking divine being. Ignoring the young dragon's disgrace, Chen Haoming landed gracefully after delivering 2 resounding slaps. He then motioned for those around him to retreat a few steps. At this moment, the enraged divine dragon finally regained its senses. It realized that this inferior creature dared to desecrate its being. To defile the sacred, one must pay the price. With a furious dive, The dragon charged towards Chun Haoming and his companions, ready to obliterate this audacious lowly being with its claw. However, to its astonishment, as it surged forward, the iron chains surrounding the coiling dragon pillar began to tremble violently, as if a hunter had encountered its prey or a hibernating serpent had sensed the presence of food. An unsettling feeling crept over the young dragon. It instinctively felt an aversion and fear of this place, though it was not enough to deter its advance. After a brief hesitation, the dragon pressed on. Just as it was about to reach Chun Haoming, an invisible barrier materialized before it. The dragon, with its formidable speed and strength, collided with this barrier, which merely rippled slightly, sending it ricocheting backward. Confusion filled the dragon's eyes. It was a being of innate divinity. What could possibly obstruct its path? Cautiously extending its claw, the dragon touched the invisible barrier, which responded with ripples akin to water waves. Within those depths lay a mysterious power that restrained it. The dragon's efforts to push through only caused the barrier's strength to erupt once more, propelling it back several meters. Meanwhile, Chun Haoming, the one who had dared to insult it, stood a mere meter behind the barrier, smiling benignly. Roaring with rage, the young dragon retreated a few meters, then soared into the air, its golden aura intensifying. Once charged, its body straightened, transforming into a golden arrow, hurtling towards Chun Haoming with ferocity. The impact was tremendous, nearly breaching the barrier, when suddenly, the chains linked to the coiling dragon pillar sprang to life. They, without a master, surged forward to attack the divine dragon. Each robust chain swung like a heavy hammer, mercilessly striking the dragon's protruding head. The restraining force of these chains was exponentially greater than that of the barrier, causing the young dragon to wail in pain and retreat back within the barrier's safety. Only then did the chains fall still, resuming their inert state, hanging limply towards the ground. At that moment, genuine panic flickered across the dragon's visage. The area above the coiling dragon pillar, extending several meters, was, in fact, its prison. The numerous dragon prison locks nearby served as its binding. The dragon refused to accept such a fate. It ascended towards the heavens, attempting to breach the confines of the coiling dragon pillar once more. Yet, it collided with the invisible barrier again. The viewers in the live stream watched in fascination as the young dragon continued to flounder against the obstruction. A voice emerged from the crowd, a scholar of the arcane. I sensed the significance of those chains the moment I laid eyes upon the mural. They are the dragon prison locks, sacred artifacts crafted by those of profound cultivation in the mystical arts, imbued with a unique energy that specifically restrains true dragons. As Chun Haoming stood behind the barrier, in absolute safety, he watched the young dragon's futile attempts with a bemused grin. After the dragon grew weary from its struggles, he chuckled coldly, inviting it to continue its defiance. Even if you were to break through the rocky ceiling and soar to true heights, this barrier shall remain. The coiling dragon pillar's influence extends infinitely. As long as it stands, escape is impossible. He continued, do not think to force your way through. For the dragon prison locks serve as a second seal. You have already experienced their restraining power. The young dragon seemed to comprehend Chun Haoming's words, letting out a thunderous roar filled with defiance and fury. Unfazed, Chun Haoming continued, cease your roaring. I am aware of your intelligence and your understanding of your predicament. You now face two choices. The first, to forge a contract with me and guide me into the Shanhai. The second, to remain trapped here until the end of your days, a millennia hence. Chapter 64, The Enigma of Shanhai. The mention of Shanhai by Chun Haoming, terms deeply ingrained in Chinese culture, once again astounded the global audience. Permit me to venture a guess. Is Chun alluding to the classic of mountains and seas? While it may not explicitly be the classic of mountains and seas, it undoubtedly pertains to the mythical creatures within. The classic of mountains and seas is universally known among the Chinese populace. Even unlettered elders in rural areas possess some familiarity with the tales of various auspicious beasts and mythical creatures from the classic of mountains and seas: azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, Emperor Jiang, Jingwei, Xiongqi, Qilin, and Taodai, Yazi, Chaofeng, Suani, Baxia, Bayan, and Chiwen. Anyone unfamiliar with these mythical creatures is unlikely to be a native Chinese. Thus, the utterance of Shanhai by Chun Haoming immediately resonated with hundreds of millions of viewers, evoking associations with these sacred entities. Simultaneously, in the emergency conference room of the U.S. White House, the live broadcast was being aired. The U.S. president, who had previously hesitated regarding the Supreme Commander's proposal, was now visibly astounded. Area 9 represents one of the U.S.'s most closely guarded secrets, to be activated only under exceptional circumstances. After all, no one can guarantee whether activating Area 9 will bring fortune or disaster to the U.S. However, upon hearing Chun Haoming utter Shanghai, the president had no further reservations. Shanghai is a secret even more profound than Area 9, a secret among secrets. For only in the deepest recesses of Area 9 are fragments of information pertaining to Shanghai concealed. The president was also acutely aware that China, with its long history, undoubtedly possessed a greater understanding of the enigmatic entities within Shanghai than the U.S., a nation with a mere 2 centuries of history. The president had presumed that after China's historical tribulations, the secret of Shanghai had been lost and buried. Indeed, U.S. spies dispatched to China had found no trace of it. Little did he expect that Shanghai, a subject even unknown to many in the upper echelons of China, would be casually mentioned by this young man named Chen on camera. Who is this person, and how does he possess so much confidential knowledge? The U.S. president stared intently at Chun Haoming on the screen, taking a deep breath. He knew he could no longer hesitate. Every wasted minute was a disservice to the U.S. I hereby announce the official commencement of the Area 9 project, with the Supreme Military Commander overseeing the implementation of specific matters. Furthermore, connect me to the Prime Minister of the Sakura country immediately. The U.S. president issued the orders. Although he had promptly ordered the activation of Area 9, the entire process would require considerable time, and subsequent advancement and exploitation would be even more time-consuming and laborious. However, China had already discovered its national totem, clearly taking the lead. If things continued in this manner, fortunately, the U.S. president had a means of creating trouble for China, thereby impeding China's progress in the Shanghai direction. That was to have the Sakura country activate the monster Godzilla, hidden in Fukushima. This call was to instruct the Sakura country to execute this task. On the other side, experts in the Huaxia Municipal Bureau conference room were also immensely excited. No sooner had the existence of the Divine Dragon been confirmed than Chun Haoming mentioned Shanghai. Based on the context of Chun Haoming's words, he genuinely knew of the existence of Shanghai and that the Divine Dragon before him could guide him into Shanghai. And what lies within Shanghai? Everyone present was astute enough to make a reasonable guess. The Restricted Area Project, is it? I'm signing. Quickly send me a copy of those confidential documents. An old man, bursting with curiosity, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and was the first to express his willingness to sign. Upon seeing these old scholars finally nodding in agreement, the officer's face lit up with delight. Although he disliked the stubbornness of some scholars, their knowledge and wisdom were worthy of respect. Very well, Xiaolu. Escort this gentleman to the side to understand the detailed terms. The officer beckoned an assistant forward, who led the old man to a small room nearby. The Restricted Area Project was complex and extensive, with each individual responsible for different parts and exposed to different content. Seeing the first person take the lead, the others in the conference room abandoned any pretense of reserve and stood up one after another. Don't waste time. A middle-aged man spoke anxiously on behalf of everyone. The Restricted Area Project, right? We don't care what terms are in your contract. Bring it over, and we'll sign it. Immediately, right now. Share the information with us. That's the most crucial thing. Chapter 65, The Awakening of Godzilla. At the bottom of the Dragon Lock Well, the young dragon faced the dilemma presented by Chun Haoming, his countenance revealing a fierce anger. Had a lesser being dared to provoke him in the outside world, he would have ensured that the offender regretted it on the spot. Yet, the oppressive force of the Dragon Lock Well left him in discomfort. The invisible barrier of the spiral dragon pillar further prevented his escape, coupled with the dragon locks that ensnared him. Under the weight of these 3 layers of seals, the young dragon realized the truth in Chun Haoming's words. He truly would be trapped there until his life force was extinguished. Chun Haoming afforded the young dragon ample time for contemplation, waiting several minutes before posing the question once more. Have you made your decision? Will you submit, or will you be eternally imprisoned? Chun Haoming lifted his gaze to the hovering young dragon, his pupils glimmering with a fleeting golden light. However, this golden shimmer was so brief that not even the camera managed to capture it. In that moment, the audience in the live broadcast felt Chun Haoming's voice transform into an imposing authority, akin to an emperor ruling for millennia. The aura he exuded was astonishingly powerful. Present were Hu Jun and Wang Miao Miao, who instinctively bowed their heads, nearly kneeling in reverence before Chun Haoming. Even the online viewers, separated by screens, could not suppress the urge to submit in deference. Oh, little dragon, you should submit to Big Brother Chun. I feel like kneeling before him myself. Indeed, little dragon. If you yield to Qin Haoming, you will undoubtedly become a national treasure of our Huaxia. No, the national treasure is still my bear grandpa. The little dragon is our Huaxia's totem beast, the guardian beast of the nation. With the little dragon safeguarding our land, Huaxia will have 1,000 years of peace. Viewers in the chat began to implore the young dragon. Yet, from his elevated position, the young dragon gazed down at Qin Haoming, ostensibly aloof, but internally, he was gripped by a profound astonishment. He distinctly sensed the presence of a superior being emanating from Qin Haoming. Though this aura flickered momentarily, it seemed to suggest that Qin Haoming was of a higher order than himself. How could this be? Was not the five-clawed golden dragon the pinnacle of divine existence? For the first time, the young dragon harbored doubts about his lineage. Meanwhile, in the administrative center of Sakura country, the prime minister listened solemnly to a phone call. His demeanor mirrored that of an office worker unexpectedly receiving a call from the chairman, leaving his female assistant bewildered. This figure was the prime minister. Even a call from the emperor would not warrant such subservience, would it? Yes, I understand. I will arrange it immediately. The prime minister responded gravely, and once the call ended, he let out a long sigh. Curious, the assistant seized the moment to voice her intrigue. Was that? Do not speculate. The prime minister shot her a glare before instructing, bring the head of the self-defense forces to see me. Minutes later, the military and political apparatus of Sakura country had mobilized forces. A contingent of fully armed special forces escorted several specialists aboard a private jet to Futu, then transferred to a military submarine to delve into the depths of the sea. As the submarine's instruments registered increasing depths, the team drew ever closer to their target. Soon, they beheld through the periscope a terrifying slumbering beast resting on the ocean floor. This creature surpassed 100 meters in length. Its exterior covered in a shell as formidable as rock. It lay dormant upon the seabed, its jagged spines rising and falling like mountain peaks. Yet, this colossal beast displayed no signs of life in the infrared detection system. It emitted no heat, no respiratory activity, appearing entirely lifeless. The fish in the depths feared it not, some even nesting upon its massive form. Target confirmed. Status normal, in a state of deep slumber. T-05 type submersible robot group has been deployed, totaling 105 units. The robotic group is nearing the target, preparing for localization. Localization was achieved, and the robots successfully attached themselves. A series of preparations were executed as the operator input commands on the computer, which the robots carried out flawlessly. The periscope transmitted images of over 100 small robots affixed to the beast body. The positioning of these 105 attachments had cost Sakura country an exorbitant price to ascertain over the years. The chief technician, not daring to be negligent, verified the parameters displayed on the computer with his own eyes. Confirming accuracy, he prepared to initiate the charging process. Good. 30-second countdown. The submarine must immediately retreat from this area. The submarine's commander began issuing commands. The submarine commenced its ascent, while the robotic group began their countdown under the system's control. 30, 15, 10, 3, 2, 1. Commence charging. With a peculiar hum, all the robots affixed to the enormous beast emitted a radiant blue light. This was the nuclear fuel that carried igniting. As the energy from the 105 nuclear points surged, the spines along the beast's back blazed with brilliant blue. The nearly 100-ton creature abruptly opened its eyes. A thunderous roar reverberated through the depths of the ocean. Following this, a cataclysmic energy erupted from the seabed, equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of nearly 100 atomic bombs, fracturing the ocean floor. The energy released first struck the coastal regions in the form of seismic waves, and then the residual force swept vast quantities of seawater, advancing toward the coastline at a speed of 200 meters per second. The height of the waves reached 80 meters. Chapter 66, The Schemes of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Breaking news. A massive earthquake of magnitude 8.4 has struck the waters near the Cherry Blossom Nation. The powerful seismic waves have triggered a catastrophic eruption of Mount Fuji, affecting nearly 4 million people in Shizukishi and Nashi counties. Nearby regions, including Tokyo and Daikyo, have also suffered damage, with buildings collapsing. Simultaneously, a colossal tsunami reaching heights of 80 meters has erupted from the epicenter, poised to strike the coastline of the Cherry Blossom Nation. At a disaster briefing, the emperor of the Cherry Blossom Nation wept bitterly, mourning the unfortunate calamity that had befallen his country. The prime minister quickly leaned in to offer quiet consolation, saying, "Your Majesty, all of this may yet bear fruit. Should we weaken Huaxia significantly, our status as the elder brother in East Asia might be restored. Even if we fail, the eagle will generously reward us." As a staunch sycophant, the Prime Minister remained devoted to his benefactor, regardless of the latter's cruelty. During a city bureau meeting, experts began lining up to sign confidentiality agreements and work contracts for the restricted zone plan. However, their arrangements were abruptly interrupted by a tremor that shook the ground. Everyone hurriedly ducked beneath tables and chairs to avoid falling debris. Fortunately, the tremor was brief and soon subsided. The experts cautiously emerged from their hiding spots, filled with unease. What is happening? Jiangzhou is not on a seismic belt, one remarked. Could it be a distant earthquake sending waves our way? It must be of at least magnitude 7. Some geologists quickly assessed the situation. At that moment, a soldier entered the conference room, holding a tablet, and urgently whispered to the officer in charge. The officer's expression darkened further upon hearing the news and promptly began to review the footage on the tablet. Just moments ago, Huaxia's military satellites had detected a colossal tsunami near the Cherry Blossom Nation's coast. Initially, Huaxia had regarded it merely as a natural disaster. However, no one anticipated that beneath the ocean's surface, a monstrous creature would emerge. The scene was all too familiar, the classic monster of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Godzilla. The tablet displayed a video captured by the satellite. The terrifying Godzilla surfaced from the depths and, with a single swipe of its claw, tore apart a nearby cargo ship before leaping into the air to attack the port. What was the Cherry Blossom Nation planning? Why had they unleashed this creature? The officer quickly realized that the recent earthquake and tsunami were orchestrated by none other than Godzilla. Was this not a self-destructive act? What madness had overtaken them? Before long, the incident made headlines. Viewers and netizens were transfixed by the shocking spectacle. Godzilla rampaged through Tokyo. Not only was it tough-skinned and massive, towering alongside skyscrapers, but it also possessed the terrifying ability to unleash devastating laser beams. With each blast, dozens of buildings were obliterated, its destructive power rivaling that of missiles. What the hell? Is this Godzilla from a movie come to life? What is happening? I just saw a dragon on Jiangzhou TV, and now Godzilla is rampaging in the Cherry Blossom Nation? Dinosaur? Evil dragon? Divine dragon? Godzilla? Is the world unraveling? Look, the Cherry Blossom Nation's fighter jets are arriving. In the skies above Tokyo, 5 F-2 fighter jets roared downwards. They simultaneously released over a dozen Sparrow missiles, which exploded upon hitting Godzilla. However, such feeble missiles could barely scratch the resilient creature, only serving to enrage it further. With a sudden leap, Godzilla soared 300 to 400 meters into the air. Its massive tail swung violently, obliterating one of the fighter jets. The remaining 4 jets hastily retreated, pursued by the irate Godzilla, drawing closer to the coastline. The Cherry Blossom Nation is quite clever. They intend to lure Godzilla away. Indeed, the fighter jets are deliberately flying along the coastline to avoid urban damage. As anticipated, the jets lured Godzilla to the seaside, where a fleet of destroyers took over the mission. 8 or so naval vessels fired a barrage of missiles at Godzilla, drawing its wrath as they fled into the open sea. Damn it! The officer in the city bureau, observing military satellite imagery, quickly discerned the insidious intentions of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Based on the trajectory of the destroyers, Godzilla would end up in Huaxia's Yellow Sea after several hours of pursuit. Viewers in the live broadcast also took note of this alarming detail, leading to widespread outrage. What the hell are these Cherry Blossom Nation fiends planning? Are they trying to divert disaster our way? The Foreign Ministry has already inquired, and the Cherry Blossom Nation claims they are being pursued by Godzilla and are in a state of panic, requesting our support. I don't give a damn. Why would this massive Pacific creature come running to us? Do they think we are fools? The broadcast was filled with angry voices, and the officer in the city bureau could no longer urge the experts to sign the plans. He held far more information than the citizens. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the true agenda of the Cherry Blossom Nation. They were willing to awaken Godzilla, endure the consequences of the earthquake and tsunami, all to direct this creature towards Huaxia's borders. Such shameless treachery, driven by the influence of the United States, could not go unanswered. Without hesitation, the officer used a satellite phone to make an urgent call. You are all aware of the situation. Prepare all defensive measures and check the ammunition supplies of the destroyers and aircraft carriers. I hereby authorize you to deploy the Tsanglong should the need arise to repel this external threat. Chapter 67. Abduction of the Little Dragon along the coastal defense line confronting the Cherry Blossom Nation. The Huaxia forces stand ready, having received their orders. Dozens of battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and frigates form a formidable line of defense, while the diplomatic department tirelessly communicates demands for the Cherry Blossom Nation to cease its provocative actions. However, The Cherry Blossom Nation claims that their naval ship's positioning systems have been compromised by Godzilla, leaving them utterly disoriented. The Huaxia forces react with skepticism in this day and age. Even a mobile phone can provide accurate location services. Such a flimsy pretext is hardly convincing. It is clear that the adversary is not genuinely attempting to conceal their intentions, but rather seeking a convenient excuse to deflect blame. Recognizing the Cherry Blossom Nation's resolve, the Huaxia forces decide not to engage in further discussion. Should the enemy fleet dare to breach their coastal defenses, they will respond with a decisive barrage, devoid of any superfluous dialogue. The unfolding events are relayed to Chun Haoming and his companions through the barrage of comments in the livestream. As the production team's assistant reads out the content of the comments, everyone is struck by a sense of surrealism. Godzilla has emerged? Initially incredulous at the scale of the situation instigated by the Cherry Blossom Nation, the audience, now numbering close to 100 million, cannot possibly be colluding in deception. Upon confirming the reality of Godzilla's approach towards their coastal defenses, Hu Jun and his companions are engulfed in panic. Is this destined to escalate into a catastrophic disaster? In contrast to the anxiety exhibited by Hu Jun and Wang Miao, Chun Haoming remains composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Mr. Chen, what is your take on the Godzilla situation concerning the Cherry Blossom Nation? Wang Miao, unable to contain her curiosity, inquires about Chun Haoming's calm demeanor. With a gentle smile, Chun Haoming reassures, do not worry, there shall be no significant issues. I anticipated their restlessness, which is why I preemptively placed a little companion at the coastal defense line to handle the Godzilla threat. What? Did I hear correctly? Did Chen Daolao just mention a little companion? Did he just say he placed a little companion at the coastal defense line to counter the Godzilla summoned by the Cherry Blossom Nation? What sort of little companion could possibly contend with the king of monsters, Godzilla? Surely, anything that could be compared to Godzilla cannot be referred to as a little companion, can it? The audience in the live stream finds Chun Haoming's assertions rather peculiar. Those present are equally baffled. Yet Chun Haoming's unwavering confidence begins to instill a sense of calm among them. Hu Jun and Wang Miao look to Chun Haoming, feeling reassured and redirecting their focus back to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the little dragon trapped atop the dragon pillar shows no signs of submission. It persistently attempts to breach the invisible barriers surrounding it, desperately seeking an escape route. Very well, you may remain confined here for eternity, Chun Haoming remarks casually, unconcerned by the little dragon's indifference, as he turns to lead the group down the chains towards the ground. Hu Jun, bewildered, trails behind Chun Haoming, blinking in confusion. Mr. Chen, are we truly abandoning it? This is a divine dragon from Huaxia's totem. What else can we do? It refuses to yield, Chun Haoming retorts. Perhaps we could make further efforts, or offer better conditions, Hu Jun tentatively suggests. In response, Chun Haoming simply smiles. The female host, perceiving Chun Haoming's intentions, interjects. Addressing Hu Jun, Captain Hu, you strike me as an honest individual. I imagine you seldom haggle when shopping? Haggle? Hu Jun scratches his head. His robust demeanor is paired with a straightforward nature, and he indeed rarely negotiates prices in shops. Yet, he struggles to see the connection between this situation and haggling. Wang Miao chuckles. You see, Officer Hu, haggling is all about the art of negotiation. Hu Jun grows increasingly perplexed, while the audience in the live stream seems to grasp the underlying meaning. Haha, I understand what Chun Haoming is implying now. I get it too. It's like going straight for the ankle, starting with a high price. Indeed, my mother often employed such tactics. When the seller's principles are shaken, she would counter with a bargain to express her sincerity. Sincerity can be shown, but not excessively. After offering a low price, one must be prepared to walk away. In that moment, the seller perceives genuine interest and often reveals their bottom line. Precisely, then one can negotiate down to a price that barely covers the seller's costs. This is akin to my experience with my child. My little one constantly clamors for snacks and toys. If I refuse, they throw a tantrum right at the shop entrance. Haha, a clever little human offspring. Indeed, but I've learned a trick of my own. What trick is that? When they throw a fit at the shop, I simply make a run for it. Did the shopkeeper not frighten you away? I cannot say whether the shopkeeper was frightened, but my child certainly was. Thinking I was abandoning them, they chased after me in tears, and from that day forth, they never dared to misbehave when I went shopping. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. I boldly speculate you must be a millennial mother. A real-life account of a millennial raising a child. After 30 years of being a rebellious child, I cannot compete with your mere 3 years of experience. As Hu Jun listens to the assistant reading the comments, he seems to grasp something, though he remains somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Chun Haoming nods with a smile. The audience is astute, recognizing that this is a psychological game. Neither he nor the little dragon possesses a choice. He must secure the little dragon's allegiance, and the little dragon must comply with him. It all hinges on who can endure the longer. As Chen Haoming prepares to lead the group down the chains, a plaintive roar from the little dragon suddenly pierces the air. It is a mournful call of longing. Upon hearing this sound, Chen Haoming's heart swells with joy. The abduction of the little dragon is finally within reach. Chapter 68, Songlong vs. Godzilla. In the land of China, along the coastal defense line, the invaders from the land of cherry blossoms are indeed ruthless. As they approach the coastal defense line, they chose to halt at its edge to avoid giving any justification for their actions. However, this pause signified death, for hot on their heels was the furious Godzilla. From the outset, these few destroyers had played the role of a suicide squad. In less than half a minute, the fleet of China witnessed 5 bursts of fire erupting upon the sea. 5 destroyers, all above standard, were reduced to mere toys, exploding and sinking under Godzilla's assault. All hands on alert. The commander of the Chinese fleet, witnessing the devastation of the Cherry Blossom Nation's fleet, bellowed urgently through the communications system. Godzilla, now devoid of a target, roared furiously upon the ocean surface. Its rage remained unquenched, and the volatile nuclear energy within it was far from exhausted. With a deafening roar, the 100-meter-tall Godzilla turned its gaze toward the Chinese fleet. With a powerful sweep of its tail, the sea erupted into towering waves. Utilizing this terrifying force, its massive form leaped into the air. When Godzilla re-entered the water, it had officially intruded upon Chinese waters. The first squadron of fighter jets from the aircraft carrier took to the skies. The B-01 cruiser prepared to unleash its heavy artillery. The A-05 area destroyer drew near for close-range fire, allowing other heavy firepower units to engage the target. Commands rang out from the communications system. The various departments of the fleet operated like a finely tuned machine, synchronously executing orders and completing all tactical maneuvers. Bang, boom, crash. The cacophony of explosions, both deep and sharp, reverberated against Godzilla's massive body. For a moment, the colossal creature was obscured by the flames and smoke of the explosions. Yet, in the next instant, onlookers beheld Godzilla emerging unscathed from the haze. Not only was it unharmed, but the spines along its back glowed with an even brighter blue light. It was absorbing the energy from the various explosions. A strange humming filled the air as the spines on Godzilla's back began to flicker with blue light. When the frequency of the blue glow reached its zenith, Godzilla opened its mouth. A beam of blue energy, resembling neither electricity nor fire, surged forth, detonating several missiles mid-air. Adjust tactics. Avoid direct confrontation. The commander, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, hastily issued further orders via the communications link. The Chinese fleet promptly revised its strategy, utilizing the speed and agility of their vessels to maneuver within Godzilla's blind spots for evasive attacks. Yet, the results remained negligible. While the ship-mounted machine gun bullets could tear through steel, they failed to pierce Godzilla's formidable hide. Anti-ship missiles could sink an aircraft carrier, but could not penetrate Godzilla's energy absorption capability. As the fleet engaged in a tactical retreat, the battlefield drew ever closer to the coastline. The bustling metropolis of Magic City was now visible to the naked eye. Unbeknownst to the fleet, they had been driven into the eastern waters of Magic City by Godzilla. Magic City is one of the most prosperous cities in China, if Godzilla were to successfully land. The naval commander's expression turned grave. He realized it was time to reveal their hand. Direct the target to the predetermined location. Prepare to deploy Songlong. With the commander's command, the destroyers responsible for drawing fire swiftly altered course. Beneath the ocean's surface, at the target location, lay a natural underwater cave. The entrance had been sealed by the Chinese military with a massive alloy door, but at this moment, the hatch began to slowly open. As sunlight streamed through the opening, a colossal figure emerged. It was a creature over 100 meters in length. It swung its massive tail and propelled itself out of the underwater cave. Upon raising its head, it spotted Godzilla above the surface. With a resounding crash, it appeared to have recognized its arch-nemesis, and its tail lashed out violently, breaking through the water's surface. Meanwhile, along the shores of Magic City, several streamers had gathered. Undeterred by the perilous situation, braving the tumultuous waves, they began to broadcast the titanic clash of monsters live. Despite an emergency evacuation announcement from Magic City, the city administration had no time to manage such self-endangered antics. The broadcasters soon reaped tremendous rewards for their daring exploits. Countless netizens were captivated by the spectacle of Songlong leaping from the water to battle Godzilla. First, Songlong surged from the depths, biting into Godzilla's thigh. Godzilla, in pain, retaliated with a powerful lash of its tail against Songlong's back. Both creatures, colossal in size, each weighing thousands of tons, created towering waves with their every movement. As the tumultuous waves reached the shores of Magic City, they still crashed fiercely against the feet of the broadcasters, who struggled to maintain their footing. Yet, rather than fear, the broadcasters wore expressions of exhilaration as they shouted into their microphones. Friends, comrades, did you see that? Godzilla is battling a creature from the depths. Donate a chocolate, and I'll get closer for a better shot. Remember, I'm risking my life for this live coverage. Such a monster showdown is a once-in-a-lifetime event. 666,666. Chocolate? Too stingy, I've sent a rocket instead. Streamer, cherish your life, find a safer spot to film. What the heck, is a monster battle actually happening? The viewers, witnessing the cataclysmic clash of the two behemoths, were equally thrilled. This spectacle was far more riveting than any film. Chapter 69, The True Dragon Knight. Deep within the locking dragon well, the technical team of Jiangzhou City Television has successfully synchronized the live broadcast from the magical metropolis. What was initially a localized spectacle of a monstrous battle has rapidly drawn an audience of hundreds of millions to Wang Miao Miao streaming channel. My goodness. Could this colossal beast be the charming little creature that Chief Chen mentioned would be preemptively stationed in the ocean? That seems accurate. Chief Chen explicitly stated that this adorable creature would be tasked with intercepting Godzilla, and here it is. What charming creature. It looks more like a horrifying version of a crocodile. The Songlong indeed bears some resemblance to a crocodile. Yet it possesses one stark difference. Its limbs have entirely regressed into fin-like appendages. Moreover, its jaw is terrifyingly formidable, with razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark. To describe it, one might say it resembles a crocodile's body combined with a shark's mouth, magnified several dozen times. Seeing the confusion among the viewers, a scholar in the chat generously began to offer explanations. This creature should be its Songlong, the largest apex predator of the Mesozoic oceans. Categorically, it belongs to the Tyrannosaurus family, but due to its prolonged evolution in aquatic environments, it bears a closer resemblance to crocodilian reptiles. A typical Songlong can reach an adult length of 15 meters and weigh around 20 tons. The specimen before us is evidently a giant variant. I estimate its length exceeds 100 meters, and its weight likely surpasses several hundred tons. Upon hearing the scholar's insights, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. This is truly surreal. We're witnessing creatures weighing hundreds of tons. What does that matter? If that Godzilla is akin to the one in movies, it weighs over 10,000 tons. Godzilla's body isn't even carbon-based. It resembles an enormous, mobile mountain, with a density several times greater than that of ordinary creatures. My little fairy weighs 100 pounds, yet still wants to lose weight. With this Songlong assisting, our naval fleet should be able to contend with Godzilla, right? As the spectators observed the fierce exchange between the Songlong and Godzilla, a flicker of hope ignited in their hearts. However, Chun Haoming merely cast a glance at the screen, his expression betraying a sense of gravity. While the Songlong was indeed powerful, it was ultimately a member of the dinosaur lineage, still categorized as a lower-tier organism. Godzilla, on the other hand, was an upper-tier being, and that Songlong could not withstand the confrontation for long. Despite their comparable sizes, the disparity between upper and lower beings transcended mere height and weight comparisons. Even if Godzilla refrained from using its ray attacks, its sheer physical strength would easily overwhelm the Songlong. I must reach the scene swiftly, Chen Haoming contemplated, analyzing the situation. Reach it? That's the outer sea of the magical metropolis, hundreds of kilometers away. Is a few hundred kilometers even a challenge for Chief Chen? Indeed, at his level, he surely has means for rapid transit. Yet, a dedicated aircraft would take too long. By the time Chief Chen arrives, the battle may already conclude. This sentiment resonated with everyone, as the ongoing monster battle was far too intense for them to wait for Chun Haoming to fly over. Just as the crowd pondered how Chen Haoming would bridge the distance, he caressed the small dragon that had recently emerged from the dragon pillar. The onlookers then witnessed the small dragon swirl around Chen Haoming a few times before proudly ascending into the sky. A resounding dragon roar echoed. The small golden dragon caught the wind and grew. Initially about 1 meter in length, it swiftly expanded to 5 meters, then 10, 20 meters. Ultimately, the astonished spectators realized that the former small golden dragon had transformed into a magnificent golden dragon measuring 50 meters. Is this even scientific? This has long since switched to the realm of fantasy. Spare me the scientific explanations. What is the difference between this and Sun Wukong's 72 transformations? The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Chun Haoming, however, remained remarkably composed. He waved at the golden dragon, which promptly lowered its tail. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Haoming stepped onto the dragon's back. A dragon rider? Goodness, this is a true dragon, not the lizard-like dragons of the West. I'm utterly speechless. Even in ancient mythology, how many have ridden a true dragon? The Jade Emperor is one. The primordial heavenly sovereign is another. And now, Chun Haoming joins their ranks. While the live-stream audience erupted in fervent commentary, those present, including Hu Jun and others, were left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence of the fully formed five-clawed golden dragon. They gazed up at Chun Haoming atop the dragon's back, momentarily believing they were in the presence of a celestial emperor, on the verge of kneeling in reverence. Chun Haoming observed Hu Jun and the others, who stood frozen in awe and felt somewhat bemused. What are you all waiting for? I mentioned the urgency. Hu Jun, Wang Miao Miao, and the others responded, Huh? What? Aren't you coming up? Are you planning to make your way back up the locking dragon well and find a way out through the back mountain? Upon hearing this, the group finally snapped back to reality, realizing that Chun Haoming had been concerned for their safety on the way down the mountain and was offering them a ride. However, looking at the divine dragon, a feeling of inadequacy began to creep into their minds. Am I worthy of being carried away by the divine dragon? Nevertheless, once they confirmed that Chun Haoming and the dragon genuinely permitted them to ascend, Hu Jun, Wang Miao Miao, and the others were filled with exhilaration, their joy palpable. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream watched with envy as Hu Jun and his companions climbed onto the dragon's back, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Why can't it be me on this mission? I'm part of the police team too. I could film it as well. I could play the role of the assistant. I may not be skilled, but I want to ride a dragon too. Wah. At the same time, in the coastal waters near the magical metropolis, the battle between the Songlong and Godzilla raged on. Compared to the previously ineffective conventional weapons, the Songlong's combat prowess had evidently improved. Although it still could not defeat Godzilla, it at least managed to exchange blows, momentarily slowing Godzilla's advance for the Chinese military. Damn it, Godzilla can breathe underwater. That's just unfair. The Songlong's method of attack relies on its terrifying fangs and biting force to sever its target's neck, but Godzilla's neck is tougher than concrete. Unbelievable. I just saw that Songlong's front teeth get shattered. Apart from its biting attack, the Songlong's secondary method involves dragging the target underwater to drown it. But that tactic is ineffective as well. Godzilla doesn't even need to breathe underwater. Viewers could clearly see that Godzilla, the king of monsters, possessed an incredible combat instinct. Quickly adapting to the Songlong's attacks, it skillfully used its agile tail to ensnare the Songlong's mouth, rendering it unable to utilize its biting attacks. The battle between the two titans soon tipped into a lopsided struggle. Many viewers could only cheer for the Songlong, but their encouragement proved futile. The military personnel were also growing restless. Godzilla was simply too powerful. If this continued, the Songlong would be torn apart. They needed to provide support to the Songlong. The naval commander gritted his teeth. At this moment, they could not afford to hold back any longer. More trump cards needed to be revealed. In the city bureau, the experts sitting in the conference room finally began to comprehend the hidden truths behind the situation through documents and the officers' explanations. A group of venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, produced pins and inscribed their esteemed names upon the documents of the Forbidden Zone project. They then slammed their pins upon the table and, with a fierce countenance, inquired, "The contract is signed. Spare us the suspense and tell us what you require from us." The elderly? The room was devoid of fools. The officer before them, whose rank was evidently high, would not squander such time explaining the Forbidden Zone project unless there was a pressing need for their involvement. A smile graced the officer's face, for he knew these old fellows would inevitably sign the documents. Under the immense allure of the mysterious revival, the insatiable curiosity of these scholars rendered them incapable of remaining idle. The officer cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. He addressed the assembly with a grave tone, stating, "Gentlemen, having affixed your signatures to the Forbidden Zone project documents, the subsequent matter is of utmost confidentiality. It is an SSS-level top-secret plan that must remain concealed from all." SSS level. This designation indicated that even a mere slip of the tongue could lead one to a military tribunal. Those privy to this secret must employ every conceivable measure to ensure their silence. Upon hearing the gravity of this confidentiality, the gathered individuals comprehended the seriousness of the situation and nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. With their response, the officer gestured for the assistant soldier who had been waiting outside to enter. The soldier promptly placed an encrypted, explosion-proof aluminum alloy box upon the table. The officer approached, entered the password, and confirmed his fingerprint to unlock it. Inside the aluminum box lay a cryogenic insulation device encapsulated with liquid nitrogen. The officer opened the device and extracted a test tube filled with a mesmerizing emerald liquid that appeared to writhe as if imbued with life. "What you behold before you," the officer proclaimed with a serious expression, "is the latest research achievement of Mr. Chenhaoming." He held the test tube aloft, declaring, "This syringe contains a composite gene enhancement reagent amalgamated from various biological genes. We have named it God Layer Number 1. The name resonated powerfully from the officer's lips, sending a shiver through the gathered experts. The audacity of such a name hinted at the formidable nature of this syringe. An elderly professor, well-versed in biological genetics, could not restrain himself and stepped forward. This was a field he had dedicated his life to, yet he had stagnated, unaware that others had forged ahead. "What do you require of us?" he inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed upon the verdant syringe. "I need you to develop God's Layer Number 2. The officer stated plainly, revealing the purpose of their gathering. God Layer Number 1 is an exceedingly potent reagent that grants humans the attributes of multiple organisms, distilling the essence while discarding the dross. The ultimate effect is akin to what you witnessed in the live stream, showcasing Mr. Chenhaoming's capabilities. The electric shocks of an electric eel, the enhanced muscular strength of an ant, the underwater breathing ability of fish. Mr. Chenhaoming has, in essence, amalgamated the advantages of all these life forms, a feat made possible by God Layer Number 1. The assembled professors grasped the implications of the officer's words. In other words, Mr. Chenhaoming now stood atop the biological hierarchy. However, such a formidable gene enhancement reagent also bore potentially lethal side effects. Among our military volunteers, only Mr. Chenhaoming successfully withstood the gene collapse's repercussions. Consequently, we had no choice but to halt the clinical trials. Such mortality rates are untenable for widespread implementation. The officer continued, articulating his prepared statements. Suddenly, a scholar, who had been eagerly observing the syringe, felt his knees weaken and collapsed back into his chair. Trembling, he asked, "Did you just say widespread implementation? Do you mean?" The old scholar contemplated a harrowing possibility, fear rendering him weak. The officer replied gravely, "You are correct. The ultimate goal of our mysterious research institute is to distribute this type of gene enhancement reagent throughout all of Huaxia and even humanity at large." "What?" The scholars present gasped in shock. The officer, maintaining his stern demeanor, continued, "There is no time for astonishment. I am aware that each of you is an expert in the fields of botany, zoology, cellular biology, and genetics. Your current task is to devise methods to optimize God's Layer Number 1, minimizing its side effects until the clinical mortality rate is brought down to an acceptable level. The optimized reagent will henceforth be referred to as God's Layer Number 2. You must ensure the safety of the formula. For our military production base will immediately operate at full capacity to strive for the enhancement of 1 billion citizens in a short time." Chapter 70. Ant Soldier. Upon the officer's pronouncement, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. To reinforce 1 billion citizens? What a monumental endeavor! Should this endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly transform the very fabric of human society and alter the ecological balance of our planet. The mere thought ignited an inexplicable fervor among the assembled experts. "Are the laboratories prepared for us?" one inquired. "We need assistance." The experts, intent on developing the second generation of the God-slaying serum, recognized the necessity for extensive software and hardware collaboration. The officer, evidently having anticipated this, spoke softly, "Rest assured. The highest standard biological laboratories have been established, and any additional requirements you may have can be accommodated." He paused momentarily before declaring, "We have resolved to mobilize the full might of our nation to support you. Your only mandate is this. Success is the only option. Failure is not permissible." Exchanging glances, the experts recognized the shared glint of excitement in each other's eyes. "I have but one final question." An elder gentleman, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, rose to speak. The room fell silent. He was universally acknowledged as a titan in the field. "Please proceed," the officer replied politely. "Since the first generation of the God-slaying serum was developed by Chenhaoming, why is he not continuing to oversee the development of the second-generation formula?" The officer sighed in response. "That is an unfortunate circumstance. Mr. Chen, starting today, will be unable to lend his expertise." Chenhaoming commanded the flight speed of the 5-clawed golden dragon, achieving supersonic velocities, traversing dozens of kilometers each minute. Yet, those aboard the dragon felt not a hint of turbulence. The fierce winds were repelled by the faint golden energy emanating from the dragon. Nevertheless, this speed proved insufficient. The sea-dwelling Songlong could not withstand Shun Haoming's impending arrival. It was ensnared by Godzilla's tail, yanked from the depths of the ocean. Emerging from the water, the Songlong struggled to muster strength, helplessly tossed about by Godzilla, creating colossal waves upon the surface. Its mournful cries echoed across the sea, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Soon, however, its cries were silenced, rendered unconscious from the relentless assault. Godzilla, still unsatisfied, dangled the unconscious Songlong before him, using his short forelimbs to forcibly pry open its jaws. Almost immediately, the spines along Godzilla's back began to shimmer with a brilliant blue energy. He then opened his maw wide, unleashing a penetrating beam directly into the Songlong's mouth, resulting in a massive, charred hole in its body, extinguishing all signs of life in an instant. With the Songlong vanquished, Godzilla flung its remains aside and roared triumphantly at the sky. Viewers witnessing this scene through various live streams fell into stunned silence. This is utterly ruthless. That energy beam is terrifying. Half of the Songlong was vaporized. He shot point blank. This creature undoubtedly revels in cruelty. If he reaches the shores of the Magic City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Godzilla's ferocious dominance instilled fear in every viewer of the broadcast. The Songlong fought valiantly, dedicating its life to defend China. The unfortunate Songlong was mercilessly incinerated. A fate most grim. Yet its earlier efforts had afforded the military officers on the surface some precious time. However, now, no obstacles remained before Godzilla. As Godzilla approached the coastline of the Magic City, the commanding officer of the Chinese fleet, after a brief moment of contemplation, made a significant decision. Taking a deep breath, he coldly announced over the intercom, specially designated team members, prepare to administer the Ant Gene Enhancement Serum. The Ant Gene Enhancement Serum is a singularly focused genetic agent. Unlike the God-slaying serum, which endowed Shun Haoming with multiple genetic powers, the Ant Gene Enhancement Serum grants only one, the extraordinary muscle enhancement that allows an ant to exert strength equivalent to many times its body weight. This singular genetic enhancement carries far fewer side effects than the composite God-slaying serum, yet it remains a perilous experimental variant. It could inflict irreparable harm to the human body, or in more severe cases, strip individuals of their humanity, reducing them to mere human-shaped ants. The most dire consequence could lead to the collapse of cellular genetics, resulting in total decay and death. Faced with this life-or-death situation, the fleet commander was reluctant to deploy such a high-stakes weapon. However, unlike the officer's anxious demeanor, the soldiers aboard the transport vessel displayed no hesitation. Upon receiving the order, they decisively retrieved syringes from their gear and plunged them into their arms. Chapter 71. The Alien Monster. As the syringe filled with the serum was injected, the soldiers aboard the transport vessel began to undergo a visible transformation at an astonishing pace. Their muscles twitched uncontrollably, swelling and contracting violently. Some exhibited joint structures reminiscent of ants, while others grotesquely morphed, their heads taking on an ant-like appearance. Tragically, a few soldiers succumbed, convulsing and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Godzilla continued to swim across the surface of the sea. Its terrifying power evident as a single swipe of its tail propelled it over 100 meters. At this rate, it would soon make landfall. The transformed soldiers, now resembling Ant-Men, leapt onto the deck, capable of jumping over 10 meters high. They aimed for Godzilla's direction, launching themselves skyward, their fists raised to strike the colossal creature. The strength of a single Ant-Man was negligible, and in comparison to Godzilla's titanic mass, humans seemed no more than mere insects. Yet, there were over 100 of these Ant-Man soldiers. They ascended upon Godzilla, heedlessly raising their inflated arms and striking with all their might against its formidable body, desperately attempting to thwart the monster's advance. Even Godzilla's tough exterior began to falter under the relentless assault of the enhanced Ant-Man. Its short forelimbs were ill-equipped to grasp the soldiers clinging to its body. Nevertheless, Godzilla had a means of escape. It plunged into the ocean, thrashing its tail and submerging to a depth of over 100 meters. The immense water pressure instantly overwhelmed the unsuspecting Ant-Man soldiers, causing blood to spurt from their mouths and noses. Some even had their eyes burst under the crushing force of the deep sea. Yet, not a single soldier released their grip. They continued to hammer away, even as their arms shattered, resorting to biting with their teeth. They would lose their front teeth, yet still strive to tear a piece of Godzilla's tough hide. Godzilla, incensed by this tenacious attack, resurfaced, its spines glowing ominously as it gathered energy. This time, it was not a beam of energy, but rather its entire body radiated a fierce heat, soaring to temperatures of several hundred degrees. The water enveloping its form evaporated instantly. and the ant-men clinging to it were rapidly cooked alive. Despite this, none relinquished their hold. Their mission was to use their lives to delay Godzilla's advance. General, their life signs have vanished. A soldier reported grimly from the command vessel, tracking the chaos with infrared radar. The officer, observing the charred remains of the soldiers, steeled his resolve and issued a second command: prepare the second wave of soldiers for the serum injection. Another 100 soldiers unhesitatingly injected themselves with the ant gene enhancement serum. Simultaneously, fearless naval forces steered their warships directly into Godzilla, realizing that the creature was impervious to energy-based attacks. Missiles detonated upon impact, but the explosions were absorbed by Godzilla. The only effective means of assault was through sheer physical force. Thus, the gunfire proved effective, the ant-men's punches had impact. Yet the heavy artillery from the warships was rendered futile. They could only ram their vessels into Godzilla to inflict physical damage. This scene nearly brought tears to the viewers online, witnessing the valiant warriors of Huaxia defending their homeland. Within Huaxia's borders, unwavering. Advance. Charge through enemy fire. Listen. The wind howls as the bugle sounds. The soldiers' spirits remained indomitable, yet reality was unforgiving. All resistance against Godzilla appeared utterly futile. A new wave of ant-men soldiers leapt onto Godzilla's colossal body. Their attacks, though several times more potent than bullets, could only penetrate the outer layer of Godzilla's skin. Yet, their diminutive size rendered their efforts negligible against such a titan, akin to a mere mosquito bite on a human. Despite the massive boost in strength from the ant gene serum, their newfound power paled in comparison to Godzilla's immense weight. Some soldiers were obliterated mid-air by a swipe of Godzilla's claw. As for those daring warships, Godzilla merely opened its maw, unleashing terrifying energy blasts that shattered the vessels into mere fragments. The surface of the sea became a scene of carnage, littered with debris and blood. In the dark palace of the ugly nation, the supreme leader returned to his office, observing the fierce battle through satellite feeds. Well done. Destroy more of Huaxia's warships and eliminate more of their soldiers. Let them comprehend the cost of provoking our supremacy. In the office, a general adorned with insignia watched the satellite broadcast, coldly remarking, Huaxia is exceedingly weak. This Godzilla is merely one of the alien monsters left on Earth from the 1999 battle. After exhausting its energy, it sank into a deep slumber beneath the cherry blossom country. By classification, this Godzilla is the weakest of the extraterrestrial beasts from that era. In our Zone 9, we harbor creatures far more formidable than Godzilla. The supreme leader, pleased by this, replied, indeed, this is the fortune of our nation, unmatched and incomparable to the humble Huaxia. By the way, what is the progress in Zone 9? The general promptly responded, initial operations have been completed, and our forces are advancing deep into Zone 9. Excellent. The supreme leader nodded, but exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford any major mishaps. The supreme leader understood the horrors that lurked within Zone 9. And the general nodded in agreement. In this so-called divine forbidden zone, one could never be too careful. At that moment, in the deepest recesses of Zone 9, a colossal creature, several times larger than Godzilla, suddenly awakened, its copper bell-like eyes opening wide. Meanwhile, high above the city of Mo, Chen Haoming rode the five-clawed golden dragon. Arriving over the coastline, from afar, he spotted the rampaging Godzilla in the sea, instinctively feeling a surge of distaste and fervent combat spirit. Quickly descend and find a safe place to stay, Chen Haoming commanded as the golden dragon landed. Hu Jun and Wang Miao Miao hurriedly disembarked from the dragon's back. At this moment, Godzilla sensed the threat of the superior beings and turned its gaze toward the coastline. It discarded an ant gene soldier it had been holding like refuse and unleashed an energy blast toward Chen Haoming and the dragon. Chapter 72, The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon vs. Godzilla. Quick evade. That energy cannon has the power to obliterate battleships. It is insurmountable. That thing is composed entirely of energy. The viewers and experts in the live stream were utterly horrified as they witnessed Godzilla unleash a devastating blast. Countless battleships had perished under that very attack moments ago. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the five-clawed golden dragon retaliated. With a majestic flick of its tail, it miraculously swatted the energy blast back into the ocean. With a thunderous roar, a massive wave erupted. The audience was left in utter disbelief. How could an energy cannon, a pure manifestation of energy without physical form, be deflected by a mere tail? This was truly surreal. After successfully neutralizing Godzilla's attack with its tail swipe, the golden dragon emitted a resounding and fierce dragon roar, clearly demonstrating its fury. The origins of Godzilla were unknown to it, but upon their first encounter, an instinctive disdain had surged within the dragon. It was as if it could not fathom why its opponent would dare to spit at it without provocation. Such an act was an affront to its majestic stature. No orders were needed from Chun Haoming. The dragon dove from the sky towards the ocean. It sought to impart a lesson to Godzilla about what it truly meant to be a superior being, a divine creature. Oh no, Chun has T disembarked yet. Wait, is that divine beast facing a monster? If Chun Haoming is caught in the crossfire while on the dragon's back, he might be in peril. Chun Haoming, hey, I'm still on board. Indeed, Chun Haoming was perched upon the dragon's back as it surged toward Godzilla. Not in haste to dismount, but rather choosing to stay aboard. When the dragon approached Godzilla, he seized the opportune moment to leap into the sea, rescuing a severely injured soldier who had been cast into the water by Godzilla. Simultaneously, Chun Haoming's legs transformed into a magnificent fishtail, propelling him through the water with astonishing speed, swiftly returning to the shore. Is that a mermaid? Is he a handsome merman? It appears that, like those ant soldiers, our military must have mastered genetic enhancement technology. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, the fishtail that Chun Haoming manifested was that of a swordfish. Swordfish can reach speeds of 130 kilometers per hour in water. It is undeniably the fastest aquatic creature. Realization dawned upon the spectators. Chun Haoming had deliberately ridden the dragon to effect a rescue. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the shore, having resumed his human form and carried the ant soldier to safety. The soldier was in dire condition, devoid of consciousness, unable to combat the backlash of the genetic serum, and was gradually succumbing to an ant-like transformation. Chun Haoming quickly glanced at Hu Jun, who understood immediately. He retrieved an antidote from his pocket and handed it to Chun Haoming, the very soothing agent that Chun had previously entrusted to Hu Jun to counteract the side effects of the genetic enhancement serum. Upon receiving the syringe, Chun promptly administered it to the soldier. With the antidote's effect, the soldier's transformation ceased, and his breathing and complexion improved significantly. The onlookers, including Wang Miao Miao, breathed a sigh of relief. They had managed to save one, preventing an utter rout of the forces. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers who had abandoned their vessel and fallen into the sea made their way back to shore. The commanding officer, drenched and disheveled, approached Chun Haoming, disregarding his own appearance, and humbly apologized. I am deeply sorry, Mr. Chun. We squandered numerous genetic serums and failed to halt that monster, resulting in the loss of an entire fleet. The officer, who had previously exuded resolute determination on the battlefield, now appeared ashen, burdened by guilt over the losses and damage inflicted upon national strength. Chun Haoming, maintaining a stoic demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. It was unfair to place blame on anyone. No one could have anticipated the extent to which the forces of Sakura Nation had descended into madness. They had recklessly sacrificed countless lives and risked their own territory to employ Godzilla as their pawn, an unfathomable decision that defied all logic. What shall we do now? The commander inquired once more, desperately seeking a path to redemption. However, Chun Haoming found himself devoid of new orders to offer. The forthcoming battle was no longer theirs to command. It was a confrontation between divine beasts and extraterrestrial monsters. With a single, understated remark, Chun Haoming conveyed a wealth of information. All present grasped his intent, turning their gazes toward the ocean surface. The film crew and streamers, eager for the climax, trained their cameras on the distant waters. At that moment, a colossal Godzilla loomed above the waves, towering over 100 meters, its mass akin to a mountain. In contrast, suspended in the air before it was the five-clawed golden dragon, radiating a sacred golden light, adorned with 5 majestic claws. The stage was set for the ultimate showdown. Five-clawed golden dragon versus Godzilla, the king of monsters versus the totem of China. Chapter 73. The golden dragon calls for thunder. Above the ocean, 2 colossal beasts locked eyes from afar. The five-clawed golden dragon, having departed from the dragon pillar, experienced an astonishing growth in size. Yet it still appeared relatively slender compared to the mountainous frame of Godzilla. More terrifying was Godzilla's rock-like body density. At a similar size, its weight surpassed that of other creatures by tenfold. However, the five-clawed golden dragon was no ordinary being. It did not attempt to match Godzilla in physical strength, but instead relied on its flight capabilities and the fifth golden claw to launch its assaults. The sharpness of the fifth claw was sufficient to effortlessly tear through Godzilla's rocky exterior. Meanwhile, Godzilla found itself incapable of countering the dragon's agile maneuvers. Deep, bone-exposing claw marks marred Godzilla's body as it roared in fury, desperately attempting to grasp the annoying creature darting through the sky with its short forelimbs. Yet, the divine dragon proved too nimble, eluding Godzilla's grasp entirely. The young golden dragon grew bolder with each encounter. Within its bloodline lay an innate combat awareness and skill, which, as the melee with Godzilla progressed, awakened and honed its unique fighting style. Godzilla soon realized it was no match for the dragon's speed and agility. Abandoning the idea of intercepting the golden dragon with its forelimbs, it resorted to swinging its powerful tail, striking with terrifying velocity. For the first time, the two engaged in close combat, generating cyclone-like waves in the air akin to an 8th-level typhoon. The audience in the live stream watched in awe as the fierce winds generated by their clash swept across the ocean, crashing onto the shores and transforming into a torrential storm, reminiscent of a summer typhoon making landfall. Is this still a battle within the realm of biology? This is a disaster-level encounter, just as often mentioned in games. This is utterly beyond comprehension. The dragon and beast engaged in a fierce exchange on the ocean's surface for dozens of rounds, creating chaos, yet neither could claim victory. Godzilla was subtly at a disadvantage. It attempted to retreat to the ocean depths, hoping to limit the golden dragon's aerial capabilities. Little did it know that the divine dragon could soar through the skies or traverse the deepest parts of the sea. With a roar, Godzilla resurfaced, its body marred by wounds, raging with frustration. Unable to prevail in the air or the depths, it abandoned the notion of competing in physical prowess and unleashed a beam of energy towards the golden dragon. The young golden dragon remained undaunted, shimmering with golden light as a protective layer enveloped it, effortlessly absorbing the beam that had once sliced through 10-centimeter-thick steel plates. The terrifying ray, which could cut through ships, was reflected off the dragon's golden shield as if sunlight struck a mirror. Godzilla, caught off guard, found itself wounded by its own attack, nearly severing its head. Impressive, truly impressive. This is the totemic divine beast of our China. The so-called monster king of the Cherry Blossom Nation is no match. To be able to rebound even Godzilla's lethal ray, this protective golden light is undoubtedly a force of hierarchy. Destroy it. Avenge our fallen warriors. Scorched Earth would be a fitting fate. Since Godzilla's emergence, this marked the first time that the forces of China had gained the upper hand, prompting cheers and encouragement for the divine dragon from the live stream audience. Godzilla, too, sensed its dire predicament. With the golden dragon's mastery over water, it knew retreating to the depths would not save it. With no escape route, it resolved to fight to the bitter end. Realizing its rays would be reflected, the spines along Godzilla's back began to glow with blue light as it charged its energy. It opened its mouth once more. This time, instead of a searing beam, it unleashed 2 massive energy spheres. The young golden dragon regarded this move with disdain. It had already countered this energy projectile, and now it would not falter. It executed a swift tail whip, batting the 2 energy spheres away with precision. The explosive collision of the energy spheres with the ocean sent towering waves surging, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Had the young golden dragon not intentionally drawn the battlefield away from the shore, those waves could have flooded the entire metropolis. Having trained against Godzilla's repeated attacks, the young golden dragon began a fierce counteroffensive, wielding its bloodline's powers with increasing mastery. Ultimately, it struck Godzilla down onto the ocean's surface and soared into the air with a triumphant roar. Nature responded to the dragon's call, and suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder. A bolt of golden lightning descended. Crack! The golden thunder struck with a speed incomprehensible to living beings, instantly piercing through the fallen Godzilla. The residual golden sparks scattered across the ocean's surface, transforming the entire sea into a shimmering golden expanse, glistening like a mountain of gold. The audience in the live stream, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly believe their eyes. By heavens, golden thunder, is this the righteous wrath of the cosmos? Golden lightning represents the highest divine retribution. Can the young golden dragon summon divine punishment to vanquish its foes? Truly a supreme spirit, a favored child of heaven and earth. Young golden dragon, here comes the thunder. The viewers from China were filled with exhilaration at the sight of the golden lightning. Meanwhile, the young golden dragon, observing Godzilla being struck down and sinking into the depths, wore a satisfied expression. It soared back to the shoreline, striking a proud pose before Chun Haoming, as if a child eagerly awaiting praise for a good report card or a high school student showcasing their prowess to classmates. Yet, Chun Haoming's countenance remained tense. As if sensing something amiss, his gaze fixed sternly upon the direction of the ocean. Moments later, his brow furrowed deeply as he suddenly shouted, "Young golden dragon, be cautious. That creature is not yet defeated." With Chun Haoming's alarm, others began to notice unusual movements on the ocean's surface. A plume of steam erupted from the depths, followed by countless others. The entire ocean surface erupted into a boiling frenzy, as if the sea were being cooked, with numerous marine creatures scalded and floating lifelessly, their carcasses strewn across the eastern sea, a sight most horrifying. Then, a crimson tide surged from the depths, as if magma was erupting from the ocean floor. Is there a volcanic eruption beneath the sea? Has the volcanic lava boiled the ocean? The viewers, witnessing this disaster-like scene, were left in shock, commenting in disbelief. Chen Haoming, however, wore an expression of grave concern. This was dire. The creature had evolved, and now it was in its red lotus form. Chapter 74. Crimson Lotus Godzilla. What is Crimson State? What is this, Crimson Knight? Has it turned into a digital monster? The viewers in the live stream were baffled, flooding the chat with questions. Chen Haoming began to enlighten the audience. As everyone speculated earlier, Godzilla is not a carbon-based life form. It hails from outer space, with a bodily structure that is entirely different from the organisms commonly found on Earth. The specifics are so complex that even several papers would struggle to elucidate them. However, one thing is crystal clear. It possesses a unique core capable of absorbing and releasing energy, with radiation energy being the most compatible attribute. Godzilla is not a carbon-based life form and originates from outer space. Upon hearing Chen Haoming's words, the audience was momentarily stunned, failing to register the latter part of his explanation, overwhelmed by the initial revelation. They had boldly speculated that Godzilla, capable of emitting energy beams and rays, was no ordinary flesh and blood creature, but when Chen Haoming confirmed its extraterrestrial origin, it sent shockwaves through them. Yet Chen Haoming nodded in affirmation, confirming this fact before the live audience. Indeed, Godzilla is an alien entity. Its mechanisms for survival and life structure are entirely unlike ours. As long as its core is energized sufficiently, it can sustain regeneration and combat prowess. The so-called Crimson Lotus state refers to a state of uncontrolled nuclear reaction within its core. In this state, Godzilla's skin turns a vibrant red, continuously emitting steam, and its body temperature escalates until it risks self-dissolution. However, during this process, it becomes an almost invincible force. With a grave expression, Chen Haoming elucidated the situation before him, seemingly corroborating his words. Godzilla, which had just been pierced by a golden lightning bolt, resurfaced above the ocean. Its skin cracked, revealing an interior that appeared to be composed of molten rock. The terrifying heat emanating from its body boiled the surrounding seawater, creating a swirling mist of steam. Roar. In its rampaging Crimson Lotus state, Godzilla unleashed a beam of energy once more. This time, the beam was no longer pulsed, but a continuous stream of radiation. The five-clawed golden dragon charged forward once more, yet this time its protective golden light could not entirely refract the onslaught of rays. The intense heat pushed it high into the air, threatening to dissipate its protective aura. Meanwhile, the leader of the ugly nation watched intently as the golden dragon battled Godzilla. Initially unfazed by the earlier segments, he was taken aback to discover that the divine beast of Huaxia was not inferior in power to the extraterrestrial creature. In fact, the little golden dragon had maintained the upper hand for most of the encounter. He almost believed that the Godzilla of Sakura country was so feeble it could be defeated by Huaxia's divine dragon. Fortunately, in a critical moment, it activated its Crimson Lotus state. The leader was genuinely startled. Had the Godzilla from Sakura country been so easily vanquished by the divine dragon, their strategy of stalling for time would have been utterly thwarted. However, it was evident that the Crimson Lotus state would consume its core, suggesting that Sakura country's national strength would decline another notch after this encounter. Seeing Godzilla enter its Crimson Lotus state, the leader of the ugly nation felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he lamented that such self-destruction on Godzilla's part felt like a waste. Beside him, the military commander of the ugly nation remained unconcerned. He reassured the leader, saying, "You need not worry, great leader. Sakura country was merely a pawn in this game. Once we complete the development of Zone 9, it will no longer be necessary. At that point, who in the blue planet could possibly compare to us? Indeed, as the beacon of civilization on the blue planet, the ugly nation must maintain its position as the foremost power." The leader nodded in satisfaction. Off the coast of Magic City, the battle between the five-clawed golden dragon and the Crimson Lotus Godzilla had reached a fever pitch. Streams of golden lightning clashed with torrents of crimson rays, altering the very hue of the sky. Enormous waves erupted across the ocean, stirring up chaos throughout the East China Sea. The coastline of Magic City was incessantly battered by terrifying winds and waves, prompting the stationed military to mobilize entirely in preparation for the impending disaster. Yet, the tempest was merely a prelude. Should the five-clawed golden dragon succumb, the rampaging Crimson Lotus Godzilla would land ashore, turning the thriving Magic City into ruins overnight. This Crimson Lotus state of Godzilla equates to infinite energy. Indeed, its rays can be emitted endlessly, and the searing heat prevents the little golden dragon from approaching. The little golden dragon seems to be expending tremendous energy. It can hardly hold on. The little golden dragon was compelled to use its protective golden light for defense. Under continuous strain, even maintaining flight became a challenge, leaving it teetering precariously. Just as everyone believed the golden dragon would falter and Magic City would face catastrophic ruin, Shen Haoming, as the of the little golden dragon, was diligently observing the battlefield. After signing the life bond, their thoughts were interconnected. As the little golden dragon awakened its combat instincts from its bloodline, Shen Haoming too acquired relevant knowledge and heritage. However, the dragon's ancestral memories were vast. Shen Haoming meticulously sifted through the information to find something applicable to the current situation and ultimately identified the perfect strategy at this critical juncture. Little golden dragon. Utilize dragon water absorption. Shen Haoming commanded, his intent transmitted directly to the dragon's mind through the extraordinary bond. The little golden dragon, understanding the implication immediately, gathered its remaining strength and soared several dozen meters high, opening its jaws towards the ocean below. A powerful vortex of suction formed before its mouth, drawing immense quantities of seawater into the air, creating a gigantic water spout. With a resonant roar, this towering water spout, reaching several hundred meters, surged towards the rampaging Godzilla under the golden dragon's command. Godzilla instinctively sensed danger and unleashed a torrent of scorching rays in an attempt to obliterate the water spout. Yet, in the maritime battlefield, how could the boundless ocean be destroyed? Soon, the colossal water spout enveloped Godzilla. The creature, with a body temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, began to mix with the vast quantity of seawater. Countless gallons of water evaporated due to the intense heat, and just as many were drawn up by the golden dragon to replenish the vortex. No matter how powerful the core within Godzilla, it could not boil the entire Pacific Ocean. Its temperature plummeted rapidly as the seawater cooled it, causing the nuclear reaction within its core to diminish. Godzilla's crimson state is weakening. The viewers in the live stream could visibly see the dark red, lava-like color of Godzilla's exterior gradually fade. As the core cooled, Godzilla was compelled to exit the Crimson Lotus state, reverting back to its original form. Incredible, the little golden dragon even understands how to use seawater to cool its opponent. I think I just heard Shen Haoming call out. Indeed, it must be Qin, the Great One, commanding the little golden dragon in battle. Didn't they sign some partner agreement? It's the life bond, to be precise. Regardless, it seems they've finally triumphed over this Godzilla. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing the reversal of fortune, could not contain their excitement and began to cheer jubilantly. Chapter 75, The Emergence of Mechagodzilla. What is happening? The supreme leader within the Black Palace of the Ugly Nation had barely savored his moment of joy for 2 minutes when he was jolted to attention by the current battle situation off the coast of Magic City. The commander beside him wore a look of sheer horror. They had not anticipated that the divine beast of Huaxia still possessed such vigor. This golden dragon was unexpectedly formidable. Furthermore, it should merely be a newly hatched dragon. The analysts in the Black Palace had been closely monitoring Wang Miaomiao's live stream. Through their analysis, they discerned that this golden dragon was cloned from the dragon corpse involved in the Yingchuan Dragon Fall incident and had only just emerged from the Dragon Lockwell today. Supreme Leader, if we allow this golden dragon to grow, the consequences would be dire, one analyst advised. Compared to the extraterrestrial monstrosities, the Ugly Nation had a limited understanding of the mountain and sea deities of Huaxia. The Supreme Leader was evidently aware that matters were not looking promising. The satellite imagery revealed that Godzilla had been suppressed once more. It had lost its Crimson Lotus state of rampaging power, and defeat was merely a matter of time. The Supreme Leader's expression darkened, and with a steely gaze, he made his decision. Has Area 9 been fully activated? Release Mechagodzilla. Was it too early to reveal Mechagodzilla? The commander hesitated momentarily, but the Supreme Leader's stern gaze silenced any dissent. Understanding that the Supreme Leader had resolved to act, the commander ceased further discussion and used a satellite phone to relay orders to his subordinates. Moments later, at a mid-level position in Area 9, amidst the vigilant presence of dozens of soldiers, a colossal steel gate over 100 meters wide opened, revealing a vast, deep well below. 5 of the Ugly Nation's latest ultra-large transport planes began to hoist a colossal steel beast from the depths. After departing Area 9, the transport planes flew directly toward the direction of Huaxia. Once they left the territorial waters of the Ugly Nation, the planes released the mechanical behemoth into the sea, activating its life core. The enormous mechanical creature's eyes instantly glimmered with light. Receiving its orders, it turned its head towards the east, unleashing a tail swipe that generated terrifying waves and began to swim several kilometers toward the east. Haha. Our technology in the Ugly Nation is truly unparalleled on Blue Star. The power of this Mechagodzilla is far beyond that of the Godzilla from the land of cherry blossoms. Indeed, our design goal was to combat the Crimson Lotus state of the Godzilla from the land of cherry blossoms. After numerous enhancements, even the Godzilla in its Crimson Lotus state is no match for our Mechagodzilla. The personnel from the Ugly Nation watched with satisfaction as Mechagodzilla sped eastward, a scene that was also captured by Huaxia satellites. From the moment Godzilla from the land of cherry blossoms appeared, the command center of Huaxia had already suspected that the Ugly Nation was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The forces of the land of cherry blossoms would not recklessly choose a strategy that would inflict self-harm while attacking their enemies. After all, Godzilla was not a pet of the land of cherry blossoms and would launch indiscriminate attacks upon awakening, primarily targeting the land of cherry blossoms itself. Suspicious, but lacking evidence. The command center of Huaxia had no choice but to keep the orbital satellites focused on the situation in the Ugly Nation. At this moment, the satellite imagery revealed Mechagodzilla emerging from Area 9 and subsequently activating in international waters, igniting fury within the command center of Huaxia. Indeed, it is this group from the Ugly Nation causing trouble behind the scenes. Broadcast this footage and let the world know what is transpiring. The head of the satellite monitoring team slammed his palm on the table, and his subordinates promptly redirected the satellite footage to major television networks, simultaneously linking it to Wang Miao's live stream. The battle off the coast of Magic City had now captured the attention of the vast majority of people worldwide. The sudden appearance of Godzilla from the land of cherry blossoms and the divine dragon of Huaxia left global citizens bewildered. Just then, Huaxia shockingly revealed another astonishing piece of information. The Ugly Nation had covertly researched and manufactured Mechagodzilla. This was clearly a weapon prepared for war. Outrage erupted among the global populace. The people of the Ugly Nation are shameless, proclaiming themselves as peace fighters while secretly developing such devastating weaponry. Mechagodzilla is indeed advancing toward Huaxia. Heavens, is the Ugly Nation about to launch a war against Huaxia? This threatens to disrupt world peace. In no time, global netizens condemned the Ugly Nation. However, the Ugly Nation was evidently prepared, as they typically maintained an advantage in the realm of public opinion. Various experts quickly emerged to lead the narrative. Meanwhile, netizens in Huaxia engaged in a heated war of words with the Ugly Nation across major global platforms while anxiously monitoring the battlefield off the coast of Magic City. One Godzilla from the land of cherry blossoms was already a formidable challenge. And although the little golden dragon had utilized its innate ability to manipulate water to disrupt the Godzilla's Crimson Lotus state, the earlier confrontation had exhausted the little dragon significantly. Now, it could barely contain the Godzilla in its ordinary state. But if the Ugly Nation's Mechagodzilla arrived, could this little divine dragon truly withstand the onslaught? Clearly, Mechagodzilla had no regard for the emotions of Huaxia's netizens and was rapidly closing in with terrifying speed. Chapter 76. The Terror of Mechagodzilla. As the little golden dragon continued its fierce battle with Godzilla, poised to deliver a decisive blow, Mechagodzilla suddenly erupted from the depths of the ocean, crashing violently into the little golden dragon. Thanks to a protective barrier of golden light, the little golden dragon was not directly injured. However, the sheer force propelled it into the air. Enraged by the ambush, the little golden dragon swiftly returned, its fifth claw slicing through the air, shimmering with golden brilliance. This maneuver had proven effective against Godzilla before, as its short forelimbs could not grasp the agile creature. Yet, the current situation was drastically different. Mechagodzilla's forelimbs could extend into the air. It awaited the little golden dragon's approach, then unleashed a torrent of high-pressure flames from its right claw, ensnaring the golden dragon's body in an instant. The divine dragon roared in resistance, its immense strength stirring up hurricanes in the sky, capable of shattering alloys. Yet, the material of the claw remained unyielding. The chain connecting to the claw began to churn, forcibly pulling the dragon backward. Naturally, the dragon would not submit easily. It summoned its aerial prowess, engaging in a titanic struggle upon the ocean's surface. The dragon's ascended force evidently exceeded Mechagodzilla's weight. It forcibly lifted Mechagodzilla entirely from the water. Good. Mechagodzilla has lost its leverage. Our Chinese dragon can soar above the heavens. If it does not release its grip, we shall take it to the skies. And it shall not survive the fall. The audience in China erupted in cheers. However, at that moment, several nozzles extended from Mechagodzilla, rotating to face the heavens, igniting and expelling high-pressure flames. A jet-propelled flying apparatus. How absurd. Are you telling me this is an alien creature? It is clearly a war machine. Those shameless Americans have lost all dignity. Just moments ago, the Americans had declared on the international stage that Mechagodzilla was an extraterrestrial monster, claiming they had expended immense resources to control it. They asserted that it was only due to the Chinese releasing the dragon that these alien creatures had gone rogue. But would an alien organism install such technology upon itself? Even if it could, where would it acquire the fuel? This was clearly rocket fuel. Were the Americans suggesting that alien monsters had military factories on Earth? The little golden dragon, which had just hoisted Mechagodzilla into the sky, could no longer withstand the combined weight of Mechagodzilla and the thrust from its jet systems. It was forcibly drawn closer to Mechagodzilla. Almost immediately, Mechagodzilla's eyes glowed red. A beam of infrared laser shot straight at the airborne dragon, gripped by the claw. The golden dragon had nowhere to escape and could only raise its protective golden barrier to withstand the assault. Yet, this high-energy laser overwhelmed even the golden shield, striking the dragon's body and causing large patches of golden scales to fall, stained with blood. This is utterly disgusting. I refuse to believe that an alien being could emit laser beams from its eyes. The appearance of Mechagodzilla is unmistakably reminiscent of American manufacturing. Who could fail to recognize it? What a blatant lie. Damn it, engaging in a war of words with the Americans is futile now. I fear the little golden dragon may not endure. If the little golden dragon falters, then the Magic City, given the arsenal of lethal weapons at Mechagodzilla's disposal, it would take little time to reduce the Magic City to ruins. The hearts of the Chinese audience sank at the thought. As one of China's economic core cities, should it fall to the two Godzillas, the nation's comprehensive strength would plummet. The Americans and the Japanese would not miss such an opportunity. And if they were to strike while China was down, the situation would become dire. The scorched little golden dragon, now baring its teeth in agony, roared continuously in the air and finally managed to break free from the claw's grip. Yet, Mechagodzilla could retract its claw and launch another assault. This time, it did not merely fire its right claw but unleashed both claws simultaneously. The claws intertwined in the air, relentlessly attempting to recapture the dragon. The dragon, now pursued, darted about frantically. The earlier aerial advantage had vanished, and danger lurked at every turn. Little golden dragon, return. Chen Haoming could no longer bear to watch. He was connected to the dragon through a bond and sensed its precarious state. Although the little golden dragon did not fully comprehend Chen Haoming's summons, it felt trepidation before Mechagodzilla and decided to retreat toward the coastline. In the distance, the United States. The Supreme Commander and others laughed heartily upon witnessing Chen Haoming recalling the dragon. Look, that little China has run out of options. As they say, this is a case of a desperate donkey kicking. What a farce. The Chinese totem is no match for our Mechagodzilla. Meanwhile, on the scene, Wang Miao Miao and others were bewildered. As Chen Haoming summoned the dragon back, Mechagodzilla charged directly toward the coastline of the Magic City. Prepare for battle, the Chinese commander bellowed. A multitude of tanks and armored missile vehicles surged from the military district, fortifying the coastline. Heavy cruisers from other sea regions also raced toward the Magic City. The territory of China would not be allowed to fall under invasion, whether from foreign armies or monstrous entities. Do not rush. Chen Haoming suddenly spoke. The commander paused, bewildered. When was it not time to be urgent? Mr. Chen, you have recalled the dragon. Are you not preparing to collaborate with the coastal military for defense? Of course. That is part of my plan, but it is not yet necessary, Chen Haoming replied, maintaining his composure, displaying no signs of panic in the face of a colossal crisis. He gazed toward the opposite side of the Pacific Ocean, smiling faintly. The Americans believed that by emulating Godzilla and creating Mechagodzilla, they could deliver a crushing blow to China. Yet they profoundly misunderstood these extraterrestrial behemoths. In confirmation of Chen Haoming's words, the onlookers soon observed in astonishment that the Godzilla from the land of the rising sun had ensnared Mechagodzilla's tail, preventing it from advancing toward the Magic City. The members of the Black Palace in America were incensed at this sight. An array of expletives erupted on satellite television. What on earth is that foolish Godzilla from the land of the rising sun doing? Not only does it not assist, but it also hinders our progress? Call the Prime Minister of the land of the rising sun and demand an explanation. The Supreme Commander seethed with rage, while an expert nearby wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, Supreme Commander, this is beyond the control of the land of the rising sun. That Godzilla is a genuine extraterrestrial beast, not something our Mechagodzilla can independently command. What a useless nation, the land of the rising sun. After all these years of research, they still cannot control Godzilla. The Supreme Commander seethed with frustration. Meanwhile, the battlefield off the coast of the Magic City had erupted into a fierce confrontation, Mechagodzilla versus Godzilla. Chapter 77, The energy core of the alien behemoth. The battle between the two Godzillas was far more ferocious than that between the dragon and Godzilla. The primordial Godzilla seemed deeply offended, launching itself relentlessly at the mechanized Godzilla, trading injury for injury. Its exterior was as solid as rock, yet its core was forged of true iron and bronze. The tails of the two titans collided, creating blinding sparks. Long tail met long tail. Heat beams clashed with lasers. Energy cannons fired against rocket launchers. The ocean's surface churned with monstrous waves, while the world watched the live broadcast in stunned silence. At that moment, the entire globe fell into a hushed awe. Each of these colossal creatures was comparable to an entire army. Many commanders from smaller nations questioned whether their military strength could withstand even one of these titans. Alas, the military dynamics of Blue Star may be on the verge of a transformation. The military history of Blue Star may also be rewritten. This mechanized Godzilla developed by the Ugly Nation has already surpassed the capabilities of other nations in this era. The Godzilla from the Cherry Blossom Nation is no different. If what Mr. Chen has said is true, that this is an alien behemoth, then Blue Star must brace itself for a confrontation with these creatures. Hasn't Mr. Chen been preparing all along, with gene serums and clone little dragons? All those observing the day's events sensed an impending transformation for Blue Star. On the coastline of Magic City, the commander of the station troops gazed into the distance at the battle unfolding, struggling to comprehend the situation. He approached Chen Haoming, who had anticipated this very scene, and inquired, "Mr. Chen, given that this Godzilla harbors animosity towards the mechanized one, should we not lend our assistance? The alien Godzilla is capable of absorbing energy. Surely the mechanized Godzilla cannot counter that?" Previously, the missiles deployed by Huaxia's military proved utterly ineffective, leaving the missile forces frustrated, yet the circumstances appeared to have changed dramatically. "Do not," Chen Haoming swiftly interjected. The commander was taken aback, unable to grasp the rationale. The online viewers in the live chat were equally perplexed. Why not help the alien Godzilla? It seems to be in a dire state. Indeed, it was previously beaten severely by the little dragon. It appears poised to be vanquished by that mechanized Godzilla. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Surely it would be beneficial to eliminate the mechanized Godzilla of the Ugly Nation first. Listening to the barrage of questions from the chat, Chen Haoming shook his head. Our ultimate adversary remains this alien Godzilla. While the mechanized Godzilla may appear formidable, it is not a true high-tier life form. High-tier life form? The netizens were now uncertain how many times they had encountered new terminologies from Chen Haoming. High-tier life forms refer to beings like the little dragon and Godzilla. Genuine life forms, as opposed to mechanical constructs fueled by steel. No matter how powerful a machine may be, it is merely akin to a nuclear bomb. High-tier life forms are altogether different. Chen Haoming offered an explanation, and the public seemed to grasp a portion of it, yet not entirely. To them, both the mechanized and alien Godzillas were unfathomable terrors that surpassed imagination. Although some remained skeptical, the military commander chose to trust Chen Haoming's judgment and opted for restraint. Meanwhile, the Godzilla in the arena grew increasingly frenzied. Its core energy was nearly depleted, rendering it incapable of unleashing heat beams or energy cannons. For the first time, it resorted to using its jaws to bite. Astonishingly, the bionic metal, crafted by the Ugly Nation from alien materials, was torn apart by the alien Godzilla's teeth, resulting in one of the mechanized Godzilla's forelimbs being bitten off. In retaliation, the mechanized Godzilla began to go berserk, unleashing an arsenal of diverse weaponry. Claw missiles, high-energy lasers, rocket launchers. Yet in this world, every creature has its match. The mechanized Godzilla's weaponry was lethal to the dragon, but such energy-based attacks had no effect on the alien Godzilla. It withstood every assault, not only unharmed, but seizing the opportunity to absorb vast amounts of energy. Once it replenished its energy reserves, it erupted with swirls of heated steam. The state of Crimson Lotus returned, in a state of core overload. The alien Godzilla radiated scorching energy. With its forelimbs and tail, it ensnared the mechanized Godzilla in a tight embrace, akin to a lover's affectionate hold. However, the mechanized Godzilla, as the embraced partner, suffered greatly. Its mysterious alloy melted under the terrifying heat. It struggled relentlessly, yet the alien Godzilla held on with a death grip, allowing the mechanized Godzilla to inflict countless wounds upon it. The alien Godzilla's resistance soon ceased. It had been entirely consumed by the searing embrace of the Crimson Lotus state. Only then did the alien Godzilla release it, swiftly thrusting its tail into the molten remnants of the mechanized Godzilla, extracting an energy core. Indeed, the Ugly Nation had discovered the energy core from an unknown source. I speculated that, given their technological level, they should not have been able to create the mechanized Godzilla. An energy core? The audience began to buzz with curiosity once more. Chen Haoming elucidated, the energy core, also referred to as the fire seed, is the life essence of alien behemoths. For them, it embodies life and soul. Wait a moment, why does that term, fire seed, sound so familiar? It does ring a bell. I'm quite familiar with it. Isn't that a concept from Transformers? Transformers are also a form of alien behemoth, existing in reality. In fact, both Transformers and Godzilla, as well as the dragon, share origins that can be traced back in lore. The live chat plunged into an eerie silence. Mr. Chun, are you suggesting that the monsters we see depicted in films and legends across the globe now exist on Blue Star? It is not so exaggerated. Many depictions are indeed fictional. However, it is not as sparse as you might imagine. There are certainly more than just the three titans before you. As Chun Haoming elaborated to the audience, the alien Godzilla had already swallowed the energy core. Immediately, it expelled vast amounts of steam. Its body transitioned further into the Crimson Lotus state, resembling a colossal lava beast. It is our time to engage. Chun Haoming instructed the little dragon to retreat momentarily, not merely to prevent the alien Godzilla from consuming the mechanized core, but to buy time for the little dragon to recuperate its strength. During this brief interval, he had activated the gecko's regeneration gene, continuously restoring the little dragon's injuries and stamina through their symbiotic bond. The crowd soon realized that the little dragon had unknowingly begun to recover from the scales that had been lost during the laser assault. Even more astonishing to the onlookers was that Chun Haoming had chosen to mount the back of the little dragon. Mr. Chen appears to be preparing to ride the dragon into battle. Chapter 78, The Great Defeat of Godzilla. Go, little golden dragon. Strike it fiercely. Let the citizens of Sakura Country and the Ugly Country witness the might of our Chinese divine dragon. In my opinion, we should lure Godzilla to Sakura Country. Let them experience the sensation of being trampled. Does anyone upstairs care to see what you're saying? Of course, we must eliminate Godzilla to prevent future threats. As the live stream's chat exploded with fervent discussions, the little golden dragon soared above Godzilla, casting an imposing shadow over the behemoth below. Noticing the gaze directed at it, Godzilla slowly raised its head, furiously pounding its chest with its claws, seemingly venting its wrath, as sparks ignited from the friction against its fiery red skin. Godzilla gradually opened its cavernous mouth, a fireball forming within. The surrounding air began to ripple and distort due to the intense heat. What is that? Am I imagining things? Why do I feel like the air around Godzilla is warping? The cameraman, one hand holding the camera, leaned forward with curiosity. Pujuan furrowed his brow tightly. It is not an illusion. If that thing strikes, it would likely incinerate anything in its path. All eyes were riveted on the little golden dragon and Chun Haoming, holding their breath, not daring to blink, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. In an instant, a crimson fireball erupted from Godzilla's mouth, hurtling towards the little golden dragon. Dodge! Chun Haoming shouted. The little golden dragon agilely twisted its body and darted aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, Godzilla had no intention of letting the little golden dragon escape, launching a barrage of fireballs, all of which were evaded with ease. Chun Haoming smirked. Now it is our turn, little golden dragon. Upon hearing this, the little golden dragon raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar, then flicked its tail and descended towards the clouds. Moments later, the pristine white clouds darkened ominously, and deep rumbles of thunder echoed from the thickening mass. Accompanying the thunder were lightning strikes, each thicker than a man's arm, cascading down upon Godzilla's cracked, pockmarked skin, emitting a sizzling sound. Initially intending to harness the power of thunder, it became evident that the lightning summoned by the Chinese divine dragon was beyond the endurance of an extraterrestrial creature. Soon, charred marks appeared on Godzilla's fiery skin. Well done, little golden dragon. Summon more lightning strikes to char it. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. If we don't show them some color, the citizens of Sakura Country might think we Chinese are mere clay. Godzilla was already a defeated foe of the little golden dragon. Thinking it has become more formidable just because it looks redder? Our Chinese divine beast is indeed magnificent. It is unstoppable, like a god slaying gods and a Buddha slaying Buddhas. Chun Haoming, seemingly unwilling to grant Godzilla any respite, urged the little golden dragon closer. What is Mr. Chen planning? Wang Miao Miao exclaimed in astonishment. The temperature surrounding Godzilla had reached its zenith. Even the little golden dragon would suffer significant harm approaching it. Wasn't this a reckless venture? In contrast to her alarm, Pujuan remained calm, observing intently. Fear not, Mr. Chen has his strategy. Indeed, as the little golden dragon neared Godzilla, Chun Haoming leaped from its back. With no means to contend with the little golden dragon, Godzilla shifted its focus, raising its massive paw, preparing to stomp down. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped, some even covering their eyes, unable to bear the impending carnage. Minutes passed, and a few, driven by curiosity, peered through their fingers at the ocean below. Qin Haoming slammed his palm against the ground, and a whirlwind symbol appeared beneath Godzilla's foot. In the next moment, a tremendous tornado surged towards Godzilla, enveloping the creature in a powerful embrace. Then, Qin Haoming extended a hand towards the ominous cloud overhead, guiding it above Godzilla. And torrential rain cascaded down upon the Titan. What is happening? Qin Haoming can summon the winds and the rain too? Have you forgotten? Mr. Qin and the little golden dragon have formed a bond. Whatever the little golden dragon can do, so can Mr. Qin. As the lava on Godzilla's skin began to extinguish, releasing wisps of steam, Qin Haoming shouted to the little golden dragon, "Now, little golden dragon." Upon hearing this, the little golden dragon radiated a dazzling golden light, unleashing a commanding roar towards Godzilla. In an instant, a thick, purple beam descended with the roar, crashing heavily upon Godzilla. With a roar of agony, Godzilla fell, sending massive waves crashing against the shore. Yay! The little golden dragon has triumphed. Long live China. Long live Qin Haoming. Absolutely brilliant. Qin Haoming is our idol. Our territory shall not be invaded by the ugly country or Sakura country. I advise those who wish to encroach upon our territory to reconsider. Otherwise, it will not just be Godzilla that faces annihilation, but their entire nation. As Godzilla collapsed, the leader of the ugly country could no longer remain seated, slamming his fist on the table. Damn it. The citizens of Sakura country are a bunch of useless fools. They can't even breach the coastal defenses of China. What should we do now, Commander? If we allow China to grow stronger, our country may soon find itself beneath their feet. The commander of the ugly country stared intently at the live stream, his eyes betraying both shock and fear. If they could not control Godzilla, yet were easily defeated by China's little golden dragon, how utterly astonishing. It seemed there was no choice but to resort to that method. The leader's eyes darkened as he raised his head, resolutely declaring moments later, "Commander, are you suggesting we seek their assistance?" The commander paused, his expression turning grave. "Indeed, open the gates to Zone 9, allow me entry." The leader rose, striding towards the tightly sealed iron doors without looking back. As the doors slowly parted, a brilliant light shone down from above, and the leader stepped inside, vanishing from view. Before him lay an expanse of barren, pockmarked land, its surface a vivid red, dotted with a writhing green liquid. Gritting his teeth, the leader advanced slowly towards a massive circular platform in the distance. Chapter 79, The Invasion of the Alien UFOs. Upon the throne within the disk, an oddly shaped creature leisurely turned its head. Its four compound eyes gleamed in a yellow-green hue, and its face was marred by countless tumors. Most terrifying were its hands, resembling withered branches. "Master, I require your assistance." The commander humbly bowed, his voice trembling with fear. "What is it? Did the energy core I previously provided prove ineffective?" The deep, mechanical voice resonated, causing the commander to shudder involuntarily. "Your Excellency, the energy core you provided was consumed by Godzilla from Sakura Nation, and Godzilla was defeated by the little golden dragon from Huaxia." Upon hearing this news, the peculiar being waved its hand, and an invisible sound wave sent the commander flying several meters away. "Useless. You cannot even utilize a fine treasure I bestowed upon you." "I apologize, Master. Please grant me another chance. This time, I shall ensure Huaxia is thoroughly crushed beneath my feet." The commander hurriedly scrambled to his feet, prostrating himself before the strange entity. After a brief moment, a black token was tossed before him. "This token is for you. However, as I am aiding you this time, you should know how to express your gratitude. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Master." With that, the commander retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. "Bring the commander to me. I have matters to discuss with him." Understood. Moments later, the commander was escorted in by several officers, bowing respectfully to the peculiar creature. "Master, Commander, what instructions do you have?" "Follow me." The strange being rose and proceeded toward the laboratory, its gaze sweeping over the wall-mounted screens. The doors slowly parted. Upon entering the laboratory, countless containers filled with murky yellow liquid came into view, each housing a living person. Their eyes were tightly shut, and their bodies were covered with adhesive-like implants. "Commander, aren't these all high-ranking officials from our country?" The commander gasped in shock. Over the years, numerous high-ranking officials had mysteriously vanished, and in search of them, he had dispatched many soldiers to gather information. Never did he expect to find them in this laboratory. "Indeed, but you have learned too much." As the words left its mouth, the strange creature extended its hand, curling its fingers to brutally grasp the commander's head. The latter immediately began to convulse, his skin turning pale, and moments later, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, several diminutive aliens dragged the commander away. "Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," the commander stammered, swallowing hard. "Very well, depart." Returning to the Black Palace, the commander carelessly tossed the acquired token to an officer. "Take this and throw it into the sky." "Commander, what is this?" the officer inquired, examining the token with confusion. "Just do as instructed. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions." With a cold glare, the officer promptly fell silent and reluctantly left. Minutes later, the once clear sky was abruptly shrouded by a colossal black cloud, within which lightning crackled ominously. It resembled a whirlpool, rotating as it advanced toward the Yellow Sea region of Huaxia. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that beneath the cloud hovered a UFO larger than Godzilla, pulsating with a peculiar blue light. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, Wang Miao Miao passionately reported the news of Godzilla's defeat, expressing gratitude to Huaxia's navy for their valiant defense and to Mr. Chun for his courageous engagement, which led to a decisive victory. Next, I will interview Mr. Chun for his insights on this victory. With the microphone in hand, she approached Chen Haoming. "Mr. Chen, how do you perceive the provocations from Sakura Nation and the Ugly Nation? What are your thoughts on defeating Godzilla?" Receiving the microphone, Chen Haoming's demeanor grew serious before the camera. "In the face of invading nations, our Huaxia military will implement stringent punitive measures against the aggressors. And to all who confront powerful foes, do not succumb to fear. We must uphold our rights to defend our nation and our people." His words resonated deeply with the online audience. Indeed, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, those who trespass against Huaxia shall be punished, no matter how distant. Defending Huaxia is the duty of all. We must emulate the spirit of Huaxia's navy, which fights to the last breath. Support Chen Haoming. Resist the invaders. Before Wang Miao Miao could pose her next question, someone noticed the darkening sky. "Look, what is that?" an officer exclaimed, pointing. Everyone turned in the direction indicated, their expressions instantly grave. Beneath the UFO advancing into Huaxia's territory, shapes resembling alien monsters comparable in size to Godzilla emerged. "Not good. Those are alien spacecraft. Everyone, retreat immediately. Officers along the coastal defense line, be on alert," Chen Haoming shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily retreated. The coastal defense line commander grabbed his radio. "Attention! Unidentified flying objects are approaching our direction. All units, be on alert and prepare coastal artillery and ship-based missiles." In the next moment, a hoarse male voice emanated from the UFO. "Huaxia's little rabbits, today is the day you submit to our ugly nation. I advise you to lower your defenses and surrender willingly." This scene was naturally captured by the online audience, igniting their righteous indignation. Many wishing to join the coastal defense fleet in resisting the invaders. ISNT that an alien UFO. Does it truly exist in real life? The ugly nation is utterly shameless. If this is true, I am the first to look down upon the ugly nation. They lack strength yet collude with aliens. How disgraceful. The ugly nation has lost all sense of shame. Fear not, my brother Chen Haoming will strike and send these UFOs back into outer space. If they have the guts, let them send their own military to challenge our Huaxia forces. Chen Haoming patted the little golden dragon's head, preparing for a comprehensive response. When unexpectedly, the numerous UFOs halted midair. What is happening? Do they not dare to advance? The commander furrowed his brow, questioning the motionless UFOs. They must have realized the might of Huaxia. A wave of laughter diffused among the fleet, easing the tense atmosphere. Chen Haoming narrowed his eyes, fixated on the peculiar phenomenon. No, this situation is not so simple. Chapter 80. The mysterious mountains and seas before the multitude of hovering UFOs. A spectral figure gradually emerged from the surface of the sea. Upon noticing this ethereal apparition, the gazes of the onlookers were instantly captivated. A series of verdant mountains appeared to materialize above the ocean's horizon, shrouded in a gentle mist of milky clouds that billowed from the valleys, enveloping the peaks like a flowing liquid. Beneath these majestic mountains, the ocean shimmered with an increasingly vibrant blue hue, glistening under the sunlight. Witnessing this surreal spectacle, the comments in the live broadcast erupted in a frenzy. What on earth is that? A mirage? Am I hallucinating? It seems the UFOs are obstructed by that apparition. Indeed. It appears the UFOs from the ugly nation cannot penetrate that spectral barrier. Can someone explain what this phenomenon is? It seems extraordinarily potent. The description aligns with that of the classic of mountains and seas. At that moment, the leader of the ugly nation was filled with rage. questioning the incompetence of his subordinates. Why are you all just standing there? Flatten those arrogant individuals from Huaxia at once. However, it appeared that their hesitance was not due to reluctance, but rather because something was impeding their advance. An officer pointed at the extraordinary phenomenon displayed on the large screen. Merely observing the spectacle from their side, the personnel of the ugly nation could sense the immense power contained within the apparition, causing them to tremble involuntarily. What could it be that could thwart our fleet of UFOs? Could it be a secret development from Huaxia? What other hidden cards do they possess? Is this the same Huaxia that was once trampled upon like ants? It seems the current Huaxia should not be underestimated. Upon hearing the murmurs of his subordinates, the leader clenched his fists tightly and slammed his hands onto the table. If you dare to bolster the morale of others while diminishing your own, I shall send you all the Huaxia. At this, the room fell silent, heads bowed in trepidation. After an indeterminate passage of time, an officer cautiously approached the leader. Leader, what should we do now? What else can we do? Launch a full-scale attack. Before the crowd could divert their attention from the apparition, the halted UFOs began to stir. The blue beams of light beneath them grew ever brighter, gradually expanding. Moments later, an array of bizarre, gigantic creatures was unleashed, charging toward the spectral figure. If those monsters breach the apparition, we shall all suffer the consequences. Hu Jun's voice was laced with evident concern as he fixed his gaze on the creatures. Previously, a single Godzilla had wreaked havoc on the naval fleet, and although Xiao Jinlong and Chen Haoming had managed to vanquish it, they had expended considerable energy. If this horde of monsters were to invade, even Xiao Jinlong and Chen Haoming might struggle to withstand the onslaught. In contrast to Hu Jun's anxiety, Chen Haoming remained calm and composed. Fear not, these creatures cannot enter. If I am not mistaken, this is the mountains and seas. At his words, the atmosphere shifted to one of seriousness. The mythical beast described in the classic of mountains and seas, any one of which could very well be a high-ranking entity in Chen Haoming's estimation. The prowess of Xiao Jinlong had been evident to all. Should creatures from the mountains and seas manifest, not only would the released monsters be at risk, but even the UFOs above would likely be treated as mere playthings. Mr. Chen, since you can forge a life bond with Xiao Jinlong, what if you were to establish one with other mythical beasts? Wang Miaomiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Chen Haoming. Before she could complete her thought, Chen Haoming shook his head in resignation. I lack the confidence to form a life bond with other mythical beasts. There are far too many high-ranking entities in the mountains and seas that surpass Xiao Jinlong. Moreover, the more life bonds I create, the greater the strain on my body. I am but an ordinary human, and unless absolutely necessary, I refuse to gamble with my life. After all, with the ugly nation and the cherry blossom nation eyeing Huaxia covetously, it is solely up to me to safeguard it. Upon hearing this, Wang Miaomiao fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, the monster's assaults on the apparition proved futile. No matter their physical strikes or unleashed abilities, all were effortlessly consumed by the ethereal entity. Perhaps unable to tolerate the feeble attempts of the creatures, the apparition quivered momentarily, unleashing an invisible wave that surged forth like rolling tides, casting the monsters far away, crashing them into the ocean. The UFOs in the air also lost their balance, beginning to sway violently. Did you see that? Did you see it? The apparition moved not an inch and still caught those UFOs and monsters off guard. I believe I just witnessed the apparition unleash an intangible attack. Ha ha. The ugly nation has certainly bitten off more than they can chew this time. I wonder how long they can remain arrogant. Destroy all those UFOs and monsters. Before the creatures or UFOs could react, a piercing buzzing sound filled the air. This is bad. Everyone cover your ears. Realizing the impending danger, Chen Haoming quickly shouted a warning. The audience hurriedly raised their hands to shield their ears. Suddenly, the ocean erupted in multiple locations nearby, each explosion seemingly harboring tremendous power. Upon contact with the monsters, they were obliterated without a trace. In light of the dire circumstances, the UFOs attempted to change direction and flee. Yet, they could not escape the wrath of the apparition, which detonated them in midair. This is truly astounding. Witnessing this scene, Hu Jun could not help but swallow hard, his eyes betraying his astonishment. Meanwhile, Chen Haoming had already mounted Xiao Jinlong's back, preparing for action. Xiao Jinlong, now is the time. Take me into the mountains and seas. Xiao Jinlong twisted its body and soared toward the apparition with incredible speed. Just as they were about to reach the apparition, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Confused, Xiao Jinlong circled in the sky, realizing that it was intentionally preventing their entry. Chen Haoming muttered softly, patting Xiao Jinlong's head, signaling him to return. Upon landing, Hu Jun rushed forward eagerly. Mr. Chun, why did the mountains and seas disappear? Did you touch it just now? Not at all, Chen Haoming replied, shaking his head. stroking his chin thoughtfully. I believe it deliberately does not allow entry. Perhaps certain specific conditions must be met for the mountains and seas to manifest. Such an enigma. Hearing this, Hu Jun began to regard the phenomena that had only existed in books and films with newfound seriousness. Just then, a sharp cry echoed as a golden eagle gracefully landed on Chun Haoming's shoulder. Chapter 81. Tracking the magnetism of mountains and seas, gently stroking the golden eagle's head. He retrieved a letter from its talons, revealing several neatly pinned lines. Mr. Chen, please visit warehouse number 9 of the Mysterious Research Institute. There are pressing matters to discuss. After playing with the eagle for a moment, Chun Haoming tossed it into the air and turned to Hu Jun and Wang Miao. Officer Hu, Miss Wang, I have urgent business to attend to in Magic City. I must take my leave. Mr. Chun, I hope we meet again. Hu Jun stood at attention and saluted. Safe travels, Mr. Chun. Wang Miao nodded slightly. Mounting the little golden dragon, Chun Haoming's figure swiftly vanished from sight. Ladies and gentlemen, our live broadcast concludes here today. Thank you for watching. We shall meet again next time. With a smile, Wang Miao slumped against the wall beside her. How many brushes with death had she faced to trend in the news today? The thought still sent shivers down her spine. Hu Jun approached and gently patted her back in a comforting gesture. Miss Wang, after such an extensive live stream, you must be exhausted. Allow me to escort you home. With no desire for further formalities, Wang Miao nodded. That would be much appreciated, Officer Hu. As they traveled, Wang Miao was about to close her eyes for a moment of rest when her phone rang. It was a call from her superior. After a brief hesitation, she answered. Miao, the live stream was exceptional. This news has skyrocketed to the top of the trending charts, with viewership at an unprecedented level. Following discussions at higher echelons, we have decided to assign you to follow Mr. Chun Haoming's daily life and his research in the lab. But Mr. Chen's research is state secret. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Wang Miao asked incredulously, rubbing her ears to ensure she had heard correctly. Of course, I do not expect you to film any state secrets. Simply document his routine experiments. Furthermore, did you not extract a wealth of information from Mr. Chen's own words today? The voice on the other end carried a hint of irritation. Just as Wang Miao hesitated, her superior proposed an enticing condition. Miao, if you execute this task well, you will be the sole recipient of all intelligence the company acquires in the future. But I have no means to contact Mr. Chun. What should I do? Wang Miao inquired, unable to resist the allure of the offer. Hu Jun should have a way. I trust the police department won't miss the opportunity to protect Mr. Chun Haoming and gain credit for it. After hanging up, Wang Miao stared blankly at Hu Jun in the driver's seat, lost in thought. Warehouse No. 9 of the Mysterious Research Institute in Magic City. Upon Chun Haoming's arrival, an officer approached him. Mr. Chen, I have finalized agreements with most of the national experts. They are willing to assist us in developing Godslaying No. 2. This news had long been anticipated by Chun Haoming, who nodded calmly. I trust you have all seen the mountains and seas that appeared on the ocean? We have. The experts nearby grew serious. Realizing this was their first genuine encounter with mountains and seas, if they could harness its power, the civilization of Huaxia would surely reach new heights. Have we managed to track the magnetic field of mountains and seas? Chun Haoming inquired, raising his gaze to the experts. Every entity in the tangible world possesses a magnetic field. And mountains and seas is no exception. If we could trace its magnetic field, entering there would not be a challenge. When the apparition appeared, we exerted every effort to track it. But its magnetic field is exceedingly faint. Just as we detected it, it vanished. The expert sighed, an expression of disappointment on his face. Do we know the direction in which the apparition disappeared? Chun Haoming pressed on, unwilling to miss any tidbit of information about mountains and seas. In response, the expert marked several circles on a map. Mr. Chen, at the moment the apparition vanished, we sensed energy fluctuations at these locations. However, we are uncertain of the precise coordinates. Chun Haoming examined the map closely, pursing his lips. Continue monitoring these areas. When mountains and seas reappears, deploy all instruments to track its magnetic field immediately. Understood, Mr. Chen. After issuing instructions regarding mountains and seas, Chun Haoming turned to the officer behind him. Take me to meet those experts. Mr. Chen, please follow me. The officer led him forward. At the laboratory entrance, 2 soldiers stood guard with weapons drawn. Beside the door, a specialized iris lock secured the premises, a testament to the military's stringent safeguarding of laboratory secrets. Upon entering the laboratory, Chun Haoming overheard the experts engaged in a heated discussion. The genetic integration is exceedingly complex. Merely controlling the genetic variables of one species is a daunting task. Indeed, The biological genes within Godslaying number 1 comprise numerous species with incompatible traits. Merging these conflicting genes is no small feat at this point. The officer cleared his throat. Everyone, please be quiet. This is Mr. Chun Haoming, the developer of Godslaying number 1. Upon hearing the announcement, the experts fell silent and turned their astonished gazes toward Chun Haoming. The man before them, merely in his 20s, had achieved accomplishments far surpassing their own. The development of Godslaying number 1 was something they had never even dared to imagine. Chun Haoming smiled gently and shook hands with each of them. Esteemed experts, I recognize that developing Godslaying number 2 is an exceptionally challenging problem. However, I firmly believe that with your expertise, we can create a version suitable for the human body. Some species have excessively aggressive genes. We will reduce their concentration to the lowest possible level and identify the balance point for coexistence among the various genes. The experts exchanged glances, their resolve strengthening. Mr. Chun, rest assured, we will do our utmost to develop Godslaying number 2. Should you require any assistance, I am more than willing to have the biological specimens at my villa cooperate with your research at any time, Chun Haoming stated earnestly. Upon mentioning the villa, the experts couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation. They had witnessed the wild nature of the protected animals during Wang Miao Miao's live stream. One misstep could cost them their lives. Seeing their fearful expressions, Chun Haoming chuckled lightly. Do not worry. When you visit the villa, I will be by your side to ensure your safety. Chapter 82. The Scapegoat. With Chun Haoming's assurance, the experts finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the emergence of the mythical realm known as Shanghai, the situation in the ugly nation had grown increasingly tense. Supreme Leader, according to our investigations, the ethereal figure that appeared on the ocean's surface is indeed what the Huaxia people refer to as Shanghai. The experts presented their findings to the Supreme Leader. Over the years, not only Huaxia, but the ugly nation had also been probing the secrets of Shanghai. However, when Shanghai first manifested, they were caught off guard, and the apparition vanished before they could react. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Leader's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Can we be certain it is Shanghai? We are absolutely certain, the experts affirmed with a nod. Is there a way to make Shanghai reappear? The excitement in the Supreme Leader's eyes was palpable upon receiving the experts' confirmation. If the ugly nation could acquire all the mythical beasts within Shanghai, not only Huaxia but the entire Star Sea would surely bow before them. At that moment, the small golden dragon that had once defeated Godzilla would pale in comparison. Even if they had more, they would fear nothing. Supreme Leader, to make Shanghai reappear, we will likely need a specific condition, one expert began, pulling up the live broadcast replay from that time. Look here, Shanghai emerged when Huaxia was in dire peril. I suspect that to invoke Shanghai's return, we must place Huaxia in a similarly dangerous situation. Are we to launch another attack on Huaxia? The suggestion startled the Supreme Leader, who kicked the expert to the ground in anger. Are you trying to get me killed? Our nation has already incurred significant losses in our attempts to conquer Huaxia. When Shanghai last appeared, all our flying saucers were utterly destroyed. Do you wish to render our entire nation obsolete? Following this outburst, the chamber fell into a profound silence, with everyone lowering their heads, hesitant to make a sound. Unbeknownst to them, the Supreme Leader understood that to attack Huaxia once more, they would undoubtedly need the power of Zone 9. The events that transpired in the Zone 9 laboratory were still vivid in his memory. After a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Leader finally spoke. Though we cannot attack Huaxia at present, we can endeavor to simulate a scenario that places Huaxia in genuine danger. Supreme Leader, do you mean? The expert, puzzled, cautiously inquired. The Supreme Leader patted his shoulder and leaned closer, whispering, Shanghai is but an illusion, devoid of thought, like a human. We merely need to find a scapegoat to stand in for Huaxia. Understanding the implication, the expert nodded thoughtfully. Presently, the only nation suitable to serve as the scapegoat was Sakura country. Moments later, the gates of the ugly nation's military zone creaked open. Several soldiers, armed and ready, sprinted out, followed by a procession of tanks and artillery. At that moment, off the coast of the ugly nation, an aircraft carrier measuring 1,000 feet in length and 134 feet in width slowly emerged. In the skies above, countless fighter jets stood poised for action. With a command from the officer, the massive force swiftly set sail for Sakura country. Meanwhile, the naval fleet of Sakura country detected the anomaly. Attention all units. We have identified an unidentified flying object 2 kilometers away. All units, remain vigilant. The battleships are ready. Within minutes, the ugly nation's forces officially reached the waters of Sakura country. Your Excellency, it appears that those entering our waters are not enemies. They seem to be the army of the ugly nation. Aware of the situation along the coastal defense line, someone in the administrative center discovered the anomaly. The Prime Minister of Sakura Country was initially taken aback before hastily contacting the fleet commander. Quickly send someone to raise the flag of Sakura Country. This is all a misunderstanding. We must not engage in battle. The response from the other end was filled with confusion. Your Excellency, the opposing forces have already provoked us. Are we to simply endure this? Fool. That is the army of the ugly nation. If you act rashly, even with tenfold courage, I cannot guarantee your safety. The Prime Minister's furious voice reverberated through the receiver, leaving the commander momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he seized the intercom. All units, cease fire. Raise our flag. Despite their confusion, the officers complied, lowering their defenses and hoisting the flag of Sakura Country high. Subsequently, the commander shouted through a loudspeaker, "Soldiers of the ugly nation. I am the commander of the Sakura Naval Fleet. Please observe our flag. We are allies." However, mere moments later, the thunderous sounds of cannon fire erupted in the commander's ears. Several battleships along the shore ignited in flames, ultimately succumbing to the inferno. Damn it. The ugly nation is serious. Full alert. We will fight to the death against the invaders. The specter of war loomed ominously as the bombardment stirred the sea into towering waves. As the waves grew ever higher, the coastline of Sakura Country was soon engulfed, with torrents mercilessly crashing towards nearby structures. Hear me, people of Huaxia. Surrender swiftly to minimize your losses. The voice of the ugly nation's commander echoed ominously from the sky. What is this nonsense? We are Sakura Country, not Huaxia. Hadn't they just raised their flag? Did the ugly nation not see it? Quickly send someone else to raise our flag again. Meanwhile, Huaxia is safe and sound, yet our Sakura Country is on the brink of annihilation. The flag was raised once more, but the enemy ignored their actions and continued their relentless bombardment. The once peaceful coastline had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Breaking news. The ugly nation has breached the peace agreement and launched an attack on Sakura Country. The war has persisted for 2 hours. The casualties in Sakura Country have reached nearly 1 million. The ugly nation's ambitions are clear. Will they ignite the Third Great War in the Star Sea? In the embassy of Sakura Country, an urgent press conference was convened. Ladies and gentlemen, the ugly nation, driven by insatiable ambition, has first attacked Huaxia. And now it is our beloved Sakura Country. Perhaps the next nation to fall under their assault is you, watching on your screens. Shall we idly stand by as the ugly nation shatters the peace of the Star Sea? Only by uniting can we crush the ugly nation's ambitions in the cradle, restoring tranquility to the Star Sea. With tears of anguish, the Emperor of Sakura implored before the camera, each word a testament to his concern for the entire Star Sea. Meanwhile, the citizens of Sakura within the embassy began to voice their grievances against the atrocities committed by the ugly nation. Chapter 83. The reappearance of the mountains and seas. At the same time, the people of Huaxia were closely monitoring the developments of the ongoing conflict. This is what Sakura Country deserves. They previously conspired with ugly country to attack us, and now they are facing retribution. Bah! How dare they call for solidarity? In my opinion, Sakura Country should be annihilated. If I were the president of Huaxia, I would never send troops to assist them. Ugly country, strike them hard. It would be best if both sides were to suffer. In the mysterious research facility of Magic City, in warehouse number 9, Chun Haoming also took note of the news regarding Ugly Country's declaration of war against Sakura Country. Mr. Chun, should we dispatch troops for support? Although Sakura Country has wronged us first, Huaxia advocates for peace. A hesitant officer inquired, looking troubled. No need. Since Sakura Country summoned Godzilla into our territory, they have already declared themselves our enemy. We need not show mercy to foes, Chen Haoming replied sternly, meeting the officer's gaze. However, his current concern was not why Ugly Country had suddenly attacked Sakura Country, but rather the fact that the commander of Ugly Country had audaciously invoked the name of Huaxia in his address to Sakura Country. His instincts told him that Ugly Country was enacting a clandestine scheme. Keep a close watch on the situation. Report immediately if anything unusual arises. An hour later, Ugly Country's forces were on the verge of breaching Sakura Country's maritime defenses, yet no nation was willing to extend a helping hand. A soldier aboard Ugly Country's warship approached the commanding officer, puzzled. Is the Supreme Leader's strategy truly effective? The war has dragged on for so long, yet there has been no sign of the mountains and seas. The officer's confidence began to waver at the soldier's words. Wait a bit longer. What's the rush? Just then, a familiar ethereal silhouette appeared on the ocean's surface, identical to the one seen previously. This time, not only Ugly Country but also Huaxia was stirred by the revelation. Mr. Chen, the ethereal silhouette of the mountains and seas has reappeared. We are doing our utmost to track the magnetic field of the mountains and seas. However, the magnetic field remains unstable. Mr. Chen, where are you headed? The experts and officers in warehouse number 9 were preoccupied with tracking the silhouette's magnetic field to determine its location, while Chen Haoming hurriedly made his way outside. Continue your tracking. I must rush there at once. This time, the ethereal silhouette was not merely manifesting above the waters of Sakura country, but was visible to all within the sea star. What is happening? The mountains and seas have reappeared? Have you seen the news? They say the mountains and seas have manifested over the waters of Sakura country. What? Could it be that the war between Ugly Country and Sakura Country is merely a ruse? In my opinion, it is quite possible. Ever since I watched Wang Miao's live stream last time, now every nation desires the divine beasts within the mountains and seas. At that moment, Wang Miao, preparing to take her dog for a walk, noticed the anomaly and immediately called her superior. Please book me the fastest flight to Sakura Country. There is breaking news to cover. After a moment of hesitation, a deep male voice responded, Meow Meow, Sakura Country is incredibly dangerous right now. If you go there recklessly and something happens, it would be a grave mistake. I will ensure my own safety. Please trust me. Book me the fastest ticket. Wang Miao's gaze was resolute as she looked at the ethereal silhouette above. If she was correct, Chen Haoming would certainly be heading to Sakura Country as well. As long as she found him, not only would her safety be assured, but she could also conduct a highly anticipated live broadcast. Reluctantly, her superior finally acquiesced. Very well. Meow, but prioritize your safety over the broadcast. You can rest assured, I will return with even more sensational news. An hour later, Wang Miao arrived at the airport. Preparing to check in when a familiar male voice called out from behind, Miss Wang, wait for me. Turning around, she was startled to see Officer Hu. Officer Hu. What brings you here? I believe you have noticed the anomaly in the sky? The highest authorities have contacted our director, stating that Mr. Chen has already gone to Sakura Country alone. I must ensure his safety. As he spoke, he scrutinized Wang Miao. Miss Wang, you are not planning to go to Sakura Country in search of Mr. Chen, are you? Wang Miao calmly nodded. Indeed, since that's the case, we can travel together. Then I shall rely on you for the journey. At this moment, Chen Haoming had already arrived in the waters surrounding Sakura Country. Not far away. Ugly Country's forces had ceased their assault on Sakura Country, instead surrounding the ethereal silhouette with a fleet of vessels. Little Golden Dragon, do you have a way to enter the mountains and seas? Chen Haoming inquired as he stroked the creature's head while seated atop its back. In response, the little golden dragon shook its body and soared toward the silhouette. However, just as they were about to approach, a barrier suddenly materialized, blocking their path. Curious. Chen Haoming reached out to gently touch the barrier, which rippled like the surface of water at his contact. Yet, when he applied more force, a tremendous resistance rebounded against him, sending both him and the dragon tumbling several meters back. Clearly, brute force will not suffice, Chen Haoming muttered, glancing at his reddened fingertip. As he pondered, the personnel aboard Ugly Country's ships had already recognized him. That is Chen Haoming. Quickly, stop him. We must not allow him to enter the mountains and seas first. With that command, soldiers immediately launched missile attacks at Chen Haoming, all of which were effortlessly evaded by the little golden dragon. Even the tracking missiles were led on a wild chase toward Ugly Country's warships by the dragon. In a matter of minutes, several of Ugly Country's vessels had already sunk. We are utterly powerless against him. When will the Supreme Leader arrive? The Supreme Leader's arrival will mark Chen Haoming's demise. Indeed, let the Supreme Leader summon the flying saucer and capture Chen Haoming and his little dragon. Realizing they could not reach Chen Haoming, the soldiers could only place their hopes on the Supreme Leader. I've already contacted the Supreme Leader. He is rushing here as we speak. Rest assured, it's likely that Chen Haoming won't be able to enter. The commanding officer raised his hand, signaling for silence. Once the soldiers ceased their attacks, Chen Haoming redirected his focus to the ethereal silhouette. Suddenly, the little golden dragon arched its body and began to circle around the silhouette. What's wrong? Do you have a way to enter the mountains and seas? If so, let out a cry. Chen Haoming eagerly patted the back of the little golden dragon. Chapter 84. The Phoenix appears upon comprehending his words. The little golden dragon emitted a soft cry before soaring into the sky. The ethereal silhouette of the green mountain towered into the clouds, where a flicker of fiery red light shimmered at the summit. What could that be? Chen Haoming stared at the luminous spot with confusion. In the next moment, the little golden dragon raised its head and released a resounding dragon's roar, a sound so powerful that it made the very illusion tremble. A piercing phoenix cry resonated from the silhouette, seemingly responding to the little golden dragon's earlier call. Looking towards the source of the sound, a colossal fireball erupted from the depths of the green mountain, enshrouded in blood-red flames and adorned with golden wings. Feeling a wave of pressure, the onlookers on the sea lifted their heads in awe. What is that? Why is it so dazzling? Has another monster emerged from Huaxia? That creature called Little Golden Dragon? What on earth is this? How many secrets does Huaxia conceal? What is there to fear? That monster might just assist Huaxia, or perhaps aid us instead. At this moment, Wang Miao Miao, who had rushed to the scene, noticed the fiery phoenix in the sky and promptly instructed the cameraman to begin filming. Wang Miao Miao adjusted her attire, picked up the microphone, and flashed a polite smile at the camera. Hello everyone. I am Wang Miao Miao from People's Concerns. I am currently situated on the coastline of Sakura country, and I shall provide live coverage of the unfolding events. With that, the cameraman shifted the camera to the sky. Our goddess Miao Miao is truly striving to show everyone the reality of Sakura country. It is currently the most perilous location. Goddess Miao Miao, please ensure your safety. Look, what is that in the sky? Oh my, is that not a phoenix? Chen Haoming has even found a phoenix. This is utterly incredible. The phoenix seems to be approaching the little golden dragon. Do they know each other? As the phoenix drew closer, Chen Haoming suddenly felt a surge of nerves, his palms beginning to perspire. Little golden dragon, do you recognize it? Seeing the little golden dragon nod slowly, he could no longer contain his excitement, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Since the phoenix had emerged from the mountains and seas, it must possess a means to enter there, indicating he was one step closer to guiding the people of Huaxia towards a civilized future. When the phoenix reached the little golden dragon, it affectionately pecked its head before circling around it. The little golden dragon responded by lifting its tail. The two divine beasts spiraling together in the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from afar, causing the entire sea surface to tremble. And those on the water began to sway, struggling to maintain their balance. What is happening? What is that sound? Hu Jun, swaying left and right, steadied Wang Miao Miao beside him. Miss Wang, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head before addressing the camera. Everyone. A strange sound is emanating from not far away. What could it be? Let us switch the camera. As she spoke, the cameraman directed the lens towards the source of the noise. A deafening roar filled the air, and an orange-red figure emerged into view. Resembling a toothless pterosaur with a cracked skin rolling with streams of lava, perched atop the head of this colossal beast was the leader of the ugly nation. While beneath the beast's feet trailed a creature with 3 dragon heads, its body cloaked in golden scales and large wings protruding from its back, 2 tails thrashing behind it. That is Layden and Ghidorah. The leader of the ugly nation can control them? Their demeanor clearly indicates they are targeting Chen Haoming. Be careful. It seems the ugly nation intends to annihilate all countries and dominate the Star Sea alone. Aren't you curious why the ugly nation can control these 2 monsters? What the hell? Look at what the leader of the ugly nation is holding. That must be what controls these beasts. Sensing a foul odor, the little golden dragon and the phoenix ceased their playful antics, looking up in disgust at the 2 monsters. At that moment, they were eager to eliminate the source of the repugnant smell, their anger fueled by the disturbances to their play. Chen Haoming, I advise you to honestly reveal the method to enter the mountains and seas, and surrender your little golden dragon and the nearby divine beast. I shall spare your life. The leader of the ugly nation appeared brimming with confidence, gazing down at Chen Haoming with disdain. To his surprise, Chen Haoming chuckled, completely dismissing him. Oh, we shall see if you possess the capability. Words exchanged in vain. Layden gradually opened its massive maw with inverted fangs, fiery lava surging forth to attack the phoenix. Unexpectedly, the phoenix calmly opened its mouth to swallow the lava, then slightly flapped its flame-imbued wings, sending a torrent of blood-red flames racing towards Layden. Realizing the attack was imminent, the leader of the ugly nation visibly panicked. Dodge, you fool. In response, Layden began to evade left and right. Once the little golden dragon had set Chen Haoming down, it launched an attack on Ghidorah, darting towards it at remarkable speed. In anger, Ghidorah opened its mouth and fiercely clamped down on the little golden dragon. Oh my little golden dragon has been caught. My heart aches so much. No way. Little golden dragon, you must hold on. Woo, will the little golden dragon be alright? Hey, what are the people up there thinking? How could the little golden dragon possibly be in danger? Just wait and see. Everyone, quick look. The little golden dragon is fine. In fact, Ghidorah seems to be in trouble. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the little golden dragon caught in Ghidorah's jaws, a fleeting brilliance shimmering across its scales. The fangs that held the little golden dragon suddenly cracked, fracturing instantaneously. In a mere few minutes, the 2 monsters lay defeated, struggling to rise from the sea, utterly humiliated by the combined efforts of the phoenix and the little golden dragon. You two worthless creatures. Get up this instant. Resume the fight. The leader of the ugly nation stomped furiously on Leighton's back, his voice a thunderous roar. Chen Haoming scoffed, his eyes filled with a menacing glare directed at the leader. Take your army and leave. Otherwise, it will not only be these two monsters that fall, but your entire ugly nation. Just you wait. The leader shot a fierce glance at Chen Haoming, ultimately too intimidated to say more as he prepared to retreat with his army. Leader, we have finally summoned the mountains and seas. Are we really just leaving? Chapter 85. The key to the mountain and sea. The commanding officer wore a face of resentment. In their quest to seize the divine beasts within the mountain and sea, they had not hesitated to attack the ally nation of Sakura. If all their efforts were to be rendered futile by a mere utterance from Chen Haoming, it would indeed be a most grievous loss. Nonsense. There was no way they could simply withdraw. They would feign a retreat to observe the situation. Patience in minor matters was crucial for grander strategies. The Grand Commander raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the officer's head. Understood, Grand Commander. As they began to withdraw their forces, the phoenix descended gracefully before Chen Haoming, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. It then turned and plucked a vibrant feather, presenting it to the man. Seeing this, Chen Haoming took the feather with both hands, eyeing it with suspicion. Could this be the key to entering the mountain and sea? The phoenix nodded in affirmation, flapping its wings and spiraling upwards into the sky. Witnessing this scene, Wang Miao hurriedly approached Chen Haoming, thrusting a microphone towards him. Mr. Chen, we meet again. What is the significance of the feather in your hand? Initially taken aback by her presence, Chen Haoming quickly regained his composure and took the microphone. If I am not mistaken, this feather is indeed the key to entering the mountain and sea. Upon hearing his words, the viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their excitement. The key to the mountain and sea. How spectacular. Did anyone just see the phoenix's attitude towards Chen Haoming? Aha. It's as if he is the favored child of the phoenix. The phoenix's acknowledgement of Chen Haoming means acknowledgement of our entire Huaxia. Long live. Our Huaxia shall hold its head high against those nations that look down upon us. However, Officer Hu, Miss Wang, what are you doing here? This place is exceedingly perilous. Realizing the situation, Chen Haoming regarded the two before him with confusion. At his words, they exchanged awkward smiles. I came because the viewers wanted a live broadcast, and I couldn't refuse them. Wang Miao scratched her head, offering a flimsy excuse. Mr. Chen, I have been ordered by our director to ensure your safety. Ha, Miao. It's fine. I'll just use the viewers as a shield. I'm dying of laughter. Miao is so embarrassed she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. At that moment, Chen Haoming thought to himself about Officer Hu. You think you can protect me? I might as well protect you. Upon hearing their responses, Chen Haoming said nothing further. He whistled for the small golden dragon, which promptly flew to him. He mounted the back of the small dragon and turned to the two on the ground. You both wait here. I am preparing to venture into the mountain and sea for further exploration. Seeing this, Wang Miao quickly followed. Mr. Chen, why not take us with you? But Chen Haoming declined without hesitation. I'm afraid that's not possible. I currently know nothing of the internal conditions of the mountain and sea and cannot risk your safety. There may be unknown dangers within, and I cannot guarantee your protection at all times. Officer Hu stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Wang Miao's shoulder. Miss Wang, I believe Mr. Chen is right. We should remain here and wait quietly. Glancing at them, Wang Miao lowered her head in disappointment. All right, then Mr. Chen, please be careful. With a slight nod, Chen Haoming rode the small golden dragon towards the mountain and sea. As they approached the transparent barrier, he lifted the vibrant feather and gently pressed it against the surface, causing the barrier to dissolve instantly. At that moment, the commander of the ugly nation fixed his gaze upon the sky, seizing the opportunity. Leighton, take me there. In response to the command, Leighton painfully rose, attempting to fly towards the mountain and sea. However, before it could flap its wings, the pain coursing through its body elicited a low whimper. Observing this, the commander showed no sympathy. Instead, impatience flickered across his features. If you delay my affairs, I will make your existence a living hell. With that, he raised a black token high and plunged it forcefully into Leighton's body. Instantly, its eyes turned blood red, and it soared towards the mountain and sea with the utmost speed. Just as Chen Haoming was about to step through the barrier, a shadow darted past him. Upon recognizing the shadow's form, his expression shifted. How did you get in here? I thought you had already departed. The commander of the ugly nation burst into a fit of laughter. Did you truly believe I would leave so obediently? Our ugly nation has gone to great lengths for this day. As the two faced off, the small golden dragon and Leighton remained isolated outside. Noticing this anomaly, Chun Haoming dismissed the commander and turned to the small golden dragon. What is going on? Can't you come in? The small golden dragon repeatedly charged towards him, but each attempt was rebuffed by the barrier. Faced with this predicament, Chun Haoming glanced at the feather in his hand, contemplating pressing it against the barrier again to bring the small dragon inside. Yet, no matter how he pressed, it was to no avail. At that moment, the phoenix flew in from a distance. They cannot enter. Do not waste your efforts. In the next instant, a mixture of astonishment and shock crossed Chun Haoming's face. You can speak? Within the mountain and sea, you can comprehend the language of any creature, the phoenix explained, casting a disdainful glance at the commander of the ugly nation. As for you, your entry here was an accident. I hope you do not regret your decision later. Without Leighton's protection. The once arrogant demeanor of the ugly nation's commander faded to a pitiable gaze directed at Chun Haoming. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my previous actions. However, I was compelled to act. You do what you do for Huaxia, and I must consider my own nation. Chun Haoming was unimpressed by his plea. Indeed, all my actions are aimed at leading Huaxia towards a better path. However, I have never contemplated attacking any nation to realize my vision. Do not equate yourself with me. His words left the commander speechless. Following the phoenix deeper into the realm, the sound of flowing water grew more pronounced, accompanied by calls of creatures never before heard. Their first sight was an expansive sea, unlike any ordinary ocean. This sea shimmered in shades of green. While the seas of the real world reflect the color of the sky, the waters of the mountain and sea mirror the hues of the verdant mountains. I shall take you this far. The rest of the journey you must undertake alone. With that, the phoenix prepared to depart, flapping its wings. Hey, don't leave. There are no boats here. How can we get across? The commander of the ugly nation shouted in confusion. Chapter 86. The Trial of the Azure Dragon. At this moment, ripples began to dance upon the surface of the sea, and a surge of water erupted from the depths below. Accompanying the waves was a striking azure figure. The once clear sky was suddenly overshadowed, and an inexplicable sense of dread washed over them. The leader of the ugly nation instinctively drew closer to Chun Haoming. What could possibly emerge? Chun Haoming furrowed his brow and glanced at him before looking up into the sky. A colossal azure dragon materialized before their eyes. Its serpentine body adorned with antler-like horns and eyes that glimmered like luminous pearls, radiating boundless power and brilliance. This is the Azure Dragon, Chun Haoming murmured. How dare you trespass into the realm of mountains and seas? A thunderous roar resounded, causing the leader to tremble uncontrollably. Chun Haoming, you must explain this. With a respectful gesture, Chun Haoming clasped his fists and addressed the dragon. Esteemed Azure Dragon, I did not intentionally intrude upon this realm. It was a phoenix that guided us here. A phoenix? I can't believe you have gained its acknowledgement, ha 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 ha. The Azure Dragon burst into laughter, its earlier severity easing considerably. However, mere recognition from a phoenix is not sufficient. To truly enter the realm of mountains and seas, you must undergo 4 trials. Should you gain the acknowledgement of all creatures within this realm, you will then be able to harness our collective power. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes gleamed with excitement. If a single phoenix could defeat Radon effortlessly, then passing the trials and earning the favor of all creatures in the realm would undoubtedly place the ugly nation on the pinnacle of domination over the entire sea star. At that moment, nations like Huaxia and Sakura would be insignificant in their eyes. With this thought in mind, he eagerly stepped forward. Esteemed Azure Dragon, how do we pass the trials? The Azure Dragon extended its neck, bringing its face close to the leader. That depends on you. It then circled in the air and began to lead the way. The first trial is mine. Follow me. Without hesitation, the two followed closely. Not far ahead, a verdant doorway stood proudly upon the water, its frame entwined with golden patterns. Entering this door will lead you to the trials. I hope you can pass swiftly. The Azure Dragon proclaimed before soaring into the clouds, vanishing from their sight. Seeing Chun Haoming stride confidently towards the door, the leader quickly grasped his arm. Chun Haoming, are you truly going in? Well, if you have concerns, you may wait outside, Chun Haoming replied, shaking off his grip with disdain. As Chun Haoming entered the door, the leader gritted his teeth and followed him inside. Upon entry, a pool of stagnant green water appeared before them, its surface eerily calm, akin to a painting. In an effort to proceed with caution, Chun Haoming picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it into the stagnant water. To his surprise, the stone was corroded instantly, emitting a wisp of green smoke, yet the water's surface remained undisturbed. The leader was visibly startled by the scene and hurriedly turned to exit through the door they had just entered. However, the door had vanished as if it had never existed. What do we do now? We must find a way to cross this stagnant water. The entrance we came through has disappeared, he stated anxiously. regretting his decision to follow in the first place. In contrast to his anxiety, Chen Haoming remained calm. Let us search the surroundings. Perhaps we can find something useful to help us cross. After saying this, he began to look around. The leader scoffed, feeling hopeless, and chose to sit idly by. After several minutes, a noise caught his attention. Following the sound, he saw Chen Haoming striking the ground repeatedly with a vine. "What are you doing?" the leader asked curiously. Chen Haoming glanced at him, discarded the tattered vine, and climbed a tree to gather another. "I am selecting sturdy vines. I will use them to swing across." Gazing at the highly corrosive stagnant water, the leader shivered. Swing across? What if I fall? Just the thought sent chills down his spine. "If you wish to remain here forever, you may continue watching," Chen Haoming retorted, ignoring him as he began weaving the vines. One single vine would not suffice to support his weight, so he had to braid several sturdy vines together until they were robust enough. Left with no choice after a moment of hesitation, the leader reluctantly assisted him in the weaving. After another 10 minutes, a sturdy vine was finally completed. Chen Haoming grasped the vine and tossed it upward, where it entangled itself around a branch above. Once secured, he stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath, and then sprinted towards the stagnant water. At the moment he was about to touch the water, he kicked his legs up and swung across, using his body's momentum. "See, I made it without a scratch. Hurry over," he called out, spreading his arms in exasperation and sending the vine back. Taking the vine cautiously, the leader peered down at the stagnant water, unable to suppress a gulp. His fear held him back from crossing. Chen Haoming, growing impatient on the other side, urged him. "If you're truly afraid, just close your eyes and kick your legs. You'll get across." Feeling exposed, the leader cleared his throat awkwardly, gritted his teeth, and finally began his run. However, due to his trepidation, he was overly cautious even when drawing back his legs, and his momentum was insufficient to swing him across. What should I do? As he found himself suspended in the center of the water, the leader's fear intensified, gripping the vine tightly and refusing to let go. Seeing this, Chen Haoming sighed, unsure of what to say. Just then, a hissing sound emerged from above. Looking up, he saw a massive python slithering towards him, flicking its tongue. His heart raced, nearly causing him to release his grip on the vine. However, upon seeing the green water beneath him, he tightened his hold, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. "Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. I will find a way to distract the snake, then you can swing over." Witnessing this, Chen Haoming's heart tightened as he fell into contemplation. At that moment, a branch nearby captured his attention. Chapter 87. The password-protected door. Chen Haoming promptly gathered several branches from the ground and bound them together with vines to achieve a sufficient length. He then extended the makeshift pole towards the enormous python. Noticing the disturbance, the python twisted its head and lunged at the branch with its gaping maw, producing a resounding thud. Realizing this tactic was effective, Chen Haoming gradually pulled the branch back. As the branch receded, the python began to slither towards him, following its retreat. As the serpent drew closer, Chen Haoming suddenly raised his hand and firmly grasped its head. Feeling the grip on its neck, the python thrashed violently, attempting to resist. Chen Haoming furrowed his brow, and with his other hand, he tightly seized its tail, immobilizing it completely. Once he had the python under control, he glanced at the leader still afloat on the water's surface, urging him to hurry over, uncertain of how long he could maintain his grasp on the creature. If he lost control, not only would the leader be in jeopardy, but his own life would also be at risk of becoming a meal for the serpent. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the leader hesitated for a few moments before decisively propelling himself towards Chen Haoming. "What should we do about this python?" he inquired. Chen Haoming, drenched in sweat from the effort of controlling the python, glanced at his pants pocket and instructed, "Take the fruit from my pocket and feed it to the python." Confused yet compliant, the leader followed his command. Minutes later, the python, which had been thrashing about, suddenly fell into a deep slumber. Chen Haoming sighed in relief and promptly discarded the creature into the green, stagnant waters, where it was swiftly corroded and evaporated. "What was that fruit you just used? How did the python faint upon eating it?" The leader of the ugly nation gazed at him in astonishment. "That was a confounding fruit, discovered while I was gathering vines earlier. I thought it might prove useful, so I picked a few," Chen Haoming explained earnestly. "The potency of this fruit surpasses that of a tranquilizer gun. Anyone or any beast that consumes it will surely fall asleep within 5 minutes." Nodding in understanding, the leader stepped forward, eager to leave this cursed place. Soon, the exit door appeared before them. However, as the leader approached to open it, he discovered that a password was required. "What is this? Why do we need a password?" he puzzled, tapping on the door in confusion. Hearing this, Chen Haoming stepped forward to investigate. The password must be hidden within this space. Perhaps we overlooked something earlier. Hidden in this space? The leader surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing that resembled a password. There's nothing here. Let us check further back, Chen Haoming suggested, turning to retrace their steps. As they turned around, they noticed 3 steps emerging from the previously placid water. Chen Haoming stepped forward to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by the leader, who cautioned, "What are you doing? Do you not realize how dangerous the water is?" Chen Haoming brushed aside his hand, reasoning, since the steps appear safe for now, it indicates they can be traversed. With that, he stepped onto the stairs. Upon doing so, he noticed something amiss beneath the water. A small treasure chest was concealed below, with a red switch positioned above it. "There's a treasure chest here. The password may be contained within," he called out to the leader. The leader approached, furrowing his brow upon spotting the chest. "But how do we retrieve it?" Shaking his head, Chen Haoming replied, "We don't need to bring the chest up. We merely need to find a way to activate the switch." Contemplating this, the leader responded after a moment, "Anything that touches the water will corrode. Have you forgotten about the steps beneath our feet?" Chen Haoming glanced down with a slight smile. He then produced a vial of reagent from his pocket, contemplating it as their only option. "What is that?" the leader asked, perplexed. Without answering, Chen Haoming injected the reagent into his muscles, and in an instant, his teeth became razor sharp. He leaned down and bit into the step, creating a crack. Subsequently, he broke off a small piece of stone and threw it at the switch on the chest. The chest opened, revealing a number, 3. "This should be one of the digits for the password," Chen Haoming remarked while injecting serum into himself. The leader, however, remained fixated on the vial in Chen Haoming's hand, realizing that if he could obtain it, it would advance the ugly nation significantly. He needed to devise a plan to seize the remaining serum. After acquiring the first number, Chen Haoming looked up at the tree where the python had appeared, climbing up the vines. At the top, he discovered that the sky was obscured by the dense foliage. Moments later, the leader emerged beside him, asking, "Where is the second number?" Chen Haoming chuckled, gesturing towards some clouds in the distance. "Do those clouds not resemble a number?" The leader followed his gaze and noticed a strangely shaped cloud that resembled the number 5. "Could the second number be 5? He asked, skeptical. "If it is, we shall find out shortly," Chen Haoming replied as he leaped from the tree. The leader hurried to follow. With the first 2 numbers found, the question remained, where was the last one? Chen Haoming shrugged. "If you ask me, who should I ask? Let us search more thoroughly." The two searched for a full half-hour but uncovered nothing related to the final digit. Exhausted from their endeavors, Chen Haoming lay down on the ground. In doing so, he noticed something peculiar. The sun, which should have been descending, remained high in the sky, unmoving. "What time is it?" Chen Haoming asked casually. The leader glanced at his wristwatch. 8 o'clock. "Why do you ask?" "Align the 12 on your watch with the north and observe the sun's position." "What hour does it indicate?" Chen Haoming exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and turning to the leader with excitement. Chapter 88. The sudden rise in temperature casting a strange glance at him. The commander hesitated for a moment before lifting his wrist to comply. The sun hung at the 8 o'clock position. He raised his head and addressed Chen Haoming. "Indeed, this is the password to that grand portal." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoming sprang up from the ground and strode towards the door. Seeing this, the commander dared not linger and hurried after him. As the two entered the 3-digit code they had just discovered in order, the door creaked open. The commander of the ugly nation stood in stunned silence for a long while, incredulous as he looked at Chen Haoming beside him. It opened so easily. Chen Haoming merely cast a casual glance at him. "If you come over, you'll find out." With that, he led the way through the door, followed closely by the commander. Outside, the Azure Dragon had been waiting for quite some time. Upon their emergence, it appeared somewhat astonished. "Congratulations on passing my trial. This challenge tested your wisdom, and I did not expect you to succeed so swiftly." Chen Haoming smiled humbly, lowering his head slightly. "Senior Azure Dragon, we were merely fortunate. Our success in your trial is entirely due to your leniency." The Azure Dragon let out a hearty laugh, gesturing for them to proceed. "Well done. You have passed my trial. Now enter." At this, the commander could hardly contain his excitement. "So, you mean we can now call upon your power?" Compared to the little golden dragon of Huaxia, he sensed that the Azure Dragon's strength was overwhelmingly superior. With the Azure Dragon's power at their disposal, defeating Huaxia would be within reach. The Azure Dragon paused for a few seconds, then nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, passing my trial grants you my recognition. From now on, you may harness our strength. Can we enter the mountains and seas now?" The commander pressed. "Merely passing my trial is far from sufficient. The next trial you face will be quite formidable." As its voice faded, the Azure Dragon vanished from their sight. Seeing it depart, the commander frowned. What does this mean? It just left? Where do we go from here? Let us move forward, Chun Haoming replied tersely, stepping ahead. After approximately half an hour of walking, the temperature around them began to rise dramatically, and both were already drenched in sweat. What on earth is this place? Why has it suddenly become so hot? The commander fanned himself vigorously, unabashedly complaining. The heat was unbearable, and they feared that continuing further would lead to their evaporation within the mountains and seas. Chun Haoming wiped the sweat from his brow. I fear this must be our second trial. Hearing this, the commander's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? After the Azure Dragon departed, the temperature began to fluctuate. Initially, the changes were slight, but they soon became increasingly pronounced. If I am not mistaken, this trial must be that of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird wields the power of blazing flames. Capable of raising the temperature so swiftly, it can only be the vermilion bird. Upon hearing this, the commander surveyed the surroundings. But as he gazed into the vast expanse before him, he felt puzzled. The trial of the vermilion bird? Yet I see no sign of it. No sooner had he spoken than several massive meteors plummeted from the sky, engulfed in flames. Upon witnessing this, Chun Haoming quickly tackled the commander to the ground. Danger! Get down! What the hell is this? The commander cursed under his breath, standing up with an irritated expression. However, the peculiar meteors showed no sign of halting their descent due to his displeasure. As one meteor after another fell, they had no choice but to evade them with all their might. The consequences of being struck would be dire. Chun Haoming, do you have any way to stop these meteors from falling? The commander glanced at Chun Haoming, who was busy dodging. Chun Haoming pursed his lips, gazing upwards as he fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally discerned a pattern. The meteors seemed to fall in a regular sequence, from afar to near, with intervals between each descent. They only fall within this range. We simply need to evade according to their rhythm and advance to the next area. Upon hearing this, the commander looked up at the sky and then at the area ahead, sighing. But we can barely endure the heat here. The temperature in the next area will likely be even higher. Noticing his hesitation, Chun Haoming turned to him earnestly. Do you wish to stay here and be crushed? Or will you follow me and continue onward? The choice is yours. With that, he stepped forward. Biting his lip in determination, the commander had no choice but to follow. He did not wish to perish in such a desolate place, where no one would come to claim his body. After about 10 minutes, the two finally succeeded in evading the falling meteors and entered the next area. As the temperature surged once more, their skin turned crimson, resembling boiled crabs. If we do not leave this cursed place soon, we shall surely perish here. The commander promptly shed his clothing, leaving only a modest covering. Just then, a flickering red light in the distance captured their attention. The commander shielded one eye with his hand and squinted towards the source of the light. What is that? Chun Haoming narrowed his eyes, and upon recognizing the object, his expression turned grave. If I am not mistaken, that must be a vermilion bird egg. A vermilion bird egg? The commander of the ugly nation was taken aback. As a divine beast, the vermilion bird could manipulate temperature changes in the meteors engulfed in flames without revealing itself. If he could extract the power from the vermilion bird egg and transfer it to himself, just the thought of it filled the commander with exhilaration. What are you waiting for? The vermilion bird egg is a precious treasure. Hurry and seize it. With that, he dashed toward the egg. However, as he approached the vermilion bird egg, it suddenly leaped up and spat a flame towards the commander's face, scorching him black. It then jumped again and struck him hard in the stomach, causing the commander to roll on the ground in pain. Chun Haoming bent down and patted his shoulder, sighing in exasperation. Obtaining the vermilion bird egg is not so simple. It is best not to covet what does not belong to you. The commander, undeterred, rose from the ground and stared at Chun Haoming intently. Perhaps I truly have a way to make it submit. Chapter 89. The emergence of the vermilion bird. Upon hearing those words, Chun Haoming regarded him with keen interest. Among the four sacred beasts, the vermilion bird was renowned for its fiery temperament, notoriously difficult to control. Naturally, the vermilion bird egg would be no exception. For a high-ranking being to submit to a weaker entity was utterly implausible. However, to Chun Haoming's astonishment, the commander squatted down, digging into the earth for something. What are you doing? He inquired, curiosity piquing as he observed the man on the ground. The latter slowly extracted a worm, waving it before Chun Haoming. While the vermilion bird was indeed a divine creature, it could not escape its avian nature. Birds feed on worms. The insects found within the realm of mountains and seas would undoubtedly be even more enticing. As expected, the once proud vermilion bird egg began to hop toward him. Just as it was about to pounce on the worm the commander held, the latter lunged forward, covering the egg with both hands. Only when the vermilion bird egg settled did he release his grip and promptly swallow it whole. Chun Haoming furrowed his brow tightly, gazing at him. What are you doing? You dare to swallow the vermilion bird egg? Aren't you afraid of dying? What could possibly happen? I'm perfectly fine, the commander replied dismissively, casting a glance at him and even turning around to emphasize his well-being. The next moment, a violent pain surged through his abdomen, causing him to double over. What is happening? Why is my stomach suddenly in agony? He gradually lowered his gaze, only to discover that the vermilion bird egg within him was incessantly wriggling, as if attempting to burst forth and rupture his belly. Spit it out quickly, Chun Haoming exclaimed, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. Suddenly, the writhing within his stomach ceased, and so did the commander. Seeing this, Chun Haoming poked his shoulder in confusion. Hey, are you all right? Don't scare me. Upon hearing this, the commander abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Chun Haoming as if he wished to devour him. This is bad. He has been taken over by the vermilion bird egg. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Haoming clenched his fist and struck his abdomen, attempting to expel the egg. However, the controlled commander was no longer as ineffectual as before. He swiftly raised his hand to block the attack. In quick succession, he kicked at Chun Haoming. Fortunately, the latter evaded just in time to avoid injury. Yet, the commander seemed to have lost his wits, relentlessly charging at Chun Haoming, refusing to relent. Can you regain your senses? Don't let that thing in your belly control you, Chun Haoming shouted, dodging his blows, unwilling to harm him. However, the commander showed no intention of listening, continuing his reckless assault. In desperation, Chun Haoming retrieved a vial of serum and injected it into himself. The commander lunged forward, seizing Chun Haoming's arm and biting down, yet the latter felt nothing. Instead, the sudden surge of muscle expansion made the commander release his grip. Just as he prepared to bite Chun Haoming's neck, the latter grasped his face, immobilizing him. Seeing the commander baring his teeth, Chun Haoming tightened his fist and struck his abdomen repeatedly. Finally, after several minutes, the commander expelled the vermilion bird egg, which bounced a few times on the ground before vanishing from their sight. Finding himself subdued by Chun Haoming, the commander looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? What happened? As Chun Haoming administered serum to himself, he replied coolly, You just consumed the vermilion bird egg and were enchanted by it. Upon hearing vermilion bird egg, the commander's face twisted in anguish. Is there truly no way to extract its power? Chun Haoming scoffed. Had I arrived any later, the consequences would have been dire. Just moments ago, you were on the verge of madness. If the vermilion bird egg had remained within you much longer, it would have completely consumed your mind. At that point, not even the King of Heaven could save you. The commander bit his lip, falling silent, a wave of dread washing over him. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed in the air, and as they looked up, a cluster of searing, radiant flames materialized before them. It appeared as a colossal fireball, adorned with a pair of golden eyes and claws resembling rubies, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Chun Haoming's expression turned grave. That was the vermilion bird. Impudent youths! How dare you covet the vermilion bird egg? The vermilion bird screeched, descending with flaring wings, its anger palpable. Which among you dared to covet the vermilion bird egg? At this, the commander instinctively stepped back, drenched in cold sweat from fear. Observing this, Chun Haoming stepped forward, hands raised in apology as he lowered his head slightly. Vermilion bird elder, my friend here was unaware that it was the vermilion bird egg and did not intend to offend you. Please forgive us. Upon hearing this, the vermilion bird scoffed, unaware? In my domain, you dare claim ignorance of the vermilion bird egg? Preposterous. After which, it charged directly at them. Dodge. Chun Haoming shoved the commander aside and faced the creature head-on. He grasped its claws tightly, preventing any movement. A flicker of astonishment crossed the vermilion bird's eyes, quickly replaced by disbelief. How could a mere mortal contend with me? Chun Haoming fixed his gaze upon it. Vermilion bird elder, I apologize for the offense. With that, he flung the vermilion bird's claws aside, sending it careening several meters away. Yet, the vermilion bird was no easy opponent. It flapped its wings, regaining balance midair. Seeking death, it bellowed, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames toward them. As the flames approached the commander, Chun Haoming swiftly pulled him behind, extending his arm to shield himself. In an instant, a flash of emerald light appeared, extinguishing the flames that were poised to strike. This is the power of the Azure Dragon. The vermilion bird stared at the two in disbelief. You have gained the Azure Dragon's recognition? Among the 4 sacred beasts, while the vermilion bird was the most volatile, the Azure Dragon was the most arrogant. The fact that such a haughty creature would acknowledge these two signified their formidable strength. Seeing that the vermilion bird had ceased its assault, Chun Haoming hurriedly spoke. Vermilion bird elder, this was truly a misunderstanding. Had we known it was the vermilion bird egg, even if we had 100 lives, we wouldn't dare covet it. With that, he elbowed the commander beside him, who quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, we've been in the mountains and seas for quite some time without food. We merely sought something to quell our hunger. And it was an unfortunate accident. Chapter 90. Through the trial, casting a dubious glance at them, the vermilion bird ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. Though you have passed the Azure Dragon's trial, my trial is not so easily surmountable. After speaking, it directed its gaze towards a door behind it. If you wish to continue, you may enter through that door. Should you prefer not to venture into the realm of mountains and seas, I shall escort you out. From the moment he consumed the vermilion bird's egg, the commander had been filled with trepidation. In that moment, he felt as though he had one foot in the halls of Yama, and the future remained uncertain. Chen Haoming could not possibly be vigilant at all times. With this thought, he tugged at Chen Haoming's sleeve and whispered, "Shall we not press on any further?" To his surprise, Chen Haoming shrugged off his hand. "If you wish to retreat, you may do so alone. I intend to proceed." Without hesitation, he stepped forward. "Vermilion bird, I choose to advance." Reluctantly, the commander followed suit. The nation of Zhou was already lagging behind Huaxia. If he chose to retreat now, he would only fall further behind. The entrance to the trial was a fiery red, flanked by two flickering crimson flames that danced in the air, instilling a sense of dread. The commander dared not slacken his pace, staying closely behind Chen Haoming. What challenges awaited them in the trial of the vermilion bird? He could only speculate. "If danger arises, you should take cover," Chen Haoming stated with a grave expression, indicating he was not jesting. They had only one vial of potion remaining. If he was not mistaken, subsequent trials with the white tiger and black tortoise would follow. This vial must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Feeling underestimated, the commander puffed out his chest defiantly. "I am not one to shy away from danger. Do not belittle me." In response, Chen Haoming let out a dismissive snort. "Do as you wish, but do not impede me." As they stepped inside, a wave of heat enveloped them, the temperature matching that outside. Not far from the edge of a cliff, a pool of bubbling magma seethed ominously. The commander glanced around, his gaze landing on the door across the chasm. "There is no bridge. How shall we cross?" "There must be a way. Let us see," Chen Haoming replied. Taking a step forward, peering over the cliff's edge, he realized that a careless misstep could lead to a fatal plunge. The commander swallowed hard. "This cliff is far too high. We cannot possibly fly across. There is nothing around. Are we to rely on a divine beast to carry us?" No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, the magma below roiling ominously. The commander instinctively grasped Chen Haoming's arm to steady himself. "What is happening? Is there an earthquake?" Chen Haoming shook his head, his gaze fixed on the bubbling magma below. "No, this tremor is not due to an earthquake. Something else stirs beneath the ground." Moments later, a purple figure erupted from the magma, accompanied by a foul stench of blood. Before them appeared a creature resembling a python. But not quite. A pair of butterfly-like horns adorned its head. The commander felt his legs tremble involuntarily. Could it be that I was right? An ear-splitting shriek erupted as the serpent-like creature lunged at them with its gaping maw. The two men dodged just in time. But the ground where they had stood bore two deep impressions of its teeth, swiftly corroded by its venom. The commander, filled with terror, exclaimed, "Is its bite truly that poisonous? Be careful not to let its venom touch you. Even divine intervention would be futile," Chen Haoming warned, as the creature relentlessly pursued them. "Chen Haoming, think of something. If this continues, we shall be exhausted and become its next meal." The commander gasped, facing Chen Haoming. While evading, Chen Haoming had begun to observe the creature. He noticed a peculiar wound on its head, unlike any ordinary injury, from which black mist emanated. "I will climb onto its head when the opportunity arises. You focus on dodging." The commander, thinking he had misheard, rubbed his ears. "What did you say? Climb onto its head? Chen Haoming, are you courting death?" Chen Haoming shot him a glare, unwilling to elaborate. "Just do as I say." With that, he charged towards the serpent-like beast. Believing itself provoked, the creature roared in fury, shifting its focus from the two of them to Chen Haoming alone. Chen Haoming glanced sideways, then dashed to the right, leading the creature to change its attack direction. As the beast lunged again, its teeth became lodged in a crack in the ground, immobilizing it. Seizing the moment, Chen Haoming quickly climbed onto the creature's snout. The beast attempted to shake him off, but its fangs remained trapped, thwarting its efforts. Once atop its head, Chen Haoming discovered a steel spike protruding from the wound, emitting black mist. This must be the cause of the creature's affliction. Without hesitation, he grasped the spike and pulled with all his might. As the creature freed its teeth from the ground, it began to thrash its head violently. Be careful, the commander shouted anxiously. Should Chun Haoming fall, he would surely perish. Despite the creature's writhing, Chun Haoming clung fiercely to the spike, refusing to let go. Suddenly, the beast halted, seemingly overcome by pain. In that instant, Chun Haoming summoned all his strength and finally extracted the spike. A mournful wail echoed through the air as the black mist billowed from the wound, restoring the creature to its normal state. It gently lowered Chun Haoming to the ground, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Thank you for helping me remove the cursed object. Chun Haoming smiled and shook his head. It was nothing. Can you guide us across the chasm? I shall carry you across, the creature replied, lowering its head. It swam with them to the opposite shore. Beyond lies the exit. Once you pass through, you will have completed the trial. Grateful, Chun Haoming waved goodbye. Thank you. Chapter 91. Just as they were about to leave, the commander abruptly stopped him. Chun Haoming, how did you ascertain that tending to its wounds would restore it to normalcy? Chun Haoming turned to him, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. Unless it is a low-tier creature, beings dwelling in the mountains and seas do not attack others without reason. The creature we just encountered, I could feel, is not of a low tier. The commander nodded thoughtfully. As they stepped outside, Zhuke was already waiting at the door. I should have known that you would pass through the trial of Qin Long. Surely, you could also pass mine. Perhaps I should increase the difficulty. Upon hearing this, the commander cursed Zhuke 1,000 times in his heart, though he could not show it. After all, he had narrowly escaped death at the jaws of that serpent-like creature. Chun Haoming smiled wryly. Thank you, Senior Zhuke, for lowering the difficulty. Zhuke huffed proudly, but his expression quickly turned serious. My trial, unlike that of Qi Long, is not so easily surmountable. Xuanwu and Baihu's trials are far more challenging. Sensing the underlying message in his words, Chun Haoming frowned. I humbly request your guidance, Senior Zhuke. With a sigh, Zhuke began to explain. Among the four of us, Baihu possesses the most callous temperament. To pass his trial is no simple feat. He is regarded as the most ruthless, the most aloof. Xuanwu, while more amiable, cannot tolerate disturbances during his slumber. At this hour, he is likely deep in sleep. And if you disturb him, Zhuke left the thought hanging, but Chun Haoming could already envision the dire consequences. I appreciate your guidance, Senior Zhuke. But we have come this far and must press on. Retreating is not in my nature. Observing his resolute demeanor, Zhuke nodded in satisfaction. I admire your courage and determination. Now, you may draw upon the strength of both myself and Qin Long. At a crucial moment, we shall intervene. After expressing his gratitude, the two continued their journey. After a little over 10 minutes, a series of skulls came into view. The commander immediately halted, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Chun Haoming, perhaps we should not advance any further. These skulls, if we go on, we might end up like them. Chun Haoming furrowed his brow. These skulls are likely remnants left by Baihu during his hunts. Upon hearing this, the commander envisioned a series of horrific scenarios. The thought of his own body being torn apart by Baihu sent chills down his spine. Do you think Baihu consumes humans? Chun Haoming cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he pressed forward. Hey, wait for me. After briefly surveying the surroundings, he dared not linger and hurried after him. The area ahead was desolate. And whether it was a trick of his mind or not, the commander felt an inexplicable chill permeating the air. Chun Haoming, where do you suppose we might find Baihu? He should be nearby, Chun Haoming replied confidently. Since he could harness the powers of the other two divine beasts, his ability to sense their presence had grown considerably. As Chun Haoming's perception sharpened, a deep roar echoed from a distance. Unlike the typical roars of tigers, this one was rich and powerful, imbued with an overwhelming aura that inspired fear. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, the commander collapsed onto the ground. My legs are weak. Perhaps we should take a break? But Chun Haoming would not indulge him, yanking him back to his feet. If a mirror frightens you so, what will happen when you confront Baihu in person? Will you soil your trousers in fear? You. The commander glared at him in frustration but found no retort, fully aware that he could not guarantee his composure in Baihu's presence. Moments later, a cave entrance appeared before them. This should be Baihu's lair. Let's go. With that, Chun Haoming stepped forward, but the commander quickly raised a hand to stop him. Isn't it rather impolite to barge in unannounced? Compared to the previous area they had traversed, the entrance to Baihu's cave was littered with an abundance of skulls. Moreover, without any prior encounter with this divine beast, he feared becoming Baihu's next meal. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Haoming finally nodded and called into the cave, Senior Baihu, we seek entry into the mountains and seas. May we be granted the opportunity to partake in your trial? Moments later, Baihu slowly emerged from the cave, lazily surveying the two before settling down on the ground. I advise you to leave while you can. My trial is not something ordinary humans can pass. Rather than being angered by this remark, Chen Haoming merely smiled slightly. Senior Baihu, I believe we can succeed in your trial. Baihu's gaze shifted to the commander. Are you certain? I can sense the aura of fear emanating from your companion. Realizing that Baihu had seen through his thoughts, the commander felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a pause, he finally spoke. I am not afraid. Please grant us a chance. Baihu snorted disdainfully and turned to retreat into the cave. You should go back. Be careful not to frighten yourselves too much. As Baihu disappeared inside, Chen Haoming shot a disapproving glance at his companion. Can you not suppress your fear? The commander, stubbornly defiant, replied, I am not afraid. Let us go find him. With that, the two ventured into the cave. The sound of their movement stirred Baihu from his slumber, and he raised his head. What brings you two back again? Senior Baihu, we have made up our minds. Please grant us this opportunity. Baihu squinted at them, then unexpectedly approached the commander, pressing his face close to his cheek. The commander felt a jolt of fear but steeled himself, puffing out his chest. The air hung heavy in silence for what felt like an eternity before Baihu finally spoke. Since you insist on entering, proceed through that door over there. The entrance to Baihu's trial was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an aura of dominance rivaling that of Baihu himself. Upon stepping through the door, the two found themselves in a realm strikingly similar to their own reality. What is happening? The commander looked at Chen Haoming, utterly baffled. What is this? Why is it so different from before? Adapt as necessary, Chen Haoming replied, his expression inscrutable, as if he were prepared to accept whatever fate awaited them. In mere minutes, the once tranquil world erupted into chaos and conflict. Chapter 92. The Trial of the White Tiger. The expression of the Grand Commander visibly grew grave. What on earth was happening? Had we been transported back to the real world? The authenticity of the scene instinctively made him tense. Before Chen Haoming could utter a word, the Grand Commander's phone rang from his pocket. A frantic male voice came through. Commander, it's bad. Our coastal defense line has been breached. You must return at once. Upon hearing this, the Grand Commander's grip tightened. What? Do you know who is behind this? The voice continued. You need to hurry back. Perhaps due to poor reception, the conversation became garbled, and ultimately, the call was abruptly severed. Chen Haoming, I must return immediately. With those words, the Grand Commander turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, the naval fleet of Huaxia also contacted him, bearing tidings that mirrored the alarming news from the previous call. Is this the trial of the White Tiger? He murmured to himself after hanging up. When the Grand Commander arrived at the coastal defense line, it had already been compromised. Surrounding cities lay in ruins, ablaze with fierce flames. Not far off, countless monsters continued to trample the structures of the enemy nation, while residents fled in a frenzied panic. Witnessing the chaos, the Grand Commander seized a fleeing passerby. What is happening? How did it come to this? The person, recognizing him, became agitated. Commander, you have finally returned. You must escape with us. The Navy has been entirely wiped out. The reinforcements are in dire straits. With that, he pushed the Grand Commander's hand away and hurried off in desperation. The Grand Commander stood there, stunned. The monsters obeyed only the highest authority of Zone 9. Yet now they wreaked havoc upon the enemy nation. Was it possible that the authority had decided to forsake them? With this thought in mind, he hastened to the Black Palace. Approximately 2 hours later, the Grand Commander rushed through the gates of Zone 9, ascending to the highest level. There, he found the one he sought, who had long awaited his arrival. Lord Hayes, why did you unleash the monsters upon the enemy nation? Did we not come to an agreement? The Grand Commander inquired, perplexed. The individual known as Hayes chuckled heartily, patting the commander's cheek. Because your nation has become obsolete. It is better for my monsters to vent their frustrations. Upon hearing this, the Grand Commander was consumed with rage, yet dared not voice his anger. You, Lord Hayes, please reconsider. I can provide you with what you desire. Just wait a little longer. Seeing the fury in his eyes, Hayes scoffed disdainfully. I do have a way for you to save your nation, but I wonder if you are willing. Please, Lord Hayes, tell me. The Grand Commander gazed at him with hope. The solution is simple. Sacrifice yourself to become my test subject, and in return, I shall spare the people of your nation. Hayes replied with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Before the Grand Commander could fully process this, Hayes continued, however, should you abandon your nation, I will grant you supreme power. At that time, whatever you desire will be yours. This ultimatum plunged the Grand Commander into a moral quandary. On one side lay his fellow citizens. On the other, an enticing offer of power. Noticing his indecision, Hayes whispered temptingly in his ear, if I were you, I would choose supreme power. With your current abilities, can you truly protect your people? Eventually, you would only be annihilated alongside them by my monstrous legion. With power, would you not be able to rebuild a nation? His words echoed relentlessly in the Grand Commander's mind, prompting him to crouch down, pressing his hands against his ears. Enough. Do not speak further. Hayes, unfazed, leisurely crossed his legs. In that case, I shall grant you 1 day to ponder this choice. After 1 day, I will obliterate you and your nation. Meanwhile, the situation in Huaxia was equally dire. Following the unauthorized injection of the Godslayer No. 1, nearly half the population had begun exhibiting mutations. Those who had transformed attacked indiscriminately, leaving no means of containment. Chen Haoming quickly reached out to the experts involved in the development of Godslayer No. 1 and the national military. Hadn't Godslayer No. 1 been sealed within the laboratory? How could they have accessed this serum? He regarded everyone with a serious demeanor, demanding answers. In response, an expert stepped forward, lowering his head in shame. Mr. Chen, I apologize. We have encountered a traitor in our laboratory who smuggled Godslayer No. 1 out and replicated it several times in a short span. Chen Haoming rubbed his temples in irritation. So, we cannot even control the situation with the serum injections? The expert sighed, shaking his head. We have already attempted serum injections. They were ineffective. The only viable solution is... His voice trailed off as he hesitated. Noticing his reluctance, Chen Haoming frowned. Speak plainly. What is the solution? Reluctantly. The expert fell silent for a moment before revealing the truth. Mr. Chen, only you can withstand Godslayer No. 1. To save the people of Huaxia from this calamity, we need you as a test subject. This statement implied that in order to save Huaxia's citizens, Chen Haoming might have to sacrifice his own life. Yet, unexpectedly, when faced with the choice between his life and that of an entire nation, he unhesitatingly chose Huaxia. I was born for Huaxia. If it faces the risk of annihilation, I shall not remain behind. His words moved those present to tears. Mr. Chen, it is our honor to have you for Huaxia. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haoming's vision darkened, and the surrounding scene gradually faded away, plunging him into an inky abyss. Before him stood a grand door. Had he passed the trial? With a mix of disbelief and anticipation, Chen Haoming approached the door. As he stepped outside, the white tiger rose before him, its gaze shifting from disdain to admiration. Congratulations. You have passed my trial. Momentarily stunned, Chen Haoming surveyed his surroundings. Senior White Tiger, what of the person who accompanied me? The white tiger merely raised a hand, and an image materialized before them, depicting the Grand Commander's current plight. As for your friend, you may observe for yourself. In the reflection, the Grand Commander watched helplessly as his nation fell to ruin, wandering aimlessly within the Black Palace, devoid of any actions to take. Chapter 93. Diverging paths. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Haoming reached out to touch the mirror, wishing to alert the Grand Commander. Alas, his voice could not penetrate the barrier. The day and the trial swiftly elapsed. Before the Grand Commander could seek out Hayes, the latter had already come to him. What have you concluded? Is it power you desire, or the welfare of your people? After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Commander, gritting his teeth, was on the verge of resolving to abandon the ugly nation when an officer abruptly burst in. Commander, we must flee at once. The remaining members of our army have already set off to divert the monsters. We must act quickly before the beasts reach the territory of the Black Palace. At these words, a flicker of bewilderment crossed the Grand Commander's face. Why do you not flee yourselves? Why come to find me? The officer smiled and replied, Commander, without you, how could the ugly nation enjoy its current prosperity? We stand with you, alongside the entire populace of the ugly nation, in times of hardship. This statement profoundly resonated within the Grand Commander's heart. No longer conflicted, he turned to Hayes and declared, I have made my decision. As long as the ugly nation exists, I will exist with it. If the ugly nation perishes, then I shall perish alongside my country. The moment these words escaped his lips, the scene before him vanished, and he found himself returned beside the white tiger. It seems there was a slight oversight. Your friend exploited a loophole to offer you a hint. Otherwise, you would have been trapped in the trial forever, the white tiger remarked, casting a glance at Chen Haoming and snorting disdainfully. Just moments ago, Chen Haoming had utilized the powers of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird to uncover a flaw within the mirror, which allowed the officer from the trial to alert the Grand Commander. Otherwise, given the Grand Commander's disposition, he would have likely chosen power over his people. Hearing this, the Grand Commander felt his breath hitch. He had never anticipated such a close brush with fate. After a brief silence, he reluctantly expressed his gratitude to Chen Haoming, uttering, Thank you for earlier. I merely wish to avoid you hindering my passage through the final trial. Chen Haoming, without sparing him a glance, replied coolly, You are welcome. I merely seek to avoid your interference in my affairs. At this moment, the white tiger spoke slowly, Mr. Chen. Perhaps you might exploit my loophole to assist your friend in passing the trial. However, I fear your friend may not fare so well with the black tortoise." With that, it turned and strode directly into the cave. Observing this, Chun Haoming prepared to press on. "Let us proceed. We are merely a trial away from completion. I do not require your unwarranted involvement in my affairs. I could have passed the previous trial without you," the Grand Commander asserted from behind, suddenly feeling a sense of being belittled. He felt compelled to prove to the White Tiger that he could succeed in the Black Tortoise's trial without Chun Haoming's assistance. Chun Haoming casually waved his hand. "Suit yourself. Without your presence, I would find it far easier." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Having been continuously immersed in trials for days, the Grand Commander was utterly fatigued. Seizing the opportunity to part ways with Chun Haoming, he sought a place to rest before continuing. Finding a suitable spot, he lay down and closed his eyes, uncertain of how much time had passed in slumber. He was awakened by a peculiar liquid on his face. He raised his hand to wipe it away, questioning, "What is this? Why is there water?" Sitting up abruptly, he was startled to find a leopard before him. Alarm surged through him as he quickly knelt, pleading, "Brother leopard, do not eat me. I beg you, spare my life." The leopard circled him twice and then remarked, "I have not eaten in quite some time. I do not desire the food presented to me now." "Do you think I am foolish, or are you?" The Grand Commander's legs trembled at this declaration. "Brother leopard, I have not bathed in days. My flesh is not tender. I would not be a satisfactory meal. How about this? If you spare my life, I shall take you to find something far more delectable." The leopard squinted at him for a prolonged moment. "Why should I trust you?" Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Commander hurried to curry favor, massaging the leopard's shoulder. "To be honest, I am not the only one who has come to these mountains and seas. Ahead of me, there is a human with far more succulent flesh." "Really?" At the apex of the food chain, the leopard naturally sought superior sustenance. If a better choice existed, why not pursue that option? "I would not dare deceive you." The Grand Commander nodded vigorously. Seeing his sincerity, the leopard licked its lips and said, "Very well, take me to him now." "Certainly, follow me, brother leopard." As they journeyed, the Grand Commander was filled with trepidation, fearing that a moment of inattention would lead to his demise. After a long while, when the leopard finally lay down to rest, he seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, slipping out of the predator's sight. Recognizing this as a perfect chance to escape, the Grand Commander quickly shed his clothing, which bore his scent. He then smeared himself with mud to mask his odor and plucked a few leaves to use as cover, stealthily making his way away from that location. Sensing something amiss, the leopard rose and followed the trail of the Grand Commander's scent to a large tree. Yet all that remained were the Grand Commander's discarded garments. He had vanished without a trace. Letting out a frustrated roar, the leopard kicked the tree with one of its hind legs, growling, "You will pay for this. Do not let me see you again." Meanwhile, Chun Haoming had arrived at the edge of a pond, where numerous small turtles were slowly making their way across the shore. "I must be nearing the lair of the black tortoise," he muttered to himself. Crouching down, he poked one of the turtles, asking, "Little turtle, do you know where I might find the black tortoise?" The turtle, irritated by the poke, turned its head slowly and shot him a disdainful glare before continuing on its way. Chun Haoming chuckled at his own folly, almost forgetting that lower-tier creatures in the mountains and seas do not converse. With no other option, he rose and pressed onward. After more than 10 minutes, he found himself in a dense forest, where a series of snores echoed through the air. Recalling what the vermilion bird had mentioned earlier, he surmised that the snores belonged to the black tortoise, who despised being disturbed during its slumber. Thus, he tiptoed cautiously into the thicket. "Lord Black Tortoise is asleep. Should you wish to speak with me, do so now or wait until he awakens. No intruders allowed," came an elderly voice as soon as he stepped inside. Looking down, he saw a wrinkled squirrel blocking his path. Chun Haoming crouched and gently pushed it aside, saying, "I assure you, I will not disturb the slumber of the esteemed Black Tortoise." Chapter 94. The sleeping Xuanwu. Upon finishing his words, he rose, preparing to venture further. Observing this, the squirrel once again obstructed his path. "No, I must insist for your own good. Though Xuanwu is regarded as the most gentle of divine beasts, should anyone disturb his slumber?" It hesitated, recalling a previous incident. A sick woodpecker in the dense forest had wreaked havoc on numerous trees. The creatures dwelling within the forest had decided to seek Xuanwu's assistance, yet at that moment, he was deep in slumber. Awakened from his dreams, Xuanwu nearly obliterated half the forest. Chun Haoming flicked the little squirrel's head lightly. "I am well aware of the circumstances. Nevertheless, I must proceed." Sighing, the squirrel relented. "Do not say I did not warn you. If you awaken Xuanwu, it may spell trouble for us." "Rest assured," he replied. After bidding farewell to the squirrel, Chun Haoming continued deeper into the forest. As the sound of snoring grew increasingly loud, he gradually lightened his footsteps. Soon, a colossal divine beast came into view. Its form was a fusion of a green turtle and a red serpent, its shell adorned with a dark, uneven surface etched with ancient patterns. Atop its head were verdant dragon horns. Along its spine were jagged protrusions, sharp as daggers, and its tail resembled a venomous python, flicking its emerald tongue. Seeing Xuanwu in such a deep slumber, Chun Haoming casually found a spot to lie down beside him. Just then, a commanding voice echoed nearby. Chun Haoming, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. At the sound, Chun Haoming immediately opened his eyes and placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. But it was too late. Behind him, Xuanwu had slowly opened his gem-like emerald eyes and risen to his feet, causing the ground to tremble. Who dares intrude upon my domain? A deep voice resonated, making the commander shudder involuntarily. Chun Haoming hastened forward, eager to convey his apologies. Elder Xuanwu, I apologize for disturbing your rest. We have come to seek your trials. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu regarded him coldly, his once green eyes now a fierce crimson. You presumptuous youngsters dare to disrupt my slumber? You seek death. With that, he raised his enormous paw and brought it crashing down. The two leaped aside. But before they could react, Xuanwu's paw descended once more. Chun Haoming, what is happening? Why is Xuanwu attacking us? The commander looked at Chun Haoming, bewildered. Chun Haoming, exasperated, shot him a glare. Did you not hear the phoenix mention it before? He despises being awakened from his sleep. No sooner had he spoken than Xuanwu intensified his assault. Swinging his tail towards them, the serpent at the end of his tail hissed and lunged with its gaping maw, with no time to evade. Both of their arms bore the marks of fangs, and they promptly fell into unconsciousness. When Chun Haoming opened his eyes again, he found himself alone. Having reverted to his childhood, in disbelief, he gazed down at his shrunken hands. What is happening? Just then, a familiar voice called out, Haoming, come out for dinner. Pinching his arm to confirm he was not dreaming, Chun Haoming promptly emerged. He saw his mother exiting the kitchen with a dish, while his father sat on the couch, engrossed in a newspaper. Dad? Mom? He tentatively called. His mother glanced up, irritation evident in her voice. What are you standing there for? Go wash your hands and come to dinner. Okay. Chun Haoming nodded and hurried to wash his hands before taking a seat at the dining table. Since his childhood, his parents had long since departed from him. Years ago, they had received a phone call informing them of an issue with their experiment. That day, they left in haste, having barely finished their meal. Hours later, instead of his parents returning home, researchers knocked on the door. Opening it, a person in a lab coat knelt down, stroking his head. You must be young Chun Haoming. He nodded slightly, peering past them. Where are my mom and dad? Why didn't they come back with you? The researcher lowered his head apologetically. Haoming, your parents, they chose to sacrifice themselves for the nation's research endeavors. From now on, you will live with us. What is wrong, Haoming? Is there something you don't like about today's meal? His mother's voice snapped him back to the present. When he looked up again, she was watching him with concern. Chun Haoming smiled and shook his head. No, the food is delightful. Dad, Mom, aren't you going to work today? Suddenly, his father set down the newspaper. Today, your mother and I took special leave to take you out for a day of fun. In the past, this would have filled him with joy. Yet now, Chun Haoming felt like an adult trapped in a child's form, his heart not stirred as it once would have been. His mother gently ruffled his hair. Haoming, do you have any thoughts on where you'd like to go? After a prolonged silence, Chun Haoming finally replied, anywhere is fine. As long as it's with you both. All right then, we will take you to the amusement park. They finished their meal, tidied the table, and set off for the amusement park. Along the way, they shared laughter and conversation, and for a moment, Chun Haoming felt as if he had truly returned to his childhood, the shadow of his parents' absence dissipating within his heart. However, just as they were nearing the amusement park, his father's phone rang. After answering, his expression grew serious. All right, I'll be there shortly. He hung up and turned to Chun Haoming. Haoming, I'm sorry, but an urgent matter has arisen at the laboratory. Can we visit the amusement park another time? Chun Haoming had anticipated this outcome, yet disappointment still washed over him. He forced a smile. It's all right, you can go ahead. Noticing his downcast demeanor, his mother sighed resignedly. Haoming, would you like to come with us? Once we finish, we'll take you to the amusement park. At this, Chun Haoming looked up with hope. Really? His mother nodded with a smile. Of course, it should be resolved quickly. However, upon arriving at the laboratory, they discovered that the situation was far more complicated than anticipated.